That's 2 out of 5 platforms. That's 3 out of 5 platforms. Come on, I'm trying to take over the internet here. That's 4 out of 5 platforms. There we go. 5 out of 5 platforms. Oh, what a bunch of suckers you guys are, man. You guys are so funny, man. Oh, boy, did I ever get the best of you suckers today. You fools tuned in so excited. I tricked you. I tricked you. Oh, look who's first. Look who's first. Oh, I tricked you guys so good. Man, I got you guys good on this one. I got to admit, you know, there are a lot of times as a streamer, you sit back, you think about what you've done today, and you're very proud of yourself. And you go, man, that thing I did on stream today, that was pretty fucking brilliant. And this is one of those times, folks. This is one of those unique times. I suckered you all in. Yeah, hey, Cameron. What a bunch of fools you all look like today. Boy, that Jay Bundy, he outsmarted the entire atheist internet community. He outsmarted the theist, the atheist, the agnostics, and the indifferents. Because look at you fools come running like a bunch of mice to some cheese. Oh, you thought Pocket Locker 86 had forgotten all about his birthday and that we were going to celebrate Lina's birthday. And look at him come run. Look at him come run. Lina's birthday tomorrow. We celebrate Lina's birthday tomorrow. We celebrate Lina's birthday. Ooh, that's just too good to me. Ooh, that's too good to me. I got him. I figured out what you wanted. I figured out what you were excited about. And I used it against you. That's right. I know it's a day early, Lina. It's a day early. It's not even a day yet. They should have thought about that. They should have been like, wait, Lina's birthday's tomorrow. Why would I be going crazy about it today? Obviously her birthday. Nope. They saw Lina's chat in the title. They came a running. Woo, boy. Oh, man, that feels good. Good old Pocket had to. Yeah, I clickbaited you. Oh, you do so. I'm unsubscribing. I thought we were celebrating Lina. You violated the sacred trust between YouTuber and viewer. I can't believe anything. This guy's supposed to be a scientist, taking people's government money and then lying to the community. Is that what this country's come to? We pay scientists now to take our tax money and lie to the people? Oh, sometimes being a bad guy is too much fun. Whew. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I'm here to entertain you. Sometimes you're here to entertain me. Ooh, man. Plus, we're going to talk about why I was wrong about debates, folks. Yes, that's right. I'm going to come out and explain to you why I was totally mistaken about the value of debates. And on top of that, we are stuck at the mall with Jay, which means nobody knows what the fuck is going to happen today. What the fuck is beast mode? Pocket Locker 86 woke up in priest mode. You stiff as hell niggas looking like a Christo. I own the internet. Nigga, you in lease mode. Let's start this fucked up ass show. One more time. Oh, I got y'all. Yeah, I tricked you. Oh, it felt so good. Oh, that was a wonder. Oh, hold on. Let me just give a round of applause to myself real quick. Oh, that was some clever fucking writing right there. That's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. Whew.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and at the double it. They'll say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to.
You know, kind of caught me off guard here, guys.
You kind of caught me off guard here. Thank you, Lord. Help me.
Thank you, Lord, help me.
Let me put it very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what I do.
I've been trying to tell you guys, it takes a lot of money to do what I do.
For example, that's really none of your business. But,
You know,
hey, you
it's really none of your business, but it does
And I
take a
prayed
lot of
about
money
it,
to do
and
what
I
I do.
thought-
You know,
Back when, and I might add another thing.
and I might add
It's a
another thing.
misunderstanding. I'm talking about the Bible. God, I get excited talking about it because I love it. I had to learn this, the demons. Abraham was very, very good. I learned it.
I learned from
the
him.
Bible.
There's a foundation in the Bible.
Wait a minute now. The blessing
I started
of
out
Abraham.
standing on grandfathers.
Abraham was extremely good, and he had covenant with God. I'm talking about.
Oh, look at that gullet shot.
about this. And I started out standing
Standing on
grandfathers.
grandfathers.
I love the people.
Oh, I love the people.
Those are the demons.
Those are
and
the
I understand that, and I love them with all my heart. If you go into the old covenant,
There's a foundation
it's
in the
full of
Bible.
meanness. It's just full of hell on earth. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
You know, it was on
Yeah.
discount, guys.
Face to face.
Let's be honest. It was basically buy one, get one free.
Jesus is very
You know,
rulers.
I bought
of
the little jet.
darkness.
They threw in the jumbo to go with the deal, to make it
But
a
it's
package
biblical
deal.
Thing. It's a spiritual
Buy a
thing.
little
It doesn't
jet,
have
get a big
anything
one
to
free,
do with
you know?
And it's full
Well,
of
we had
miracles,
to buy it.
signs
And wonders,
It's full of unseen
full of the unseen.
things. Jesus, people, I love people. Dragging some woman down
Down
an
an
aisle.
aisle.
It made me
This
so
is where we
mad
get
I
into
wanted to
Ken
punch the
Hovind.
guy out myself.
I said Ken Hovind.
We
Listen
wrestle
to
not
Kenneth Copeland's sex life.
people.
We
And I have a
wrestle
lot
not.
of natural gas.
We wrestle not. I don't know how people don't understand that. That edit, that right there, that we wrestle not. That's fucking primo shit right there. That's that good shit right there.
Listen to me, God's
Listen to
people.
me,
Get
God's
out before it gets
people.
hot. If you can't
You
take the heat, you
are
better
a
get out of
bunch
this kitchen
of
right now,
sodomite
because I'm sick
dogs.
and tired of full-out war
You have to
going
practice.
on. God's
It
people,
takes a lot of
bunch
practice.
filthy sodomite
You have to work
perverts.
on
If you
that.
don't like it, get out of here. Let me tell you something. I'm sick of it. and I'm not going to back down.
It takes a lot of practice, guys, to do what I do.
And you know what? You are insane. If you're not going to back us up, let me tell you something. God's people, you are insane.
You know, this chair is on wheels, and what I'm doing is very dangerous right now.
And a bunch of queer
This is a fire hazard. It's a safety hazard. And I am putting my life on the line for your entertainment. And you filthy, sodomite, fag hags,
God's people,
and queer babes are not backing me up on this. I'm sick of people not backing me. And I'm not going to back down. And why did my PS4 controller fall? We're stuck at the mall. And that PS4 controller is going to be very important to our mall activities. If that PS4 controller breaks and we can't game when we're stuck at the goddamn mall all day, we are going to be in the goddamn nail salon with our mom all goddamn evening. And it is going to be the worst. And then she's going to come out of the motherfucking nail salon, say, I have to go makeup shopping. Then I need to stop by Bed Bath & Beyond, the worst place to ever be invented in a fucking mall. And then this bitch wants to get her fucking hair done. We are going to be stuck here forever. Just stuck at the mall and stuck at the mall and stuck at the mall. Jay, where you at? Stuck at the mall. Jay, I called you earlier this morning. You were stuck at the goddamn mall. Yeah, nigga. Okay. Jay, it's dinner time. We are stuck at the goddamn mall. All right, I'm going to hit you later, Jay. Jay, it's the middle of the goddamn night, nigga. Would you believe this or not? I'm still stuck at this goddamn fucking mall. Could you believe this shit? I didn't even know the mall was open this goddamn late. I thought they would have kicked us out with this bitch by now. I can't believe I went up to security myself and said, can you kick us out this bitch? Is there a fucking, does this place close? Oh, we leave it open for the hair. I'll leave it open late for the hair salon. Go fucking figure.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
We're reclaiming the rainbow.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force, the upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Caden, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
We don't tolerate different.
Heterosexual virgins.
Fighting evil in multicolored skin tight car off suspended.
Pow!
I'm happy to wait.
I don't even need to masturbate. Oh, Lina hasn't worked in weeks. Lina, why you always showing me up on my goddamn stream?
And that's good.
You see me out here. Lina shows up my birthday, sees me working every day on stream, and then not only is taking over my birthday, not only you're using my platform to blow up, Lina, and then on top of that comes here and is like, oh, I seen all that work you've been doing. Yeah, I saw you doing that work. Oh, you had to go to a work conference yesterday. Didn't you have to give a work talk yesterday? I heard your boss was there. That must have been a lot of pressure. Bet you it was real nerve-wracking giving that really important presentation in front of your boss. Yeah, I haven't worked in a couple of weeks. Just been blowing up on the internet, playing games, you know, trying to really, I'm really doing big favors for this mobile gaming, you know. People have been playing on consoles too long, you know. And I'm really trying to blow up the sort of stay home from work and play mobile gaming. COD Mobile, Mario Kart Mobile. Yeah, we're taking over. Yeah, it's really blowing up all over the place. Go fuck yourself, Lina. All right, here we go. Y'all want to do daytime stuff or y'all want to pretend it's late night counter-apologetics? Let's pretend it's late night counter-apologetics. Who gives a shit? Am I offending your sense of timing? Go fuck yourself. It's fucking late night somewhere, all right? To all you people halfway across the world who are on a way different time zone than us and it's late at night where you are, this is for you. We love you. We don't discriminate against time zones here. We appreciate you, all right? Thanks for being up late where you're at, you know? Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club, He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology.
And there's a lot of entertaining biologists, I'll have you know. You'd be surprised.
Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh, that's right. No fancy patterns. I'm mixing universities. University of Minnesota up top, Michigan State below. I'm all big penned out and it don't even match. I make them hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real, 'cause I'm a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. This is my jam. This is my favorite song as Kim. I'm just a sexy boy. I used to dance with shit in the mirror growing up. I'm not your boy toy. You know, little Shawn Michaels pro. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Is this camera on? Put that camera on me. Put that goddamn camera on me. That's right. Ooh, welcome. Ooh, welcome. Come on, Jay, don't forget it. Why are you getting so old? Ooh, welcome, everybody, to late, early afternoon. Don't know what time it is, where you're at. Who gives a shit? Go fuck yourselves. It is your host with the most. And if you don't already know, I'm from the East Coast. Go fuck yourselves. And as always, I am in small engine propeller helicopter mode. All right, everybody ready to go? You guys ready for very slow rotary liftoff with a lot of loud sounds? And everybody's shit blowing everywhere and papers flying all out of the goddamn helicopter? No, oh, you guys don't want to do that. Oh, well, then I suggest we get in fucking airplane mode then. Fuck is wrong with y'all? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, now you like airplane mode. Yeah, that's a lot better than motherfucking helicopter mode, ain't it? God damn it. Fucking thoughts up in this bitch. You supposed to educate the audience. But y'all been coming here day in and day out, and some of y'all don't even know you're supposed to show up and ready to get in airplane mode. Now, when am I gonna hold your ass for doing the motherfucking learning? I'm doing the goddamn teaching, but goddamn it, when you gonna show me some learning up in this bitch? Your mid-semester report card gonna be all fucked up. All types of fucked up. Y'all know I'm in the very fucked up stage of my academic career. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you about the stage of my academic career I'm in. I now give grades, I no longer get them. It's a real fucked up thing because you don't really give a shit no more. Students be like, don't you remember how difficult it was for somebody to be judging your work and just coldly dishing out letters that determine your future? And I'm like, yeah, but that ain't really my problem no more. Too bad to be you, you know? These kids gotta learn. They gotta fucking learn. They in college. They'll get over it. All right, now, moving on to today's program. There is no today's program, folks. We're stuck at the mall. I don't really give a shit. I didn't feel like planning a show. Don't want to work. Gonna chill. Gonna catch up on things. Gonna game. Gonna listen to YouTube. Gonna fool around. Might talk to some people. Might not talk to some people. I might invite some people into the studio just so I can mute them and kick them out, you know? You know, every once in a while, you got to stretch out the old kick from studio, the old band, the old timeout hammer, you know? Just make sure I'm not getting rusty on silencing people, you know? YouTube Punk will be right back. Really? Nigga, we just got here, though. It's cool. No, it's cool. I know shit happens. You got things to do. All right. I see. I get that. All right. Well, for the rest of y'all that don't ditch broadcast as soon as you show up, appreciate you. Let's catch a motherfucking vibe. It's called Stunt 102.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's by OG Roddy. Motherfucking Cuz. When's the album coming out, y'all? Tomorrow. Long live John Tio. Oh, I changed songs, y'all. This long live John Tio anyway. It don't matter. We gonna listen to old shit. Let's go.
So many, I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. When I listen close here, she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact I do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't grand.
Also after this, at the communion, I'm gonna tell y'all why I was wrong about debates. But we're gonna do communion after this, then I'm gonna tell y'all why I was wrong about debates.
But now look over the modes, going down as the
I would pay attention. Yeah, YouTube Punk, I was gonna say, you might wanna hold on to your seat, you might not go anywhere. Cause y'all know that the Pope of atheism, you know, I'm not like the Pope of Catholicism. He's kind of a punk ass. I don't make myself infallible. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fallible high priest, but I ain't wrong very often. So you might want to pay attention when I tell y'all why I was wrong, because again, it just don't happen. It's not because I'm infallible. It's just because I'm not very fallible. You know what I mean?
For the shit, I just miss my dog. My bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My dog. Yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit.
I can't. We'll see you in a minute. I'm gonna take my sweatshirt off. I'm really hot.
Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED Talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother. My brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in. He shot my brother. He ran to the house. He died of Nanny Hog when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, there's some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to give y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go, nigga, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was hard in the man. And I'm talking about this is my big brother, nigga.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
Whoa. Yeah, it's really important to have that type of, it's really important we had that conversation early on in the relationship, Randy, you know, to establish, you know, that type of understanding and trust, right? It's like, listen, baby, I understand that you're very smart, very well educated, got your own home and all that, but you just got to understand, I'm normally right. You know, it takes people a little getting used to. They usually think they're right, and they've got their own perspective and their own area of expertise that I know nothing about, and that we should make decisions together because of the 50-50 and the blase and the Glavinoids. And I'm like, bitch, I'm just so much smarter than everybody else. It's not a good cooperative strategy. You know, me plus you is like basically just me. No, I'm just, you're here to be supportive. No, I'm kidding. Ken Hovind doesn't want me to have what you sent me. Oh, Lord. I'm about to go. Did it get here? The shipping delay works out perfectly. Oh, it'll be here tomorrow, I guess. All right, we're going to see what this is. We're going to see what this is up. All right, y'all. Now, I'm sweaty as a bitch today. I don't know what I was doing. I guess that intro got me all sweaty. All right, there's that. Turned on the air conditioner. I'm trying to drink some water. For a second. All right, let's do this. My hands are hot. Let's take my gloves off. We'll go gloveless. All right, there's that. All right, y'all, let's have communion. Then I'm going to tell y'all why I was wrong about debates. All right. Get all my materials. All of the materials. It's too hot up in this bitch to be wearing a robe. I ain't even going to lie to y'all. Today might not be a full robe day, but let's go ahead. I told y'all, what the fuck is beast mode? Pocket locker 86 woke up in priest mode. All right, let's just put the robe on real quick for the ritual. Yes, lest I be accused of not taking my priestly duties seriously. Please raise your glasses and with the other hand, get a firm hold of your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of drinking in the afternoon, of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fly for our sins forever and ever. Whoops, you may drink. More choir, more choir. Oh, the church bells are ringing. Let the congregation say amen. And here's our official communion song. It is time to break bread. It is called the MJ Interlude. Whew, gives me a great honor to say it. Comes to us off motherfucking LaGuardia. It's my goddamn cousin's album. His name is OG Roddy. You get it at its airplanemode.com, and the motherfucking album drops tomorrow here.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Wait, that's not supposed to be the question of the day. Hold on, let's take that.
Every day with her. In the afternoon, I lay with her. In the evening.
Look in the description. There's a new question of the day. I gotta fix that.
I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug. Cause she hear everything for me. In the morning, hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I can trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the club. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm on the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I can trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I can trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug.
Let's go. Oh, and Spider in third with 250K. All right, I am going to tell y'all why I was wrong about the Bates, but first I got to hear that song again that's been just on my fucking mind. We got to hear this. Link up with the gang. Link up with the gang.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building.
It's all airplane mode all the time.
Zach.
OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I throw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain.
Alright guys, I'm having trouble adding
I can't really eat unless they straight.
points to Spider. I'll add them later.
My day ones from back in the day.
It's
They
fucking up
still
my
hang around me
keyboard.
today.
I think it's the
You wanna
characters.
come round us, you can't. I'm rolling, I'm loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love love of my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with PG.
No, it's kind of open-ended. It's like however you define worst. But let's stick to content. So not how much of a bastard they are in real life, but how much of their apologetics is the worst. Whatever that means, right? Because I don't know who I'd go with. Yeah, I just have to add your points manually, Spider. It just, when I copy the characters, it like throws off my cursor a lot, so it like fucks up the command. But I'll add them manually backstage.
Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise. So I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang.
All right, y'all. So I've been having some interesting conversations about debates, right? And it's just been kind of funny because it's really made me reflect a lot on sort of my own limited history with formal debates. And so I'm going to tell y'all real quick about that. All right. So basically, it's funny because you get a lot of feedback when you tell people you're going to debate Kent Hovind. And it's normally like... See, now here's something real quick. B.S. Lewis, I appreciate this comment because I thought people might go in the direction of, like, say, Ken Ham or, you know, Kent Hovind's a very reasonable answer. A lot of these are reasonable answers based on just how god-awful and ridiculous people are. But I had somebody like William Lane Craig in mind only because of how they have that air of fake legitimacy to them that, you know, I think entraps a lot of people, sort of the paraphernalia of being a scholar or an academic, the sort of trappings of intelligence rather than the demonstration of it, and how easy it is for people to get sucked into that and then miss the fact that he's always constantly, I would say he's an honest guy because he'll tell you flat out that this isn't the real reason he believes, and he just says this is how you have to argue with people or whatever, and I just think that's super disingenuous. I just thought that was an interesting comment. But he's the least offensive because he tells you up front he must believe his stuff. Yeah, see, I think this is the type of controversy and discussion we were hoping to spark with that one. All right, so my history starts as the medical marijuana president at Penn State. I was the president of the Penn State chapter of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Officially, I was the president of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws at the Pennsylvania State University. Whew, what a mouthful. We called it normal PSU. All right, so I got some T-shirts around here somewhere. Maybe I'll send to some lucky viewers. Here's a weed T-shirt made of weed with some weed leaves on it that you will be too embarrassed to wear anywhere. Great. All right, so I was frequently asked to debate, right? Hey, Jay, my class is having a debate. The newspaper wants to sponsor a debate. This student organization wants to sponsor a debate. You should, hey, man, aren't you the president of the weed club? You want to come debate pro-legalization? Right? And you just get these media requests all the time. Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. In the, say, 3-4 years, I was the president of the Medical Marijuana Organization. Let's say on average, I got 2 or 3 of these requests on years. if we count all of my appearances, and then, hold on, add up that, and then carry the one. Oh, yeah, 0. 0. See you later, Spider. I accepted 0 invitations to debate, right? And my line was always, hey, M-Town, my line was always the same. Well, it was a couple things. My first line to people was that my job is not to argue that marijuana should be legalized. I felt like that argument had been made. My job, as I saw it, was to try to legalize it during the very limited time I had there. Of course, that wasn't successful, but I like to think I had a small role to play in some of the progressive things that have happened at that time and since. But the other thing I would always say, and I said this more to the point of even beyond it sort of not being my job to debate the issue, because I really did feel that way, and people knew that. Even to some of the social. So I did this thing called I thought it was progressive at the time. It was called bi-gender leadership. We wanted to make sure we had female leadership, or non-male leadership, I should say. And so we had like 2 presidents and 2 vice presidents and 2. We had 2 of every position, right? They were rarely ever if all field, but I did try to make sure I had a female president. And a lot of times people wanted us to be the pot club, right? We're the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. All right, we get together for our weekly meetings, and then, we're going to organize some hangouts, and we're all going to, be friends and smoke pot. And I was like, not me. Nope, I'm the boring, gonna go meet with the chief of police, might bring him to our meetings to help us figure out what we gotta do, right? And so that whole social agenda, I just took off my agenda. Like, I'm not interested in any of that. I'm trying to get ready to go to law school. Y'all wanna have pot parties, go talk to the female president. I'm sure she's happy to engage. She was totally into that sort of thing, and I was like, sorry, I'm gonna go meet with city leaders and try to keep kids out of jail. So I say all that to say, I've looked back at that and I realized that I think that was a mistake. The number one reason I think it was a mistake was because I was being given an opportunity to tell people what I knew, what my story was, why my organization was doing the things it was doing, and give people an opportunity who were going to hear that debate, whether for the first time or the next time or the last time, an opportunity to hear it from me, somebody who was, knee deep in it and got the calls from kids when they were in trouble with the law, and got the calls from their parents, and had to arrange for their legal services, and often had to intervene with kids who were in trouble with the school, and all types of shit that I felt was my job, right, as the president of the Marijuana Reform Law Organization. And I could have really spoken to that, right? And I just didn't, because I thought it was more important to stick my nose up in the air, tell everybody how right I was. And since I had settled the matter in my head and there was nothing to debate, I was like, your average freshman stoner who's going to tell you marijuana should be legalized because it's not nearly as addictive like the other Schedule I narcotics is. It shouldn't be a Schedule I narcotic. It has unbelievable medical use, and it's never killed anybody, and on this sort of list of common pro-legalization arguments that I thought were cliche and routine fare. I thought, hey, pretty much anybody you put up there on our side can argue that stuff just as good as I can, and I'm not sure that it's a good use of my time and resources. And I meant that genuinely. It wasn't, at the time, I joke about being a snob. I really didn't see it that way. I just felt it was a thing I didn't have time for, a thing I should not take the time to prepare for, and a thing that did not help me achieve my goal. And again, I just think that I was wrong about that. I think it was an opportunity for my organization. It was an opportunity for us to get exposure. It was an opportunity for us to recruit. And it was an opportunity to make sure that that argument wasn't in the hands of some random college freshman, but rather in the hands of a student who was a student leader, who was knee deep in the actual realities of what it means when you fight a war on drugs on a fucking college campus. And you're locking up your own students, and the federal government puts your university's head over barrel and says you will continue to arrest your students for this bullshit that isn't wrong, or else we won't give you any federal funding for your school, right? And these are the conversations that I certainly was having behind the scenes with administrators. I'd asked the head of the police department to his face, why are you arresting students if you guys know that weed isn't harming them and that these laws are doing more harm than good? And his answer was, let me tell you about how federal funding to universities works, Jay. Right? So glad you asked that very good question, young man. So glad you're here, Jay. Pull up a chair and welcome to the grown folks table. Right? And so you walk out of that meeting like, check, there's more to this than meets the eye, right? But relaying that reality to people, right? Because ultimately that's the type of shit that needed to change and people needed a fucking education on. And for whatever reason, I decided I was too good to do it. All right, I guess it's all right. All right, so now, yeah, you know a guy, I know a guy who died from weed, a barrel of it fell on him, exactly. All right, so how does that tie to this, right? Well, a lot of people are super excited. Oh, you're going to debate Kent Hovind. This is great. You're going to blow up. Let's promote it. It's a great opportunity for your channel. You're going to get a lot of viewers. You're going to get a lot of subscribers. It's going to be a lot of fun, right? But a lot of people are on the opposite side of this. The saddest part is the drug war is just a small part of the class war, exactly. So I get a lot of feedback from people who literally are like, well, why on earth would you do that? Well, why on earth would you give Kent Hovind the type of day, right? Even my own colleagues and my teaching mentor, Rob Pennock, who was, again, the expert scientific witness at Kitzmiller versus Dovert, who wrote a fucking book called Tower of Babel, The Evidence Against the New Creationism, who teaches with me at Michigan State University about why intelligent design creationism is not science. It is our job to counter-apologize on behalf of the university. And Rob's like, yeah, Jay, I don't know. Like, why would you want to waste your time debating Kent Hovind? I really don't see what that's going to do for you. I mean, like, come on, Jay. That's not a good use of your time, sir. You're an expert now. You don't need to waste your time in those stinking apologists, right? And so I just have to acknowledge that I respectfully disagree with these people, right? And Yeah. I agree with you, Flying Wayne. But what I want to really touch on real quick, because I don't want to get too sidetracked with the chat, but I do appreciate the comments. Is that the reason I disagree is because when you are dealing with groups that are insular and they're perfectly willing to do the us versus them, in-group versus out-group thing, you have no influence in the conversations you are not a part of, okay? And so I have to ask myself, looking back at my experience from being a marijuana legalizer, and say, well, how much did me holding my fingers in my ears and go, la, 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 I'm too smart, I don't want to hear it. You guys are stupid as fuck. Sorry, there's nothing to debate here. We're right and you're wrong. Like, how much did that help legalize things? Not a whole lot. How much did that help change people's minds? Not a whole lot. How many new members did it bring to my organization to help us fundraise or get some fucking help for the very legit work we were trying to do? Not a whole lot. Right? It just made me feel like, I told them I got something better to do. I'm too busy for that bullshit. Right? And so I'm not going to do that with this, right? I'm just not, right? Because you have no influence in the conversations you won't have. And to me, it's kind of that simple. It's the same reason people, oh my God, how do you tolerate playing drums at a evangelical church as an atheist, right? The same reason Dr. Fauci stayed in the Trump administration. If I leave, who the fuck are they going to replace me with, and what good is that going to do? right? At least I'm here to be the voice of reason when people are ready to have the conversation. At least people know I'm here. They can eventually get in a relationship with me and we can have some conversations. Hey, at least the pastor likes me enough that I can take it. He'll buy me lunch to take him to lunch, sit him down and tell him why I think he needs to accept evolution and stop being a young earth creationist. Now, if you got another means by which you can get an evangelical pastor to buy me lunch so I can tell him why he's wrong because we're friends, then by all means, I'm listening. But I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have that opportunity if I wasn't playing drums at his church. I'm pretty sure if he didn't trust me to be rock solid on 1, 2, 3, and 4 behind him and make sure his fucking worship team sounds amazing every fucking time I'm on that goddamn platform, and he can just turn to the crowd and lead them, and he ain't got to worry about what's on drums, and he going, yeah, Jay, I'm buying you lunch. What you want for lunch? It's on me. It's on the house. Yeah, we're going to talk about that evolution. Yeah, I know you want to tell me I'm wrong. It's okay. It's all right. Lunch is on me, brother. Right? You don't have any influence in the relationships you refuse to make. And what's really interesting is being in this community, a lot of y'all found me because of Gutsick Gibbons' video, where I was doing what? Apparently wasting my time at 1:30 in the morning arguing with dumbass young earth creationists, who, by the way, have nowhere near the ability to do anything near for this channel what debating Kent Hovind can do. So I've literally since then heard from people, oh, we invited you to this Discord server because we saw the way you were trashing those young earth creationists on Gutsick Gibbons' video. Man, we loved that shit. Oh, Jay, I just subscribed to your channel because I saw you bashing those young earth creationists. Oh, man, I just subbed, man. That was some great shit. Hey, Jay, man, yo, I'm in your Discord. Bro, I just saw that shit you did with them young earth creationists on Gutsick Gibbons' channel. Bro, that shit was fire, man. And then literally, I exaggerate, I kid you fucking not, these very same people who found me because of an argument I was having with young earth creationists have hit me up and be like, bro, why would you debate Kent Hovind? Why on earth would you? Yeah, I mean, I know that's how I found you, but now that I found you and I know who you are and I'm aware of your shit, why don't we just move on to some other shit that I'm interested in seeing you do? Because who cares about the fact that other people might find you and think the same thing and join? No, I already found you. You did that one thing I saw. I know pretty much nobody's seen it other than those 30,000 people. But look, just don't do that anymore. Don't worry about how, that blew up your community. No more of that. No more of that, right? Guys. It really doesn't make any sense. It literally is somebody's being like, I came to you because you gave me a loaf of bread. Please stop handing out bread to people, right? And so I just wanted to speak on that. No, I don't think I'm going to change Kent Hovind's mind. Yes, we're going to try to speak right past his dumbass into his audience. Yeah, it's probably futile. But it's a chance for a lot of people who don't know what the fuck we're about to find out what we're about. It's a chance for, Kent Hovind to be called out once again. And maybe that's a rallying cry for the community. Yep, okay, yet another one. Okay, now we got one officially with some, different type of science credentials, different type of evolution credentials. Yep, they came and they did the same thing. Aaron tried and Erica tried and this and that one's tried, and they've all done it. Right, Aaron Ross' career has survived debating Kent Hovind. Erica survived debating Kent Hovind and Donnie. Right, people go on with their lives. They survive. They make videos the next week. We'll probably do a stream the next day, and y'all be like, "Man, Jay, now that you debated Kent Hovind, what the fuck are you gonna do now? Does everything change?" I'm like, "Nope." Probably gonna wake up the next day. What's it, Monday, August 29th? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I'm gonna think, damn, that's Monday, August 29th. My class starts Wednesday, August 31st. So I'm gonna be like, yep, I'm gonna probably go to bed, have a nice stream, get up tomorrow, have a stream, and get my ass ready to start teaching. So life will go on. We'll be okay. But for those people that really do wonder why, I just wanted y'all to know, hear it from me. We're gonna get ready for our debate. Y'all see me doing promos, and look, we're just trying to use it as an opportunity to grow. I do appreciate people mentioning it, though. I appreciate people bringing it up. I appreciate the feedback on both sides. I know nobody's telling me this to hurt me. My teaching mentor isn't telling me this because he wants to hurt me. I just had to put it to him like, Rob, it's a different game, right? Hey, Rob, as an evolutionary biologist, debating Ken Hovind is probably a waste of my time. As a young YouTuber, it's a really good use of my time. As a counter-apologist, it's a very good use of my time. As somebody trying to get my name out there and wants other people to be in community with other counter-apologists, it's a thing you can't say no to. And as somebody who's trying to promote our class and wants our class, when we stream our real evolution education class, to have an audience filled with people who are really interested in evolution education, this is an opportunity to increase the number of people who want to learn from us. And you bet your belief he found that argument a hell of a lot more convincing than me trying to say, well, I'm gonna show Ken Hovind the truth, right? It was just like, hey, Rob, we just using this to promote our shit. Oh, yeah, that's kind of a good point, right? So it's all about perspective, folks. I appreciate your perspective, whatever it is. Just kind of wanted to share mine. We're not going to have too serious of a stream today. We're going to get into a lot of fun stuff. We might get into some Ken Hovind prep. I got some video stuff I want to watch and just kind of chill out and hang out and get ready to celebrate all the things we have going on tomorrow. But I did want to speak to that. I thought it was coming up a lot, and as we get really serious about these next couple weeks, getting locked in and getting ready for the debate and promoting the debate, I want people to understand where I'm coming from on that. So thank you guys. And I do appreciate the feedback. You got to use Ken Hovind, absolutely, Cameron. The Q&A sessions, you use them to drop knowledge bombs. Exactly. I do the same thing. I go to Donnie's channel all the time and I troll his chat. I don't like Donnie's channel. I think Donnie's a nice guy. Donnie and I have a really pleasant working relationship. I can honestly see myself becoming friends with Donnie, like on mutually assured destruct. You know how it is, how we have frenemies, like Rebecca. Like, we love Rebecca. We don't agree with anything she says, but she's a nice person, and, we help each other as content creators. I could actually see myself having that kind of relationship with Donnie. Again, he's very nice. His email to me was super gracious. I emailed him back and said, hey, Donnie, can we change the topic? He said, oh, no problem. He's actually a nice guy off camera. I'm going to just be honest with you. But again, I disagree with these people on everything, but we got to just do what we got to do for us. But yeah, so I'm used to trolling Donnie's chat. I normally just go on Donnie's chat. Hey, what up, creatards? What delusion are y'all sinking your teeth into today? Type of stuff. And immediately when I went in there, they were flaming me and telling me to debate Donnie and challenging me to define a mutation, all types of stupid creatard stuff. So I thought, man, this is my first chance to be on Donnie's channel. And guess what? It's Kent Hovind's. It's the 300th debate. I guess Donnie's 300th debate or somebody's 300th. I think it's Donnie's 300th debate. So it's a big deal. Here's the other thing you guys probably don't realize. Mark Reed, who's a friend of the channel, shout out to Mark Reed. We should have him on for something soon. He's been emailing me. Sorry, Mark, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But Mark Reed debated Kent Hovind. He wrecked him. There's a bunch of other people in our community who have debated Kent Hovind and done really well. And so what's happened, hang on, let me change this real quick. What's happened, I need a Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, Dave, I think we got to do a Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, I think we got to. Well, see, I don't know, because I want to do my whole thing, so I don't know. Maybe I'll do my get up with a Hawaiian shirt underneath or something. I don't know. Or I'll have a Hawaiian shirt underneath, and I'll take my robe off at the end, and so, I don't know. We'll figure out something. I'm planning to rip up his dissertation in front of his face or something, so we got to see how that goes. Maybe I'll do the Pine Creek. Hey, Kent, I can't seem to get God to light this water soap napkin on fire, but I'm going to light your dissertation on fire, and we'll see if God stops it from burning. We'll see if God stops me from burning your dissertation before it becomes too hot and I have to drop it in this bin and cover it and put it out to pasture forever where it belongs. We'll do something like that. We'll pull a real good publicity stunt. Something highly orchestrated. But yeah. That's the deal. That's why we're going to do that. So my point is, guys, when Kent has that happen to him, what he does is he ruins the experience for the atheist. If you're somebody like Mark Reed, you know, you have very little to gain from debating something like Kent Hovind other than the exposure. Well, what Kent Hovind will do when he gets his ass handed to him on a debate is he won't release it. He won't put it up on his channel. So those of you that didn't see my promo, there's a very particular reason I called Kent Hovind out for that, because I know that that's what he does. And so what that means is that all opportunities to debate Kent Hovind are not created equal. If it's something you and Kent Hovind arrange and it doesn't go well for Kent Hovind, the chances are Kent Hovind will bury it. Well, why is this a much different opportunity? One, I called out Kent Hovind publicly on Donnie's channel. Donnie acknowledged it publicly. And when he said it was a good idea, that meant Donnie had to not look like a backpedaling coward, right? Now, I don't think he was. I think Donnie would have done it anyway. But it means the debate won't get buried. Donnie's promoting it too big. It's too much a big deal on Donnie's channel. Donnie was making a huge deal about it being his 300th debate, and there's so many people lined up to debate Kent Hovind, and who's going to get the opportunity. So now that he slotted me in there and he's promoting it, Kent Hovind can't bury it. Very important to remember. Kent Hovind's ass is fucked because this will be public, and Kent can't bury it, and then count on the fact that the Atheist channel is too small for it to matter. That's another reason we said yes to this. It was a very unique opportunity. Like, nope, Kent Hovind, I got your ass pinned down, and people are going to see this, and it's going to stay up for a very long time. It's going to be celebrated, and there's nothing your ass can do other than squirm out at the last minute, and everyone will know exactly what time it is. So, yeah, I'm excited. Because I know Kent can't bury it, and if he tries, it'll at least be up on my channel, and it'll be up on Donnie's. All right, let's get into some other stuff that we're celebrating tomorrow. Guys, you guys know that, thank you, James Apperton. Yep. Hashtag strategic. Amen, brother. Absolutely. Coffee says Kent Hovind is going to own my ass in the debate. Well, I actually hope he does, because if Kent Hovind surprises me and is like actually not a piece of shit and actually has something intelligent to say, I'll be famous overnight, because it'll be such a break in character for Kent Hovind, it'll go viral. Y'all, oh my God, Kent Hovind got in a debate with an actual evolutionary biologist. His monkey ass prepared, and Kent Hovind said some intelligent shit. Y'all, we will have like 1 million subs the next day. Nigga, they will be on CNN. They will be like, in late breaking news, what? Trump did another insurrection? Fuck out of here. They invaded Mar-a-Lago? Fuck out of here. War in Ukraine? Nobody gives a shit. COVID is everywhere. Nobody gives a shit. Everyone has monkeypox. Nobody cares. Y'all, Kent Hovind said something intelligent to a scientist on the internet. Like, y'all, the TV screens will be exploding and shit. Social media will break. You know what I mean? Like, that shit would be... If Kent Hovind really whoops my ass in a debate, y'all, I'll be like any good professional wrestler. I will be like, I will lay my ass down and be like, Kent Hovind, pin me here in front of all these people and make me famous, please. 1, 2, 3, and Kent Hovind wins. Yeah, they'd be like, Pocket Locker, you look stupid as shit. Yeah, but I'm about to be rich up in this motherfucker. Come on, y'all, get real. Kent Hovind beat me. Get the fuck out of here. You crazy? That's because it's metaphysics? Yeah. You know what? Let me tell you how to instantly lose a debate with any biologist. Just mention the word metaphysics. Yeah, I promise you, if Kent Hovind says the word metaphysics one time, just remember to yourselves, well, there goes the whole fucking ball game. It's just like Erica said. There's the ball game. They be telling on themselves the whole time. Soon as his dumb ass says metaphysics, and I'll be like, Kent Hovind, you spent 15 years in high school doing what? Teaching biology? And your argument against evolution is metaphysics. Great. Y'all, everybody catch that? Everybody catch that. All right, my name's Jay Bundy. Y'all been real. I'm going home. Party! We did it. We done. We done. Sorry, debate's over. Debate's over. Go home. Sorry, we're done. Woo! Victory is mine. Victory is... Let me doing the old school choir march and shit. Victory today is mine. I told Hovind, left him behind. Victory today is mine. Oh yeah, we be singing worship songs and shit. The joy is mine. Joy is mine. The joy of the Lord is mine. Oh yeah, it's getting good in here, y'all. I told Hovind, left him behind. Woo! Victory today is mine. That nigga say metaphysics one time, I'm leaving. One time. We out. Like he say that, yo, we mic dropping. We leaving the set. I'm hopping off the restream. I'm going live on here. We popping bottles. They gonna be like, Jay, Donnie didn't even end the debate. Yeah, I don't care. The debate's over. The nigga said metaphysics. We done. It's over. It's a wrap. It's done. Woo! That'll be the moment. Ken Hovind, please make my day and talk about metaphysics. Oh my Lord. I'll be so happy. I don't know what I'll do, y'all. I might start crying. Dogs are still dogs. Yeah, we gonna have to work on that. I'm gonna have to make a we're gonna have to start a poll called the Kent Hovind argument tier list. And y'all gonna have to tell me the tier list of Kent Hovind arguments. And then we're gonna have to prioritize our preparation based on the tier list. We know we got Bible literalism up there. We know we got kinds always produce after their kinds. We know we got Darwin was basically Satan, right? Because he says in his dissertation, like, Satan came in through the garden, and that's when evolution started. So we got Darwin equals Satan. What else we got? Oh, we got evolution is a religion. Don't forget that. Don't forget, y'all, evolution is a religion. What else we got? Dinosaurs probably lived at the same time as people or some shit like that. I don't know. We got to figure out what the actual message of Dinosaur Land is. I thought the message of Dinosaur Land was give us your money and ride the plastic dinosaurs, but I'm sure they're teaching some anti-biology shit up in there that we should actually figure out. You think you are related to a pine tree? That was the recent one. I saw that. You think you're related to a pine tree? The flood was real. See, y'all thought this was going to be an easy homework assignment. I'm telling you, the Kent Hovind argument tier list is going to have y'all up. Y'all going to be up in the library. Like, think about how much footage it is to go over, how much horse shit he said. Like, to really get this tier list right, y'all going to be putting in a lot of hours. Y'all going to be mad as hell. Y'all going to be up in I can't believe this nigga. This nigga got us up here in the library studying for a damn YouTube debate. Pocket Locker, you supposed to be doing all the work. Why the mods doing all the work? The mods is all pulling all-nighters and drinking coffee and shit. The mods gonna be like Doug. Look, this gonna be the mods preparing for Ken Hovind. This gonna be the mods after the Ken Hovind debate prep. They're gonna be looking like Pine Creek, like y'all losing weight. Y'all starting to get pale. Looking angry, making typos and shit. Y'all gonna go from 2-hour streams to 1 minute and 31-second videos. I'm gonna be like, damn, what's wrong with y'all? They're gonna be like, we've been watching way too much Ken Hovind footage. I'm like, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all gonna be traumatized.
We're gonna make a creed. Because Christians like creeds. My favorite font.
Exactly.
Estanglo Edisa. Christian Creed. Recite.
This
daily.
Is the Pine Creed, y'all.
There is no one in the New Testament who, in the first person identifies themselves and states that they saw the risen Jesus. Other than Paul, and that was years after Jesus apparently ascended.
James Apperson, today is what I'm calling a limited access day. It means I'm only talking to people I choose to talk to, and I'm only choosing to talk to them as long as I choose to talk to them. Now, for a lot of you, that means you're going to call in. I'm going to be like, what do you want to talk about? And you've got about 2 minutes to start something very interesting, or else I'm kicking you off. Now, if I really like you and I know you well, like you've been down since day one, and I really appreciate you and I think you're awesome, you probably got like 5 minutes, because it's just one of those days that I don't really feel like being friendly to people. I feel like having a good time. And for me, being a jerk's kind of fun sometimes. But James Apperson, you on a motherfucking roll today, and I hate when your bitch ass gets on a motherfucking roll in the comment section instead of a motherfucking roll in the comments in the call-in. So James Apperson, come on down. You can talk, and you can stay for longer than 5 minutes. Now, James, stay your ass back there for a second. We're not bringing you on yet. It's not that time yet, folks. I got to work on my shtick. Okay? My shtick needs work. All right? That's what we got to do. We got to work on the shtick. You know, you don't become a pro broadcaster overnight, folks. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of practice. And then even times when people call in impromptu, you can't just be like, oh, someone called impromptu, let's just wing it now. That's not how you do things. That's not how you do things. You gotta build it up right. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna mix up our counter-apologetics with our professional wrestling, as we are wont to do. We're gonna play one of my favorite songs. We're gonna let it rock for a little bit, and then we're gonna introduce our guest. Let me know if we get canceled. Yes, that's right. It's Chris Jericho doing what I do, performing Chris Jericho's theme song. Rock out. You don't know the song? I don't give a shit. You don't like the song? Don't give a shit. Do this. Everybody do like this. Now do like this. I'm gonna teach y'all how to be wrestling fans. Now this part you gotta yell out. Run away.
I am cold like December snow.
You gotta be sweaty today. If your favorite YouTuber isn't sweating live, they're lazy, and you should demand that they work harder.
Embraced by the darkness, I'm losing the light. Encircled by demons I fight.
What have I become now that I've betrayed everyone I've ever loved? I pushed them all away, and I have been a slave to the Judas in my mind. Is there something left for me to save in the wreckage of here we go! Sing it! I'm becoming Judas in my mind. I'm becoming Judas in my mind. Yeah, this is how you get the arena rocking. Stadium rock. Now, ladies and gentlemen, entering the ring, weighing in at more than you can handle, at a temperature too hot to touch. I really, really want you to have some, but you can't handle none. It's Jay.
Thanks, Jay. You rock.
That was
Glad
awesome.
to be here.
That was awesome. That was awesome, man. Want to thank Chris Jericho and Fozzy for showing up, man. You guys don't know who we keep in the balcony around here. You know, we drop a couple A-listers. We keep them in the wings just in case we need a impromptu perform. In case James Apperson shows up. You never know when James Apperson is going to show up. You got to keep Fozzy in, waiting in the wings. Hey, it might need you today, guys. You never know. All right, hang on a second. Actually, you know what? The chat's just covering me. Nobody cares about me. Nobody watches this show to watch me. All right, James, what's up, man? So tell us about how God is an imaginary character of an individual.
So here's the thing. There's two different issues. Whether or not an objective being exists and what it is that people refer to.
Wait, hang on a second. I heard somebody thinking about a programming note. What are we doing today? When are we going to do the blase and the glavinoid? Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to James. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing the rest of the stream. I'll figure that out when I'm done talking to James. Now, nobody put that in the chat, but I heard it. I heard somebody thinking it. I don't appreciate that thought. All right, James, go ahead. Sorry, they were being rude. First off, hang on a sec. Before you do, I forgot to do my YouTube pervert stuff. Tell the people where to find you, where to find your stuff, and how come you're smarter than everybody else.
Smarter than everyone else because the facts are made up and the points don't matter. It's kind of like whose life is it anyways?
There you go.
And, so I grade the curve, I set the curve, and I can be found on Facebook. Really easy under my same name, and there's a link to my blog on my Facebook page if you want to check it out. And of course, on this YouTube channel, which I'm still haven't released any content for, but which I am making content for, and I'll let you know when that comes out.
Tux, you can hop in as well if you'd like. Lina, you're banned until August 14th.
Bad, Lina, bad.
Yeah, well, today's the day before my birthday. Tomorrow's my birthday, but it's Lina's birthday, so I can't have Lina on because she'll just take over my birthday. And then, believe it or not, August 13th is Richard Lenski's birthday, and he's like a super famous scientist. So if I let Lina on Rich Lenski's birthday, I'll be... I'll get like a letter from the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. We heard you were celebrating someone else's birthday on Rich Lenski's birthday. It's like a fucking law or some shit like that. So,
sacrilege.
So on the 14th, Lina, your call-in privileges will be restored. All right, but James, I'm gonna pee. When I do, I'm gonna put you on full screen, and I'm gonna put on the speaker so I can listen, and then you are gonna tell us why you think, wink, wink, it's just your humble opinion, wink, wink, that God might be an imaginary character.
Right. So, should I be talking while you're... I'll wait till you get back.
Oh, no, you go now. You ramble so I don't interrupt you.
Oh,
I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, right. So whether or not Magic Man in Sky is real or not, and it's just like, here we are, we're adults. To even have that discussion with a straight face, like it warrants serious consideration, just makes me feel really, really silly. Like, okay, Magic Man in Sky, what do we do with that, really? So, Christians like to call dibs on entire concepts. So... And I don't want to be too one-sided about this because I realize that, what was his name? How do you even pronounce that? Keith? Like, I don't even know. Like, I realize he's not here to, defend his side of it. He's only in the chat, and I don't want to be too unfair about this. So here's the thing. I learn a lot about real life by living life. And as I learn all these new and wonderful things about the human experience and how the way that our minds work, that gives me insights into the phenomenon people refer to as God. And, of course, I don't come to all these conclusions by myself or all these realizations. Dark Matter 2525, for example, has played a heavy role in that. So have other content creators. So have numerous authors that I've read from and countless debates with Christians and atheists and even between Christians and other Christians that I've watched. And so here's the interesting thing about people that exist and we actually have real relationships with. What happens is we we absorb sensory data through our various senses. So our eyes deliver electrical impulses to our brain, which translates those electrical impulses into images. And similarly, our ears do something comparable to that, and our other senses do as well. So what happens is, inside of our brain, we generate a three-dimensional, or arguably fourth-dimensional hologram that represents the outside world. We're not actually seeing people. We're not actually touching people, right? Even the molecules in our hand, or the cells in our hand, don't actually touch someone else's, because there's like an invisible force field there that repels. It feels like a sensation that we're actually physically connecting with them, but we're technically not. And on a microscopic scale, there's an invisible barrier there. But it doesn't change the fact that here we have all this sensory information, and our minds generate this hologram representation of the outside world that we hope fairly approximates what's really out there, what's really happening. Well, we do the same thing when relationships. There is separately the person that actually exists within their own mind and within their own experience. And so there is a physicality there of some sort, assuming that all this world is real in the first place, right? So, but that's not the person we're directly interacting with. That's not the person we're directly experiencing a relationship with. We're experiencing a relationship with the representative hologram, or the idea of who they are, based on sensory stimulation and the way that we interpret that data through the lens of our personal experience in life, our own personal biases and likes and dislikes and feelings, and the way that our brains associate different ideas. And so who that person is to me, like take any person, who that person is to me isn't the same as who that person is to anyone else who knows them. It can even work that way for inanimate objects. A tree, for example. You walk down by a river and there's a tree. What you see is the same tree technically that someone else sees, but to you it's a different thing. One person sees it as a beautiful thing that they want to draw paintings of and write poetry about. Another guy sees it as an opportunity to chop something down and for firewood. Another person sees it as an opportunity to build a treehouse. To each person, it is something different. They have a different sensory relationship and internal relationship to that object. Well, it's even more true when it comes to people. Who that person is to me isn't the same as who it is to somebody else. So even if there is some super being up in the sky, magic man in sky, who he is to one theist isn't the same as who that person is to another theist. So the figure, the representative figure, which lives in the mind of the perceiver, whether they're really perceiving it or intuiting it or imagining it or whatever, separate issue. What they perceive, the person that exists within their mind, this person of God as they know it, no matter if it exists independently of them or doesn't, is not the same as who that person is to the next person who claims a God. And this is why no two people in the history of ever have ever mentioned the same God. They have not. They all who that figure is for them is unique to them, because it is formed in large part with their own personal life experiences, their own biology, the way that their brain associates different concepts with different feelings and different experiences in their life. And this is why a Christian can say, I know God and he's real to me. I've experienced him and I've met him. But a Christian in a rival sect whose beliefs about God are mutually incompatible says the same thing and means the same thing in general, but the specifics of who that character is within their mind is a very different character. So they're referring to someone else. And the same is true for Hindus and Muslims and the various pagan religions. So, it's
Jesus,
for someone.
I just want to interject quickly. Sorry, and please pin your thought. Do you know what that means? Like, remember what you're about to say, so you don't forget it. Okay. But I did just really relate to that because I remember talking about how personal, like, my Jesus was. I remember this exercise we did. I was working at a church with kids, and we did this exercise where I don't know who. I think I wasn't like the teacher. I was like the art. There was like the art teacher. I was like sitting in or whatever, and they asked them to like draw their version of heaven, right? Perfectly fine thing to ask third graders to do, and right or whatever. So so I drew mine, right, and you know I'm partially trying to get ribs out of the kids, but they laughed at mine, and I was like, "What are you laughing at?" And I was like, "Look, there's a wrestling ring. There's like a bass guitar, there's drums, and then there's like this wall. Like to me, my heaven is like the WWE Performance Center because there's wrestling rings to wrestle around. There's all the belts are on the wall, and then it's partially like Guitar Center. You ever been to Guitar Center? There's like just a wall of snare drums and a room full of cymbals, right? And we're like, and that's heaven for a drummer, right? I just want to go and not have to buy anything and just I want to play with this snare drum right now. Oh, I want these cymbals. Now this is zero other human beings' picture of heaven or Jesus or the Bible and none of that. But you couldn't tell me my Jesus didn't want to wrestle with me. My Jesus was like, yo, it's on, Jay, hot tag off the top, right? Like, we're about to win the tag team champions. Oh, Jay, you know I got you. Jay, grab that snare. I know you've been looking at that bell brass snare drum. Yeah, it's the one Lars Ulrich used to play. Yo, grab that. I'm about to pick up this Metallica bass. Let's go. What you want to play? Enter Sandman. Let's get it, Jay. Right? Because that's what me and Jesus want to do. Oh, you and Jesus are walking on a paved road of gold, and he's like, you know, going over the stories of how much he loves you. Like, I'm like, that don't sound like heaven to me. It sounds like awful. It sounds like the worst idea ever, right? Me and Jesus is trying to have a good time. But yeah, go ahead. I was just telling you, like, it's to your point. It's a vision of one. And I think if people are honest with themselves, that's kind of the point. Like, that's the part they embrace. I think they want to deny that when they talk to us. But I think people who have really been believers know that that's kind of the whole deal. It's like you personalize it and all that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And it kind of reminds me of Eddie Griffin's skit. Is it Griffin or Griffith? Yeah, Griffin. Okay. So Eddie Griffin, he's got a, I don't know if you want to call him, he's 3.4 million views on the one video that I have bookmarked for him.
Oh, wow.
And basically he talks about how there's a lot of people out there who have envisioned this idea of Jesus and God, or Jesus as God, depending on their theology, who envision a God or Jesus who is very insecure, who is like violently insecure. And so you better not say anything that they might take personal. Don't make fun of them. Don't make light of them, right? So Eddie Griffin's position is, because he's a theist, he's not an atheist. He's like, look, basically the Jesus that he knows has a sense of humor, because he would have to have a sense of humor.
Right.
He'd be cool. He'd be chill. He'd be like, you can talk shit, you know, but as long as it's done in the spirit of just being funny and having fun with somebody that you actually do like and respect, then it's not really a disrespect.
Dude,
right?
when I worked at a church, I would go home, right? Time to smoke weed. I just dealt with these kids, right? And it was literally like I light up, Jesus, what the fuck is going on with these fucked up ass kids? Like, Jesus, these niggas was climbing the walls of the sanctuary, Jesus. Now, you know I can't beat another person's kids in public, Jesus, but the niggas was climbing the walls, Jesus. Like, that's how I talk to him. Like, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing the Lord's work. What, I gotta be a fucking square at home off the clock too? Right? Like,
right.
Of course I'm gonna just talk to Jesus like he's my nigga. It's Jesus. Like, you already know what I'm thinking, what I'm gonna do, filter it for him? Like, what the fuck?
Right, exactly. So, I mean, that's literally keeping it real.
Right,
you
exactly.
Know. So this is one of the problems I have with conservative fundamentalists' conceptualizations of God and Jesus. You know, it's a spectrum in terms of which conceptualizations of God are helpful versus harmful to the own person's psychology and to the way that they relate to other humans. And so when on this one part of the spectrum, we have these people whose idea of God and Jesus or whatever is that he is basically checks off everything on the list of diagnostic criteria for narcissistic personality disorder. And I mean a severe version of it.
Unbelievable. Hang on a sec, James. I got to get some hydration. My water's almost empty, and I've been feeling weird today, so I want to make sure I keep hydrated. I'll be right back.
All right, man. So who we got in the house today? We got Big Fang Fine Wayne. What's up, man? Got Lina. We got Cameron. Who else we got? YouTube Punk is in the house. Tux TV. Always great to see you, man. Who else we got? I don't know if I'm still saying cafe.
Yeah, see, I think I always cool. Lina said Jesus be like, you smoking weak shit. I got the bag right here, and pulls out the monitor. Yeah, see the man. See, like that is how I was about it. And matter of fact, like it's funny. Like I joke about how my family used to call me the Rican Deacon, but they really did, because again, I worked at the church, right? I was serious about my faith. I was a worship drummer, but I was cool. Like I still had sex with my girlfriend. I just thought, I don't care that religious people think that's wrong. They're stupid.
Right?
Like, I don't gotta be dumb because they dumb. Jesus ain't make me stupid. Right. And I thought if I wasn't manipulating somebody or doing something inconsensual, then I probably was all right,
Right.
And yeah, like I thought, like that's how Jesus was to me, and to the point, like a lot of other serious Christians were like that. So for instance, one of my cousins was dating a Rastafarian, but he was like a serious Rastafarian, right? And I used to go over there, man, and he would give me the whole, like a lot of the esoteric Christians kind of do, like, oh yeah, man, the problem is you hanging out with the evangelical squares, man, and they got the whole Bible fucked up, so they got your vision fucked up. So I would go over his house, man, and he would sit there and we would smoke. Right, I'm at my cousin's place with a kid running around. She just cooking rice and chicken and shit in the kitchen. We just chilling, right? I'm literally chilling with my family at the church in the hood, right? I'm in my grandfather's church. What I'm gonna do? It's between service. Like my grandparents are gonna do some bullshit with all the old ladies. I'm gonna go kick it with Latoya for a little bit. I'll meet y'all at the afternoon service, right? So I'm chilling, but my point is, her husband, her guy, her time, we would roll up mad spliffs, right? And he would sit there and read the Bible to me, like, nah, Jay, they've been fucking up. Look, let me show you what the gospel really says. Look, the gospel say turn the other cheek, but ain't because you're supposed to be no bullshit ass pastor. You turn the other cheek because you about to swing back around the other side with a sword, right? That's how So he cool as hell, right? And he just sitting back smoking. Yeah, man. Because that was his thing. So there's tons of, it's such a wide umbrella. All right, so this was blowing my mind. Y'all know Derek is a mod of this channel, and so I don't really tell Derek what to do for my birthday, but apparently tomorrow, my birthday at 2 p.m., he's doing a stream on the historicity of Jesus. With a scholar who I think is Jesus real? I already logged in and left the super chat. I was like, it's my birthday and you're doing the historicity of Jesus. Here's my money. Happy birthday, me. Yeah. We will be watching that stream at 2 p.m. Y'all could be there, y'all could be here. It really don't matter. It'll be the same thing going on both places. But it's funny because that baffles me now. Like, that's a bigger challenge to me than it ever was before. That's big tent we're talking about. This fucking magical genie in the sky who somehow gets envisioned as this dude from 2,000 years ago, right? This argument or this claim that somehow, and I'm just gonna put it all on the table and not say I think it's fully been established, but let's say it's established. Like, no, the best research really is the Ehrman take and not the Carrier take, right? Or closer to Ehrman, right? There was a guy, however, right? Mm-hmm. To me, that's like evolution, Big Bang cosmology, general relativity, mind blowing. There was a guy. There was a primate, half a chromosome away from a chimpanzee. Literally, in my worldview, a fucking monkey, who somehow had some kind of influence on this world. Started real small as fuck, probably in the backwoods of nowhere. And 2,000 years later, I cannot get this motherfucker's name out of people's mouths for the life of me. Mm-hmm. That blows my fucking mind. If I could travel back in time and meet one person, he just made the top of the fucking list. Think about Obama, Prince, Michael Jackson, put all them, Nicki Minaj, her, whoever the fuck the next person, put them all together, put them all together. Ain't none of them nearly as, even Donald Trump says the one person more famous than him is Jesus. Now, if we're talking about a mythical figure, that makes perfect sense. Because who else would be the perfect example of a human other than the person who never was a human?
Right.
Now, if you tell me at the bottom of all that, and I was like a mythicist. Like I read Carrier's. Obviously I started as a historicist, but I literally became a mythicist. I took Carrier's class when Derek took it. I read the whole shit. Now, if you could convince me, like Derek is leaning historicist, right? And so I'm trying to go there with him and just be like, all right, I'm gonna take this on. I'm gonna let y'all really try to convince me there was a guy. And when I try to be serious about it, like think about what we're saying, I'm like, wow, that was really all inspired by a guy. Like that, in my naturalistic worldview, blows my mind. Like that's fucking fascinating to me.
Sure, and this unkillable figure as well. Like he pulled a Chumbawamba, right? Like gets knocked down, but he gets up again. Ain't never going to keep him down.
Seriously. But think about 2,000 years from now, you come back and people are like, well, I have a personal relationship with James Apperson, and did you know James Apperson saves? Yeah, you're going to fucking hell, but all you got to do, you could be forgiven of everything bad you've ever done. All you got to do is believe in James Apperson, right? And we as the people who knew you, we'd be like, James did write some very insightful blogs, but yeah, I must have missed it at the time.
Right?
I knew he was saying some inspiring shit, but damn, James, I didn't see the writing on the wall, my friend. Sorry about that. I guess I denied you 3 times. I'm fucking Peter up in this bitch, right?
Yeah.
But wouldn't that blow your mind, though?
Yeah, it would.
Go ahead.
It's extra ironic that it was Peter's hallucination that's credited by skeptics for what started the Christian religion more than anything else. That in conjunction with Paul's writings. So for Peter to be the one in the Bible that denies Jesus 3 times and ends up being the one that basically starts the religion about him, that's an interesting turn of events too. But the whole. I mean, I don't want to get too off topic unless we want to jump topics, which I'm cool with that too. But...
Well, all right, it's up to you. So we have 2 things to do. One is we could talk about this, and the other is we could watch and figure out what's going on because Rebecca and Sal and Miklas are talking.
Yeah, let's spy on them and see if there's anything there we can make fun of.
All right, let me see if we can get this going here. I told y'all we stuck at the mall today. I have no idea what's going on this stream. I was backstage with one. Oh, here we go. All right, so now we do share screen. Let's try that one.
Computational system here.
Can you hear it okay?
That is involved. So this cannot evolve
I'm only
randomly.
backstage. I don't hear it back
because
here.
If the ERV evolves randomly...
All right, hang on a sec. I think I changed it so that sometimes I change it so that if people play like sounds and stuff, it doesn't go into the restream. Like if I call in a show and somebody redeems a sound, like I've had that go off in the restream and that's kind of awkward,
Yeah.
Also, did you see the thing yesterday where Jason Torn was playing the stream on Rebecca's stream?
Oh, yeah, I was there. I was like, what the heck is going on?
All I heard is me going, and I will go off on your monkey ass.
Yeah, right. That was perfect timing.
And Rebecca the look on Rebecca's face was perfect. Cameron sent me that. That was so funny.
Yeah,
oh, my God, I was crying.
Awesome.
All right, you should be able, here, let me reset it so that it's live.
So if we're gonna argue an old earth, we'll have to say God made progressive creation, and we had these things miraculously created in place at a certain time in our history.
James, can you hear it?
No.
No, okay. It might be because, hang on a second. It might be because I had it on the computer that's muted. Let me switch computers real quick. Uh-oh. StreamYard just gave me Streamlabs just gave me a warning. What's that? Skipped frames. All right. Did Coffee leave? Yeah, I think so. I don't know where they went. James, I'm gonna share it over here and see what happens. Let's see. Guys, what channel is that on? Actually, let me just click the link. Stream snipe. Yeah, this is what like This is what happens on Twitch a lot. But the thing is, like, for some reason, it's not. All right, sorry, guys, I gotta be weird because Restream doesn't let me click on links from the chat because they're really with the 21st century. They totally get how YouTube works. From the chat. It's very modern. All right, here we go. All right, so now I gotta go back in here so I can share with James. Boop. No, not disable the camera. Share the screen. That one.
Is in fighting off viruses.
Now you can hear him, right? Well, when I played it for a second.
Yeah.
It is like a virus because then, the function of it is to fight off viruses. So it makes sense. And he said the evolutionary explanation is that these were originally viruses outside, came inside, and it's similar to and then started working for our bodies, right? And it's similar to like a robber breaking in your house and then turning around and being the security guard. And you responded to that and you said you don't think that's a good analogy. You said it's more like a technically superior nation with special forces that you defeat you take their weapons, like somebody, a force attacks you, you're somehow able to overpower them. You take their weapons and then you use their weapons against them. Okay. So that was an interesting analogy, but what I notice about it is that there's an agent there. There's foresight. There's intelligence involved, right? So you take the weapons and you use them against them. That takes, some type of knowledge, right? And that is what the cells don't have, right? We don't know of any thing within the cell that would give it such foresight to be able to,
I know,
take a weapon and turn it and use it in a different way.
I don't know how it came about, but as far as I know, we have multiple immune responses.
I mean, they're assigning intelligent agency and then saying since there's intelligent agency.
Right, but...
Yeah.
Against it, so
hang on a sec. Where is the...
how it came about, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
The immune
I just noticed
system's
something.
another good example that I think you should look at that and say, that is not something that can evolve. That takes foresight. That takes, so if you're citing the immune system as an example, again, you said you don't know how that came about, but you're kind of assuming that it came about by natural processes and using it as an example, but we don't know that it came about by natural processes.
We don't know.
All right, now I have you on a separate.
No, it's wrong to say we because I can't
mixed
speak
in her.
for.
Sorry, I went to mute her before and I muted you too because I had you on the same mix. Are you still there, James? James, did I lose James?
The face of it, see the problem, but there might be one I don't know.
Something's going on.
I don't on the face see how that seems improbable, to be honest.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Well, and again, this again, if you start with the assumption that evolution happened, then of course it seems probable. But if you start from a neutral position and say, I don't know how things came about, and you consider what it would take for something like that to come about, it seems to me that it would take some foresight, some planning,
there's no neutral position. That is just awful.
The attacks that
this is the myth of letting the apologist lay the groundwork. Oh, we're going to start from a neutral position. No, why would we do that?
In the evolutionary process. So,
and guys, I'm gonna let her talk. It's gonna be hard not to interrupt this, and I guess I'll probably have to mercy interrupt them just for my own sanity's sake. Also, probably to not lose my job. I'm sure if my boss tunes in and just lets me watches me let them spew anti-evolutionist bile with no retort, I'll get a talking to. Jay, we don't mind you playing apologist on your show, but can you please counter-apologize them? Because that was just god-awful. Guys, what I really wanted to quickly say is I'm going to let you guys listen, but here's what I want you to pay attention to. Stop being biology nerds. Stop paying attention to the biology. This is not biology, and this is the wrong way to teach biology. You do not say, oh, you clearly don't know how evolution works. Let me explain ERVs to you. Right? You don't start with, oh, you can't explain how natural selection works. Let me tell you about translation, right? This is not how this works. But this is what I call anti-education. There's an essential struggle that happens between educator and educatee in a classroom, right? Between teacher and student. And that is, I am trying my best as the teacher to convey information to you for the benefit of your learning, right? In exchange, my students are trying their best, despite the limitations of their knowledge, their experience, and most of all, my teaching, which always needs improvement. They are trying to come up with the right answer, right? James, that's like an essential thing in the classroom, right? The teacher's going to try to teach you the best math they can, and you're going to do your best to try to come up with the right answer, right? Mm-hmm. This is what happens when the teacher is trying to teach you the wrong answer, and the student is trying their best deliberately to learn the wrong answer. I would literally call this anti-education. It is from both sides the exact opposite of what should happen in an educational setting. And for Rebecca to be engaging in this is something we're just going to have to try to talk candidly about. For Sal to be doing it is disgusting and unacceptable.
Ultimately started with cellular organisms. Viruses didn't come first, cells did.
So they broke out from a cellular organism.
Yeah.
When did the Sphinx finger originate?
The zinc finger.
Yeah, Jason Torn. If we don't have that basic established,
in like
I'm not even trying to teach you content yet.
Earlier.
Okay, so there's no Sphinx fingers.
The eukaryotic zinc finger emerged. There are prokaryotic zinc fingers we found out recently. The eukaryotic zinc finger emerged. Like I think around the time of vertebrates.
Okay.
Someone
so
can check. They're
so
not
those
very...
Sphinx fingers. Those Sphinx fingers, sorry, are made so they match the DNA of the prokaryote.
Of the eukaryotic ERV,
no,
but I need
the original ones. You said we had the zinc fingers in prokaryote.
Okay. He doesn't. Sal doesn't know shit.
There are prokaryotic zinc fingers.
Sal's
I need to
the
point out
worst.
something because this can be a little confusing. Zinc fingers can attach to anywhere in the DNA that it's spelled. It can attach to genes, promoter regions, all sorts of DNA. It doesn't.
Sal is an example of the expert to non-experts.
It attaches to something that's spelled a certain way.
I get that.
Okay.
But
people like Rebecca think Sal's a biological expert. People in freshman biology would laugh Sal out of a classroom quickly.
The retroviruses would always,
especially as soon as he says, I just had to accept that I wanted to believe that the earth is young. I had to accept that I didn't have all the facts that I wanted or all the evidence that you'd like to have in the situation, but that I just had to go with it. That'd be about when the freshmen laughed him out of the classroom, in case you guys were wondering when that would happen.
Prokaryote is very different than the eukaryote. It's like we can build engines with carburetors or fuel injection, but everything else is very similar. This would be akin to it because the
boom, Cameron Bennett, unjustified hope. There you go.
Is very radically.
That's the whole purpose of this, is to establish
prokaryotes
unjustified
and
hope.
eukaryotes implement their zinc fingers differently. It can't just be
someone who needs to be lied
to
in search of someone to lie to them.
But you do raise an interesting point. Were there retroviruses hypothetically before zinc fingers? And we could grant that. What I would just say is that we might have certain ERVs that look created.
It would be more interesting. It would be more interesting if the retroviruses came after the zinc fingers. If they came out of cells from creatures that already had zinc fingers, then they had the partial key.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe if we have that talk on Rebecca's channel, which will actually be spending a lot of time just describing all the cellular architecture, and it's going to get into the weeds. But then the reason I like,
gotta understand, some of this shit's easy for me because I have an excuse. And I tell you guys what that excuse is all the time. The excuse is I get paid by legitimate universities to do this legitly. You got to remember, there's no filter on YouTube, guys. Anybody can start a YouTube channel and pretend they're an expert. Experts and non-experts can do it alike. So here's another problem. So I want you guys to understand this, and we're going to talk about this during the Ken Hovind debate too. If I get into a room with Ken Hovind and these creationists and they start talking about ERVs, DNA, you need a cell before you get a replicator, any of these nonsense things, there's a big sequence error, right? Erica talked about this. You do not teach calculus to someone who has not had intro to algebra. You do not teach how to build a rocket and send it out of orbit to somebody who has not had intro to physics, right? If you don't know how a battery works, how are you going to expect to build a rocket ship, right? And what these apologists do is they jump into topics that no biologist in their right mind would ever agree to discuss with anybody other than an honor student who was on a rocket ship to advanced biology, right? You've got those kids who their dad was a chemist and, you know, they've been a biology nerd since 5th grade, and they get into your classroom and they're just begging you for shit. I have students like this, and these are the type of students you talk to about this type of shit. Or they're getting ready to go to grad school, or they want to go to med school, but they already have a specialty that they've picked out and they want to do genetic counseling or some shit like that, right? Otherwise, guys, I'm making a very serious point that is more important than whatever nonsense Sal and Rebecca are spewing right now. You do not teach these advanced topics to people who do not have a fundamental understanding of the basics. The reason why this type of shit happens. You can say all types of fancy words at them and bullshit and nonsense and put up a picture and blase and the glavinoids, and they have no idea how to assess or challenge what you're saying because they don't have a fundamental understanding enough of the basics to even assess the information you're giving them. So you're smart, you tell them they're right, and you'll be like, oh, well, here's why you're right, Rebecca. Blase, blase, looks like creation. Rebecca goes something, something biology. Didn't hear you, something with the chemistry and the zipper and the analyzer, blah, 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 blah. Check. All I heard was creation is true because of science. All right, cool, guys. Then she comes on Bread of Life. Hey, guys, look, I'm just trying to be an honest. Look, guys, I'm not even an apologist, right? I'm really an evangelist. And I'm trying to tell you about the love of Jesus. Now, listen, all I know you guys have heard, here comes the tier list of Rebecca Counter-Apologetics. Guys, all I'm trying to say is that there's some evidence for young earth creationism, and there's some for evolution, right? There's some for an old earth and some for a young earth. Some for a designer and some for not a designer. And then I don't know, I'm kind of teetering on the balance. And then you know, I trust Sal. Sal's my friend and he's got a great scientific background. And I can't explain all of it to you guys. I don't have that type of background. I didn't work in all the labs. I didn't write a book. I didn't work for NASA or whatever the fuck Sal brags about. That has nothing to do with biology, so I don't know why he mentions it. But right, it's just what Cameron said. It's just enough false confidence to bolster up someone's false hope. And then, again, voice in the wilderness, Mean Jay, big old nasty, all he wants to do is make fun of religious people and tell them they're wrong. Jay has to say, Rebecca, sweetheart, I love you. You're one of my favorite people on the internet. I think you're a dope-ass broadcaster. But Sal is feeding you nonsense, and it's painful for me to watch. And I'm really sorry that I have to be the one to have this conversation with you, because apparently Sal would rather be right than tell you the truth. So wonder who you should consider a better friend. But Rebecca and I will get to know each other as we are. Nah, shout out to Rebecca. She emailed me. I really do consider Rebecca a friend. She's a great person. And, you know, we all know and love lots of great people that don't agree with us on this stuff. She's one of them. So it's not a big deal.
Broadcast. And
I mean, it is a big deal, but y'all know what I mean. We can still be friends.
That's a way of...
Except for she's going to shame us for telling her the shit is child abuse, because the shit is child abuse. Therefore, I said it. Peter W., add it to your spreadsheet. 8/1/2022. Jay said that Rebecca's beliefs are child abuse. James Apperson, do you still feel that way?
Absolutely. When I'm not even remotely angry.
Oh my goodness. He encouraged another atheist to say it, and they were tag teaming those women.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say part of the reason both sides do this is they want
salads
people
banned
want to
in
believe
most
that we figured
casinos
it
in
out.
the U.S.
And also these organizations.
Yeah, 29th at 8 p.m. on.
No one's really eager to say.
Searching for delusions. I mean, standing for lies. Sorry, what's the name of Donnie's channel? James.
Standing for truth.
Standing for truth. If that's what they want to call it. That's the channel it's going to be on.
And I get that, but what holds me from saying that is, when I think there are arguments on both sides. I will point out in the debate with PhD Tony, what he didn't challenge was the magnetic field.
Oh, really? That's super interesting.
That is a testable prediction. And I even pointed out in that debate on the Wikipedia entry, the testable prediction is the magnetic field will decay.
Yeah, people don't know that. Casinos don't have to let you gamble if they know you can beat the house.
Civilization can actually see that prediction.
They can just say, we don't want your action here. Perfectly legal.
Climate.
Happens to professional hustlers all the time.
The magnetic field protects us from the solar wind, which could strip away our atmosphere and also the ozone layer. So
Most
that
are
is
smart enough to
prediction.
cash out and leave.
I was like, okay, I saw what Tony would attack. He would attack the faint young sun paradox. He didn't. He tried to dismiss as irrelevant the chemical dates, and I could have been a little bit
sitting
more
in
forceful and saying, no, you can't just dismiss it. It's problematic for your side.
Cameron
and I know
Bennett
other
for the win.
geochronologists that know that, yeah, that is a problem, Sal, for old Earth. And he didn't even touch the magnetic field. And I'm like, okay, you gave me the data point I needed. So if I were going to give some order to things of arguments in favor of young Earth creationism, PhD Tony kind of gave
Cameron Bennett, that's a 10 million pocket change comment. That was out of this world.
It's going to be harder.
Donnie's new nickname is Sitting in Deceit.
Is the
consistency,
the concordance of radiometric dates with other things, and he made a very good argument. So sorry I had to go on that tangent, but I know some people are wanting to hear, I just had to, when people say there's no evidence, I'm giving you three major evidences. And like I said, I said in my debate, a single ugly fact can bring down a beautiful theory. So right now, this is the battle of ugly facts. He has radiometric dating.
That's also not how science works.
I have the magnetic field and chemical dating.
Oh.
Guys, think about what Sal just said. A single fact can bring down an entire theory. Yeah, it might be if it was like actually one of your goddamn miraculous observations you guys keep telling us happened, but we can't observe, right? But again, scientific theories are based on mountains of facts. So how would a theory that itself is only considered a scientific theory, right? Not just, oh, I got a theory the Mets are going to beat the Yankees. A scientific theory, it does not become a scientific theory without resting on a mountain of facts. So if that theory were going to be overturned, it would take a counter-mountainous size series of observations, right? One fact doesn't trump a mountain of facts. It just gives you one fact that, if anything, gives you some edge case that you need to explain. And actually, until the edge case is repeated, most of us just consider you have some one-off observation that we don't even need to explain until you can even demonstrate that this is more than just one unique observation. Again, the basics, folks. You don't go into graduate level shit with somebody who misrepresents the fundamental basics about the math of many facts being overturned by one, because that's not how numbers work, right? So until me and Sal can agree on how numbers work, right, I'm not going to let Sal tell me about how a single observation in, theoretical, hypothetical physics overturns the mountains of biological evidence we have in biology. I mean, just this type of... God, Sal, you must think we're as dumb as you are. All right, James, what do you want to say? And then I'm going to go to Pine Creek, but I know when I put on all the Pine Creek nerds are going to start being Pine Creek nerds. So I want to hear from you because you're here and Doug's not.
Fair enough. So just a quick observation then. I mean, Sal's quote-unquote teaching Rebecca with analogies. And so that's not science. That doesn't really explain what's really happening in the cells. It's just an analogy. But it creates this sense of having learned something about the cells. So then she reasons from the analogy that since there's, for example, agency in the analogy, then there must be agency in the cell, right? There must be some intelligence at work. So it's not an honest way to teach.
James, that's a bomb-ass insight. Please hang around for more. And also let me know if when I pull up this Theist Thursday, if you just have any thoughts, just say mute or whatever, and then I'd love to hear what you think. I'm not attached to any of this. I'm just kind of hanging out, flowing with things. I am going to pay out to Jay's Clown Girl because I needed to know that information about Sal. I'm paying out... I think I'm going to pay out $10 million. I feel bad. I gave Cameron $10 million for an amazing comment that was out of this world, but that's some serious intel. Sal is anti-Avita. I'm actually an Avita Ed developer. I literally did an Avita Ed presentation yesterday, and who was in the audience? Rich Lenski, all the lead Avita Ed developers, the guy who wrote Avita. So yeah, these are my mentors. So if Sal is anti-Avita, we can 100% call this thing personal. And after I make a name for myself by destroying Kent Hovind, I'm going to make Sal famous by whooping his monkey ass next. And we will try to get him to debate me over Avita. And so we'll see if the guy on the Avita Ed team, the development team who teaches Avita Ed at a university knows what he's talking about, or Sal. And we'll see how that goes. I'm very nervous though. Really nervous. I'm kind of scared. I'm shaking in my boots. Come on. I hit this damn thing and it didn't go.
Can someone tell me, look at this. I don't even know if this will work.
Come on.
I mean, my heart's beating.
There
my
we
heart's
go.
beating. My hands are shaking. My hands are shaking.
You guys see that? Microphone properties. Look at it. I did not do that. Look at how it's dropping. Why is it doing that?
Watch him commit a fraud. Watch him be a fraud. He's going to blame Myron.
Thank you, Daniel De La Noche.
It's not Myron's fault, Doug.
So that's a no.
Doug fired Myron. I hired Myron. Doug is... This is another atheist conspiracy. Doug, see, I saw this. Doug, you guys find me the stream. There is evidence. You can find a stream where Doug fires Myron. He fired him. And that very weekend, on Late Night Counter-Apologetics, I hired him. And after that, Doug regretted letting Myron walk. And since then, he's got some shabby, B-list, fake assistant that he doesn't want you guys to know isn't Myron, because he doesn't want you to know he's having fucking regret because he snapped, he was hangry. We have Myron. Myron is backstage here. Who the hell do you think queued up Fozzie and arranged that booking? Myron realized he was with the A-list atheist. He wanted no more parts of Pine Creek. No more parts of that shit. You're lying, Doug.
Apply.
And Pine Point's are fake.
Okay, let's see if that worked. %. Is it going to drop now? 90%, 90%, 90%, 90%. Oh, it's not. No, it just dropped to 84, 71.
Shout out to Iron Charioteer. And Dave M.
Check the settings for peak limiter. Oh yeah, easy for you to say, Colorado biker. You need to reinstall Linux. Yeah. I hate Windows. No, the problem is I got different applications and they're fighting with each other. XSplit's fighting with Whereby. Whereby's fighting with Chrome. Delete System 32. Oh yeah, why don't I just format my hard drive while I'm at it? Yeah, Chad Tony. Yeah. Control Alt Delete? Is that what? God is telling you to stop. Yeah, God is trying to silence me. This is ridiculous. I constantly have to move it back up. Does the microphone have its own drivers? Yeah, it's a Yeti. This is way more important than Jesus, this microphone. You know why? Because it's real.
All right, that was pretty good.
Disable exclusive mode.
Guys, Myron's very upset. Now, I didn't want to bore you guys with behind the scenes technical stuff because you guys don't care, but put it to you this way. Part of what you guys don't realize in this community is Doug kept Myron locked up in the studio full time. Doug is like Vince McMahon in the WWE, you know, who recently retired. Maybe Doug should take a hint. No, I'm kidding. But you know, Doug treats you like an employee, like a slave, quite frankly. But then he tells you you're technically a private contractor, so he doesn't give you any benefits. Now, when I hired Myron, and he's not working for me, I let him moonlight. And you see me and Myron have a great thing going. The only thing that stops our streams are, you know, the machines going down, the power outage, bad internet. But me and Myron been working on smooth operation. But when Doug blames Myron for this type of shit, oh, Doug can't even get his mic together, or his new assistant apparently can't even figure out how to work a damn microphone. Yeah, Myron's upset. It's hurting his ability to get side work. He's like, Jay, people were calling me. I started doing your streams and my shit was blowing up. And then Doug pretended to hire me again, started blaming me for not figuring out his mic, not figuring out his screen. No theists want to talk to him. They're not calling him anymore. You're blowing up, taking over the community. He's losing his community and he's blaming me and it's hurting my side business. But that's Doug. All he cares about is Doug.
Let's update Windows.
Let's update Windows. See how bad that makes Myron look?
2,000 pine points to Cisco for making me laugh. Have you tried turning your computer off and on? I'm assuming you're joking, but something is adjusting automatically the mic volume. You have to find which one. Yes. Tell me something I don't know. Inosgnatikuk. Go to Device Manager, uninstall your microphone. Yeah, and then I don't have a microphone.
Pocket Locker 86.
There's nothing I can do right now, right?
I guess just tell them like Gmail if they want to email me or social media. Thank you.
Doug, disable automatic volume adjustment. I did! And it's still...
Also, that's a rookie mistake. You disable the... noise suppression and the echo cancellation. You leave the automatic.
Room's open for theists to come
that's
in.
What makes
if you
sure
can pray
your guest
and fix
volume
this,
doesn't get crazy.
I tell you.
See, I know Myron. I don't know who the fuck who's working with Doug now. Some fucking amateur, man. They're confusing the advice you give as a person calling in with the advice you give the actual streamer as to host all of this shit. They don't know what the fuck. I don't know.
Talk really quietly. If I talk really quietly, does it go down? Hey, you might be onto something.
Now, look, I just want y'all to watch this. We're not going anywhere.
Okay.
We're going to watch Doug troubleshoot. Because all of you that whine and cry when I've got a technical difficulty or I've got to figure it out, and then you act like these bigger streamers never have any of this shit happen to them.
I'm going to go a little louder.
And see how long this boomer takes to figure out his mic.
Let's bring it back up to 80.
James, do you find this humiliating for Doug?
Keep it really quiet. This is how you talk to apologists and Christians. You cannot spook them.
Yeah, I do.
You have to be really
Doug
quiet like
and for his
this,
audience.
because if you talk too loud, they will run away.
All right. James, that was a trick question. Don't find it humiliating.
It's not humiliating at all, man. Not in the least bit.
No, because it's gonna happen to you. It's gonna happen a lot. Right? And you're gonna be live, and you know when it's really gonna happen? You wanna hear the truth, the real truth?
Yeah.
As soon as something big happens to you. Like,
Right.
let's say this MDD happens. Like, here's what's gonna happen: modern day debates are gonna just slide up in your chat randomly one day, right? And then they're gonna drop it on their social media, right? And like 300 people are just gonna pop up in your live stream out of nowhere. You're gonna think it's a fucking joke, like somebody's hacking you, and then your live chat's gonna blow up. This chats are gonna be scrolling by too fast for you to even read it, and then your mic's just gonna go out. You're gonna go on your best rant. People are gonna be like, "You're muted."
Yeah.
And you're
You know how I like to rant, too.
Exactly. And then you're going to spend 10 minutes on stream trying to figure it out. And you're just going to have to say, Jay told me this was going to happen. Today's the day it happened. I'm back. 95% of you have left, but for the 10 of you that are still here, we're ready to go.
Yeah, it'll happen.
It's fucking life. Send me an email that day. I'll buy you a drink.
Hey. I think my XSplit mic.
Oh,
setting
thanks,
was too
Lina.
high,
Super generous
and that's
of you.
causing my mic to
Pocket
blow.
Locker 86. Yep.
And so XSplit must be telling Windows to bring her down. Even though I told it Windows not to listen to XSplit, it's still. Oh, see, now it's down to 73.
Goodness.
I tell you, this mic is exactly like talking to theists. They're just so careful and gentle.
But this is that's the best way to do it, right? Is just make it part of the show, deal with it. Hey guys, appreciate you. Get some feedback
theists
from
wanna
your
talk to me?
chat. Make a joke about it. Keep it moving. Life's too short, guys. Shit happens.
Just speak at a steady volume. Dimitri, you have good advice. My mic is working well. Just speak at a steady volume.
Oh, they're planning my second
and you should
debate.
be
Let's
fine.
go.
Thank you,
That's what's up.
Demeter.
That's what I do now. I just, I'm just a talent. They just, Doug should check his event log. See, we got the advanced people over here. We got the real pros over in my chat.
I know. Don't groan.
I'm just the champion these days, guys. Now the company calls me. They tell me, yeah, we booked your next tour and appearance,
I just want to show
and you
you
got to defend against this person.
First 30 seconds.
I go, look, guys. I show up. I kick ass. I host the after party. And wash, rinse, repeat. I don't know anymore.
Assistant scholar on Dr. Gavin Ortland. He's coming on the channel to discuss this in a little bit of detail here, and it's going to be a pretty fun show today, actually. And before we get started, Gavin, I wanted to actually just kind of update the audience and update you as well, because we could have talked about this before the show started.
Okay, this is Cameron Bertuzzi.
Yeah, we're gonna listen to Cameron Bertuzzi, but
Nathan,
we're gonna
relax. There's something important
here.
Cameron says here.
But
I don't want to miss this, but I have to jump off for a bit. But
I was very close to becoming Catholic very recently, and I kind of put the brakes on that just because I think that what I need to do intellectually is to just do more work. Like I haven't even really given orthodoxy.
Did you guys know Cameron Bertuzzi recently went on a diet? Yeah, I know you guys saw that match Cameron and I had, but believe it or not, that night Cameron went on a diet. He ended up about 10 pounds of gold lighter. Oh, y'all get it? 10 pounds of gold lighter? Oh, man, Cameron, it's so good to see you, man. We were just rewatching our match the other night. We were celebrating how good it felt for me to stomp on you. Oh, and then there was that little part where I beat you and took your championship, and nobody's touched me for it since. Yeah, and I moved on to bigger and better things like Kent Hovind and modern day debates. And we should really sit down, though. I'm blowing up. I'm an A-list atheist out here. You gave me a really great early opportunity, Cameron Bertuzzi, and I owe you. I should return it. We should dance again. Woo. Oh, all right, guys, I'm going to put Pine Creek back on. This is just in case Cameron watches it later. I don't want I don't want to brag. I don't want to like hold it in his face or anything. I wouldn't want him to think that I wasn't being classy about the fact that I beat him for this and that was super embarrassing. Probably the worst day of his life. Oh, Cameron. Damn. Hey, Cameron, I got an idea though. If you really want the belt back in the family so badly, maybe you should have your brother challenge me for it. Oh God, Cameron Bertuzzi, man. Some things just never get old, man. You never forget your first love, you know? Your first rivalry, the first person you humiliate. Oh man. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate that.
Room's open.
Oh, the room's open. Let's
Is this
go.
better? I'm at 80% on XSplit, 80% on Windows. You want me to go to 100?
It's Theist Thursday, though. I don't know if I can go in. It's Theist Thursday.
I'll do it. Here's 100.
Oh, and Cameron Bennett
trot?
is better looking than Cameron Bertuzzi, man.
Yeah, I
It's
already
been a
did
rough-
play with my
It's been a
mom.
rough week around here for Cameron Bertuzzi. Oh, man. Oh, G-Man has a belt, too? My belt's better than G-Man's.
Doug, are you backed up?
Here's
No,
the
I had a good
difference,
bowel
too.
movement this morning.
I bet you G-Man's is a toy. And I bet you he just bought himself a belt. I bet you he's not the United States champion of World Wrestling Entertainment in real life. That's the difference. I'd love to see your toy belt, G-Man. Hey, G-Man, let's compare your WWE shop belt to my World Wrestling Entertainment United States Championship. I'd love to compare notes.
I have a feeling it's not the mic. I have a feeling it's
like
demons.
It's like it's like when you roll up to a party with a guy and he's showing off his wrestling action figures, and then you walk into the room with the rest of the real wrestlers. It'll be one of those type of moments.
Let's see, who's this? Elijah.
He'll probably had a Pocket Locker 86 action figure on his shelf with the little
Hi,
toy
Elijah.
belt, and he'll probably do his little fake entrance where he like pretends to be me in a video game and shit.
Hello?
Yes.
What up, G-Man?
Okay, well, I cannot hear you. So
Really?
I think I might need headphones or something.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I might need to get some.
Then get some headphones.
Bear
Nigga, what the
with me.
fuck are
I
you
gotta
calling
get headphones.
into a show? Don't you realize you part of the broadcast? We gotta educate our audience, y'all. Come on, when y'all call in, you're part of a show. Pretend you're on TV. Pretend you're calling in a Tucker Carlson or somebody really respectable like that.
Oh, that's a light.
You wouldn't call in a Tucker
one's
Carlson
fluorescent.
without a headset and a decent mic. Because you want to make a good impression on Tucker. It's big time stuff out here, guys.
Do you know fluorescent lights can give you headaches?
I mean, would you act this way on Newsmax?
All right.
Can you guys tell my particular political bias? Would you guys act this way if you were calling somewhere important like One America Network?
All right.
Hey.
Or Right
You hear me
Side
still?
Broadcasting?
Hey, there, I can hear you now.
There we go.
All right.
Oh, he's handsome. Wait,
I'm
never
from
mind.
the modern day.
Never mind. You don't have to have fancy equipment if you're good looking.
Ask you a question.
Who did?
Well, not really a member, but I guess you wanted me to come on and give you a challenge real quick.
Okay.
No, we just want to look at you. Can you just
I
sit there
guess
and look
the
cute?
challenge would be that knowledge is always taught, and I think this is a stepping stone that atheists need to step
Now
over.
you can watch Pine
is
Creek
to
and
have
comment.
like
There
I
you
guess
go.
a society.
This is the best
that
place to
is-
watch Pine
well,
Creek.
Based on the rejection
Watching Pine Creek on
of
Pine
a
Creek
deity
is
or
old
principles
hat.
by a deity. So it'd be a society that's kind of tribalistic. It would pretty much rationalize ethnostating, right? But I don't think we see that. And there's a good social experiment. I think it's called Kids Alone or Kids Left Alone. They do males, boys, and they do
Elijah, when you came on,
girls.
you said you were going to ask me a question, right?
Right. So I'd say the question would be, do you think all knowledge is, I guess, experience is taught or not?
Is all knowledge.
Now, a lot of you friendly atheists and skeptics in the chat don't want to say this, so I'm going to say it for you. But if you really think about this, let's try it. Let's try it. Now look at this. You guys know Doug is making him look stupid already, so you don't need to see what Doug says. You guys know. Just imagine he's doing the flying man, or he's doing like poof or drown, or what do you believe and why do you believe it, right? And the guy doesn't have a good answer. Now, guys, here's the thing. Wasn't my idea where he just sits there and looks cute a lot better? Right? Like, isn't this a lot more enjoyable, right? Like, he's a handsome guy. Like, he's, you know, if you saw him as, like, the backup worship singer at your church, you'd be like, oh, this is a nice place. I like these people. You know, he looked like a good, like, a cute, like, sixth grade soccer coach or something like that, right? And so, like, isn't him just kind of sitting there looking cute? I mean, I don't mean to disrespect the man, but I literally just think that him kind of just sitting there vibing, like, he's kind of got a nice vibe to him. But when he started with the, so wait, you think, let me just ask you this question here. You think all knowledge is experience? Oh, here we go. Motherfucking cute Christians with questions. Oh, Lord. Why don't they ever just stand there and just wave their hands, you know? Just be pretty. God made you beautiful. You don't have to have it all. You don't have to talk to, you know? You could be the strong, silent type. I think a lot of theists need to try that on. Watch, I'm going to unmute him. You're going to regret that I did, but I told you.
But, you know, in history, part of the discussions in the debate. So.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
How long have you been Christian?
20.
Making fart noises with his mouth.
18. So before I was Catholic and.
Catholics are Christians.
Before he was Catholic.
Yeah,
see what I mean?
Really,
see, here we go. See, I told you guys.
Too Christian, really.
I told you talking would ruin
the
whole thing.
They do believe in a lot of the Old Testament laws, but it's not as comparable to really. I'm not like most Christians, I'll tell you that. I like to
How many times you heard
go
that?
to the origin of the Bibles and trace the etymology of the words. So it takes a longer time.
Using big fancy words.
It takes a longer time. No. I like to go to the Bible and trace the etymology.
Oh, he likes to trace the etymology, guys. I know you guys are overwhelmed. He really thinks that we're the type of community that's impressed with people who tell us they like to trace the etymology of the words, guys.
At 18, you
guys, I like to trace the etymology.
Yeah.
What happened at 18 to change your mind?
I met a friend of mine. His name was Aaron. And so he's a lifeguard, and I was a lifeguard as well.
There we go. Tell us that story.
I decided, he challenged me. He was like, oh, you're Catholic? I was like, yeah, Catholic.
No, not that
Okay, well,
story.
what do you think about this? And I was like, oh, I guess I have to check that out. So I checked it in the Bible. And some of the Catholicism breaks a lot of the Old Testament commandments. So I was like, oh, okay. So
do you believe that
Catholicism is not the way?
Do you believe that the Bible
Peter W., I don't believe that the knowledge claims of theists
has God's stamp of approval, like it is His word.
I think you have a I like to trace the epistemology.
But there's no way to tell. But I'd
I
say
think you have
evidence
a
points towards the
fundamentally flawed
possibility since,
epistemology that
again,
I
the
trace
Bible
those
is
things,
not
and
as
so I
what
don't
a lot
believe
of
your
people
knowledge
think.
claims.
It's a collection of stories passed down through lots of generations, and their ancestors passing that story down through Mesopotamia, and it's a long process. But there's another explanation for that.
But why would you?
And that's through.
Why do you?
Go ahead.
What reason would you give personally that you think that that a God has anything to do with the Bible?
There we go.
Because if you apply those morals that supposedly are taught, or the principles that are taught in the Bible, you'd have more success in life. You'd have a better lifestyle.
I understand that answer. Now, if I was to read a book and apply those morals that this book taught, but it's not the Bible.
Cameron, he has a hard time multitasking. He's working on the spreadsheet. He's typing right
Everybody
now.
loves
There's some truth in that.
He heard me and James disavowing Rebecca earlier, and he's hard at work.
A guy named Myron, not God,
working on his spreadsheet.
Sure, but I'd have to ask, where did Myron learn that from? Who taught Myron this?
Okay, but the point is that you can have a book, and if you apply what the book says, you could become successful. So if that's possible without a God, why do you think a God has anything to do with the Bible?
Hang on, guys. I'm going to keep Peter W. busy.
Well, the Bible also has more influence than Myron. So I'd say there's some objective truth to those principles than Myron's principles. And
how do you know that maybe it does have objective truth, but how do you know it came from God? The Christian God. Let me be more specific.
Well, I'd say it definitely came from a deity or someone that has a higher knowledge. Exactly who that is, what God that is, because I don't have a time machine. But
can you give me a
I could say
specific
that it
example
definitely came.
Peter W., I don't know what counts as beating up women, but you can see here I have a woman of color in a headlock. I'm really trying to hurt her here. All right, I'd like to thank our volunteer. Appreciate you, baby. We really appreciate you for taking one for the team. Peter W., you got to make sure you get all these details. Don't forget to slap upside the head. All right, I'd like to thank our volunteer. See you later. Whoops. Oh, okay. She didn't hurt the camera. I was worried she might bump over the camera. That would have been too bad. No, Peter W., that's a woman. That's just what's left of her. Put it in your spreadsheet.
Agree there because, back in tribalist times, the tribes branching off from the other larger tribes, they didn't survive so well. A lot of them stole from each other and sold each other in slavery. So, and slavery.
She had a body.
It's
one of those freezers in the basement, I think.
Well for the tribe.
I'm not sure if it's been chopped up yet or not.
Maybe that would be a reason why someone said don't steal.
I don't know. Sam, did you eat that that dog food I made with that lady's body?
Even as you're right, we have to use modern examples, and you see children stealing, and you say, "Hey, don't do that."
Right.
Why'd you say, "Hey, don't do that"? Because someone taught you to say, don't do, so someone taught you to not do that. And where'd they learn that from? So it branches.
Poor boy.
Right.
And it stems from a root of religion.
With a God,
doesn't really stem from a root of no.
Peter W., it's a woman of color who I chopped off her head to keep it to entertain myself. I put her body in a freezer. And then I made dog food from it. Her name is Janet Doe. All right, we'd say Jane Doe, but she's black. Her name's Janet Doe. What's her name? I think I asked these women what their names are. What kind of nonsense is that woman's name? What kind of stupid ass question is that, Peter W.?
I asked you, how is it linked to a higher being?
How is it linked? Right, because our parents are higher beings. We're children, and we learn from our parents and teachers.
Peter W., you want a social security number?
Intellectual beings.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
That's where we learn our morals and principles.
My question is, why do you think a God has anything to do with the Bible? I still haven't got an answer out of you. That you had an answer, but
modern day. Where do I find my theist at?
You can't be confident either way.
Theist Thursday.
So what? Why are you confident that a God?
We can't hack Theist from Theist Thursday because Doug will get mad that we're using his channel, guys.
That's how we grow up.
Doug takes ownership of his Theist. If you see a Theist on Doug's Theist Thursday, you cannot have them on your channel for 1 full week. You have to wait 1 full week, or else Doug will cry on Nathan's channel. That's where Doug goes to vent.
That's a long story.
Why do you think, if there's a higher being, a God? Why do you think it
do
has
it in private? Cameron Bennett is out here trying to take over the internet. Cameron Bennett understands. I have finally converted Cameron Bennett from babyface to heel. Cameron Bennett has fully brought into the bad guy vision. Cameron Bennett is not trying to make friends, doesn't care about people's feelings. If we use your channel and you don't like having your channel used, too bad. You should have been more dead inside. Cameron Bennett, I love you. Here's another $1 million pocket change. Now you guys are going, why don't I get pocket change for being a bad guy? Because you were naturally born a piece of shit. Cameron Bennett's a really nice guy. And so this type of evil thinking is real progress for him. Cameron, I'm proud of you.
Right. I say it out loud, and you ask me, Doug, how'd you do that? And I said, a God told me. I don't believe you, Doug. Well, let's do it again.
Good for you, Cameron. Learning to be less moral.
Do it again. That to me is a type of justification.
We just want to sit around here, Cameron. That's wonderful.
But let's
make it $5 million. I really appreciate that kind of savagery.
Well, I disagree because you'd see societies that are more successful and a lot of them are Christian. So there's got to be some positive correlation there.
Doug is trying to take advantage, exactly.
So hypothetically, if a false religion
Peter
was
said,
more
"Doug
successful
kicked me
than
to the curb." That's how I
you
ended
would
up
then
in this
say what?
dump.
that religion
I
has
love
more
Peter.
truth than Christianity.
Really?
So that God would have more truth, yes.
So success
Go towards there.
equals truth?
Yeah. Growth, progression. That's
All right,
correlated with
y'all.
truth, right? We look for
You
what's
now
true.
know science
Our
is the
standard of
truth.
Be
living.
successful
Because
at
that shit is
stealing
very successful.
and murder.
You could, but you're not going to get far because not
Trump
everybody's going
became
to take
president.
You heard it here.
He's
Something
successful
I
in a
mean,
lot of ways.
science is hella successful. Makes
But,
predictions ahead of
he's
time and
stealing
shit.
I mean,
that we know of.
that presidency is like
No, I don't want to go into politics.
like politics is based off of I know.
I
Okay.
don't want to go into politics.
Holy shit, guys. If we know what's true based on what works, and then science is true because it works, then science is the truth, and we should worship science. And the point is, I'm going to get my ass handed to me on the 29th at 8 p.m. on Standing for Truth, because that would mean Kent Hovind is right and that science is a religion. So if Kent Hovind comes at me with, Jay, well, I just believe we need to worship the truth. And then he goes, well, we know the truth based on what works. So according to you, then science works. Then why don't you just admit that evolution is a religion? That might be checkmate evolutionary biologist, guys. The champ's going down.
Like, my questions have been fairly simple.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was answered. So.
Yeah, well, I can try again, but and I'll point out when you're not answering a question, okay?
All right, guys, here we go.
Sure.
We're going to ask the real
All right.
questions, the
So then I
heavy-hitting
ask
questions
you,
around here.
How do you know when a
I'm
society's
asking the
working?
tough
What would be
questions
some
that no
metrics?
counter-apologist is willing to ask.
Wealth,
Let's start a poll.
low crime rates. That's pretty much all you need.
Would you
Because
say
everything
wealth
else
and
we
low
function.
You said wealth and low crime rates?
Right. Yeah,
Okay,
that's a
stop.
good
Should
fundamental.
He
Sure.
have just
I told you
sat there
that Saudi Arabia
and
has more
looked
wealth than the United
cute.
States per capita and lower crime rates than the United States. Are you
Yes.
saying to me that Saudi Arabia
Talking
has a more
lowers
is working more
attractiveness.
better than the United States?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Stop there. And would you say that if their religion is Islam, that Islam is more true than
Yes.
Christianity because the United States is 65% Christian?
Or no.
Sure. But we'd have to compare that with more data, not just two
Okay,
countries.
then why in the world are you a
People
Christian and not a Muslim?
are funny.
Because more countries
All
that
right.
are Christian have higher wealth and lower crime on a larger
I fucked
scale.
this up, guys.
Oh,
more,
really?
more countries comparison.
You're gonna
Yeah.
have to
if,
vote.
Check it
that,
out.
if that changes in the future,
You're going to have to vote with caps.
let's say
Sure.
you're right about that. I don't think you are, but let's say you are.
Okay. Check it out.
If that changes in the future,
Oh,
and
there's
let's
a
say Muslim countries
duration. We're
become
using
more
a timer.
successful,
We're using a
Yeah.
timer.
Then I'll switch to Muslim.
you'll become a Muslim.
Oh, in seconds. 5 minutes.
Because
5
there's something
minutes. You go.
working
You
in
got 5
Islam.
minutes.
What about
Yeah.
Jesus dying for?
1 million per vote. One person votes 1 million. 5 people vote 5 million. If all 10 of you vote, 10 million to everybody. You got to answer the poll. Should he have just sat there and looked cute? Start the poll. There it is. Boom. Boom. Should he have just sat there and looked cute? You got to vote in all caps. Sorry.
Hypothetical. If it were true that happened, that there'd be
If it
more
were.
wealth and less crime.
Yeah, if it
Don't be
were, I would
selfish. You got to
switch for
vote
sure.
so we can
I
all
would
get
say,
pocket
okay, so that
change.
looks like
I'm
Islam.
voting.
What would you do for the
You
evidence?
already
Would
know
you
I'm
believe there's
voting
evidence
yes.
for the resurrection of Jesus?
Vote yes.
I don't know. I wasn't there at the time. It's possible. I have no idea.
Up.
I don't have like
Come on, let's get it. Let's
primary
get
sources
it.
to dig into.
Do you believe Jesus
This is
God?
a cute Christians theorem. Cute Christians would do more for Christianity
Maybe
if they just sat there
son
and
of
looked cute.
or
Come
very
on, y'all.
affiliated
Do you believe he died
I'm
and
trying to
rose from the
reform
dead?
evangelism
Bodily.
right now in front of you. We're going to
I
help
don't know,
our
maybe.
opponents be better.
That's not really a big
Lina voted
foundation of
no.
my belief.
Lina just
What
likes
makes you
making
a
fun
Christian?
of stupid people.
The
Lina's
laws
cruel.
and the fact that Jesus forgave his enemies, like because that's like fundamentally against my philosophy as well.
Also, I
I'm not a
think
fan
Lina
of war.
also just always
I
votes the
forgive most of
opposite
my
of
enemies.
me.
You should become a Pine
Sure.
Creekist.
Yeah, but somebody
Antagonist mod.
taught you that.
Everybody
Yeah.
needs a good antagonist
Did somebody
mod,
teach
you know?
Jesus?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You're the most weirdest Christian I've
Lina's
met
like,
in a long
iron
time.
sharpens iron, Jay. We're only going to get
Appreciate
better
it. It's
through
nice.
internal conflict.
No, that's not a compliment.
Okay.
I mean, I usually the most.
I'm not there yet. Like, I really am not there yet. I'm still in Genesis. I have to go through the etymology there and the sources and the primary sources.
Peter W., believing that some things have been revealed to you is exactly why I don't believe things are revealed.
The truth there. I have to figure out if there's any truth there.
You have to figure out if there's any truth
because they're only revealed to people like you and not people like us.
After he died, after Jesus died, he had a huge influence on the world. And there's got to be some fundamental truth to why he was so influential, why that leadership has impacted a lot of people's lives.
Well, Cameron, they hadn't heard him talk yet.
But I'm just not there yet. I'm still in Genesis, so I can't give you that answer.
It could be that the idea of Jesus has had a big impact on the world.
Maybe. But, I mean, there's definitely some evidence that he was really his tomb, resting place, right? It's not like he just didn't exist.
Oh, yeah. I think he existed, but... Okay, right. Good luck to... I don't even know why you're bothering reading the Bible. You just wait for which society is more successful and follow that religion.
Well, I'd probably debate whatever religion, since I'm already subscribed to Christianity.
Yeah.
Okay, take care, Elijah.
Take care, man.
You would almost think that being created in the image of the perfect God, he would have been made super handsome and super intelligent and super well-reasoning. And...
Hey, Doug, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Nah, it's almost like he just naturally happened.
I just wanted to say Elijah is really lost.
Cobbled together primate like the rest of us.
Yeah, he is.
He's absolutely lost. What about all the societies that existed before Christianity, where there
the
were no
Romans were successful
societies?
Yeah, I didn't.
The Egyptians were successful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and you heard Pine Creek.
That guy
I didn't even want to go
needs a lot of help. I mean, he was a Catholic, then became a Christian, but is kind of willing to give up.
Yeah, we were there. We saw it. VJ, you called the other day. What do you want? You're not a theist.
Y'all see, Pine Creek doesn't struggle with crowd control. Y'all, when I start doing that shit to people, I don't want to hear shit.
No, go away.
A motherfucker called in here the other day and wanted to talk to me about why I use purple lights. I was like, yeah, great, thanks. I'm going to end this call. Bye. Lina, what is epistemic nihilist? And say more about not abandoning pragmatism.
Keep him keen.
Also, Lina, you can call in if you want.
Angry.
But I don't know how you feel about your sound or whatever. But you are more than welcome to. You got to ask for permission, guys. Only approved callers today. I'm in a very mean mood. If you call in and I'm not ready for you to, I might just make fun of you and then boot you.
I just want Theist to call in. That's all.
Yep. See, I didn't call in.
And then I get 2 atheists calling in. What? Atheists, you're boring.
Boring.
Nobody cares about you. Look in the mirror, say nobody cares about you. You're an atheist. You're the worst people in society.
Heathens.
Learn to deal with it.
You're at the bottom of the totem pole.
I'm an atheist and I don't even like you.
You know? All right, you're good. You're good. No worries.
Hey, I love Snickers. So, Christopher, that would be really cool.
Actually, you're not good. How do we sabotage this? Somebody hack into Lina's credit cards, personal bank. She probably doesn't even do that stuff. Somebody's going to have to break into Lina's house and violently rob her and take all of her money so she can't get a headset. Because if she gets a headset, then she's going to get ideas. Oh, guys, I should get myself a nice camera. Oh, guys, I'm going to get myself a nice setup. You see where this is going? Now, Lina, I'm going to need you to sign some contractual assurances to ensure your loyalty to the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. I'm going to have to do like James Apperson. We're going to have to get you signed up to an official pastoral contract before I can support this. Because I only let people take over the internet with me if they intend to promote me as they take over the internet. So I'm not going to be supporting you and then have you do some kind of sectarian rift thing and take all my audience. So I'm going to have to bribe you. And you should get a good agent to represent your contractual interests. But everybody has a price. Oh, there's a number of pocket change that will secure the services of anyone. I'm gonna find it. You're atheist. Don't tell me you can't be bought.
I don't buy
I
got
that
Myron
bullshit.
here. I don't need a sidekick to go over what just happened. So don't call in to be my sidekick.
You don't call in to be my sidekick. No more sidekick call-ins. We're banning sidekicks. Can y'all imagine?
Jason.
Fucking Batman just dipped on.
Oh, well. Hey.
Robin.
I'm in New Zealand. Hi. I'm supposed to be in at work. 5 minutes to say hi.
So you guys heard that. That means Nathan is not allowed to call in
videos,
today.
From over the
We'll see if
last
he
few
lets
years,
Nathan call in and be a sidekick.
well, in the last 2 weeks, I've been watching years of your bits and pieces. And the other night, as I was going to sleep, stuff going on in life, I had a moment that I haven't had in a couple of years, where anxiety come on and almost like a nostalgia. And I kind of realized that because of the gentle way that you approach these things. So I've been binge watching. I had been binge watching, and but because you approach things so gently, there was like another part of me that started to listen and really trying to fully understand where my belief is. Anyway, that's where I'm at. Say thank you for your gentle approach. It's so opposite to some of the other creators that are online. It's not hard out philosophical. It's persistent, that straight epistemology kind of approach. And yeah, I really appreciate it. So I just wanted to say thank you.
You're still a Christian?
No.
Oh, you're gone. You left.
Yep.
And this just happened?
So this was maybe 2 nights ago. I didn't expect to. I was going to actually email you. I didn't expect to get on to see you live and actually be able to say anything. This is just like a really strong emotional reaction. I got the feels as I was kind of going to bed. I even had a moment of
Thanks for the details.
If there is something there, speak to me or say something, and then that was enough for me to be able to just drop off. I didn't get any response, obviously, but it was like a deeper, less rational part of my mind.
So you felt
had
this
woken up.
You felt this warm sense of relief. Is that what the emotional thing was?
No, it was more like.
I mean, Jason Torn, that just sounds like science.
What if?
But I would imagine that type of perspective has other names, other places, right? So I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive. I'm just saying it's interesting.
What am I risking? And I think it's some of your videos on where you mentioned carrots and sticks, along with other stuff that's kind of going on in my life.
Well, you got to be careful now because there's a guy named Jonathan McClatchy who will contact you. He'll find you, and he's going to contact you, and he's going to preach at you for hours on end now.
I was going to be a pastor. I actually trained I'm a counselor, and I trained as a counselor so I could be a good pastor. And by the time I finished, I got a job as a counselor, and then burnt out. And while I was burnt out, I worked in a steel factory and binged debates to make my position stronger. And that's when I realized I didn't have a good position.
There it is. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm so happy. This is
probably 5 years of
happy birthdays to the entire community.
Is your wife still Christian?
Oh, here we go.
No. She was nominally. New Zealand doesn't have a very high Christian population.
Jay's Clown Girl, Pocket Locker 86 on FetLife. Pocket Locker 86 on FetLife. I keep telling people, where are all the hedonists in my damn life at? I keep trying to tell people to hit me up on FetLife. We supposed to be out here trying to build community, and none of y'all hit me up on my kinky socials. What's wrong with you?
Sort of.
See, now this is the Pine Creek theorem in reverse. Maybe your wife lured you away from fundamentalism.
It's hard to be a YouTube pervert, guys.
I'd say no. I would say that I...
Come on, admit it. Coitus is better now, right? Is
Coitus is better now? Hey.
Yes. Yes, actually.
Told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Look at that smile. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that smile.
There you go.
But actually, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of things are better. A lot of things.
Peter W.
Yeah.
That's
Thank you very much.
The only way to not
well,
know
thanks
that
for calling in,
something is
Jason,
true.
and I wish you the best.
Thanks very much.
Omniscient doesn't make any sense. Can we just say that? Why do we keep acting like these concepts actually make sense?
Christianity or Islam.
Religion is awful. Like, I love when Christians try to tell us that they have better sex lives.
You know, my volume is now holding
funny
steady
jokes.
at 88%.
Funny jokes.
Yeah. Coitus is always better when God's not watching.
Seriously.
Okay, guys, I want to wrap this up. So if you're atheist, call in soon.
Jay's Clown is my favorite.
Jeff,
that's exactly what a lying being would say. Precisely.
Are you trying to help me with my mic, or you want to talk about religion?
I mean,
religion.
Okay.
How to scam people 101.
You just spoke with Elijah. When I got baptized in 2008, but I have a born again
I smell a
experience
philosophy
in 2014.
debate happening.
So when I got baptized the first time, I had somewhat similar motivation with Elijah.
Guys, don't get banned.
Like you follow a religion.
Keep the philosophy conversations light and friendly.
Okay. In some sense, you think it doesn't make sense?
Well, at some point you gotta...
All words over 4 syllables will be heavily moderated.
You gotta define Christianity first. Once you defined it, and most people define it as Jesus being God or something to do with God. And
I'm syllable policing.
For the sins of the world.
I don't want to hear any of those big philosophical,
true,
jargony terms.
Then what really is Christianity? It's basically a community and a few rules.
Yeah. There you go, Lina. Lina knows what's up. Move that over to Discord. Wait, let's make a new channel for you guys. You guys can listen to this.
So you got to ask the question, like, do we have good reason to think any of this is true?
We're going to make 2 new Discord channels right
God
now.
God and Elijah, God display.
Under community.
God want to display is more powerful than the other supposedly deities, right? So if you want to believe in a higher power, that higher power must be the most powerful. I think that is the point of Elijah. But so I had fun.
I don't think Elijah was going that far. I don't think he was saying that.
Because he said something to do with more successful.
Yeah, he mentioned wealth and crime, probably health.
Oh no, it has to go under text channels.
Like you can imagine society. You can imagine, like, look at Tom Cruise. He's a Scientologist. He's probably the most successful actor, maybe in history.
Yeah, sync permissions.
He's a Scientologist. Channels. If we were to take Elijah's philosophy here, we should all become Scientologists. Because
maybe not 1%. I think maybe not selfish motivation. Let's say entire society, almost all the successful societies except Japan are all.
Okay, I caved, guys. Okay, first off, we don't need to listen to this guy. He calls all the time, and he's the worst. He's one of the worst. He's pretty bad. All right. But I made 2 new text channels for you guys so that I don't have to deal with your uber nerdiness and your dorkiness in my live chat. Okay, so now under text channels, there's a philosophy text channel and there's a Bible nerds text channel. Matter of fact, you guys are so nerdy, we're even gonna add voice channels. Because then you're like, oh no, but what if we want to yell at each other about philosophy? Then we have to call in. No, you don't. No, please don't do that. Take it here. Take it to the philosophy voice channel or the Bible nerds voice channel. There you guys go. Have at it. Have fun. Play nice. Members only. Please don't ever at me in either of those channels.
Islam has went up. I'm now 75% believe the Quran is true.
Oh my goodness, what's wrong with you?
Anyway, and so even if you become a Muslim,
have you been drinking?
That is still sorry?
Have you been drinking? You smoke drugs?
No.
Are you into the weed?
Afraid of your philosophical powers? Yeah, let's go with that.
I'm
afraid of all philosophical powers.
This is a book made by
even
humans.
Weak ones.
I understand you don't like the idea of the Trinity, and so that's why you're latching on to Islam, right?
No, I mean the first 100 years of Islam and the first 100 years of Christianity, because I have problem.
Guys, here's why I'm afraid of your philosophical powers, your Bible nerdry. It's the same reason I'm afraid of listening to this guy talk for more than 10 seconds. Ask my advisor what motivates me. Is it a deep longing for scientific knowledge? Is it really a passion for stealing the government's money to indoctrinate children? He will tell you no. Say, well, I need you to sum it up for us in 2 words. He will give you the following 2 words. Easily bored. If you want to understand Jay Bundy and you want to be an advisor to him, you have to understand these 2 words. Easily bored. And so when you start talking that Bible, you start philosophizing, his eyes start to roll back. He starts gazing around the room, looking for some marijuana and a fat booty to stare at. Easily bored.
Even if Islam is true, I believe the Quran is Islam, so it's without the Hadith.
This guy's becoming a Muslim.
Well, it is a demonstration of God's power.
Jesus,
that you can
you can
defeat 2 superpowers within the 50,
it's
70 years.
It's kind of unbelievable that people have these bad of ideas.
Muhammad.
You know what I should do in 2022?
There is more than I believe Muhammad is more successful than Peter and Paul because they conquered.
What about today, though? Do you think the Christian nation of the United States could beat all the Muslim countries?
I desire for Christian and Islam to merge into one religion. I think that will be.
No, but answer my question.
Oh my goodness! Can you imagine? That was the grossest thing I've heard all day.
Islam defeated.
He needs to be like the other guy and call back and tell us he became an atheist.
The state of Arizona could wipe out.
This guy's putting me in a bad mood, Pine Creek. Let's call more recent converts.
Okay.
That's just one state.
This guy wants to change religions, merge religions, hybridize religions, make a new super
I'll show you
religion.
More military aircraft than the Brits even imagine they could build.
The potential of Christian is unleashed after the Protestant Reformation.
That's the worst idea ever.
Before the Protestant Reformation, Europe was
Southern Christian conservatives would not like that.
Turkey, yeah,
so right. Tell this guy to take that. Take it to CPAC, bro. Go to CPAC with that nonsense.
Japheth.
With your Chrislam ass.
You used to be such a nice young boy, and now you're just all about power and empires and taking over the world.
Really? What happened to the love of Jesus?
Where have we gone wrong with you?
Where's all the humble carpenters?
What Christ wants, what God wants is eventually in the second coming there will be one world government under Christ. Is Christians and Islam believe in that?
So, there you are with like dictatorships and one world order and My goodness.
Anyway,
well, what's going to happen to me under your? If you get the government you want, what's going to happen to guys like me? Are you going to kill me?
Oh, now Pine Creek is worried about what happens to others under the conditions of the thought experiments. Pine Creek, you mean like your thought experiment about how people should have to apply to the government to be approved for the right to reproduce, Pine Creek? You mean like what would happen to people under that type of regime, Pine Creek? Is that what you mean? It almost sounds like Pine Creek wants people to start thinking through their thought experiments before they say them on his channel. Maybe Pine Creek should do that.
For evidence of God among the religions, right? You have to affirm that the
I can't.
The best what?
You know, I don't know. I'm not feeling the Cameron. I guess I got to be more dead inside, like Cameron Bennett. I'm not purging viewers. Call it. You guys can get them to call
Abrahamic, Christian, and Islam, Jews.
No, I would not say that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
I'm your guide to the atheist community.
Mormonism is better than the Christianity, Judaism, Islam.
This is the David Blackman Show, where we are covering the latest in today's Counter-Apologetics. I'm bringing you
that
live coverage of the latest news.
What's that guy's name who's a former Mormon? He'll tell Japheth. We got signed documents.
Today's headline, Chrislam is now a thing.
Plates and that,
when you thought it couldn't get any worse.
It's only 10 or 20 people. How many is that? That's right.
You only got Muhammad in Islam. One person.
Muhammad conquered Persia and Roman Empire.
The David Niggs.
Yeah, there's your power thing. So whoever has the most power wins, and therefore
it's more David Blackman.
No, the best evidence is in Mormonism.
What power? What Mormon did?
They got no power.
I mean, I'm sorry.
They got no power. But you asked me with best evidence.
It's useless, right? I mean,
it's useless. What if it's true?
Huh?
What if it's true though? Then it's not useless.
I mean, if you believe in God.
Peter W., I will not ban you because you are my friend. And unlike a lot of these phonies who talk about being friends with everybody and friends with people who disagree with them, I like my crazy theist friends. The nuttier, the better, you know? But there's one thing that will get you banned, Peter W., and that is if we do not see the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet, 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 spreadsheet.
Mormons have the correct view that
Pine Creek is letting atheists on the channel. I'm complaining. I'm complaining.
Will be saved from hell.
I'm complaining.
It's just not an issue.
Like your
if
camera.
You want to go and return to the presence of God,
I'm sending
like
a
him,
super
you have to,
complaint.
do stuff, but it's almost impossible to go to hell because God's merciful. And God isn't going to send the majority or even a large percentage of his children to eternal torment. That just doesn't make any sense. And what does it say about those who inherit the earth in Matthew? It says that the meek are going to. This whole idea about power, I mean, even Jesus said, render unto Caesar that which belongs to Caesar. Right? This whole thing about worldly dominion is not a thing that is really preached, at least not in the true faith. This is why we know as Mormons that all of these other religions are just apostasy and have just like become infected by these worldly ideas of.
And guys, I'm starting a new trend. I sent in a super complaint instead of a super chat. It's a super complaint. Justin is not a
God cares
theist.
about your soul. God cares.
Please hang up on him.
Life is but
congrats on a new
Let's let Japheth respond to that. And Colleen, I see you there, but give us like 5-10 minutes. Japheth. Justin makes a great point. It's all about meekness. It's not about power. Like Jesus came to reverse that whole idea of the conqueror. He was a servant. Why can't you be like a servant instead of a warrior?
No. Basically, if you submit to God, that we form one government under God, under Christ. There is no war if you submit. So only those who refuse to submit,
Clearly, there is
Joshua,
right? That's just historically not true. And good thing for you, since you're no longer Trinitarian, I see you've become a step closer to the truth. Mormonism isn't Trinitarian either, so you're getting closer, Japheth.
The lies.
Actually, I am moving away because I want to return to the pure form of monotheism.
And he's being a sidekick.
That is why. Okay, I am technically an Arian, not
and he's sidekicking.
So I believe in the pre-existence of Jesus Christ.
So do Mormons.
Pine Creek just wants to sin.
But Jesus doesn't have the God
just
title.
wants to sin.
So Jesus is God's, the Father's first creation, but
up.
Jesus doesn't have the God title. That is my position.
I mean, that's fine. You can believe that. I'm just with Doug that I don't think you really answered the question about why we're even caring about worldly dominion.
Somebody said Jesus is a dom in Doug's chat. That's hilarious.
Well, because there are a lot of things like you have to care for the poor. I think if you take control of the government, that is the best way to.
Oh, that's probably.
To prevent
moral put that on
degradation, right?
What did Jesus say about mingling religion?
You've got to know the rest of the numbers.
It's about paying tax. So the question about
what do you think governments do? That's like the foundation of government is collecting tax through force. That's what governments are.
I want my
what beyond the sister is basically encouraging the Christian. You still have to pay tax to the secular government, but Christ in
Jay's Clown Girl, all I'm going to say is that if you're going to be putting my credit card information in my chat, I better have something sweet on FetLife. Y'all know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Hey, now, you're an all-star.
By the way, sounds great. Like, if it could be like in the initial, like, whatever, volcano exploding or whatever, that sounds good.
I prefer the guillotine, Jeff, if it ever comes up in the discussions.
We'll see it in a little bit, Melody.
Firing line is pretty good, too.
Yeah. No, I prefer guillotine. But I'll look up and say, hey, is this thing safe?
So you just want to math off of it.
So Pine Creek. So you said
there's no reason to believe any of this is true, Javed.
Come on. the comparative evidence you believe Mormonism is the best.
Oh, without question, Mormonism has better evidence than any other religion, like compared to the Abrahamic, because those are old. We got like new stuff. We got pictures. We got photographs.
Nano's in here.
We just had a photograph of Joseph Smith. Produce me a photograph of Muhammad or Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Peter.
Checkmate, John.
I mean, I think I mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again. So 2.2 billion Christians believe in the New Testament. 1.8 billion Muslims believe in the Quran. You know,
this world is a vapor. We are only here because mortality was an important part of our eternal progression. That's literally the only reason.
He likes numbers, Justin. So let's give him some numbers. I bet you anything, Mormonism is bigger today after, 200, 300 years of existence than Christianity was after 200, 300 years. I bet you there's more.
16 million Mormons.
Yes. There's probably
look at all the people in here that don't hang out with us anymore. Where's Sandals
250 AD
and Jerome Robinson?
I don't know, but I think Islam expanded very fast in the first 100 years.
So Mormonism is way more powerful.
Besides, what does it say? What does it say about the straight and narrow way to salvation and the wide path to damnation? It says the way is straight and narrow, and there are a few of those who will find it. So why are we fixating on these giant numbers of billions when we know that few are those who will find it because the way is straight and narrow?
Okay, perhaps it's saying within the faith itself, the true believers are few, but...
Yeah.
But what?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what it says both in the Quran and in the New Testament?
What commonality about Quran and New Testament? What is
that? That it says that few are the true believers.
Narrow is the path.
It says in the Quran. I don't remember which chapter it is, but it talks about like how so many people will confess to Allah with their lips or whatever the language is, but in their hearts they're deceivers. It says that's a
narrow is the
really
path
common thing.
to salvation. Wide is the gate to destruction. So there's very few Mormons, only 16 million compared to 2.2 billion. So maybe Mormonism is the true faith. Because it is the more narrow path.
But also in the Old Testament, if you are obedient to God, you will prevail over your opponents. Joshua,
except when you don't.
What about all those Christian martyrs? Did they prevail? No, they were willing to give up their life like Christ gave up his. You got to learn to give up your life, Jeff.
So
Don't take
Peter
lives.
wasn't obedient enough?
Sorry?
Peter wasn't obedient enough?
I think Muhammad is more successful than Peter.
So, are you saying that Peter wasn't obedient enough? Is that what you're saying?
For Paul, yes. There's 2 times in the New Testament.
I didn't say Paul. I said Peter. Cephas. He was crucified upside down.
Would somebody message Nano and figure out why Nano hasn't been in our chat in like a gazillion years? Nano's in here, and we got to figure out what happened to Nano. Also, it's so good to see everybody in the chat. If y'all want to pull up a second tab or something and get in Pine Creek's chat, it's fun too.
Is in the New Testament, and it's exactly opposite of what you're thinking. This conqueror, and Jesus came to give his life, not to take it. Take lives. You need to be more like Jesus.
Besides, we all know that the most
What's up, Flying Wayne?
In all of human history, and the most successful conqueror.
Also, guys, when you come back, go ahead, use the back command.
So you should just become a Tengrist and worship Genghis Khan.
That religion is gone.
Because narrow is the path and wide is the gate.
Nobody would accept the truth.
He was the most important person.
Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Colleen wants to come in. Thanks for coming in, Justin. Thanks for coming in, Japheth. Don't become a Muslim. Hey, Colleen. What's up with you? You want to talk to me about the creed that I made?
Yeah, the other day you were talking about witnesses.
Yes. Yeah. You got to turn off the other tab and focus on me here and whereby.
Yeah. So turn off the original tab.
Thanks, Jerome. What's up, bro? Welcome back, Jerome. Welcome back. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming through.
Colleen, you're old.
Now all we got to do is get
you're old,
Nano back in here, and we'll have the whole gang together. Well, Nano and Sandals.
Call back in, Colleen. I got to teach you the truth. Teach you the truth about the Gospels.
Alright, stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to.
I'm going to ruin Colleen's day.
All right, let's get Colleen up in here.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody.
Now, Lina, this is what I like. I'm here for the gossip of it all. What do you mean Pine Creek's internal critique thing is boomer? Let's discuss the boomerism. Let's watch the boomerism. Boomer on boomer, guys. Here we go. Audio.
So, Colleen, there is nobody in the New Testament who says in the first person that they saw the risen Jesus other than Paul, and that was in a vision.
It's the Pine Creed. Let's go. Muted. Boomer on boomer. Can't hear you, Colleen. Doug, don't say she's muted.
Wrong.
Just say, Colleen, I can't hear you. Yeah, there you go. Guys, that was not
I could hear you before. What did you do differently?
That was polite when you just say, I can't hear you. Tell people you can't hear them. It's more polite than,
you're
muted, dummy.
Right. Make
hey,
sure that
idiot, you're muted.
To your mic.
Just say, Colleen, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh,
that's something I learned from some PR blog I read. But I use it in my class, guys. When my students are trying to talk and they don't realize that they have not allowed us to hear their voices, I go, hey, guys, I can't hear you if you're talking, Mike. And then they
Are you
fix
using
it.
a mic? No? Just your computer laptop?
Boomer versus boomer.
Try hitting the refresh button.
Sort of a
left.
boom boom, if you will. You might call it a boom type of situation.
You still have your AOL account there,
Boom,
Colleen?
boom. All the booms going off.
There we go.
It's almost like
All
we
right.
had a boom command
Hi,
just
Doug.
for
Hi.
that.
So
Long time no see.
God,
so
I'm
do
such
you
a good
disagree
screamer.
that there are people in the first person who say that they saw the risen Jesus other than Paul?
You're right. You're right, and that was It was interesting to note.
Well, wait a
that-
minute. You said I'm right?
I did, Doug.
Now, would you have said I'm right a week ago? I mean,
no. Okay.
Like, did it
I'll
take you a few moments to process exactly what I was saying and then say, yes, okay, he's right? Or did you immediately say he's right?
No, not immediately.
Right. Now, why not?
You know me. I looked it up, right? So
you looked it up. How did you look? This is interesting. How did you look it up? Did you actually look it up in the Bible, or did you Google it, or what?
Google. Yeah, Google. I have a fair biblical literacy, so I'm pretty good at searching stuff.
If you had a fair biblical literacy, you would have known this already.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, this is very basic stuff.
Okay, well, it's stuff I don't really care that much.
You don't care if you have eyewitness accounts in the first person?
Okay.
I'm really busting you, aren't
Go
you?
back.
Okay,
No,
I'll
I
calm
won't.
down. I'll relax. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, it's tough.
I just want to say
I think so, Spider. Probably more
in
than
my
not.
searching,
More likely than not.
I came across some information that made sense of it for me, which is
Thank you, Lena. Great point.
we're constantly putting an overlay of our culture on the Bible. And that's where we make a mistake.
It's almost like we've never heard this before,
we're
guys.
not making a mistake.
But we got to remember the first time you hit somebody with the counter-apologetics, that's the first time they're going to go to the apologetics and come back with this.
Through a Jewish,
So this is new. This is good to them. This is new. This is a valid right. Doug's trying to tell her to stop, but she won't.
And that's why I wrote that little thing about Deuteronomy in the chat box. So that's why when Paul wrote about it, he wrote about two people. Like he said he was there with Peter, the disciple that the Lord favored, or something like that. And he said that's at the end of the Gospel of John.
Paul's not in there.
Sorry, I meant John. John writes about an encounter with the risen Lord, and he says the disciple that the Lord loved said, "It's the Lord."
True or false?
But
it says that in the Gospel of John that John wrote the Gospel of John. True or false?
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't. So when you say John says this, you're guessing, you're assuming, you're just saying. It actually doesn't say that in the text.
No, I'm going with tradition on that.
Right. You're going with tradition that took place centuries later.
Not centuries.
Well, at least 100 years.
You know what? These kind of facts are fascinating to you. Well, I don't know if they're they're not fascinating to you. They're not.
They are.
Interesting.
What's fascinating is that most Christians don't know this stuff.
Thank you. Doug is on fire
I know
now. Doug, let's
enough
go.
of that kind of basic stuff that
I want to see if you know it. Okay, so you just say true or false. Lean yes, lean no.
Oh, true or false? Okay.
Do we have any eyewitness accounts, a person who write in the first person saying that they saw Jesus Christ in bodily form?
No. Doug did that. No.
Okay.
Not the way that you're needing it to be.
Do any of the gospel authors identify themselves in the first person in the Gospels?
Nope. No, Lena, they're not.
Luke does.
No, he doesn't.
He in the first chapter.
He does not.
I made this record for you.
Is the name Luke in the Gospel of Luke?
It is.
It is not.
It is not.
You want to bet money?
It's not. No. I try. You know what? You're good on details, and it. Well, all it does for me is like go, oh, that's a detail I didn't know. But I'm a big picture person, so yeah, I don't care.
Details matter if you want to figure out.
Yeah, they do matter. I agree. But these kind of Okay, faith really trumps all of this.
Don't give me that. Faith schmaith. What do you mean by faith?
Well, you will know that
Oh
the
my
doctrine
goodness.
is true when you do it, right? That's what Jesus said in the Gospel of John. Hey, it is the Gospel of John. That's the trick. It's called the Gospel of John.
So
not a trick. It's authorship.
It says Gospel of John. What's John must have
Peter,
wrote it.
stop saying straw man. It sounds like you just learned a new word
Did you
today.
miss that? Oh, come on. Don't tell me you missed that detail.
No,
Come
that's the
on,
same
Doug.
thing as saying that the Roman Catholics got their traditions right. That's all you're saying. Eusebius says that, Papias says that, John says that, Matthew says that Jesus said.
Yeah.
And you believe a
That's
man rose
too
from the
much.
dead based on that.
You think of that as hearsay, but when you look at it through the Jewish lens of writing, of trying to like substantiate all reality with 2 or 3 witnesses, I think that the gospel
Who are the 2 or 3
up.
witnesses of Jesus' resurrection?
Well, in that instance, at the end of the Gospel of John, it's Peter and John.
Peter never says he saw it.
If we're talking about the
Mary never
resurrection
said
and you
she
say
saw it.
Gospel of John, we're done.
John never said he saw it.
No, not in that first person way, because what I'm saying is the overlay of the Jewish way to think about these things is that John would never assert that on his own. He would only report something like that in the context of 2 or 3 witnesses.
Wasn't Paul
and if you,
Jew?
I think it stands up to that.
Paul is a
scrutiny.
Jew.
Yes.
And he called himself Paul, a servant of Jesus Christ. Jesus appeared to me in 1 Corinthians 15.
Yes, because there wasn't, even though he was with people, they didn't see what he saw. So he wouldn't.
But everything you just say, Jews wouldn't talk like this. You're basically bashing Paul because Paul talked that way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You got to go back to the drawing board, Colleen. In fact, you need to renounce Christianity today and accept the gift card to Applebee's. You see that other guy from New Zealand? He renounced.
Sorry, I just saw you and I thought, I want to talk to Doug, because I did go away and think about the question and think about that. That's why I really appreciate
why you love me,
Doug. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a different thing. That's agape.
You got to let me go, Colleen.
Okay.
I know I'm in your thoughts often, but you got to let me go. I'm a married man.
Actually, I had sort of, I haven't been on for such a long time, but thanks for letting me on. How's your family? How's your family in Canada?
They're fine, thanks.
That's good.
I'm gonna go see
No one
them.
got COVID? Did anybody get COVID?
They're all good. Thanks for asking, Colleen. You take care of yourself. Was she about to say something bad? There you, Jordan.
Sounded
You're
like
back.
she was. Oh, Jordan. All right, here we go. Here's a treat.
You got to turn off that other tab.
Sorry.
No one got COVID? Did anybody get COVID?
They're all good. Thanks for asking, Colleen.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
Was she about to say something bad?
Colleen's a interesting lady. Jordan, you're on.
How are you? How are you, my friend?
Good. What's wrong with your right eye?
Oh, have you not heard? I got hit in the jail.
You got someone punched you in jail?
Yeah.
What'd you say to them? Repent?
I said your mother's a fucking Zoroastrian. No, it wasn't that. It was very ugly. I'm surprised you can notice because I thought it was very good.
You got to turn off the other tab though, Jordan. Like you got a tab on of watching me on YouTube.
Sorry. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think you got it now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, God, it's awful, my friend. I thought it was awful. You know me. I mean, well, you don't know me, but I think we're very similar. I think you would have done exactly right. My favorite thing about you, Doug, is you did exactly what I would have done. I was standing in this situation, and someone said, da 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 da, I'm going to do this. And I said, well, you can't. And I'm not going to let you do that. And he said, get out of my way or else. And I said, you can say that, but you're not going to hit him while I'm here. And that's what happened.
Was it okay? This is a career criminal you were talking to?
Of course, they're all career criminals.
Well, what were you thinking? Do you have a black belt in jiu-jitsu or something, and you just didn't see it coming, or what?
No, I looked at him and I said, "What are you going to do? Give me a black eye? You can fuck off." I mean, we're not talking about. It's not Bruce Lee level, you know.
I know, but still, did you think for 1 second that he would take your words to heart?
I knew that I had to stop him hitting the person behind me. I knew that was true.
Oh.
I knew that was not because the story.
Well, was the guy behind you smaller or bigger than you?
No, it's not that. That's not necessarily true. It's that he couldn't have been hit. That would not have been appropriate.
Okay, well, you took one for the team, I guess. Are you on pain meds for it or what?
No. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
Because you seem a little loopy to me.
I have cocodamol.
What's cocodamol you're on?
Sorry?
You're on a pill right now?
Yeah. So I've got cocodamol, so I'm a bit more, you know.
Oh,
otherwise I'm perfectly happy.
As a theist, you shouldn't come on my show under the influence.
As an atheist, you shouldn't have influence on your show.
You're going to get yourself in trouble.
Oh, please. I trust you very well.
Well, I think you're an atheist, actually.
Yes, you said that last time. I thought about that a lot, and I thought that was very unfortunate.
Why? Why is that unfortunate?
Because I thought we could have much more fun with people who didn't know.
Oh. Well, you know, but I'm an honest guy. Like, I don't like... I like to have my cards on the table.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But...
so who was that lady you were just talking to? Who was that lady?
Oh, that was my first girlfriend in high school. No, okay.
I never knew you were in. I never knew you were in Back to the Future.
That's Colleen. She just learned for the first time that there were no eyewitnesses to Jesus' resurrection other than Paul, but that was a vision. So it's interesting.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. That was one of the many things I wanted to talk to you about. When you look at, as far as I can see, you look at the corner. I don't know if you're looking at something on your computer that you've got to say that more people are going to come in, or.
Oh yeah, I can see that. No, but right now it's just me and you.
Okay. So I wasn't sure if you were looking at other people. I thought it was very interesting, that thing about the envelope.
Shut up, Doug and Jordan. Nobody cares. Nano! We got celebrities here. Nano, we've missed you, man. We've got all types of things happening, Nano. There's been all sorts of A-list atheists here. There's too many gigs happening. Nano, we need you to join the booking committee. Apparently, I need like 2 or 3 of you guys to serve as agents to handle my booking schedule. Feel free to charge sexual favors and also a 20% fee. Just take whatever. Don't ever reduce my fee. Just take whatever they're gonna pay me and tell them they got to pay an extra 20% for you guys. And, plus whatever, drinks, or we call these riders. If you want your solo cups to be a particular color, you want a particular type of liquor in the locker room waiting for you. If you only eat the green M&Ms, you got to put all that shit on paper. And then when they send you guys over the offer, you send them back the rider with all the shit. And just tell them if they don't put all the shit that you guys want in your rider, I'm not going to do it. All right? That's how us big A-list atheists do things. So, yeah. And also, we probably got a bunch of shit that needs to be clipped up because I've been embarrassing myself a lot lately. So there's that. But, yeah, good to see Nano. I guess we can get back to Doug, I guess. Sure. Why not? Why not? Which one am I going to go with? Let's go with this one. It's my stuck at the mall scene.
Almost to set up a probabilistic spectrum of how confident you are of a God existing or not. You're over 51% atheist. Yeah. But even then, like,
but you would admit, right, that the human being who was sitting in front of a person with a...
There's a lot of hidden treats hidden in those socials links. I've been trying to tell people Jay's Clown Girl. They don't want to listen. I've actually shown some of those off on stream a couple of times. The hardware for carpentry that I have.
You're going to get the right envelope, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. If you're wrong, I'm going to kill...
You're going to tell me, yeah. And so you're a psychological human being facing that situation. And what are you going to do? You're going to say, I'm going to hope for the best.
Nano, that sucks, man.
What it's doing is it's basically...
No, you misunderstand. I'm not criticizing.
Should we take up a collection?
The logical part. I'm talking about an actual human being in that situation.
Tell us how much money you need. We got to start a fund.
No, it isn't. That's all that matters, because that's all there is, right? That's all there is.
Well,
Nano, send me a message on Discord. Let me know what you need for a new mouse and keyboard. We're gonna pass around the plate. We're gonna take up an offering. We can't have our best editor on the sidelines, guys. We're leveling up around here. We've got to get our army. We need to be at full strength, guys.
What are you?
All right, Nano, let us know. Let us know if you need some editing software, a new computer. Let us know. A massage. If you need a massaging chair, let us know. We got to take care of Nano.
Won't be wrong. What's your best bet? Jordan, I like you, but you're not 100% right now. Don't call in when you're under the influence of narcotics. I mean, come on. Listen back. You're slurring your words. I'll tell you, I mean, Jesus is my savior. God is real.
That's right, Peter. That's how it works. And you want to know what's even worse? You give all that money to your church. If you're a good Christian, if you really want to go to heaven, you give them 10% off the top. And they don't contribute any of that shit to science. Oh, wouldn't it be interesting, guys, if we started charging organizations in the hospital, if we made a line based on how much your organization has contributed to the cause of medicine and science? Sort of a taxpayers first type of system. Like, if your organization doesn't pay any taxes, that's cool, but we're going to treat you after all these hard people, who pay their taxes and fund science and medical research and, the fucking human trials that we had to do to get a vaccine and all this shit. And these fucking freeloading theists, charge everybody in their congregation 10% off the top. But then they don't want to contribute none of that shit to the public good. None of it. Can we get some money for the schools? Nope. For the roads? Nope. For the parks? Nope. Damn. What about for the police? Oh, here. We'll give you some money for the police. We're going to take up an offering, a Back the Blue, nigger stomping public safety fund. Oh,
still be even the
bring it all to
fact
me.
That he's a magician. He couldn't get by my
Time to go to Pocket Locker 86. No, I'm not
My
gonna
dog
do
doesn't care
that.
about magicians.
Not gonna do it. I don't want Pine Creek to get upset.
Legs for bite marks.
Pine Points aren't.
Nice shirt, Doug. Well, thank you.
Pine Points aren't real.
Burgundy.
I didn't promote the stream, but I did drop a all caps. Pine Points aren't real. You know, I'm just a little friendly competition, guys. Just a little friendly competition between me and Doug. No, I didn't steal poofing from Doug. I don't steal ideas from people. Oh, Rebecca's streaming tomorrow. I don't know. It's gonna be tough. Oh, she's gonna have Nidimus on. Interesting, guys. I should get back to Rebecca. She's trying to book an appearance with me, but you know, I'm a little tired. You know, I'm a little tired, and I probably should respond to a bunch of emails and stuff. But like, who the fuck wants to respond to emails? Uh-oh, Derek's got some. I think Derek literally sent me.
Derek Lambert, Myth Vision Podcast. I'm on my way to Dr. James D. Tabor's house today. This morning, I had to give him one of my arms and legs at the gas station pump because it's so freaking expensive. But I want to say thank you to those who. This all Derek Lambert, Myth Vision Pod.
Guys, I got to show you guys this evidence. Check this out. Check this out, guys.
Dude, you're awesome, bro. Thanks, man. Happy birthday. I'll try and give you a shout out.
You putting it together? You putting it together? I think Derek hit me up on this very same trip. I think Derek was on this trip. He gassed up. He gave an arm and a leg, and on his way to see James Tabor, he's like, I might be going to see James Tabor right now, but I got to hit up my man Pocket Locker 86. I got to let him know that I got his message. And so you guys heard the engine rumble. You don't believe? Listen.
Out too once I do the live. I hope the super chat doesn't disappear. Sometimes when you put super chat,
guys, you don't hear the engine rumble? You don't hear the engine rumble?
Podcast. I'm on my way to Dr. James D. Tabor's house today.
Sound.
This morning, I had to give him one of my arms and legs.
Guys, I'm just putting it together. All I do is bring you the news. All I do is bring you the news. A lot of the people on the other side, they want to say this is fake news. They want to say this is a conspiracy. They say Derek isn't really on his way to James Tabor's house. This is photoshopped. Him and James Tabor are going to be getting together remotely on Zoom.
Because it's so freaking expensive. But I want to say thank you to those who help with super chats during the live streams. You help me cover the cost of a lot of the academics I bring on, or trips like I'm doing today. This stuff calculates and adds up, so I want to say thank you. I'm traveling 3 hours to go see Dr. Tabor this morning. Stay tuned. All this content will...
Derek is in this for the money. Unfortunately, he's not nearly getting enough money for what he does. Man, if other fucking media figures put in Derek Lambert style work to do the shit they do on like regular news media, Derek Lambert would be like Derek Lambert would be like, Jay Bundy, you now have 10,000 subscribers because I just bought them for you. You know, I got Derek Lambert money, Jay. Yeah, I could like bring you on Myth Vision and like, you know, help you promote your stuff and help you get to 10,000 subscribers. But nah, I just bought them for you.
Will be early on the Patreon. For those who help support me at the Patreon, thank you. I seriously appreciate it. And everybody who's given like one-time donations from time to time.
It is because apologists are lying.
You make this possible. You are Myth Vision. This is why I always say we are Myth Vision.
And you gotta learn the pattern. You gotta learn to say, bro, guys, I'm telling you, the news is that's a real recording.
Like a day or two early. they disappear. But I took,
because look, that's my private DM audio chat right there with Derek, and you can hear the same engine rumble. So you know that's a legit trip. And you guys know that's how tight me and Derek are. Derek just like, he's like, yo, man, I just got some gas. I got to hit Jay up real quick. Yo, Jay, what up, man? I'm on my way to James Tabor's, man. Just wanted to say happy birthday. Look forward to seeing you in the stream tomorrow, bro. All right, man. Gotta go do this interview shit. All right, bro, we are Myth Vision. See you later, Derek. You know, I'm just bringing you the news. All right, this thing's finally over. 7 people voted. The truth is in, folks. The truth is in. The truth is in. We voted on a very handsome gentleman that came through Pine Creek stream. We were trying to establish whether, according to the cute Christians theorem, that cute Christians should in fact just sit there and look cute and not say anything. And you guys have voted. You guys have spoken loud and clear that this is a viable theory, and that if cute Christians would like to evangelize for Jesus, they should just not talk. They should just sit there, be attractive, not talk, and just say, hey, we're really good looking. You want to come hang with us and listen to some worship music? And we'll be like, maybe. But it's a lot better probably than telling us that without Jesus, we have no basis to say that rape is truly wrong. When you guys come out with this like, well, if you're an atheist, then how do you know that it's wrong to rape people? We're like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have said that. You probably would have done more for Jesus if you would have just gone with the friendly smile, firm handshake type of Christianity. All right, guys, let's find some other news to get into. I prepared a whole show for you guys of some very important things I wanted to share with you guys. All right, first off, big news from a couple days ago. There was an Evo tournament, and 2 of my favorite Street Fighter V combatants had this battle. I saw it. I could have watched this on my own in the privacy of my own home, but I wanted to share it with you guys because I know you guys are really into counter-apologetics and the Bible and the philosophy. So I thought I'd share something even more important today, you know, or important at all, you might say. You know, how about we talk about things that exist? Like video games and crowds and people yelling and being on a stage and totally overblowing the importance of digital combat with totally over stereotyped and sexualized characters. Doesn't that sound like a good time? Doesn't that sound like it? That's why Stuck at the Mall with Jay is about to take over. Stuck at the Mall with Jay is going to be doing big things. You don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm stuck at the goddamn mall. My mom's going to be in the nail salon for like 7 hours. Then she's going to get her hair done for like 14 hours. Who knows what the fuck? I don't know. I might sit around. I might start reading a book later. I might read a book. We might read a whole book on stream later. Who knows?
Oh, you never know. Yeah, look, so
Probably not. Reading's pretty boring. We're going to be honest. I'm a scientist. You don't know what that means. That means I got to read for my job and shit. Then I got to make other people read. Then I got to read the shit that they wrote about the shit that I made them read. It's fucking awful.
So Mr. Crimson, first time in top 8. Like I said, Idom had made 5th with 2019. But Mr. Crimson's been killing it lately. He got first in the Saudi event. He got first at CPT France. He got first at Rebel Kumite London a little while ago.
Where's the
and
food
in doing
court?
so, he actually beat
Peter W. That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to order some buffalo wings. See, it's a really weird night because I want to order something fun to eat, but not too fun to eat because tomorrow's my birthday. So I got to save my favorite foods for my birthday. So I got to kind of figure out what's a good kind of like backup, you know, celebratory order. You know, I'm over here pondering big life decisions, guys.
Idom 5-4 in grands. However, Idom also beat him 0-2 in pools. All right, so it wasn't, you know, we'll see. Idom, as you said, a lot of people think he's the best.
I'm not. Y'all know me. I'm the virtual visionary. Everything I do is about being virtual. Y'all try to go back to the gym. Now, I'm going to show y'all my other room. I'm building a home gym. Okay? No. People trying to go back out to wrestling events. No. I'm bringing the wrestling to YouTube. People trying to bring back the mall. No, nigga. Nigga, that's passe, nigga. nigga, the mall arcade is so 20th century, bro. You don't know about the 21st century? Yeah, nigga, we bringing the arcade to ourselves, bro. Nah. We don't really. Yeah, all that going to the arcade and putting the coins in the machine and waiting for other niggas, and then you got other niggas with their COVID, all coughing on your joystick. Oh, yeah, you want to get on this next? Nah. And then you can't smoke weed. You can't drink no liquor. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to get with the... come on, I be trying to put y'all on to this new shit, man. Come on, man. Y'all got to get with the damn program, man. Y'all can't be going out like that, man. COVID control. Hey, no. Hey, oh shit, bro, I lost. You want to get this next? Like, nah, man, I'm good. You go ahead, put another coin in there, and go ahead and keep playing, bro. It's funny. This funny. And you can tell these niggas playing hardcore too, because when the white boys and the Japanese niggas come and they be playing on the stage, they be bringing their joysticks. But you can tell these are some hood niggas right here. They from the console class. They like, nah, nigga, we gonna stick with this controller thing. We don't got no fancy game pads or nothing.
CPT NA East, he won offline Combo Breaker 2022. He won offline CEO 2022. Here we go. Between these two juggernauts, we got Dalsum, of course. Crimson said it's always going to be Sim for me in this top 8. Idom said, look, Laura, this character I'm going to be going with, he feels that some players didn't do as well as they could have this weekend because they didn't believe in their character choices. He said he believes in Laura.
Woo, that's a knockdown. But here's the interesting part about this. I mean, like, it's not even fun to joke about anymore. Everyone agrees. Dalsum clearly one of the best characters in this game. In fact, maybe top 3, maybe even top 2.
Yeah.
You know, most people do say Luke is the strongest, but Dalsum is right there. And Laura has never really been considered one of the strongest characters, but the way that Idom uses his character is just absolutely insane as Idom takes this first round. And keep in mind, how often has Idom played against Arturo Sanchez?
Exactly, a very strong Dalsum out of New York.
He's a disabled
knows this character matchup. The question is whether he knows the Crimson matchup.
Exactly.
And again, they have played before, and it was super close.
I will.
So,
well,
yes.
I will.
Idom's trying to make it look like maybe not that.
Nano, drop me a Discord link, and I'll pull him up, actually.
Idom, it is a back throw. And so Crimson had to slide to get away from the cross-up over there, but teleports out of the corner as Idom continues to take that white damage.
Redeem BS Lewis. Somebody teach BS Lewis how to use the bot. Come on, BS Lewis.
So Crimson said he's been sent here by the Salt Mine League since he won the series that they had, but he has no official team sponsor. Big ol' hint. Idom said, I'm already the Evo champion. I've already won Evo Online. Now he's going for his second Evo title.
Yeah, but again, he's the only, you can call it this, back-to-back top 8 competitor at Evo this year.
It's true.
Because he got top 8 last time, and he did lose to Bonchan.
Oh no, it was supposed to have been Gale.
You gotta add exclamation point redeem.
Strike until you have victory.
There you go.
Oh no, that's a bad.
I know we're on the Christmas stage, but you don't gotta give each other gifts like that. Finally, Crimson with the round.
Oh man.
Yeah, now we got a bunch of them going on.
The presents, man. Come on. Here, just starting off with a low punch right away. You saw Idom try to whip. What was Crimson sliding for there?
Mine always go off twice.
Interesting decision.
Oh, too far! But too far as well, you guys! You guys! Get it together, please.
Holy shit.
There's definitely some nerves here, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. Idom in a great position. Nice!
No! He fucked that up.
You got a great comeback character here, to be honest. This could be stone on next one. Yes! And that actually may kill. It's absolutely gonna kill. Crimson ends up doing it.
That was not supposed to happen.
Mr. Crimson, again, has just catapulted himself up into the top of basically the highest point, highest echelon of the players in EU. He's been great this entire time, but there's something about the way
the nigga Angels. We got them in here somewhere.
Where he is pretty much
I had my folder.
angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now.
What else we got? We got another interesting one about Africa. This is Kelly Shabaka. By the way, this woman's running for Congress.
She brought back the recordings of the African tribe. And you know what they sounded like? My tongue can do whatever it wants. And really, I'm not paying attention to my tongue at all.
Oh, that's going to be the great Congresswoman from Alaska.
I'd go from Holy Spirit-filled church to Holy Spirit-filled church and get slathered with oil.
We love our theist Congress people.
Meaty elbow just goes for
unbelievable.
Dash forward. Try to hit with an overhead at point blank range.
It was really close to working out too. It would have been crushed to that.
Redeem evolution.
I wish. I love the offense. The V reversal.
Redeem treat. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Oh Lord, help him.
Still here?
Lord, help him.
The shimmy.
Go to the store, guys.
And Idom going up 2-1 over Mr. Crimson.
Laura wins.
Yeah, they both can make it fast on the other one, as you can see.
Y'all, can you imagine playing on a stage like this?
Idom's playing is that he's been able to build forward movement pretty quickly, and that's usually really.
Guys, this is what I mean about our community being small, right? This is the type of stage me and Ken Hovind should be debating on. Look at this. You know, we should get ourselves a nice Evo stage, a big Capcom fighter.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
We have a powerful cumulative case that there's not nearly enough show business in these motherfucking shows.
Indoctrinate children.
How are we going to indoctrinate children with no arenas, no stadiums, no entrances? This is why kids want to play professional video games and they don't want to be apologists or scientists. Because they see the big athletes, the big super stage that's for the pro athletes, the big time entertainers, and the motherfucking professional gamers, huh? Well, what about the people who want to intellectualize for a living? Who want to teach the children about the stratification of the philosophizing. We need a bigger stage for that shit. Really technical
really
shit I just said
and
right
holding
there.
onto the right spot. But just like this, we talked about how people, Gotchka was jumping in on Zygo, same idea. Jumping in on Crimson, so tough, but Idom's done it yet again.
Oh my, the whip punish with the crouching heavy punch. You might be dead because Laura just does so much damage. Dalsum doesn't have a lot of health. He does go for the reset.
Evo stage, there you go, that's what we need.
Into the elbow and Idom, just like that.
And they already call this shit Evo. You know, I kind of take offense to that. You know, if y'all gonna be out here taking over the world with gaming and shit, could y'all at least leave the name Evo and Evolution to the people who fucking need that shit? Now, if we really do blow up and evolutionary biology becomes the fastest rising thing, every time motherfuckers go to look up the big ass fucking Evo shit, they gonna see Street Fighter V, and it's gonna be a whole public education crisis. I really think the fucking National Science Foundation or NASA or the White House, somebody should have stepped in and told them they can't do that.
Match point. He is doing this like a game's done quick.
Nigga, I know Evo has been around for a while, but do you think Evo has been around longer than Evolution? Come on, Nano. If you're gonna make an argument from antiquity up in this bitch, then really?
Run right now.
I know we got Sumi here.
Fair. Okay, V-reversal, yeah. You can see the kind of pressure, that Mr. Crimson's feeling using those V-reversals. Oh, no!
Taking up some time, yes. Taking up some space. Oh, my God, what is he looking for?
What is he trying to do here? That could not have been what he wanted. And that's going to cost him the round, the game, the set. And Idom defeating Mr. Crimson.
That's crazy.
3-1. But did it feel like a 3-1 to you?
Nah, but Idom's the best. Yeah,
I saw so
Idom's
many jump-ins from Idom that connected over.
Honestly, I was surprised he took that one round, and that was really because Idom kind of messed up his timing. Like normally, these guys their timing and these guys understand like pixels. Like they understand if they're like 1 or 2 pixels too close or too far, or like a split millisecond too late to land a combo. So when they fuck that shit up, and then it gives the other guy open, and then the other guy just comes back with his super combo, and then he don't fuck his shit up at all. Oh, that shit is exciting.
Like Stan Roundhouse.
They've done tests, guys. These guys literally have like faster reaction times and shit than like professional hockey goalies and shit. Like professional fucking gamers have faster fucking reaction shit than motherfucking literal professional athletes. Like they are professional athletes. They just button mash for a living. Shit is harder than it looks, folks. And I should be broadcasting this shit. I'm way more entertaining than these squares. What the fuck? This guy's look at these fucking squares. Look at these pathetic ass squares. Commentating a goddamn video game tournament in a motherfucking shirt and tie? Get the fuck out of here. Can y'all imagine if Pocket Locker was fucking broadcasting this bitch? I'd have Evo on fire. The music would be amped. The fucking entrance announcements would be fucking hyped. The fucking chat would be on the screen fucking on fire. We would be fucking counter-apologizing and telling people that the fucking epistemology of the philosophy of their combos isn't enough, that they need to go back to the fucking metaphysics. They need to revisit the meta because they fucked up the algorithm because they didn't think about it philosophically deep enough. See, we got a lot of shit to offer to the gaming community that they're not noticing. We need to get out here, y'all. See, after we take over the whole internet, we won't have this problem.
And here we go. Again, loser side match. Loser of this is out in 5th place. Okay, jumped in on Tokido. You know, a long time ago, he used to have
Atheist come back and settle it once and
had
for
a
all.
slight weakness of anti-airs. But
yeah, guys, the plan today was to do some word wrestling entertainment and create some more people and do some fighting, but I'm too lazy to play games at the arcade, so right now we're just at the arcade watching other people play games because that's what I want to do.
He kind of got...
They're better than I am. Yeah, we're going to go with that. It's not because I'm lazy. It's because they're just playing at such a high level. I wanted to bring you the highest level of competition I could find.
Scored that up, but it is still there from time to time. And you see them fighting in that middle of the screen, but there we go. Oil King getting the jump in again on Tokido.
Not combo, but that's okay. He's got the corner. Oh, little too far away.
Tokido's been throwing out a lot of neutrals. Oh, back throw. This is huge. The shimmy.
Now he's got him trapped in the corner.
Into the reset. Confirm off of the second and
let him
third
get out.
crouching light punches.
Okay. Really connected.
That was crazy.
Just like that, we got a reversal of fortunes here as Oil King.
Oh, challenging on the wake up.
Back
and
fist,
there we go.
Out of
now,
that shit.
One of the main changes to Urian, we got to talk about this. Obviously, the EX headbutt, no longer a true reversal.
Not invincible anymore.
It's like MMA, but the moves are way better.
The EX headbutt is much faster on startup.
So are the outfits.
Good combo extensions now.
I should say not fully invincible as it was before.
Yes, true. Yep, had to roll to get out of there. And yeah, you can't get out.
That fucking wall was crazy too.
Oh man, that was so sick.
That was one of the changes too since the last time we played. A lot of characters with their wall jumps, you know, Dawson with the V-Skill 1 and the teleport. If you hit him out of there, it's a hard knockdown no matter what you hit him with. Or soft knockdown, sorry.
Yeah, basically any air action if you're hit out of it. Tokido does the hitting out of his air action right there as he finds the W.
Damn.
If you get out of the air while doing something other than just like...
All right. It's been about 8 years since we have had a college football video game. Peter W., I'm actually 100% with you on that. I'm a huge fan of college football games. I was actually complaining about this before. All right. Mick Foley told this great kind of story about Shawn Michaels losing his smile. I actually thought you guys wanted to play it again. This is a fantastic interview.
So the February pay-per-view is announced. It's going to be Vader taking on Bret Hart, taking on Steve Austin, taking on The Undertaker. Of course, this is Final Four from Chattanooga. Yeah. The idea being these were the last four guys in the Rumble when there was some controversy involved. So on Superstars, while Vader and Bear are cutting a promo about the match, they're in the ring, and you come down the aisle asking why it can't be Final Five, and where is your title shot, Uncle Paul, which is pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
And
he's
then
pretty
Lowell
fucking
Mass,
great in retirement
of
too.
course,
I'll tell
February
you, he's the
13th,
gift
it
that
all
keeps on
changes. It's
giving.
the now infamous Thursday, Raw Thursday.
But now that I know that, I'll play you, Sandals. I'll play something after this that'll be a real treat for you as a Mankind fan. I'll play a clip after this that'll, I'm sure, give you an extra special appreciation of where he's at now.
It's also the day where Rocky Maivia, who'd he ever beat?
But this one we're starting with because it's actually about mental health. So
the Intercontinental Champion for the very first time, and then Sean loses his smile, and you're in the arena that night. And listen, Sean is a different person. I think you even referred to him a couple of weeks ago as Bad Sean.
Good Sean. Bad Sean, good Sean.
Yeah, so Bad Sean here. A lot of people thought, that injury is bullshit. He just doesn't want to return the favor to Brett at WrestleMania. I'm not saying you necessarily felt that, but you're there in the building. Was the consensus from the locker room, I don't know that he's doing the right thing here?
Just help me out with my dates here. Sean loses his smile before or after that fatal four-way?
So it's the Thursday before.
All right, for guys that don't know what losing his smile is referring to, the heat with Shawn Michaels was that he was a star. A lot of times when you get the title from somebody, the idea is that eventually you might drop it back to that person. And the suspicion of the internet community, I think quite unfairly, has always been that Sean faked an injury and said that he lost his smile so that he could avoid having to lose a wrestling match, which once again was his fucking job. But nevertheless, that's what we're talking about.
So it was supposed to determine a number one contender and who's going to go on
not
to
the
WrestleMania
Montreal
to get the
Screwjob.
shot.
That's the other Shawn Michaels controversy. Well, not that one. No, not that. Not the one where he betrayed his partner. No, not the one where he fucked Sonny. The other Shawn Michaels controversy. Look, I'm Heartbreak Jay. That's Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. It's tough to be a heartbreaker in the world of entertainment and not have quite a few controversies on your list. All right, we're not gonna count right now. Who are you? Christians counting sins and shit.
All right. Okay. But then that Thursday,
this is the other
Sean forfeits the title. So now Final Four.
It's the time Sean screwed Brett. Before that time, Sean screwed Brett. Before the other time Sean screwed Brett, which was after the time Brett screwed Sean, but we don't have to talk about that.
Or, which is in a few days, will determine who's the world champion.
This is the one I want to turn into a Final Five.
Yes.
Milo of Croton is my favorite wrestler.
I remember when I saw...
you just failed the shit test.
Sean losing his smile as being very emotional.
Yes.
What about Sean getting beat up in a bar by a group of Marines? And they thought I was joking about all the Shawn Michaels controversies that I wasn't even going to mention. There's another one.
My recollection.
Yes.
Like I said, it's hard to be the Heartbreak Kid or the Heartbreak Man in my case without these things happening.
We weren't second guessing it.
Every once in a while, you piss off a group of Marines. Am I right?
Sean all but do a back handspring on that stage. You know that he and Brett got the a match of the year, and he said, "I beat you that one too." It was still unusual at that time because of kayfabe still being alive.
Yeah, a little bit
alive and well. You know, maybe on resuscitation, but it was still unusual to me to see two people on the stage together collecting a Match of the Year award.
Yes.
Right. Now listen up, you fucking do-gooder apologist and counter-apologist YouTubers. Would Mick Foley, a man who's given his blood, sweat, tears, body, and brilliance to entertaining motherfuckers is trying to tell you here, is that this is fucking weird. Because all you fucking new school kids like to see backstage footage of your two favorite rivals sitting together at a motherfucking Wendy's, sharing Frosties, and exchanging stories about life on the road, and maybe at a barbecue with their wives chit-chatting. Well, I grew up in a time where you didn't do that type of shit. Okay? The type of day where two men had a goddamn disagreement. They settled it in a motherfucking ring like two grown-ass men. And you did not see those two motherfuckers together outside the ring under any goddamn circumstances. Because doing such a thing was disrespectful to the motherfucking combat we have to engage in. Now, what is the lesson here for you religious Bible philosophy nerds? The reason your community is so small is because you want everybody on the opposite sides to hold hands and be friends and kiss each other's babies and say, oh, well, I'm so glad you were willing to listen to me today and let my shit go in one ear and out the other and totally not be influenced at all by what I just said to you. But I think you're such a wonderful person, and man, we should get together and be buddies soon. That is called taking money, pissing on it, flushing it down the toilet. All right? All right? You want to put asses in seats, you do what I do. You let your opponent know he's a fucking piece of shit. You are coming to whoop his ass. You are taking no prisoners, and you will fucking collect his tears in a motherfucking bottle and drink that shit and cheers to all your motherfucking crew. Then we will be filmed live on the internet watching back the footage of me whooping said opponent's ass and enjoying it all over again. That is how you put asses in seats, folks. Fucking friendly. Oh, you want to be friends after we debate? No. Why don't you come by my house? No, bring the kids. Oh, we'll have a fucking potluck. Fuck out of here.
Now we see it on Sports Center with Sasha.
This is also the era, though, where Mankind and Vader show up in tuxedos and their masks. So, kayfabe's alive. We're wearing masks.
We're wearing masks. Leon was still wearing his mask.
I hope not. I hope Kent Hovind wants to get very rough. Kent Hovind's body slams aren't fake. They probably aren't fake. You know what they also are probably, though? Weak as fucking shit. You know what's not, though? My super kick. Kent Hovind's body slams. You know? It's like for Kent Hovind to body slam me, guys, he's going to have to get his hands on me, reach his slow-ass fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex Bible arm underneath my crotch, lift me up over his shoulder, turn me over, and slam me on the ground. Meanwhile, to end this nigga, I simply need to kick him in the face on his way to trying to do so. Go ahead, you make your predictions. I'm not even going to bet because I don't want to see you lose your money like that.
Hall of Fame until the year before he passed away. But yeah, we were there in the masks, and I won a Slammy for Lucis Screw. And at that point, I was sitting with the Headbangers. I think I even threw them the trophy.
Guys, don't worry. A lot of shit may happen. I am a professional word wrestler. I am aware of the risk of when I get into the ring with a competitor. Do not fear, guys. I promise you, no matter what happens, I will not marry Kent Hovind.
And this is also the night that Leon suffers an injury because of a prank that Bret Hart plays. So we'll get into that momentarily because that's leading up to our Mania match,
it's a big
which is
moment.
Just a couple nights later. We're both wearing we're both wearing our masks. We are protecting kayfabe. Going back to Sean, I'm sitting there and I'm seeing Sean, who does not look like a guy with a career-ending knee injury, but.
Also, guys, if you want to do me a favor, please, please, please do me a serious favor. If you come through the live chat, pre, during, or post Kent Hovind's debate, especially during, do me a huge favor. Do not bring up his criminal past. We just don't need to. We really don't need to, right? Appreciate the 411, but don't do it. All you will do is to create a distraction we do not need. Let people watch me kick him in the face. That's the point.
Up until that moment on stage, I didn't doubt it. You know, he lost his smile and injured his knee.
All eyes on the sweets in music.
Smile, you know, and we understand sometimes you have to step away because...
Yeah, mental health is a different conversation now than it was back then.
Jerome Robinson, I'm so glad you asked in the middle of this segment where we've taken a hard turn to making people understand how you put asses in seats and promote a motherfucking debate. Why don't we check out our promo to figure out, oh, is this on the channel? Oh, could you just go to the channel and look at this Kent Hovind 8:29, 8 p.m. Eastern promo?
Ready for takeoff?
Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on.
Turn that goddamn
camera on. Put that... Guys, I gotta be honest with you. We're really lucky that YouTube does not allow you to get views on your own channel, because this is my most rewatched video from me. Luckily, every time I rewatch this shit, YouTube does not increase the viewer count. So I appreciate all you guys that have actually checked this out. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. I literally just watched the beginning of this over and over again because I love wrestling promos, and the beginning of this shit, the way I started this, is just funny as fuck to me. It makes me laugh every time, and then I just want to rewatch it. So I'm probably going to rewatch it like 2 more times.
Ready for takeoff?
Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on. That camera on. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now. Put that camera on me. Kent Hovind. Oh, I can't even let y'all get into the promo yet. I gotta tell you what happened. It's so funny. First off, the camera's brand new. The camera's like $5 grand. There's no way I'm gonna rock the camera, right? So what I'm doing behind scenes, is I'm just like gently wiggling the tripod like this just to get the camera to wiggle a little bit, and then I'm like snapping the mic against my hand. People watch me stream it live. It was so funny seeing it live. And then I throw a mic down at the end, and I always get pissed when people throw a mic down, but I put a pillow. It was the fucking production value of something to make it look this impromptu when it was so beautifully crafted. Oh, it's just fucking word wrestling, folks. This is how you promote a goddamn debate. All right, now I'm going to let it play through. Ooh, she's sexy, too. You watching me, baby? You should be watching me.
Ready for takeoff?
Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on. That camera on. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now. Kent Hovind, I'm coming for you. You done fucked up. See, I knew if I challenged you to a debate on your channel, you'd record it. Yeah, Otangelo, you can call in, but you got to let me get through my promo. We're restarting it because Otangelo interrupted my promo. Also because I want to see it again. I love this shit. I did this to entertain myself. Oh, that was so funny. Is this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on. Put that goddamn camera on me. Camera on. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now. Who else would the camera be on? Kent Hovind, I'm coming for you. You done fucked up. See, I knew if I challenged you to a debate on your channel, you'd record it. And then once I whooped your monkey ass all over the internet, you would hide it. There's no way you would release it. But I did something smarter, because while your dumbass is still struggling to figure out the rules to checkers while pretending you're playing chess, Me and my supercomputer evolutionary algorithm are evolving a brain that is motherfucking whooping the ass of world champions at Go. You are levels and 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 levels out of your motherfucking league. See, while I earned a dual PhD at the motherfucking Michigan State University after my bachelor's and master's at Penn State University, that's right, master's, Go State, biological anthropology. You're fucked. Then I joined the LNCA lab at Michigan State. Dual PhD, integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology and behavior. You're fucked. Then I moved on to the experimental research lab of Dr. Mike Travisano at the motherfucking University of Minnesota. Go motherfucking Gophers. Big Ten, all throughout, all up in this bitch. 3 very legit universities. Go fuck yourself, you're fucked. What did your lazy ass do? You went to some bullshit ass hole in the wall. That's a compliment. It's a motherfucking trailer in the middle of nowhere, Colorado, where you wrote some piece of shit toilet paper dissertation that I will rip up in your face to show you that it is not worth a goddamn thing, Kent Hovind. I am coming for your ass. August 29th. On motherfucking Donnie's channel, searching for delusions, standing for lies, reasoning for evidence, hiding underneath the blanket of Christian delusion, whatever Donnie's calling his channel these days, Kent. It really doesn't matter. I hope you bring all your friends, your family, your wives, your ex-wives, your fucking people at your compound, all your motherfucking staff, because believe me, I am rolling deep with the cult of the flying man. The Most High Apostle is coming for that ass. And best believe my co-pastors will be in the building, the ushers will be in the building, the motherfucking congregants will be gathered, the drinks will be poured, the weed will be in the goddamn air, and we will be celebrating as I roast your monkey ass!
Look in my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just it just touched me. Just as a wrestling fan, it's just whoo. Ooh. Oh, that felt good. Oh, that felt pretty good. All right. Now, for those of you that don't understand where this whole thing got started, before we visit here with Otangelo, let me show you how I instigated all of this.
Hunter Biden's laptops, $5 super chat. I'm a dual PhD in evolutionary biology. I worked in the LNCA lab. Oh, very cool. I was recently featured on Gutsy Gibbons' channel. Okay, one of my best buddies. And he says, or she, let me debate Hovind. Okay, well, you know what? That sounds fun. Shoot me an email. And let me see. I'm going to post my email in the chat. And you might just be a dual PhD evolutionary biologist, I think could make for a fantastic debate number 300. So if that's the case, shoot me an email, give me some details, maybe send me. Typically with the requests that I come in, endless requests, I just ask for, if there's been previous appearances in other shows, debates, send me those links just to vet, the debaters a little bit, details on who you are, so on and so forth. So
oh yeah,
Hunter
guys. So you guys see my editing work. It's nothing too serious. But yes, for those of you that don't know, Nano is the brilliant mind behind our editory aesthetic here, as I like to call it. when you guys tune into these streams and the first time you tune in and you're kind of like, holy shit, what is this fucking place? It's like brilliant and kind of unbelievably creative and compelling, but at the same time, I have no idea what's going on, and I feel like I've stepped into some sort of atheist fever dream. That's Nano. When that feeling hits you, that's Nano. Nano's here. Nano's back. Let's celebrate with a little impromptu mini Nano Film Fest. Yes, welcome to the Nano Film Fest. Hang on, I gotta get my show business mic going. Can't bullshit this. All right, the serious business here. Welcome to the Nano Flying Man Disciple Film Fest. I will be your host for this evening's festivities. Sit back and grab a cold one. Actually, we're gonna do this right. Actually, we're gonna do this proper. Oh, Tangelo, your visit has been postponed till later. We have important believers. Sorry. We have important people here who don't believe in the Shroud of Turin, so we have to prioritize based on IQ. Y'all, I'm fucking with Otangelo. Otangelo's my guy. Otangelo, we'll talk in a little bit. I got to do my film festival. But before we do that, we're doing a little impromptu business here, guys. Before we do that, we're going to promote what we're doing tomorrow, guys. On tomorrow's broadcast, what we're going to be doing is some people were born on this day some years in the past. We're going to leave it at that for now. And then on top of that, folks, see how I worked around that? See how I handled that? See how I trolled you guys earlier? So, yeah, who was born on this day tomorrow, Jay? Whose birthday is it, Jay? Who are you hiding from us? Hang on. Bruce Greenwood, actor Bruce Greenwood, Casey Affleck, his birthday is tomorrow. George Hamilton's birthday. Chris Middleton, NBA star Chris Middleton's birthday is tomorrow. All right, so we'll be celebrating all that. Additionally, we will be celebrating the end of our first official 1 month period of being live up in this bitch every single day. That's right. For the last 30 days. Really, it's probably been for like the last 40 or so or whatever, but who's counting? But formally, for the last month, we've been streaming every single day up in this bitch, usually all day. Now, additionally, we'll be celebrating the fact that we have successfully raised $100, which is our first ever fundraising goal. We met that bitch, exceeded that bitch. There's so much extra money in there. I stopped counting. All right. Then I'm going to kick in another 100, and we're going to be donating over $200 to the International Bipolar Foundation. It's going to be pretty special. All right. In addition to that, you know, around here, if you get something to like 100 viewers, that's a big deal. Or we celebrated 5,000 views, we'll celebrate 5,000 views again. But also, you know, we wanted to celebrate 100 subscribers, but then we kicked on through 200 subscribers, and we're about to just be knocking on that door to 300 subscribers. So tomorrow, we're just going to go ahead on and launch our motherfucking campaign to 1,000 subscribers and the super chat madness up in this bitch. Oh, you want more? Oh, well, why didn't you just say you wanted more? You should have just said you wanted more. If you'd have just told me right there, if you just said you wanted more, then I would have said, okay, fine, we'll do more. Additionally, we are going to be doing the live watch-along stream while we watch Derek from Myth Vision live stream at 2 p.m. talking about my communities, your communities, their communities, everybody's favorite topic. Did that nigga Jesus really exist? Woo! Folks, folks, it's almost like Derek is a mod on my channel and was like, what could I do for my man Pocket Locker on his birthday? I know what we're going to do. Since he's a huge Myth Vision fan, since he loves talking about the historicity of Jesus, since that is the very topic that brought his interest into this motherfucking community, we're going to do a special stream. We're not going to say it. He didn't even tell me, y'all. He didn't tell me nothing. He just announced it. It's like he just knew. He just knew. He was like, Jay, I know what you want. I know what you want. I got you, my guy. That's happening. Y'all are some selfish motherfuckers. Oh, yes. You're a selfish motherfucker, and you're a selfish motherfucker, and you're a selfish motherfucker, and you should think about somebody else besides yourself, and you should think, maybe it's my birthday. Maybe I just want to relax and do me. Eat buffalo wings and watch some titties. But no, you want more. You just can't be satisfied. Well, Jay, we want more. Give us at least one more thing we should be excited about. You haven't given us enough of yourself yet. Give us something else to be excited about. God damn. All right, well, I'm going to put it to you like this. My motherfucking favorite rapper, all right, check that. Yes, my favorite rapper, who also happens to be one of my closest friends, because I'm an A-list atheist, obviously. If I want to be friends with a rapper, I call a nigga up. Yo, I like your music. You want to be friends? Right? That's how it works. But this particular homie / favorite rapper of mine also happens to be my motherfucking cousin. And on top of that, all of his music aligns perfectly with the motherfucking aesthetic and vibe of this here channel. So our official music, the official music of motherfucking Airplane Mode, motherfucking Airplane Mode himself, motherfucking OG Roddy, is officially releasing the album Lyle Guardia. Yes, tomorrow. Y'all, my favorite streamer is doing a fucking stream about my favorite topic. My motherfucking favorite rapper, who's my friend and my cousin, is releasing my favorite album on my birthday. If you don't show up, go fuck yourself. Honestly. Seriously, because that's a lot to goddamn celebrate. If you won't celebrate all of that, then your viewership just cannot be fucking reasonably attained. I have to just accept that I have my limits, and maybe no matter how hard I work, I can't get you to put my stream on your goddamn calendar. I guess that's what the fuck is going on. Whew, y'all are really difficult to please. Now, when we get back, I'm starting the motherfucking Nano Film Festival. I'm doing it for me. I'm not even worried about y'all. I already realized y'all can't be pleased. No matter what I do, you're never going to be satisfied. I'm never going to give you enough. So what's going on is I'm going to pee, and when I come back, we're having the Nano Flying Man Disciple Film Festival. In the meantime, this is a preview of the motherfucking album that drops tomorrow. It's called Lyle Guardia. And where do you get it? Oh, God, they asked me the question, y'all. Y'all know I don't like stupid questions. You know I don't like stupid questions. You get it at itsairplanemode.com.
Ready for takeoff?
It's time to go pee.
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't have shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. Put the bowl, it's a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pops flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cats. Got them steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved devices in the in-flight information section.
Oh, he did the whole race, bro.
Just race back right on it. Shoot my nigga now.
Yeah, well. Gotta stay out the way, especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case on a one-on-one race. Caught a body, it ain't really shot.
Oh yeah.
Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. Older bro in Miami, and we sharing mamas. I wish I could have stayed in from all the
time. It is time to start the film
festival. Know my niggas won't catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt.
Alright, folks, now we're gonna take you through a choice selection. Of fine nano mini films. Each one guaranteed to be the atheist fever dream you didn't even know you needed, but you needed more than you knew that you could need. Ooh, see? So you got to think about that for a second. All right. Now, you're also going to get the benefit of my highly informed critical expertise and analysis. So we're gonna start with my favorite so that I can be objective about the rest of them. And this one I just feel is really underrated. It's one of the nano pieces that it doesn't get talked about enough. It kind of just gets overlooked. You know, it's almost so good that its elegance is really hiding right in front of you. And it's one of those pieces where Nano just makes it look so easy that it's a problem. It's like, no, this is where he gets a lot of criticism as an artist, where we say, oh, he made that look so easy, and then people don't appreciate how difficult it truly is. It's very difficult. So there's a couple of things to notice. Well, to be honest, you kind of caught me off guard here, right? You know, that's yeah. You kind of caught me off guard here. All right. Also, there's a gullet edit. I call it the gullet. It's just like a gullet jiggle. It's a good. The gullet jiggle actually recently won an Atheist mini film critics award for best edit of the year. Like, yeah, I don't know if you know how but like, think about it this way. It's pretty hard to win best movie, right? Because there's a lot of movies. But think about in the movie how many edits there are, right? There might be like 3,000 edits in a movie, right? So think about all the movies, all the short-term videos, all the broadcasts, all the Twitch streams, all the YouTubes, all of that, and you have to find the best single edit, like just that one shot of all the shots. That one shot is edit of the year. Unbelievable. And people don't even talk about it. They don't even, it's like, because you have to have such a refined viewer's palate to even to catch it and appreciate it. And then before you even notice it, he's just moved on to the next thing. And it's too fast. That's the fever dream aesthetic of it. And then of course, there is the profound meta critique, we might say, on the true political tragedy of sustainable energy. And so it really, really speaks to the deeper issues of natural gas. And we don't talk enough about natural gas. And so it's just the social commentary is there. But the thing is, like, that right there covers, again, one of the best for me, which is we wrestle not. You know, it's just the tone and the shot and the framing. And it's just the embodiment of the true evilness of the sort of jet setting, parasite class. We wrestle not. You know, it's really unbelievable stuff. There's so much more, but we gotta. You know, we only have so much time for each piece. You know, the producers tell me I gotta keep it moving. You know. Oh, I love this shit. See the finger point? Oh, no, that's some real heel shit right there. That sells 1 million tickets right there. All you need is that shot. Yeah, that's a villain. That's a fucking villain. That's how you frame a villain right there, folks. Pointing down at the young lady with the turn of the camera to emphasize him looking down at her. Right? Y'all got to catch this little shit. We got to catch that.
Very simple.
Look, little demonic.
Takes a lot of money to do that.
Fever dream.
Oh yeah. Well, for example, that's really none of your business.
That's really none of your business.
Let me give you another example. And I prayed about it, and I thought, back when, and I might add another thing too. It's a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding, guys.
God, I get excited talking about it. I had to learn this. The demons. Abraham was
demons.
I learned it.
The demons.
From the Bible.
There's a foundation in the Bible.
Foundation.
The blessing of Abraham.
There
Abraham was extreme. And he had a covenant with God. I'm talking about the Bible. Oh, God, I love this. And I started out standing with grandfathers. I love the people. I love the demons. And I understand them. And I love them with all my heart. If you go into the old covenant, and it's full of meanness. It's just full of...
Who said that? Nano, you need to.
Made that
I'm
awful.
awful.
So cheap for me. I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes.
I love your eyes.
Face to face. Person.
Can you imagine anything
Just
more
the same as
terrifying than him
Jesus
hitting
is
on
very
you?
real. They're rulers of the darkness of this world. God bless, Father bless. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. And it's full of miracles, signs,
and wonders.
It's full of unseen things. Jesus, people. I love people. Dragging some woman down the aisle, it made me so mad I wanted to punch the guy out myself. We wrestle not.
We wrestle not
with people. And I have a lot of natural gas.
It's so good. It's so good. Like I said, underappreciated. Like I said, it's old school. You gotta be a real serious Nano fan. You know, you gotta really know your Nano clips to know about that one. All right, we'll get this one out of the way for the egomaniacal, totally self-absorbed Peter W. You know, I feel bad when I play this one. I have mixed emotions. At the same time, I get to celebrate my friendship with Peter W. I really like Peter W. But it makes me realize that Peter W. cares more about Pine Creek It makes me realize that he only talks to me in the chat and he won't call in. He won't show his face on camera. He won't show me my spreadsheet. You know, Pine Creek just so happens to beat up women once in a while, pretty much equally as much as he beats up on men. I go out of my way to beat up on women, particularly on this channel, just for Peter W., and he still won't show me my spreadsheet. So it's like celebrating my friendship with Peter, but realizing that Peter I don't mean as much to Peter as Pine Creek, right? You know? It's just mixed emotions, guys. It's mixed emotions. It's complex feelings. Whoops. Too complex, guys. I didn't want to play it for you. It's the edit is too complex. It's just it's too much for you to handle.
This is for Peter W.
Yeah, I'll take some calls.
Might as well.
Let me in there. Let me show Doug how it's done. Some of you flag-waving phony Christians are thinking that right now. Come on, Peter. Back up your words.
Come on,
You
Peter.
accuse
Say
me
it to
of
my
being
Peter, say it to
basically
my
a
face.
misogynist. Say it to my face. Okay, Peter, what's your problem with me? Oh, you're joking. You do this to me on my channel and on Rebecca's Bread of Life channel. You will
Only when you're beating up women.
I treat women and men equally. I beat up on both of them. You're the sexist. Those poor babies, those little women, we gotta treat them.
Well, I think that you tend to interrupt women with a little bit more freedom than you do men.
You think so?
Look at all the interviews I've done with men and all the interviews. I would say that.
Oh, yes, I have it all on a spreadsheet all the time.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I have it all on a spreadsheet. I have a thought experiment.
Cameron Bennett is
What if
hurt
the
as
meteor
well.
was coming
We're
to
butt
hit
hurt.
Earth?
You know?
It's going to wipe out mankind and the world is doomed. But we could shoot a rocket to another distant planet.
Oh, the music is so good.
And start evolution all over again on that planet.
Look at the color
Okay.
treatment.
Should we do it?
With all due respect, what the f are you talking about?
I figured that would be your answer.
I figured that would be your answer. Oh, goodness. All right, guys. I just want to show the depth real quick. We'll have some more fun, but man, sometimes Nano hits you with a serious piece. You know, something that really, I wouldn't even say forces you to think so much as like Nano's more like, I'm just going to reach inside of you, grab onto your heart, rip it out of your chest, and force you to just weep right now. You're just going to break down weeping. And it shows his range, you know, just the emotional range, you know, not always a great time at the movies with some dancing and some fun and some popcorn. You know, sometimes very, very heavy shit. You should sit down for this one. This one's tough. I mean, and just look at the highs, just the pure joy, and then the shift, and then the shift. Wait, we're getting really serious.
It's
Hang on.
too terrifying.
It's too
a reality to fully believe. I don't even know what would happen to you if you fully believed it.
I don't know what would happen to you guys. Fully believed it.
Question that cuts close to the bone.
Oh, it cuts close to the bone. Oh, it lays me out. It cuts so close to the bone.
Loss of faith in the idea of the individual. It is only the individual, after all, who suffers.
I don't know if I can pick myself up.
Does not suffer.
The group needs to pick me up, but the group does not suffer.
And will be again rationalized and justified for supposed benefits.
Sam,
for
pick
the
me
future.
up. See, Sam won't even help me because the group does not
The
suffer.
group.
He doesn't understand the loss of faith. It's too terrifying.
And thank you.
Guys, I'm stuck. I didn't account for how heavy the belt is. Oh, I thought I could just like pop back up, but the fucking belt is way too heavy. Oh, it's like I forget. It's like 10 pounds. Oh man, it's that one moment you wish you were 10 pounds of gold lighter. Almost like something bad had happened to you. And as a result of that terrible, terrible evening, you all of a sudden were lighter. But it was because you were missing 10 pounds of gold. No, I'm just fucking with y'all. I can just get up. Just wanted to remind my man Cameron Bertuzzi from Capturing Stupidity that he is in fact taking the J. Bundy diet. And that heartbreaking evening with Heartbreak J, in fact, left him 10 pounds of gold lighter. Can I get an amen, Kenny?
This is nuts. So behave, Kenny.
I wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
You had a true relationship. So I guess my question is, how did that start? Like, was there a moment? Did you have what we would call
Visit the Pine Creek YouTube channel to learn more.
Where,
yeah,
the scales came up.
That was
You're like,
YouTube
wow,
Punk's
I see this is
graphic.
true.
As a Christian, you believe in something called sanctification.
Right.
That you
YouTube
grow
Punk.
in your knowledge, and you're constantly looking at the Bible in a real and more accurate way.
Right. But
All right, this one's a bop.
I guess
This is what we
let me
need.
word
That's
this, that
entertainment. We need
tried
more
to
dance
read it,
music in this
I'm not sure
community.
this is really
NOC's
resonating
the
with me.
vision.
And then at some point, there was like an illumination. In other words, it's like, wow, okay, now this makes sense. So you have now. Do you believe this? Do you believe you have?
No, I can explain that naturalistically.
Yeah,
It's just
Cameron
as you mature,
Cameron
you
Bennett
understand
is
things better.
all eye
no God
candy.
required.
He's a pretty strong boy.
Give me a pinpoint. Give me
For a
what
former United States champion and
default?
everything.
There has to be a default at some point where you said, "This is a sham."
There is no one point because it's a process. Just like Christians will describe them coming to Jesus as
Amen,
a process.
Kenny.
There's not one point I can point to and say, this is the issue that caused me to leave Christianity. It doesn't exist.
And then when I did,
Kenny, I really don't want to hear your testimony again.
and
Whoa. Have I ever said that the experience wasn't real? For me?
Oh yeah, you did.
No.
Man,
No. The attribution of what caused the experience is not real.
2 + 2 here is 4 in my book.
If somewhere within the Bible, I were to find a passage that said 2 + 2 = 5, I wouldn't question what I'm reading in the Bible. I would believe it, accept it as true.
Kenny,
God
you are so
himself.
far behind.
Listen.
No, Kenny,
Listen. Listen.
Kenny,
It's easy.
no, you listen. This is my channel, not yours. Say that out loud. If you want to talk to me, then you have to release this whole idea that you have any control or power here.
You do not.
You do not.
Got it? So if I say stop preaching, you stop preaching.
But Doug, you don't think for 1 second that's a bit arrogant? I mean, don't you think that's, do you not think, you don't think there, I mean, don't you think
What you're trying to do, Kenny, is you're trying to see, oh, this is why Doug's an atheist. He was taught the wrong Christianity, right? That's what you're trying to do. Sorry, guys, I'm not taking any more callers.
All right, guys, this next one is another Kenny classic, and it really proves that Nano can do the impossible. With a very strategic editing, of course, being used as cannon fodder, Nano somehow managed to perform an actual miracle, fuck lighting a wet napkin on fire. He managed to make something with Rob in it entertaining. I know.
Except that Paul doesn't
Fucking
say any
miraculous.
about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans. And...
Oh, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
Guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere.
This. I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation from heaven. That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely
I
agree.
No, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
Connected to the statement that was raised.
This is a threat to our system. You know, for instance, go back to the book of Corinthians.
Paul was talking about.
Paul was.
It's too terrifying.
You know, the women should remain silent.
Shut up!
Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up!
What does that mean, preacher?
Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
And a woman can't teach over me.
And a woman.
And so there's an order.
Woo! Sparks are coming. Sparks are coming. Fireworks. I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
This conversation's over.
Listen to me, God's people, get out before it gets hot.
Get out.
If you can't take the heat, you better get out of the kitchen right now, because I'm sick and tired of full-out war going on. God's people, bunch of filthy, sodomite perverts, and if you don't like it, get out of here. Let me tell you something. I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to back down, and I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. And you know what? You are insane. If you're not going to back us up, let me tell you something. God's people, you are insane. I don't want to hang around with a bunch of fag hags. You are insane. And a bunch of queer baits and a bunch of effeminates. Get out. I don't love God. I read the Bible. I'm just a brainwashed fool. Let me tell you something. I can't think for myself. God's people, they're sodomites. They're dogs. That's what the Bible calls them. Dogs. God's people, dogs. I'm just a brainwashed fool. I'm sick of it. Dogs.
I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. That one's how I get my anger out. Also, my need to climb on furniture in the studio. See, this is how it works, guys. The Treasury Department, they complain about that. They go, you know, when you climb on the furniture, we're gonna have to pay to replace. I go, but the clip, he's climbing on something. I gotta climb on something because of the clip. And then they go, oh, it is in the clip. It's in the. He has to do it. We have to budget for it because it's in the clip. It's in the clip. See, that's how I get away with shit around here, guys. That's how you push the old priestly duties into the priestly privileges zone. You know, it's a fine line. That one features the choir and the worship team.
Hey, bro, you have to maintain, dude. You have to act like a fucking adult, bro. Fucking
Where
adult,
would I be
bro.
without you?
Fuck what you talking about.
In terms of reality,
Stupid ass house nigga.
and not
House
the
nigga.
fucking myopic, fucking little
Roll
fucking
up on
juvenile
house
worldview.
nigga.
Flag waving phony Christians.
Fucking whoever fucking talks next while I'm talking is out. Fucking okay. I'm gonna make a fucking point here, and if I get interrupted, you're gone.
Fucking deep.
What are you talking about?
By the way, Flying Disciple Man.
Flying disciple man.
If you can't handle fucking people using strong language, fucking
Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. This ain't, I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play
They
with
don't
go
ban it.
like play with the children, okay?
If they don't put it in the ban, we gonna put it in the can.
the true God. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
If you can't handle the the heat, then don't come.
So you know I ain't worried. Biatch. There's no hell.
Biatch.
Cut that bitch off. Turn that poop
Into wine. Turn that poop into wine. Turn that poop into wine. Turn that poop into wine. Turn that poop. See, you didn't even know about turn that poop into wine. See, when was the last time you chanted turn that poop into wine? You didn't even know you needed to turn that poop into wine. You gonna be going to bed tonight? You know? You gonna be going to bed? Your partner gonna be laying there like, hey, honey, come in. You ready to go to bed? We're gonna snuggle up and watch our show. You're gonna be like, yeah. You're gonna go to get ready. You're gonna go take your chop off. You're gonna be like, turn that poop into wine. Turn that poop. And you gonna look around. They're gonna have rolled out. They're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? You ain't even, because you ain't even know. Turn that poop into wine. Turn that poop into wine. That shit is a bop. All right. So there's that. Let's see. All right, I can't show all of them. I can't show y'all all of them. I'm gonna show y'all. Show y'all two more. Actually, I gotta show this one because this is the one. This one did a lot of work. This one did a lot of work on this channel. The sad part is I got my damn gloves off.
And listen to me, I'm sick of it.
I'm sick of it.
I'm taking the gloves off.
I'm taking
you quit
the
preaching
gloves
heresy
off.
that Jesus is not supposed to be named Jesus. Let me tell you something. He didn't do the Lord's Supper. No, you're wrong on the Lord's Supper, and you're also letting the whole world go to hell. You're a doo-doo head.
That fucking stare down, that shit is epic.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you get a call this afternoon? And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off. And, I'm sick of all these little baby Christians that they're like, oh, let's stop fighting. There's a reason why this world's going to hell. I'm saying a lot of these pastors are not even saved. And they've been planted there by the devil, these demonic deacons and demonic pastors and demonic evangelists and demonic missionaries have been put behind the pulpit to pervert. You're a doo-doo head. And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off. Pervert the gospel, pervert doctrine. I believe he's not a pastor, he's a demon. Otherwise, how do you explain it? Riddle me this. Here's the proof. Here's the evidence. I'm not going to let this country be taken over by these bunch of phony doo-doo heads. Fools, half their congregation doo-doo heads. There's something weird going on in our country. Why don't you come up to me after you? Why don't you come up to me after? I'm sick of it. Riddle me this. They love their own little religion that they created. Riddle me this. Birds of a feather flock together. Riddle me this. I would rather go to hell.
Oh man.
Worthless, Christians. And you know what? Christians, worthless Christians. Idiot! The devil ain't there.
That was too good. Oh my goodness. Taking the gloves off. Oh, it's so good. All right, I was gonna go with the dance one, but we'll play it some other time, guys. There's so many. I have so many. I'm building up a library. I have so many. They're so deep. All right, but I gotta hit you guys with another Steven Anderson one. I'm sorry, the Steven Anderson ones. They're just the OG shit around here. It's just the way it is. All right. This one, y'all know the vibes. Pure atheist fever dream. Oh, no! No!
You have lost your mind.
Sorry,
Homosexuality should be a crime.
Doop, doop. Whoops!
You have lost your mind.
Where's the Taylor video? All right, I'll play that one too.
Homosexuality should be a crime.
This one's called sports preaching.
They ought to take all the homosexuals and put them all on a boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean and let the sharks eat them.
2 by Screw and you.
So there's no way to stop me. There's no way to stop the truth. This isn't preaching. This is hate speech. It's both.
Sports.
Because we can purge out all the sissies.
Sports.
And purge out all the fair weather Christians.
Sports.
Purge out all the weaklings.
Sports.
Because we're supposed to be treating them lovingly and respectfully. Even though the Bible says they're filthy and vile. I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it. So don't act like I'm all alone. Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you?
I see some of you guys need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share with your friends. You know you like that. Don't act like I'm the only one who liked that. You guys know you like that one.
It's interesting how atheists act like they know more science than actual scientists. So tell them to come debate me.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift.
I think believing in God is step one. If you don't even believe in a God, then why would we start debating like which God is the right one? I think believing in God is step one.
Yeah, I don't really think you can get to the Christian God through science idea of God you believe in. Do you want to talk about that on this?
But I don't have.
Oh, do you mean Jesus and Dan's friends?
That very much.
Okay.
I have multiple Taylor.
Jerome wants to know, can we ask your guest where she's currently sitting?
Yeah, Jerome.
I'm sitting in a lab.
Yeah, Jerome, where is she sitting?
I work here every day.
Not impressed.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Y'all, Taylor still invited me to hit her up. Y'all, let me know if y'all want me to hit up Taylor, and we can talk about whether or not cell biology points to God. Lord Jesus, please don't let that precious child talk to me about that. Oh, what's the other? She's in Jesus and Friends Dance Squad. Oh, this one is a bop though. Yeah, this one got them Jesus-y moves in them. Ooh, yeah, them dances.
We have life in our Lord Jesus Christ. We have hope. We have hope.
That bass line.
We have life in our Lord Jesus Christ. We have hope. We have hope.
Let's go.
Can you feel it rising? The power of Christ to save us. Can you feel it rising? The power of Christ in us. Can you feel it rising? The power of Christ in us. He is the resurrection and the life. All who believe in Him will never die. He is the resurrection and the life. All who believe in Him will never
Sam, will you come wheel me back over to my desk? Sam. Fucking dog is lazy. Push. All right, wheels. Fucking wheels. There we go. We got some wheels up in this bitch. All right. All right. Well, thanks for attending the first ever Nano Film Festival. We'd like to thank you all for joining us. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Pocket Locker 86, and our co-sponsor, LPP and Bible Research Tools. Where would I be without you? All right, let's go do stuff. I'm lying. What else did I have up here? I had some other stuff. Oh yeah, we're talking about wrestling. Shawn Michaels losing his smile. Let's go.
Right. But I would say losing your smile is a
it's Mick Foley time up in this
and
bitch.
You get worn down. There's no rigor of the road to me. Like
this interview got me emotional. You'll get to the part where it gets emotional.
WWE. And to be that guy with that weight on your shoulders, especially pre-Attitude Era when we became that collective WWE juggernaut. Before that, there was more pressure on the main events to draw, and your tenure as champion.
You're doing a short one?
Success or failure based on house show attendance.
So it's down.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
You're hurting.
Answers in Atheism.
And I don't think we're speaking out of school. He's probably over-medicating.
See, he was a scientist.
He's not himself in any capacity at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not what it was. It's not. There's this little conversation I had. This might seem like a tangent I'm going off on, but there's this story in my Santa memoir about being in the front row at Madison Square Garden.
Nano, they're
for the
brilliant,
Knicks
bro.
game.
Thank you.
And
thanks for letting me play him.
And I'm sitting there, and this time, like I am today, I'm over 300 pounds. I'm taking up more than my allotted cushion. And so, beautiful young lady.
Oh wait, I got one more thing to show you guys because there's a lot of new people here, and actually we have some new friends here today and some returning friends, both very exciting. So let's also show. Of course, guys, it should go without saying. I don't know if I have it. I think I have it on here actually. Let me see. If not, I'll pull it. It's on. Maybe it's on media. I know I just moved all the pictures over here so that I have pictures because I got sick of not having pictures on this computer. Studio pictures. Yeah, studio images, pictures. There we go. Pictures, saved pictures. There we go. There we go. Nope. Theme backgrounds. All right, so the first piece of flyness we got, this is from YouTube Punk. YouTube Punk made this. The Flying Man, because I think Jerome Robbins said he just noticed that this says visit jbundy.com or Pine Creek YouTube to learn more. So yeah. Even way back then, we were still plugging Doug's channel. But yeah, we've had that. That's our OG. That actually, we used to use the different females and stuff as the sort of templates and backgrounds, and then we switched to this once we got that. And then recently, I got this from. This is Bruce Stang. Flying Wayne sent this in. So I wanted to send him a shout out for this. This is spectacular. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Yeah, I think that's That's super stellar. So you guys are unbelievable. I've got some unbelievable fans. It's happy birthday for me for sure. That's super crazy. Thank you guys. And of course, YouTube Punk sends us also a lot of our sounds and clips like that. A lot of what you hear in my soundboard. I think there might be more. It might be leaning towards more YouTube Punks on the soundboard than we're getting close. We're probably 50-50 my soundboard stuff I've put in and stuff that's come from YouTube Punk. All right, let's listen to this interview.
I see her approaching to sit down. Turns out she's with her mom, and I can see the hesitation.
No, guys, it's grammatically flied. We've serious thing when we first organized the Cult of the Flying Man. I got together with all of the ministers, and we realized that there was a textual mistranslation. Basically, since the true story of Myron had been excluded from the historical record, and since our cult has been basically they've refused to acknowledge our existence, there is a theological past tense of flied. That is, it's not the grammatical use of it, but the past tense of he flew over the Grand Canyon is, in this case, he flied. It's flied. Okay? And it's flied because of the special context, okay? And it's he flied for our sins, okay? And it's this theological use of the term that makes the grammar change. It's not because he flied for our sins rhymes with he died for our sins. I promise you, when we all got together, it was me and Tux, and I think No Name was there, and my one black friend, and a couple of the secret council members I can't mention because that was part of their secret double-blind vote. But yeah, everyone said that the way to go is he flied for our sins. But it has nothing to do with rhyming with died for our sins. Nothing to do with that at all. Just wanted to clarify that it's a totally valid theological distinction.
On their face because people are sitting in the front row. They don't want to sit next to me. You know, if you're sitting next to Spike Lee or Ben Stiller, you know, and guys that were there, that's you sit next to this guy, and so.
And also, I'd like to thank YouTube Punk because YouTube Punk actually took the council's advice and gave us a revision of our graphics. So thank you so much, YouTube Punk, for getting us the genuine flying man, he flied for your sins moniker. We really appreciate that.
I don't think this is a well-known story. So I understand this poor young lady, she's like sitting like this. If I'm to her right side, she's all but huddled over. And now the MSG team comes over to me, tells me they're going, have I told you the story?
No.
Okay. All right, okay. It's a pretty good story.
So the plan is to make that a group project, like a community source thing, where we found the text, but they have to be proofed. We've basically found the original text. What we basically realized, I don't want to spoil the whole thing for you, but you guys should figure that. Of course, we found that the original prophecies and the original true gospels were about Myron. And the original prophecy was that he flied for your sins. And it turns out that the Jesus myth, that's what we're going to learn about with Derek Stream tomorrow. See, we're going to learn about whether or not there was a Jesus guy. But the Jesus myth is sort of a Judification of what was originally an Arizonian, legend. So the prophets were really Native American prophets. And they really spoke about how they would call them the Arizonian people. They're from a particular area, near the Grand Canyon, right? And so they're the ones who like it's amongst their literature that we found and dated these original manuscripts. And so we're having the scribes working on digitizing them. And then once we have them digitized, they need to be proofed because there's like a lot of them. And I don't like reading. So that's kind of why it has to be a community project. Two very big problems. Lots of source text to proof. Most High Apostle doesn't like reading. So, yeah, stay tuned. We'll be letting you guys know about that.
Timing and is still that
in an inkjet printer in the caves of Arizona. It was a little bit older than the inkjet technology, but I appreciate that. That's the right spirit of it.
Once they come over to me and say, okay, we're going to talk to you at the end of the first quarter, we have about 45 seconds. Now, they're talking to me during a 1-minute timeout. So by the time they walk away from me, there's probably 20 seconds left in the timeout. And the lady says to me, oh, so they're going to interview you, huh? I said, yeah. She said,
is Derek tagging in?
A book I wrote. So now we got 5,
Derek
6,
show up?
7 seconds left. She goes, what's your book about?
Guys,
I
I don't know when Derek's going to show up. He just
prison.
drops in from time to time. He does that. He doesn't really say anything.
And the poor woman is just huddled like this. There's a photo where it looked kind of like, she looks kind of like my daughter, right? Beautiful young lady. And it looks like we've known each other for years in the photo, because what the photo is...
See, don't be messing around.
It's me on the scoreboard.
Jerome Robinson, don't be messing around with me. I don't know how long it's been since you've been here, but Derek from Mythvision is now a mod on this channel, and he legitimately does come in from time to time, and he has called in, and he promotes my stuff. So don't be giving me Derek false alarms. I got to pay attention to that type of shit now.
And she sees that it's me being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. And then they show me over there, she goes, oh, wrestler, huh? And so she tells me that
we're gonna have to get on Mythvision. Guys, me and Derek are planning something, hopefully with Erica from Gutsick Gibbon. So we're gonna try a little trios tag team, mixed tag team thing. We're gonna see what we're coming up with, but we're gonna try to do something special on Evolution. Also, Erica from Gutsick Gibbon has been amazing. She's very, very kind, and I sent her sort of an overjoyed email about how great her video's been for me, and she sent me back an email that was like more excited to hear from me than than I was to see her video. She's very, very sweet, and so looking forward to doing some stuff with Erica, in addition to Rebecca, and I think we've got something coming up with people I keep forgetting. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming up. I'm hoping to do something, I guess, with Modern Day Debates. Somebody said something about Cult of Dusty saying he'd visit with me if I set something up with him. So I let Cameron know I can't just have Cult of Dusty call in spontaneously. Some of my co-hosts, I think Tux and my one black friend are big Cult of Dusty fans, and so if Cult of Dusty's come through, I have to make sure that's set up and that those guys get some time with somebody they're a big fan of, because they've done so much to help me get here. It wouldn't be right for me to just have them tune in one day and see that Cult of Dusty was on it. I didn't say anything. So some of these things we've got to put a little bit more planning into, but appreciate you guys' support, and definitely we've had a lot of A-list atheists coming through and showing some love recently. Trying to keep up with all of it. Peter W. Deplatform Mythvision. He sent me a message about that. He wanted me to tell you that he's okay. It was a huge hit. His wife almost left him. He almost lost his channel. The rest of us had to kick in a few extra super chats, but he's okay, Peter W. I know you took an ethical stance on it, and you probably had really good reasons for doing so. So just know that he's okay, and we still love you, Peter.
A Rockette, and then she's, oh, that must have been incredible being a big Christmas fan like I am. And I said, what was that like? She goes, oh, sometimes it was like Groundhog's Day. And I said, I bet you wrestling and,
Thanks, Jerome.
dancing have more than you think in common. And she
Doug
said, "Why is that?"
deplatformed
I
you,
said,
though.
"Because I bet there were moments when you had to remind yourself that you were doing exactly what you always dreamed of." And she said, "How did you know?" I said, "It's not that different from what we do." So as that applies to...
All right, guys, in case I've interrupted the story too many times, he's telling a story. He's sitting at a MSG or somewhere. Yeah, he's in the front row. This very pretty lady's trying to avoid him because he's big and gross and scary looking, and he had long hair and stuff. And then they come over and they interview him. And then she goes, "Oh, they're going to interview you about what?" And he goes, "My time in prison." And so when they finished the interview where that picture was taken, she looks up at the monitor and it says, "Oh, he's going to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame." And so she goes, "Oh, a wrestler." And then she tells him that she's actually a Rockette. And so he goes on and so he goes, as he asked her, "Oh, he was a big Christmas fan. He wrote a whole book about Santa, right? That's what he's referring to." And he says, "I met this Rockette, right? He's a big Christmas guy. People know that about Mick Foley." So he goes to her, "What's that like?" And so she's describing how a lot of times it's a drag and, it's just, you're kind of just going through it or whatever. And, he said, "Well, yeah, I bet you we have a lot more in common." And so that's kind of the story he's talking about, and I'll let him kind of sum it up here because it's kind of powerful.
Wrestling, there are those moments that you have to really remind yourself, this is exactly where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
You wonder why you're not getting that same emotional boost from it. We talk about being, the pop, the need for the pop. Triple H refer to Chasing the Dragon, which is a drug reference, but it's the same idea of,
we get it.
Why can't I feel that way now? And maybe it's because it's become your job, and it's so hard to hit those emotional peaks so regularly. To do it in a business where you're away from your family for weeks, even though it was 10 days on, 3 days off, sometimes you'd be away for weeks on end. WWE, before they got to that more, humane schedule, guys would be on the road for 90 days at a time. Randy Orton remembers seeing his dad for like 7 days in a single year.
Wow.
That things were really tough, but nobody wanted to hop off that train because you didn't know how long it was going to ride for. So now we see what Sean was going through. At that time, people would snicker about losing your smile.
Yes.
But man, you're talking about a guy in his prime no longer feeling what it was that he felt when he got into the business and needing to step away. Knee injury and the smile issue. The smile issue being probably a lot more prominent than the knee.
Yeah, for sure.
Hang on a sec. Why I always pull shit up in the wrong fucking window? Hang on a second. Let's find the stream. A second. Here. So this is the Arizonian Stell, I believe they call this. Yes, we have figured out that this character right here translates to the Flying Man. Oh yeah. Is Otangelo was supposed to come on for we're doing Thursday night. Oh yeah, it's Thursday night at 8. I guess me and Otangelo did plan to do conversation Thursday night at 8. All right, so let's do that. We could do that. All right. Yeah, Otangelo, come hop on in 10 minutes. And I'll talk to Otangelo and then we'll open up the panel. We'll open up the floor. Maybe James Apperson will come back. I don't know. All right, guys. Let's see what else. All right. So, all right. I really loved that story. It reminded me of just a lot of things going on in my life and in my career, especially like, just when, things like, even like yesterday, like when I had to, I just been like, barreling down. I got to prepare this damn Avita Ed talk for this Avita Ed thing. And at some point you're like, oh, I got to do the bit about my, my exercise, and I got to make this presentation for it. And then I go and then I do it. And like, I did the whole Black Darwin thing and did the black and white camera. And I don't know, like, it was just easy to sort of. I remember when I hopped in the room, and Rob Pennock, my advisor, was like getting ready to have me on, and I just sat there and I looked and I was like, oh my God, like everybody in the world of digital evolution and teaching Avita Ed is here, and Rich Lenski's here, and Charles Afray is here, the whole gang is here. I was glad I didn't see Cliff. Cliff might have been there. I didn't look. I wasn't even trying to see who was there. Fred Hinks was there. One of my teaching absolute icons was there. Fred said hi to me. That was super cool. But I don't know. It was just weird. And then to come out today and have, I think somebody said in the chat that Sal is an anti-Avita apologist. I mean, it's just sort of like, it gets a little uncanny how much things are synergizing, and then you just sort of sit back and you go, yeah, this is what we signed up and spent 3 eternities in graduate school for. So thanks you guys for your support. I love hearing Mick Foley tell those kind of stories. He had another one that somebody said Mick Foley was their favorite wrestler, so I got to share this one because it was really, really good. Let's see where that is. It should be, and then I guess we'll talk to Otangelo. I think it's this one. Is losing a smile. Yeah.
But I want to mention the meeting, because there's so many stories that guys have about when they first meet Vince.
Yeah.
He sent me a first class ticket and picked me and my wife up in a limo and put us up at the Ritz, and he brought us out to the house and they had fresh baked cookies. You get the meeting at the office. What do you remember about that?
I knew that Vince had really big plans for you. You met at the house. I knew that in wrestling lore. As far as the limo and those type of things, that was kind of a moot point because I was living in Long Island. So it's a 90-minute drive.
Foley is great. I mean, I think the people who say Foley is God are probably closer to the truth. I mean, for a guy to do what he did with, just in an era where, people looked like Lex Luger, right? This is what people look like when you had this guy on the damn roster. We have people like this, and that you're competing with. I mean, fuck out of here. But no, Mick Foley is God, and he got over so many characters, so much of his childhood, and this guy did more with one character. This guy did with more with 4 or 5 characters, the faces of Foley, than most people do with one. He could have been in the Hall of Fame 4 times with each of them.
And I don't know if eschewed is the right disregarded. I didn't like limos. They made
Nobody
me,
does.
They made me literally sick to my
Sacrificed
stomach.
a lot.
So I started realizing I have to drive up front. So even when
They don't show it, but let's show people what we're talking about in case they don't know what we mean. What is going on? I don't understand what this means. I don't know if it's my keyboard or what. What does that?
WWE.
All right, escape. This happened to me the other day, and it was like all of a sudden I couldn't. Really weird. Really weird. That's what I get for making fun of Doug today. All right, let's go. There we go. Let's go Foley, Hell in a Cell, bump. We don't want to see the match. Actually, yeah, I guess let's show both of them. I guess they're both in there. Wait, is this a WWE footage? Yeah, it is. Fuck, they're gonna kill me. They don't let you show shit. All right. God damn it. Why is everything... Here, where's Mick Foley talking about it? There, that's good. Is he gonna show the fall though?
Do you remember who the agent was for that match?
I don't, but I can tell you agents didn't have as much of a hand
they blocked that
as they do
before.
now. And that they would listen to what you had to say. They might have some feedback. I don't remember there being a lot of feedback.
I know you said earlier you were sort of going with let's ask forgiveness rather than permission.
Yeah.
Was there anything that you did that when you came back through the curtain, Vince said, God damn it?
No, not that night. Not that night. I later, when my wife...
So there was two. One was he was thrown off the top of the cell, and he was thrown off the top of the cell through a table. And I think he talks about how it totally faked. It wasn't totally faked. He landed on a crash pad. But yeah, and then the second was he slammed him through the top of the cell and onto the mat below. And that was sort of after he fell the first time, and they sort of carted him off to the back, and then he got back, and they came back, and he climbed up on top of the cell, and the Undertaker slammed him through the back, and then he wrestled the whole fucking match. Because he's a psychopath. And it made him a legend. Because
he sends a car, even if I get a car.
If you have a driver, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I thought, like a gift, but I don't know. Where do you do the gift stuff at? Tools. See, now you're making me look like a boomer, like Pine Creek. Type. GIF. Boom. Boop. There you go. Yeah. So anybody that wants to tell me that was a fake fall, I'm just going to say, well, let's see you try it. On pay-per-view, in an arena full of people.
I ride shotgun because I realize I always get sick to my stomach in these things.
Boy, that tickles me. The guy who will fly off a cage, got to ride up front, motion sickness.
Oh, I realized that after a while. I always have a headache.
I can't read when I
the car. But there was one limo drive.
I hate sitting in the back seats of cars. I can sit behind the passenger. I really hate sitting behind the driver, and I definitely can't read in a moving vehicle.
Ever WWE had, and we ended up talking about this guy in the dressing room. Yeah, I feel sick too. It was almost like he was driving with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake at all times. So when my family went with me to an appearance at Toys R Us for WWF, I remember Ashley Massaro was me and Ashley. So after Ashley, just obviously a very tragic situation. The only photos I had of us were from that meeting, that Toys R Us thing. So I think I'd been on the road for a while. So I had the guy pick me up, and my kids rode.
Believe it or not, these days when I see it, I feel bad for The Undertaker, because I've heard The Undertaker tell the story, and The Undertaker was like, yeah, I was pretty sure I just killed him. And I was like, you got to remember, that's got to be a pretty shitty day at work to just think, I may have just actually broken my coworker in half. I mean, I know he asked me to, but he may have missed. It looks like he kind of whiffed. Like that's a pretty scary moment.
In the limo, and at a certain point, the limo pulled over. Some of my two boys threw up because they were so sick to their stomach.
Wow.
And from then on, I said, no limos, no limos. So I would do appearances at like Six Flags Great Adventure. I said, I'll do it, but I'm not going in a limo. And they said, but it's in the contract.
Oh,
you know,
what the
Six
fuck was
Flags
that
wants to
Japanese
see. I was
tag
like,
team called?
Here's the exit.
The one managed by
You guys
Mr.
make this
Fuji?
exit.
They were great.
I'll get out of my car. I'll get in the limo.
And
Was it like the Tokyo Express or some dumb shit like that?
Move on, shut up. And
Yeah.
if it's important, I said, personally, I don't think it helps my character to come out of a limo. I don't
Yeah.
think that,
Peace and respect, Richard
it's not
Madsen.
the same thing as when Rick can't get out of a, 84
Prius.
Prius. That kind of hurts Rick's character. But it doesn't hurt mine to show up in a rental car. But that was going back to the first meeting in the
that's
limo.
Kyan's house.
I
That
didn't
was
have
much
any of
later.
that. But I was meeting at his office. I understood that if he had really high hopes for me, that I would have been at the house. And I also wasn't crazy about him going,
Now that's a true story, right? Like a lot of people, matter of fact, when The Undertaker tells the story of how The Undertaker story originated, he thought, he was in super good with Vince because he had been invited to the house and he already put in his working papers. In other words, The Undertaker got invited to a meeting at Vince McMahon's house. He was so confident that meant Vince had a prime spot for him that he quit he basically told WCW that he was leaving, that he was out. He like quit, sorry, I'm out of here. And then at first, Vince didn't say he had anything for him. He said, oh, sorry, I don't think we've got anything for you. And then he brought him back later and he called him and laid out the Undertaker thing. But that's a big difference, right? Like when the Undertaker got the call, he was invited to Vince's house. When Mick gets the call, he's like, I'm going to the office. So I don't know where I'm at on the roster, but I don't think he's got me figured in too big because if he did, then he probably would have invited me to the house. In other words, he's saying I'm getting the serious offer treatment, but I'm not getting the superstar treatment.
what would Mike like? What's best for Mike? He didn't really know me, and at that point, not too many people were calling me Mick Foley. I was still Cactus to almost everybody.
But nobody called you Mike.
Nobody called me Mike. And it's a matter of how do you tell this man?
Yeah.
And it would be like that SNL skit where nobody can tell the president he has mustard on his chin.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that guy. And I think, Howard Finkel would fill him in on some details. What would Mike like? And, I was thinking, Mike.
Ro Tortilla, it's the unfortunate truth of life. Vince McMahon is the most influential and transformative figure in the history of professional wrestling. And almost like a fucking marriage vow for the history of professional wrestling, that is a for better or worse type of situation. So I'll leave it at that.
Would like to be Mick.
Yes.
And he wishes this meeting was in your house instead of in the office.
Because you're the king in your house. We know that.
Yeah, that's right. But he was really, he's very intent when you're there. He was.
Who else in the room?
I believe at
My
that
favorite
point,
face of Foley.
it's just me and Vince.
Okay.
May have been me, Vince, and JJ.
His office at the time looks like it did in Beyond the Mat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's at the top of Titan Towers.
Yeah.
Real elaborate, real beautifully appointed.
Yeah.
And it's and I'm lucky that I got there when I was over 11 years into my career, because I had definite points of view that I thought were valid, and I wasn't shy about expressing those points of view, even when it came to the name of the character. And is that something we want to get into?
Yeah, so I'm curious, when he lays out, I've got this vision, what's that sound like? How does he present it?
We're having a pretty long talk, good talk. Then he unveils this this face, this guy with the iron mask, pitches me the idea that it will accentuate rather than prevent me from making great facial expressions. And I go home and I'm not sold on it. I am not sold on it. So it was really over the next few days talking with my wife, who made me believe that, you know, maybe there was another character inside of me besides Cactus Jack, because she knew that was part of me, but not completely me. And she also knew I was a fairly complex individual and that I would be capable of creating somebody who was not just Cactus Jack with a mask on. So I think I was still on the fence when I went to Japan, and I can't remember which tour this was, but this is one of the 3 or 4 tours.
I remember I was initially just so disappointed that he wasn't Cactus Jack, and maybe even disappointed that he wasn't Cactus Jack with a mask on. But, you know, again, that just speaks to the brilliance of saying, nope, I'm going to make you do something totally different, and I'll get that over too.
Tours that I did on the handshake that Mr. McMahon appreciated.
So you accepted the job?
I can't tell you for a fact if I accepted it before I went to Japan, or maybe I had accepted it, but I wasn't sure how things were going to go.
So in the context of that first meeting with Vince, you're in his office. How long would you say the meeting lasts?
2 hours.
And so when you said we had a good chat at first, is that just him getting to know you? Are you married? Tell me about your kids.
Yeah, you know, and I had the added benefit of like being in the town over, from being born in the town over from his view across the Long Island Sound.
Yeah.
So you can see the smokestacks in Port Jefferson. I was born in Setauket, which is the next town. There's a famous deli called Seaport Deli, called because it's on the border of Setauket and Port Jefferson. So I had that, and we made
I'm gonna eat a snack. Otangelo, we'll chat in a few minutes after I get through this video.
Right away. But
did he mention any of your stuff in WCW or ECW at all?
He mentioned that he was a fan of the promos. And that's why I was surprised when Jimmy revealed that maybe Vince had never seen. I still maintain, this is not me being bitter at all, but I still maintain, if you're bringing talent in, like as Vince is as mindful as he is of every minute situation, maybe somebody should give him a highlight package of maybe like an hour spent in front of the TV, seeing some clips from matches, some promos. That might be a really good way to spend an hour, so that you're not judging a guy based on one match in a ring that's 2 feet taller than he's ever been in, or has ever been in my point in 11 years since I was last in 10 years since I was last in a WWF ring. You're working with ropes instead of cables. Like it's almost like an entirely different world.
And the ring's concrete.
Yeah, at that point, before they made the change, they're still going with the ring that Dick Ebersol approved of, because he didn't want to see a ring moving on Saturday night's main event. So now that's great if that was the only time that ring was used, was Saturday night's main event, but it's also the house show ring, it's a television ring. And I think that's why the match content suffered for years, because it was just really painful.
Yeah.
Just something like a suplex. When Brett and Owen do the superplex inside the blue cage, like you can see there's hardly any give at all.
Yeah.
I won't say it was like concrete, because nothing's like concrete except concrete. But it wasn't.
It's not the ring you wrestled in Continental.
No, it wasn't the
old
Continental
Southern
ring.
bumping
Yeah.
rings.
Yeah, the Southern bumping rings, or even the WCW ring.
Yeah.
It was unlike anything I'd ever been before. And so now Vince is he's basically going to grade you on what he sees in that, not in the ring, but what he sees on his monitor. You have a 13-inch monitor. That's the world that Vince discovers you in, what you do that first time. Now, as far as how open he is to commentary from Vince and Bruce, I guess he is, because that's how I got my foot in the door. But I did take on that job. It was either, I don't know if I gave them a yes within a day or two, or whether I went to Japan and thought about it. I do know I started seeing some potential when I was reading in the back of the bus. I was reading Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the classic Gothic novel, and I was listening to the music of Tori Amos.
I think with Triple H in charge now, we're going to get both. Better wrestling and better stories.
And that's why Mankind in his original incarnation was a pianist. He was an artist of some sort who had taken a hammer to, his whole hand. For reasons
That's what Vince laid out?
No, that's what I laid out.
Okay.
So when I came in to do the promo videos, this was the character I had in my mind. And he was a guy, I remember going over the verbiage with Corny, every finger on my hand saved 2. So these were the 2 fingers that were undamaged. That was why in my head I was using the mandible claw. And by Vince accepting the mandible claw, he did a great service for my long-term well-being, even though I got banged up and ultimately had a lot of trouble getting around for a long number of years up until the hip surgery. And I still don't walk like, there's still a definite limp in my hitch. But by using the mandible claw, now I've got a hold that I can use on anyone at any time that doesn't cause me
Those
pain.
guys are still around.
And he did bring up the biting of the fingers.
Yeah,
That's why Bill Watts had
AEW.
disregarded it out of hand. Would I just bite your goddamn fingers?
Wait, hang on. Okay, we're
AEW is actually really good.
The mandible claw is something you created.
I didn't create it. I brought it back at the suggestion of Jim Cornette.
And Cornette pitched it based on the story from The Fugitive.
Yes.
And you apparently pitched that once to Watts.
I pitched it to Watts.
What year was that?
That was probably 94, maybe 93. No, Watts came in 93, I think. No, Watts came in 92 because he was
in WCW. Okay.
WCW. He was the guy in charge
that was
when
a
I
whole
did the Beach
different era,
Blast
right?
with
That's
Sting.
now
That was like the
taking-
first month that Bill was there.
That was taking Mankind the monster and making him Mankind the lovable, cuddly monster. It was
Cornette
crazy.
gave you that idea in 92?
Probably gave it to me in 92. I was like, Jimmy, man, this elbow, this is a tough thing to do on house shows. And plus, you got to either accept a count out or roll a guy in. And I did there was one match, an enhancement match I had, and I looked inconquerable. This is 1990. At that point, I dropped an elbow from the apron, went over the guardrail. I'd pulled it in, and, years later, it would be like, well, he dropped an elbow over a guardrail. I just saw RVD do a moonsault off the second rope over the, But for its time, and especially, at my size, to come over and drop the elbow over the guardrail, then throw the guy back over the guardrail, roll him in, and then I caught him with a bow and arrow cradle and brought him back for the pin. So it's like I've just done all this barbaric stuff, and then I win with a technical wrestling move, which just added a little layer to that character. But I looked like unconquerable there. And that was 1990, even when I was predominantly known for losing. But man, I needed something I could do that wasn't going to have me dropping elbows all the time. Corny brought up the idea of the mandible claw, laid out the history of Dr. Sam Shepard, upon whom the TV show and the movie The Fugitive was based. And I pitched it to Watts. And he shot it down immediately.
Saying, I'll just bite your fingers.
And I tried telling him it was a nerve hold, but he wasn't interested. When I brought it up to Vince, I think he said, well, why wouldn't someone bite your fingers? And I explained it to him anatomically. It goes underneath the tongue, nerves. Your thumb pushes up on the nerve. I said, and the thing about it, it's very visual. I said, I can't think of another hold.
Sometimes you're technically not allowed to blade in the WWE. So that's one of the changes of the modern era. Also, the big TV contracts that they have now with USA and Fox, it's the PG era, they call it, so they don't want blood on TV. And so now it's you're much more likely to see it on a quote-unquote premium live event, even then rarely. And then they do stuff like going into the WrestleMania build this year with Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. They wanted to do a build-up where they had, I guess, Brock Lesnar get busted open. Now, you're not going to let most people most people aren't going to bust open Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar not going to let most people bust him open, but he's friends with Roman Reigns and wants to make Roman Reigns look like $1 million. So to make a long story short, they do this whole deal, and at a house show in Madison Square Garden building up to the show. Now, every once in a while, blood still happens on TV, and guys do still blade, and they get caught, and theoretically they get fined, and sometimes they plan it and do it anyway, and then Vince finds them, and that becomes a whole deal. But, yeah, the idea is to remove the blading. I still think they blade in AEW. I think there's probably a lot less discretion over that. But, yeah, under the armbands... Under the tongue, I probably wouldn't do. I don't think most guys would stick a razor blade under their tongue. But usually in the wristband, it's got to be somewhere where it's tight to your flesh and safe, right? So the idea with the wristband is that you can get it taped. There's a lot of tape under the wristband, so you can slide it in and out easily under a piece of tape. Sometimes a wristband, sometimes a liner in your trunks. I mean, different guys get into these sort of secrets. I'm an old school guy. I like the brass knucks in the trunks. But they're hard to conceal. I noticed that even with the ones I have at home.
Except the Cobra Clutch.
So a lot of times you have the thin sort of foreign object that's used. That's a lot easier for the wrestler to get away with than the brass knuckles.
Where you have both the face of both the perpetrator and victim.
This was brilliant.
In the same frame.
This is brilliant.
And I sold him on that idea that, I was always very camera conscious. And I don't know if he approved it right away, because at that time, especially
But Vince McMahon is so TV conscious that's a brilliant pitch to Vince McMahon. Hey, Vince, the best part of this is, you're going to be able to tell your DP, your director of photography, hey, make sure you get tight on both their faces in the same shot. And any of you guys that remember growing up watching the Mandible Claw, that was part of it, especially when they were first building him up. And it looked like he was choking the person out, and you could hear him see him getting into it and doing that sound. He used to make this crazy wild noise, and then you see the person, start foaming, and it was really made an impression on you as a kid, that's for sure.
In the second or third meeting, I was pitching a lot of ideas, and he was doing a lot of writing. So I didn't know how much of it would come to fruition. We should probably start with the pitching of the name before I tell you how that worked out.
What was his vision for the character? You told us what your vision is, where he's a pianist who took a hammer to his hand, but when he shows you the drawing of the guy in the mask, and maybe it's Max Payne, we think, it turns out it's probably The Undertaker. What did he say was the big idea that you had been summoned to his office for?
Well, there was the idea of pitching this character.
He didn't have a name
He did not have a name at first. They threw the name Headcase. It was supposed to look like he was in an asylum. There were the 3 or 4 different drawings they had. And the one guy
was in a straitjacket, right?
Headcase was in the straitjacket. Vince asked me if I minded. He heard that I had the missing ear. Would we mind accentuating that? I had a little tiny lawsuit with WC. I say lawsuit because I was just looking for the money that I would have gotten for 6 months had I gotten the surgery that I was told I could get. And so I didn't think it was being petty. I wasn't shooting for, $3.7 million. It was just I believe I should be entitled this because it's what I was told I would get. And because I didn't get it, instead of opting for surgery, I came at your request and finished out my days as a wrestler. I think it would be good if we stuck to the original plan, which was to, I don't think at that point I would have gotten the surgery. Because by this point, no, it's the missing ear it's part of me, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine me. Even fans will gradually accept that I'm going to have these bottom teeth fixed, right? And the top one. There's a lot of missing teeth there. They'll accept that. I don't think they'd accept me showing up with extensive plastic surgery and a new ear. I think they feel like this is part of the Cactus Jack mankind they grew up with. And, you can cut your hair short. We're still going to love you. You can get your teeth fixed, especially if it's by Dr. Britt Baker. We're going to love you. Don't mess with that ear.
Yeah, to be honest, Mick Foley's ear, I think, is a source of pride for the entire business. But this was one for all you guys that are Foley fans. I thought you'd appreciate hearing Mick tell this story. It's also one for you wrestling wrestling's fake guys. It's one for you guys that like to clown on how fake wrestling is, and you're looking at a man who can't walk, who's been thrown off the top of a cage, who's lost an ear, half an ear, hung up on steel cables, and who you've just seen all the missing teeth. So I suggest you try that line in the Foley household.
It's funny you mentioned the WC lawsuit. I didn't know that, but I've heard for years that a lot of guys figured out the threshold for Turner Legal, where if you ask for less than 6 figures, they just pay to make it go away.
Well, I was asking for like 115 G's. And the problem I had was that I did not realize when I'd torn a knee ligament that I had received a small payment as a partial permanent disability.
A lot of people would care, and you'd never hear the end of it. The other thing is, all wrestlers now have a second career after wrestling, and mixes podcasting and supporting AEW. So, but a lot of guys go on the sort of appearance and, meeting up at the old legend retreats and signing memorabilia and making appearances and stuff like that. And so even at this stage of his career, he does still have to think about essentially booking with a wrestling audience. And then how often does he want to have that conversation? Right. So I think that's all probably part of it. Plus, like I said, just like I showed you guys that bump, it is a source of pride for the whole industry, because it speaks not just for him, but for the rest of the guys in the locker room and to every fan just about, what wrestling means to people, as weird as that sounds.
And so I don't, that was 10 or 12 grand or something like that. So I was acknowledging in some way that I was an employee, even though
he's written a couple bestsellers already. Yeah.
So it was
He's a
like they
great
had their
writer.
cake and was able to eat it too, and that they could pay you as a contractor, but consider you an employee, and it was legal.
That's
in,
weird.
in the state of Georgia. And so once that came to light, which I'd completely forgotten about, the lawsuit, I lost that, but I lost that lawsuit. In a way, I wish I'd never filed it, because I was, using the ear. And at that point, I didn't really care that I didn't have it. It was just that matter of, well, they told me I could.
Sure.
And then I came back out at their request to do the matches. And I just thought that they should have made do, on what they originally said. But at that point, I was a WWE guy, and it was probably something worth fighting for that. You probably ask Eric about that, because
that's an interesting thing. For me, I remember the ear. The teeth comment's interesting about it being more visual. I remember the ear. I don't even remember the teeth. Because I think for those of us that were around when the ear thing happened, I used to feel like I remember the ear thing, and then I felt like it was a house show or something. But I think he used to also always recreate the spot. It was a common spot he did where he'd get his head tied up in the ropes. But yeah, I remember the ear, and I think for that was so dramatic that. It almost took the Hell in a Cell thing for me to like pay attention to his bumps again, because the ear thing was just so crazy. God, they're always on fucking WWE. They like monopolize. Let's hear. I don't know. How is TMZ about like? Oh, is this it? Oh, that's the movie. This is the match.
We are in the second round, and the tournament continues. The following tournament match, it is at for one fall with a
Gary Capetta. Boy, do I ever remember that voice. This is the voice of my childhood. Fucking Gary Capetta. All right, let's move on. I don't want to keep Otangelo waiting too long. Otangelo's always waiting around for me. All right, Otangelo. Is Otangelo still here? Did I miss Otangelo? Am I going to miss another exciting opportunity to talk about intelligent design creationism or the Shroud of Turin? Let's check this out in the meantime.
So for those of you who don't know, I am Canadian.
The Canadians, they walk among us.
I live in Toronto currently, but I've lived in a few places around the country. And one part of our national identity is being proud of our country while also being a little embarrassed about how we think the rest of the world sees us, or more specifically, how we think Americans see us. Something that can be seen here in this old commercial for Terrible Beer, a video that our friends from high school still regularly post on Facebook.
And I pronounce it about, not a boot. I can proudly sew my country's flag on my backpack. I believe in peacekeeping, not policing. Diversity, not assimilation. And that the beaver is a truly proud and noble animal. A toque is a hat. A Chesterfield is a coach. And it is pronounced Zed, not Z-Zed.
I'll tell you another thing, that beer sucks.
Another example of this is a segment that they used to have on a long-running Canadian comedy show called This Hour Has 22 Minutes. I have friends who have written for the show, so all I will say is that it's very funny and very Canadian.
I'm from Canada.
Cool.
We're with a Canadian comedy show.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah.
I think that's funny, actually.
Here to make fun of you.
Nice.
Nice.
The segment was called Talking to Americans, where one of the correspondents, Rick Mercer, would go to the States and ask questions about Canada.
Do you think that America should be bombing Saskatchewan?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. What about ground forces? Do you think ground forces?
See, it's so funny, like being on the opposite side of the border. I've never left this country and wanted to come back. I've never left the United States and looked forward to coming home. Every time I've left the United States and had to come home, on the return travel, I felt like I was traveling in the wrong direction. I think America sucks. I think the people that try to glorify it and act like it's whatever and the blasés, they just haven't been other places. When you go other places, you're like, America fucking sucks. Why would I waste my time trying to redeem? Again, why would I waste my time trying to educate people who are working as hard as they can to find the wrong answer? You know?
Should be sent into Saskatchewan. That might be safer.
That's what they're going to have to do. That's what they're going to have to do.
So bomb Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Have a good day.
Or get them to congratulate us on our accomplishments.
Congratulations, Canada, on getting a second area code.
Congratulations, Canada, on getting a volunteer fire station.
Congratulations, Canada, on getting grade 9.
Congratulations, Canada, on getting FM radio.
Congratulations, Canada, for legalizing VCRs.
This style of man-on-the-street comedy isn't just meant to exploit a rivalry that only one side knows about. It's a common late-night trope as well, like in Jay Leno's classic jaywalking segments.
The largest country in South America.
In South America, Africa?
Our galaxy called.
Wow.
I am
It's also a candy bar.
Mars.
I don't remember. Okay, let me give you a hint. It's the name of a candy bar. Babe Ruth.
What once divided East Berlin and West Berlin?
Wait. That's a Michigan State sweater. Let's
finds out if people know about things.
So to find out this afternoon, we sent a team out to.
Sorry, I still teach at Michigan State. I've got my Michigan State gear on. That was a professional decision right there.
To the street to ask pedestrians to name a book, any book. Can you name a book?
I saw this. This was so good.
No. Do magazines count?
No, those wouldn't be books.
That's correct.
Just as sure as my favorite book is
Believe it or not.
All these shows rely heavily on editing out the right answers and the fact that it's harder to recall things when the pressure is on. I know a fair amount about TV and movies, And I know the names of a lot of actors and directors, but if I'm in a group of people and I have any social anxiety, I will forget a name mid-sentence.
No, not Psy.
Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane.
Psycho.
No.
It's Psycho.
No, it isn't Psycho.
It's Psycho.
No, it is Psycho. Is this about a motel owner who's crazy and kills a woman in a shower?
No, I just told you. It's about this newspaper tycoon. He had a sled named Rosebud, and they're all trying
Then
to
I guess it wasn't Psycho, was it?
Like on Billy on the Street, when Billy Eichner asked a woman to name a woman.
For $1, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yeah.
Who?
Who?
No, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yeah. Yoga bag. Name a woman.
Sorry.
No, name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yes, go.
Any?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
This is so hard.
Name a woman. Name a woman.
I bet that normally she could name a woman. But a man came up, started shouting at her while a camera crew was filming her. Way too much was going on in her head, and she couldn't recall a single woman's name. We like these shows because
they
we
make
like
Americans
to feel superior.
look stupid.
And we find it really funny when someone doesn't know something that to us seems like common sense.
Uganda. I don't know. Australia? I don't know. Is that a country? Something. That's America.
The fact is, we all have gaps in our knowledge. We all have topics we know nothing about. And also, there are some things that no human on Earth knows the answer to. And that's okay. Because instead of making up things like myths or religions to explain the things we don't understand, it's okay to say things like, I don't know. Let's find out.
Now, many of you tuned in to me for the deepest meta reflections on the foundations of the scientific approach to explaining the ultimate super questions that face all humanity. And so, Tangelo's back. Otangelo's telling you guys a very profound truth about me. I, in fact, like monologues than dialogues. It should tell you a lot about me. It should tell you that the people who I already agree with, I find boring to talk to. Y'all know how that goes. And the people I don't agree with, I find incredibly stupid and irritating and very much lacking in the basic shit. So, in fact, I started a channel where I could very selectively engage with the community, kind of just have a chat going for me to engage with my friends, and have a platform for me to have a platform. That's why I have this large microphone and this here channel with my name on top of it. Yes, that would be the case. It's actually why I've recently stopped having so many, people just co-hosting and wingmanning my shows. I really don't like when I have to listen to other people talk too much. Kind of dampens my mood, you know? I'd rather just rant and throw in a nano fever dream here or there, watch something I think is funny, you know, stupid jokes, that type of thing. All right, guys. Now, back to my rant about the important fucking foundations of science. I tell my students a very important lesson that, Otangelo, you need to learn. Here you go, Otangelo. I almost thought this lesson was going to be lost on you skeptics. But now that I know Otangelo's back and Peter W. is here and even my man Richard Madsen is here. Guys, I tell my students this. The three most important words in all of science are I don't know. That's it. That's it. The scientific mindset starts with those three simple words, folks. I don't know. Say it with me at home. I don't know. Say it one more time. I don't know. Because it's the gift, folks. Say it
Hey, everybody,
thrice.
thank you so much for liking, commenting, and subscribing, and hitting that bell.
Why does Otangelo want to debate me about the Shroud of Turin or intelligent design creationism? I don't know.
Icon and all those things that help out the channel. And you're all wonderful, and I appreciate you, and thank you. Let's take a look at this pastor who totally didn't make up this story about a time he was asked to speak at what he called an atheistic society at a university.
So I get up on stage and there's boos and hisses and all these sorts of things, and I come up the front and I just said to the guy, I said, listen, you spoke so eloquently. I said, come and join me on stage. So he came and joined me at the podium at the front there, and I said, you believe there is no God? He said, there is no God. You cannot be a rational person and believe there is a God. I said, okay, help me out with this. I want to show you something. And I drew a circle on a whiteboard like this. I said, this circle represents knowledge. Everything that could ever be known about any subject fits in there. All the sciences, all the arts. You're an intelligent man. You study at this university. How much do you know of everything that could possibly be known? So he took a pen and he drew that and he went, I reckon I know this much. I said, wow, you're intelligent. He said, yeah, I am. I said, that's brilliant. I said, so that's what you do know? He said, yes. I said, and that's what you don't know? He said, yes. But this does exist, you just haven't discovered it yet. Yes. Therefore, could God not exist in a dimension that you haven't yet discovered? Answer, yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Y'all like that Daniel Bryan chant? Y'all catch that? We're going to talk to Otangelo real quick. But guys, I bet you Otangelo's still not here. Otangelo's calling me out all about the dialogues versus the monologues versus the prologue versus the prelogues. And then he's not even back here. Not even back here for this combat conversation. Now, guys, who's willing to bet money, because I am, because I have a lot of confidence in Christians, that he's about to tell us about the dimension that we've discovered that this God is in, because that would demonstrate that he knows something that this person he was talking to doesn't know, and would be a totally reasonable foundation for that belief that there's a God in this yet undiscovered dimension that he's going to tell us about the discovery of. I'm sure that's what's coming. Let's find out. That's my prediction. That's my hypothesis. Let's see if I'm correct.
Therefore, sir, I would suggest you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic, and one step closer to knowing my Jesus.
Nope.
I don't know who I like better. The guy who was completely unimpressed,
nope, I was
or
wrong.
the guy who was trying his hardest to look impressed.
The totality of all knowledge, all scientific facts, everything, and we were to be able to draw a circle that would represent it. It would look something like this, broad and expansive. And
hey, the shroud exists in 10 dimensions. See, guys, see the importance of I don't know that I just demonstrated there to you. I made a prediction. I predicted we were about to get scientific knowledge from a theist. You know, I know that these guys, they all tell you guys, you ever watch these theist channels lately? They keep telling you every day, every time you see them, I love science, 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 I love science. So I just assumed, based on how much he loves science, that evidence of this dimension was coming, and I was wrong. And I had to just admit that I was wrong about that. You know? It's the first time I've ever been disappointed counting on Christianity for scientific knowledge. The first time. I'm sure they got me back next time, though, right, Christians?
large. And yet it is that if you were to draw a circle of everything that you know, every experience, every scientific fact that you've ever learned, whether in school or study, it would probably look something more like this. Now, don't you think it's ironic that there's people that have lived in this little circle their entire life that are trying to claim that there's no God that exists outside of their knowledge? Therefore, because they've never experienced him, he doesn't exist.
By that logic, there is a lot that could exist. Horses with butterfly wings, and
there we go. Let's
delivers
go.
chicken McNuggets to puppies, and a good odd-numbered Star Trek movie. It's because I heard there's no good odd-numbered Star Trek movies. And rule of threes. But where do we get our knowledge in the first place? How do we know something is true?
How do you know and have certainty about something?
Can we get an APB on James Apperson?
A truth claim, knowledge claim. How do you know? And the answer is, I told you.
Reliable sources? Peer-reviewed articles?
Because if not, I'm going to watch this video, and then we might go to the arcade. And if I go to the arcade, I might not be willing to talk to you Bible and philosophy nerds. I might have to shut down my Bible and philosophy brain for the night. James Apperson, come on down. You're the next contestant on... Oh, I already know James Apperson's price. I already paid James Apperson. Never mind, James. We're good. Yeah, James Apperson, hop in. We've already introduced James. James can just come back in here. Otangelo challenged me to a debate. He said that he wanted to debate both the Shroud of Turin and intelligent design creationism. He said he would meet me here 30 seconds ago. And he said that if he didn't show, then that was his indication that he was surrendering both of those positions. He said that he would be here by 8:45, or else that meant that Otangelo would no longer defend either intelligent design creationism or the Shroud of Turin. So I know. I just deconverted Otangelo. It's kind of a big deal. Hold on. I think we're losing the stream. Did we lose the stream? Is the stream back? Stream's telling me it's not connected. James, can you... Oh, here, hang on. James, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. I know you're good in the restream. Let's see if the... Oh, it looked like something was going on with my... YouTube is fine. All right. It looked like maybe something was going on with my device or something here. All right. Cool. All right. What's up, James? We can... We're doing this believe it or not thing. But what do you think so far about this? Because I think this is going to get into what you talked about earlier, right? Like, we're going to get into how we know things and this whole sphere of knowledge claim thing.
Is he leading up to a presuppositionalist argument?
I have no idea where this is going. I haven't seen this.
All right, fair enough.
I try to be one of those reaction, Jay reacts to whatever. So, can I actually tell you guys how much it ruins my YouTube experience? This is me, like, before stream, like, trying to find something to watch on YouTube. I can't watch that. I want to react to that on stream. Yeah, I can't watch Gin and Truth because they're going to expect me to watch Gin and Truth on stream. Oh, Rebecca's got a stream. Nope, can't watch that on stream. Oh, I want to watch EV. Oh, but then if I want to talk about that, I'm going to have to show that on stream. Oh, Pine Creek. Nope, got to wait and talk about that on stream. Nope. They're going to want me to talk about... You know what? This is literally what you guys do. I can't watch shit. I'm out here digging. I'm like, play some fucking SpongeBob lo-fi and some fucking what is this? Some right-winger rap. There, nobody wants to hear that shit. I literally listen to fucking Jesus music. I'm like, look, let's just listen to worship music. This is the only time I can listen to Jesus music, and I won't have to. I'll be sitting here like this. This is what I can play that my community won't get mad at me for listening to in my free time. Fucking awful.
Yeah, it is awful.
Can't even watch videos in my own home without feeling guilty about it.
There's always porn.
There's always porn.
Scientific consensus?
God said so. Because God says.
Oh.
Now, watch this. We have a distinct revelational epistemology, though, as Christians, and this is what you have to get. There are other religions in the world that also have revelational epistemology, but ours is distinct.
Yeah, guys, links in the description. I was going to add it I thought I pinned it in the chat earlier, too. Did my pinned comment go away? Oh, maybe it did. All right. Yeah, it's always in the comment section, too, guys.
In that it is a revelational epistemology from the triune
You can say it with a zero in it.
God of the Bible.
Oh yeah, that guy, he never got anything wrong. Well, except in the Bible when he said he regretted creating man. That was a bit of an oops.
And he speaks revelationally, this is important, not simply privately. That's important. This isn't a private, secret knowledge given to an individual, revealed to that one individual. The revelation of God in Scripture is broadcast throughout.
James, are you good, or did you want to say something about this?
Yeah, I'm listening to this, and I'm like, what Bible's he reading? Because no, it's just random dudes in tents coming out saying, I just had a private meeting with God who told me some stuff to tell you guys to do. It's just like, that's almost always how it went. So where he's getting this idea that Bible God's habit for how he reveals stuff to the people is to echo it where everybody gets to hear it all at once so there's no doubt where it's coming from, is just complete nonsense.
Yeah, and it's I don't know how I feel about this, because on one hand I feel like it's really so low IQ that I have a hard time, keeping it in my pants, so to speak, with guys like this, because I just want to no, right? You just want to shut it down. Right. But then at the same time, I think it's really a gift to the community. And this is why this was the original idea, too, for Late Night Counter-Apologetics, which most of you guys will recognize from Doug's Why No Longer Go to Church Sermons Like These series. The fact that it's so insightful to hear how they really talk to each other when they think it's just them.
Right.
Like, I don't have to put on the pretense. I can go full into the... hey, there's no heathens around. Let's talk about how you really understand the Bible, right? And that's what I kind of love about the craziness that I see in church, is that, it's unfiltered. And then when I go to have these conversations, right? Because how you can always get into the apologetic with people in the community. Well, that's not my church or not my doctrine. And it's like, if you really want to counter-apologize a person, you better spend a couple hours first figuring out exactly which remix of Christianity they believe, because if not, they'll just weasel out with not my Jesus, not my church, not my whatever, right? So the one great thing about being the atheist in your church is they can't say that. When I go, when I go, how our pastor's always talking about this, they cannot go, in my church, my pastor does not preach about pornography as much as you make it sound like he does, Jay. Right? Because I'm like, are you going to tell the worship drummer how much the pastor preaches about the song? Because I don't know if they tell you guys this, but not only am I in church when he preaches these things, I'm in the meeting before church starts where he tells us exactly what the sermon's going to be about and exactly which scriptures he's going to be going to and exactly what the whole message is going to be about. So... unless you got a fucking experience in this church I don't have, right? It's just like, they can't. It's a non-starter. Everybody knows it's a non-starter. Then they know I'm at Bible study. They know I'm at the convention. I'm at the conference. I was at the field trip. I was there when we was all sitting around guilt-tripping each other over marshmallows. I was there. I was sitting my marshmallow, sitting there like, and y'all really feeling, and I'm sitting there taking it all in. Why? Because I know I'm doing the Hunter S. Thompson, the Gonzo journalism, right? They're giving me the insider. So I sit there quietly, eat my marshmallow, take it all in, right? And that's what I wanted to give people who don't go to church anymore, or it's been a long time, or they never really were religious. It's like, I don't think you really get what it's like when these nut jobs think they're safe amongst themselves and they can just, let it all hang out. But yeah, let's get a little bit more honest. They can be more honest. There you go.
The earth, it is at this very moment, it is covering every inch of God's universe. It is revelational epistemology that gets through to every single creature under heaven.
Which is why, historically, when Christians sent out missionaries to even the most remote places, everyone already knew about Jesus.
I don't think it does, and I think it's very different. It's very different for a lot of people. So I'm going to speak to this. I can do the worship drummer thing because I'm a worship drummer. I have been my whole life. I like playing drums, and I genuinely like the church community experience. And for a lot of people, that's too traumatic, and I don't think you would do that, could do that, or should do that. I don't think it'd be healthy for you, right? Mm-hmm. But I feel the same way about reading the Bible. I got to have like a good atheist Bible study or... hot program, and my one black friend says, Jay, pull up this scripture. Otherwise, how you guys sit around and read the Bible as atheists, I'm like, go fuck yourselves. Yeah. Like, because they beat me over the head with that shit every day in my life. And then imagine me getting free from that only to find atheist community who's going to tell me how much I need to read the Bible. Take that somewhere else. Right? Now, I'll do it if we're going to talk and we're going to go to the, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, that's what I like about church. We're going to hit this one particular passage real quick and we're going to get about this bitch. Like, it's like, I ain't got time to be here talking about the Bible. And here's what I thought it's like. It's like somebody says to you, I've been chained up, I've been locked up, I've been in prison, and man, I finally got free. Man, I want to talk about how good it is to be free from bondage. And they go, well, if you really want to help all the other people in bondage, you really ought to stay in jail with them. And, you didn't really like being shackled when you walked around the yard. But, if you really want to do the most to encourage those that are still in bondage, you might want to stay in that bondage yourself so they can really, that's what I hear. And I'm like, no, nope. Nope. Yeah. So I get it, folks. I can do the worship service. I can't do the Bible. Some of you can do the Bible. You can't do the worship service. I get that. I think being a church drummer is still a lot of fun, and being in the community is still great. I do love the community. I just can't read the Bible in my leisure time.
Because Jesus already told them.
Yeah, sorry. Did you want to say something else? I meant to tell you I was going to play it again.
I mean, I thought it was a really weird wording that said, every creature under heaven has received the message. And I'm like, even fireflies? Even gnats? Even worms? Or are these not creatures anymore? Like, why use that language when he's only talking about humans?
And this is the other thing that kills me, is why do you wipe out all living animals because you're mad with people?
Right, like it's the psychopath in the neighborhood that gets so angry he goes around and drowns everybody's pets. Like,
right. His girlfriend cheats on him. He blew up the whole city. Thanks.
Right.
What the fuck did my grandmother have to do with that bitch cheating on you? And this is what Christians don't understand. Oh, well, no, man had become so wicked that he had to kill all the horses? No. Sorry.
None of it makes sense if you really think about it.
And this is the one I'm going to try out with my grandparents. All right, so Grandpa, let's say you slap Grandma upside the head. And we're all like, Grandpa, you really shouldn't do that. Would it be right if my mother's husband went to jail for domestic violence?
Right. I mean, I tried to explain this. Yeah.
I mean, I can't think of a less moral concept than vicarious redemption. Go ahead.
I'm not responsible for anybody else's actions and decisions in life. I'm responsible for mine, period. I'm not responsible for what a mythical couple of people did in a mythical garden 6,000 years ago when time began. Right? Like, I'm not
6,000 years ago when time began. I see what you did there.
It's so crazy.
It really is.
Yeah, so they ignore the lessons that life teaches us. Life teaches us basic moral common sense that you're not responsible for what somebody else does. Until you open a Bible, then you are. It's like, where is this coming from, right?
Right. It's pretty tragic. James, how's your sight back there? This is always a bit weird because you guys are backstage, and I want you to be able to see the screen backstage. Are you fine with it on that smaller screen?
Yeah, I can see it fine.
Okay.
The Son and the Holy Ghost are the one God. The rest are just false idols.
What facts about reality that you and I agree are real?
This guy's great too. I got to send my squad after people, guys. I got to start putting people on my atheist wish list. But yeah, I think this guy's really cool.
Facts about the way the world is.
Not in like a. Y'all know what I mean.
Does your worldview account for, but my Christianity doesn't account for, or at least doesn't account for well? And for those of you that would.
He's a good content creator, and I've recently discovered his stuff, and it might be interesting. I suspect a lot of you guys listen to this dude. Am I wrong about that? Let me know, chat. You troll the shit out of Braxton. Fenton Mully knows what time it is. Y'all know what's up.
Point out atheism
we gotta get
isn't
out here,
a
y'all.
worldview. I'm talking about your worldview that includes atheism.
This is such a telling question here.
I can't think of any. Christianity accounts for evil, suffering, the existence of other religions, including supernatural events in those other religions, science, and differences among different denominations of
Jerome
Christianity.
said this is his favorite Braxton Hunter video.
But I can think of many things that the most common worldviews that include atheism don't answer as well as I think Christianity does. Like universal supernatural claims, universal religious experiences, free will, morality, near-death experiences, beauty, the rapid expansion of the early church, the events...
All right, I was going to say that this guy's body language gives me homeschool valedictorian vibes.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
But you know what I mean? It's like the person who's like, they've looked something up online, they've tried it out in the mirror. It was really impressive when they tried it on their mom. You know,
Yeah, mom liked it.
Mom had no answer.
That's nice to hear.
Oh, all right, I'm gonna play this clip before I die.
surrounding the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth and our shared longing for purpose and meaning.
First of all, I'll try to answer the things my worldview accounts for.
Christianity accounts for evil, suffering.
Christianity barely accounts for evil and suffering. Yeah, there's the fall and there's free will, but they also say they have a all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving God, which doesn't make sense when evil exists. And in
I'm
my
glad to hear that,
worldview,
Jerome.
and you know, people who kind of agree with me in some ways say it's because people can be garbage sometimes.
So chillingly evil.
The existence of other religions.
Because people who didn't invent your religion also wanted to believe that they had figured everything out and also wanted to make up the answers instead of finding the answers.
Including supernatural events in those other religions.
The supernatural events you speak of are the same as your religion. There are a number of reasons. People being susceptible to suggestion, groupthink, emotions getting in the way of logic, hallucinations from lack of sleep, lack of food, or from substances. Con men exist. There's a number of reasons that we can account for it.
Science.
I don't know how I'm supposed to account for science. It's like a way to see the world and study the world. So I don't know how I'm supposed to account for it.
And differences among different denominations of Christianity.
Humans have a hard time.
Again, this is giving the game away. Theist. Stop using the word science. I mean, it's not a problem for believers. It's a problem for apologists because it suggests that people will only value your worldview if it can somehow account for everything we know under naturalism, which is tipping your hand that it's really naturalism that right. It's like the glamming on. It's just really, I don't know. It's really striking to me because it's exposing yourself to the simple critique of that's not science, and you don't have to do that to yourself. It's like it's just like a really bad thing to do. Science is a fundamental process that is literally defined as methodological naturalism.
Yep.
So being like, my God accounts for naturalism is like, oof. Well, you know, all the evidence that we found under the naturalistic model that doesn't assume a God, that's just how my God did it. Yeah. You know, won't he do it? We're Satan's little helper. It's just unbelievable. Go ahead. We gotta get James Apperson. I'm the worship pastor. James Apperson's one of them preaching pastors we got. Go ahead, James. Preach at the people.
I do. I preach too much, probably, but
no, it's not that you preach too much. It's just that I just want to listen to music, dance, and play drums. So that's
right,
why we hired you. We hired you for your gift of gab and writing.
There you go. So Cameron wants to know if I'm watching chat. Yeah, I'm catching it. Now, if Otangelo ever shows up, I won't see it because he never unblocked me from like months and months ago. Because I gave him grief about him giving grief to LGBT people. And he didn't like that, so he blocked me. He never unblocked me.
He's trying to turn. I think he's trying to turn a new leaf in his life, and that keeps getting thrown in his face. And I think it's frustrating.
Well, I wouldn't mention it again to him, but he just simply never unblocked me after that time.
Sure.
Yeah. So as far as what that guy's saying, everything you're saying is spot on. But when he's got the monologue and he's not. Nobody's there to challenge him except in chat, and he just ignores the chat. Like, people watching the video who are Christian are going to think, yeah, he's so right. But that's because they're not critically thinking about what he's saying either. So.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys have figured out the algorithm, and it's weird. I've been thinking about this a lot. There's a lot of different expectations. I don't want to turn this into a stream about YouTube streams, but there's a lot of different expectations in different communities, right? Like you could watch TYT or something. There's certain communities, the expectation that the streamer or the content creators are going to watch the chat is like a joke. It's like laughably not going to happen. But for someone like Braxton, it's also very smart. Number one, and people don't get this, there's no reason on earth, someone who's like Braxton, who's making a video for tens and tens of thousands of people, should actually interrupt his message that they are going to receive well and without disruption, to pay attention to the people who are flaming him and telling him he's wrong about everything he's saying. I mean, I know that people wish it worked that way, that they wish Braxton actually sat here and said, "Hey guys, I wrote this whole video and it's all about my challenges to atheism, and it's going to make me look super smart as I dunk on atheism, and I'm definitely going to undermine the confidence of the tens of thousands of people that are in my audience, so that the 7 people who flame me in my chat every video feel like they're smart." Like, I'm just trying to get you guys to think about the bigger picture of what's happening, right? And this is what happens as people grow. If you guys notice Derek, right? Derek, as he's grown, he limits today's an open call-in. Oh, I'm going to interview someone, and we might open the room up later for a little bit. He opens the room up. Hang on, y'all got to shut up. We're going to do super chats, right? This is the business, right? When your viewership grows, there are more people watching you live than the people that are in your chat. Then there become more people watching you later than are watching you live. You will have more people watching you that are non-subscribers than subscribers, right? So all of a sudden, people's whole mentality flips. All of a sudden, you really need to remember that this video is not for the people in your live chat, right?
Right. Right.
And that the story you don't want to tell for the 90th time because your subscribers are going to flame you in your chat. We've heard this story 18,000 times. We've been watching all your videos for 4 years. He's like, guess what? I'm making it for the 10,000 new subscribers I've gotten in the last 6 months who have never heard this story, so go fuck yourself. Right? And he has to, because he's trying to convert more of them into subscribers, right? So
that makes sense.
It's crazy how the game goes, man.
It is.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
There's some arguments going on. So Peter's right. There are some atheists who don't think critically. There are some, because atheism isn't actually synonymous with critical thinking. There's plenty of people who casually don't believe in a God. Like, they haven't put a lot of thought into it. Now, I worry about those people because I've heard, you hear stories every once in a while about an atheist, quote unquote, becoming a Christian or becoming a Muslim or whatever. And what that tells me is probably they weren't the critical thinking version of an atheist to begin with. And if they were, then they had some kind of an emotional vulnerability that those religions were able to target and exploit. So it's always one of those two things. Always.
Yeah,
so,
and no, go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I want to hear what you say.
I was just going to say, I just always feel like there's an element of both sides ism going on with this. I don't know if that's the right way to put that. Right.
Sure.
But it's always, and people always forget that being on different sides of an issue doesn't make those sides symmetrical, right? This is what Rebecca got wrong earlier, right? Well, if you start with the view that evolution is true, then of course you're going to see it according to the, what the evolutionists want you to say. But if you start from a neutral position, then, and it's like, well, Rebecca, that's your problem right there. If you really looked at the evidence, there's no way you'd start from a neutral position.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just no way. Like you couldn't start further from a neutral position, right? And they won't ever accept that, right? Like that's the
right.
And then I was
but she's not. She's not starting from a neutral position. So why would she even bother to say if you start from a neutral position? She's been a Christian all her life.
Now this is another thing I think is really deeply going on in the psychology of religion, and I sort of summarize it by saying these people only understand power, and I think what you guide at subtly gets at that, and the way I'll put it is in a slightly different context. Notice how if you're in a family that's real religious, right, and when you're growing up, that religion kind of dominates, it sets the pace, right? Mm-hmm. So they're dragging your ass out of bed 8 o'clock every Sunday morning. Sunday school, church, Jesus on the way home, Jesus on the way there, right?
Right.
Pray every meal, right? Indoctrination on top of indoctrination on top of indoctrination, right?
Yeah.
And there's never any grounds given for anything. You tell them, I don't believe this, no ground given. I'm gay, no grounds given. They're just up your ass about everything all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love you. I hate the sin, not the sinner, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you finally put your foot down and you start to go, well, I'm sorry. This is just all made up. Sorry, this is completely, sorry. You have, give me some evidence for your claim. Do you realize that there are no, like the Pine Creek Creed, do you realize there are no firsthand witnesses, right? All of a sudden, what is it? Well, why do you always want to talk about religion? Why do you want to bring this up all the time? Can't we just agree to disagree? Right? Like now all of a sudden the people who could not stop ramming Jesus down your throat, once they realize, holy shit, you're coming from a position of strength in your atheism and you've now got the questions they can't answer, all of a sudden it's something we should agree to disagree about or not talk. Now all of a sudden Jesus isn't polite dinner conversation.
Right. If the game isn't rigged where they get to dominate you, then they don't want to play.
Exactly. And so that's what I feel like Rebecca's doing. No way if she really wanted to assert herself into that space, would she assume that young Earth and old Earth or evolution and creation are starting on neutral footing, right? Only when you know damn well your side is in the position of weakness do you all of a sudden say, well, let's start from neutrality. if we're just saying it's a coin flip, right? Like, yeah, you wish we'd give you a fucking coin flip, right? After you've had your foot on our neck since birth, right? As a Gin and Truth said, if they didn't get me with that shit before the top of my skull was soft, right? Like, and now they want to agree to disagree. You wish.
Right.
And that's even a thing I think my family's going to have to understand. They're going to have to make turns with like, God, how do we turn you into such a raging lunatic atheist? I'm just like, shoving religion down my throat from birth. You made me this crazy atheist. You made sure that Jesus dominated every waking moment of every day of my life. Too bad I won't let you forget it. Right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
All right, I'm going to play the show.
Right.
Agreeing on things. And then, there's more. He rattles off more. But even if I didn't have a single answer for him, that does not automatically make his worldview
there you
correct.
go.
If I'm on a game show and they ask me what the capital of Ohio is, and I say, I don't know, and the other contestant confidently says it's Texas, he doesn't get the point just because he had an answer. We both get 0 points.
Hey, that's my laptop. Don't touch that. Put that back.
What are you doing with that?
Hey!
Yeah, don't put that.
No!
Chunky.
Tell him to stop!
Don't break his laptop. That's expensive.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, the atheists, the reason why you might have a hard time sometimes with them is
And
because...
I'm always giving the basketball analogy, right? I always say, they agree to play a basketball game. The game's over at 21. We're up 19-0. All I got to do is check the ball to us. Let us go score these final 2 points. It's a gym full of people. They take the ball instead, run out the gym, kick it as far away as possible, and then get on YouTube and tell everybody about how we couldn't beat them, and we wouldn't even finish the game, and on and on and on, right? And that's what he did. Just take the fucking laptop and chuck it on the ground. Just
because they will always resort to science as their answer.
Yep.
That's the thing.
There you go.
How do you know that your belief is right? Oh, because unless I see it scientifically.
I've seen this guy. What a
Then
joke.
I know it's true.
The Apostle Paul makes a claim about Jesus. He says that all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge are hidden in Jesus Christ. You want wisdom? You want knowledge?
All right, guys. So we have a lot of backstories to these worship pastors. This one kind of strikes you as almost like the failed professional wrestler, roller derby type of guy. But being formerly familiar with the seduction community, he's definitely a failed pickup artist. Matter of fact, I feel like somebody look up the name Jeff Durbin, PUA, and see if PUA for pickup artist. See if Jeff Durbin, PUA, comes up with something. He just has that. I feel like in a previous life, he tried to become a dating coach. And then he realized it was much easier to seduce women who just thought that they were less than men. I think that's the story here.
I get the same
You need
vibe.
to find...
You get the same vibe? You get the same vibe?
I do.
Yeah. It's much easier to seduce women without any self-worth. You know, it's just the way to go.
Find them ultimately in Jesus Christ. Now stop and think about the implications of that claim. You want wisdom and knowledge about ethics? It's only found in Jesus Christ. They're hidden in Him. You want wisdom and knowledge about art? It's only in Jesus Christ. You don't have a basis, by the way, for art without Jesus Christ. Do you know that?
That's just literally insane.
I know.
How can he say that with a straight face?
Because he's in a room full of delusional people.
You know what would really impress me if some Christians in chat or anywhere else would stop and say, you know what? Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. If
Right.
they could, but they just so often, and I won't say all, and I won't say always, but the normal thing is for them to put up a unified front where they'll completely ignore the absolute insanity of some other Christian because they want to perpetuate this idea that there's this brotherhood of Christianity and they share a common truth. And, you know, it's like Rebecca. It's the reason she doesn't want people arguing on her stream. She doesn't want one Christian telling the other ones that they're nuts because she's trying to create this image for marketing purposes for the general public, and that shatters the image.
I agree. I completely agree. Richard Madsen said Jeff Durbin was one of the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he was a martial artist hired for the movies. Richard Madsen, much respect for this info, but I'm also going to completely disregard that statement because that would ruin Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for me. So
I know.
I
love that, the original.
Yeah, we're gonna stick with failed pickup artist theorem. But thank you. We do appreciate that contribution. But we're ignorant as atheists, so you know we could just ignore the truth. We don't give a shit. we're fucking heathens. What do we care about the truth? You know.
Basis for language. There's no basis for poetry without Jesus Christ. There's no basis for science without Jesus Christ. There's no basis for beauty, truth, goodness without Jesus Christ. If you want to know with certainty, you have to have Jesus Christ as the foundation.
All right, so let's start with a couple of things. First of all, if you believe anything he just said, you're an idiot.
Period. Full stop. Full stop.
You have no basis. Like, I mean, this is Christians literally saying, you know, before Jesus, people didn't know things. Before Moses, people had no idea they shouldn't murder each other. Again.
There was no art either before Jesus.
Oh, and there was definitely no art. Definitely no art. Just people chewing up mud and spitting on their hands in caves, you know, but it really didn't become art till the, you know, I would love to see William Lane Craig's apologetic on the evolution of art, right? Like, at what point would he tell us, oh, these are cave people spitting pigments around their hands and, you know, making drawings of buffalo and shit. And then here is where they get imbued with the soul of God, right? And then here's where Homo habilis, or wherever the fuck he puts it in the fossil record, gets zapped with a soul, and then we have art, right? All of a sudden, it's just unbelievable, man.
So Richard, I guess, is waiting backstage.
Oh, Richard Madsen?
I think so.
Yeah, we could talk to Richard Madsen. What's up, Richard Madsen? How you doing, man?
I think I'm Richard Madsen. Peace and respect to y'all.
Peace and respect, man. How you doing?
Yeah.
I'm better than I deserve.
Facts. And that's one true thing from the gospel, right? What are you thinking about this? The gift of I don't know.
It's one of my favorite things to say when it applies, actually. And I did get it in about 2.3 seconds before you.
You did. I noticed that. I didn't want to acknowledge that impeccable timing.
My mom was a science teacher, you know, and I'm not breaking what she taught me by being a religion. I don't even know, theist. I'll say
sure.
Theist. What's the other guest's name? I don't see it printed anywhere.
James Apperson.
James Apperson. I love your comments, James.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Richard.
Yeah.
Taco said he thinks you're a dick, Richard. I'm sure you get that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally my name, so that's okay. I think that I should give you normal consideration, James Apperson, in the statement. And I didn't think I wasn't going to comment until you doubled down on it and you'd said always the case. Always. Now, I want to give you a chance to retract the always.
About what?
There's not much of a chance of that, but go ahead and give me the chance.
Okay.
Well, I think I'm an example of an exception to that rule, although I would generally agree with you.
What rule? Sorry, I missed it. I'm just trying to get caught up.
Well, he could say it himself, but if I don't straw man him, it's something like either you're poorly thinking or you're just not thinking if you go from atheism to some form of theism.
I think we'll disagree about this, but I think I don't know. I just think it's such a broad umbrella. I have a hard time even putting you under the theist category because your beliefs are just so different.
They're plausible.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying I'm not saying they're not plausible, but it's like I think for me, I think most of us we're speaking to a certain thing, and I just don't think we have you in mind when we speak to that. So I think it's fair to say I think it's fair to say that, you know, we're not being sensitive to believers like you. But then it's also fair to say that from our perspective, we just don't have the encounter rate or the numbers to really, you know, to address that, and it would just get laborsome to say all the theists I know except the Richard Madsens of the world, you know. It's just
I would never expect. Yeah.
So
James,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay.
My intention was to. Okay, go ahead.
Figure it out. No, Richard, go ahead, because I'll keep James on, and so let's give Richard his time, and then we'll keep going.
And I would also recommend a YouTube channel called E.A. Dawa. That's D-A-W-A-H.
Oh, I've seen him. I think I went on there and talked to him for a little bit. I was on there for a hot minute, but yeah, he's on.
Were you able to defeat any of his arguments?
Like the
contingency or
because he's like, this is the guy, the Muslim guy. I'm just trying to remember. I'm not sure if I was having a conversation with E.A. Dawa or if it was one of his regulars that he had on. That's the only reason. But I generally find that whole thing frustrating. I think it's I find the whole thing of I was an atheist, I was super rational, I was a skeptic, and then I met these really smart Muslims. And then I'm like, your skepticism goes out the window with me when you tell me you met a person and they were able to convince you to change your views to some supernatural worldview based on their arguments that you couldn't defeat. That's just not how any of this works in my world. But I get that for.
Don't we
where
accept
that
things
person's
because
come
there's
from.
arguments that we find that we can't defeat? Isn't that when we accept something?
Yeah, but not to that level, and not really. Like, not really. I don't. You got to remember, I'm a scientist. Like, I generally don't find non-scientific worldviews interesting in 2022. If I did, I would have become something other than a scientist. So for me, we just don't have conversations that start from the wisdom of some person. Right? It's just not. It's just a whole. So I'm not trying to invalidate a person's life experience. I'm just saying, bro, if you want to convert, if you want me to sit here and tell you you have some indefeatable arguments from Islam, like, you just need a better origin story to these arguments than I was a skeptic till I ran into some really smart Muslims. And I'm going to be like, well, I've got some really smart scientists I'd like to introduce you to, and I'd like to assess my understanding of how I think those scientists stack up to your smart Muslim friends. Right? And until I know that, I've got nothing other than, because you got to remember, I'm also like, I'm black, right? I'm I had a pretty good upbringing, but I got a lot of friends and family, and I lived in the hood, right? We all know some hood niggas that had a jailhouse conversion to Islam based on sitting under the feet of some super smart Muslim who hit them with some art. I mean, every nigga got a few black Muslims in their family. I'm gonna put it that were brought to Islam through some very unconvincing means. Right. And I also used to work at a church, and the pastor I worked for was super big on like the interfaith thing. So we used to go sit around, and we used to go to like the God, I don't want to mispronounce the house of worship, but we would go there.
Doesn't matter.
And we'd sit with them and eat lunch with them and just sit there and talk. So now I'm just like, miss me with that, because it's just. And to me, that's an essential thing that I think people have not gotten past. Eric could talk about this a bit, but I think in an area of such technologically mediated and specialist-driven knowledge, this era of sort of the wisdom of conversation and, we'll sit around and reason together and come up at the truth. I just don't. If that was going to really get us where we needed to go, we'd know by now.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's supposed to, but I think we can have a conversation about what's most reasonable to believe on some given topic.
But then after that, you got to do the work yourself, because at the end of the day, So I think that's where I just think that's where we depart, because ultimately, it's an issue of motivation, right? Ultimately, like, I'm very secure in my worldview, so are people I deal with. So there really has to be some give at some point in the conversation where somebody is really motivated to do something different. Either I'm going to motivate them to understand, like, they may be missing this whole thing and they've got to fundamentally maybe reveal the whole world from the bottom up, or they've got to convince me that, like, I really missed something in the Bible. And it's going to be a tough sell on both sides.
Right. That's why I was going to ask you, what do you consider to be like the definitions? What would be your personal definitions, the difference between evidence and persuasion? And if persuasion happens, is that always motivating? And if you're motivated, and I hope you're motivated by certain logical things. I mean, you're a science guy, so you've got to be motivated by some kind of logical things.
I mean, I just think, to me, that gets into like a word salad for me, because it's like persuasion is, I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to look at it. But I think in general, evidence should be that which sort of gets beyond tactical persuasion, but then people will go, well, if it's really good evidence, then it should be persuasive. So, I mean, I don't know. That's a word game to me. Again, I just think science is science, and I'll put my cards on the table. I just don't think other people have something that is equivalent. I think Science is a privileged way of knowing. We teach this to students. We basically say, if you take science and prayer and revelation and personal experience and all these different ways that you can know things about the world, we would say, of all those ways of knowing things in the world, they're all may be valid, they all may have served humans, they all may be incredibly important to people's lived and day-to-day experience, but of all those ways of knowing anything about the world, science enjoys a unique privilege amongst any other way of knowing things in the world. And that's because of the scientific method. It's because of the blase and the flavonoids about the process. But the point is we cannot then take and then say, well, there's all these other ways to know, and then they have to have they just don't. To me, they just don't. Now, you could persuade somebody else, but,
you're using language, Jay. What scientific experiment tests or confirms languages or anything else immaterial for that matter? It's material science is very good for material science. It's excellent at that,
and
but there's a lot more to life than material.
I don't really think so. I don't find these type of other worldviews interesting. Again, until somebody can convince me that there's evidence of something else, I don't want to spend time thinking about it.
I mean, you're exercising things like logic right now, which is why what you just said made sense to me.
But it's just required. It's just I have to.
Pizzas prefer to fly in the West.
I'm just stuck with it, right? I'm just stuck with it. Like I don't know. Like I don't talk about again. Like you're speaking foreign to me. You might as well be speaking hieroglyphics to me right now, because to me we don't have these conversations. We don't ever sit around and go, guys, stop all the science because we got to use language, and we just don't. So I don't know.
No, it doesn't replace science. It doesn't compete with science. They're non-overlapping things.
But Richard, I think I'm the wrong person for this conversation. Maybe you should talk to James. Maybe James is better, because I just made a philosophy channel on my Discord so people would literally not talk to me about philosophy today. So when I go, hey, I'm a scientist, and people go, well, let's talk about the philosophy that underlies your ability to do science. I'm like, let's not, right? And even I would say this, like the thing that was so great about the episode that you did on Hot Program, and I'd love to have you back on Hot Program, it was one of our most popular episodes, was that...
Oh, really?
Yeah. It really, people loved it. We had a great time. We loved it. But it really spoke to the difference between me and my one black friend. What made that show so great was you were one of the guests that really brought out my one black friend's personality and his passion and his interest and that's where we're different. Like, I could have fell asleep, missed that whole episode, came back, and my one black friend, it was great with Richard Madsen. I'd have been like, really? I was just happy to have you on because you're a nice guy. You've always been really nice to me. I was just happy to have you on. But I'm just like not interested. I'm like, you could be right, you could be wrong. I'm like literally a person, because I'm so swamped, right, with what I have to do. And in my world, it's like, Jay, you have a manuscript that needs to be reviewed. You got a digital brain to build. You got a class to teach. You have very little time to spend any thought, energy thinking about any of this. You just don't have there's limited space in here, and it's like all filled. And then when people put philosophy, I'm just like, I don't know. So it's not my world, right? That's I guess what I feel like about it. So I don't feel like I'm even like when I get in these conversations, you'll see like, is his name Theophilus or something like that?
Theophilus is how he pronounces it.
Theophilus. Yeah, I can't keep up with that guy. I can't keep up with those conversations.
Okay. I have to respect that's your wishes.
Yeah. But I would say let's definitely schedule to have you back on our program. And also, I would say I don't know if James had any thoughts. I
do. So rather than talking about linguistics, which is the science of language, language is not separate from science. It is a science.
Sure.
Rather than even talk about that tonight, because that's not like where we're going with the show tonight. I'd love to have that discussion with you some other time. So, just we'll keep in touch about that. Maybe through the Discord. In the meantime, when I talked about how atheists, when we hear about atheists converting to a religion, Yes. The reason I specified Christianity and Islam and things like that is because I was trying to define the category or the type of religion by the examples. Religion is just too broad of a word to be really useful for making broad statements. Like,
sure,
you know, so I tried to define it that way, and I could have been a little bit more careful with how I expressed my point. But my intended meaning was that every time I hear about an adult who was a quote unquote atheist who then became a Christian or a Muslim or something like that, what it makes me think of, and I don't think there are any exceptions to this, is either they were not a very critical thinker, they were not very accomplished in their critical thinking skills, and or not very habitualized into using them, or they were, and they had an emotional vulnerability that was exploited. And so they can be a very deep thinker, very intelligent, and they can apply that intelligence rigorously to their examination of the religion that's about to convert them, and still end up converted if they have an emotional vulnerability that gets exploited and bypasses those critical thinking skills. They won't even cognitively realize that that's what just happened to them. And so
I've seen examples of exactly what you're talking about. I totally agree that does happen.
So if there's a third possibility for how an atheist, if they can be that critical of a thinker, not have some crucial emotional vulnerability that gets exploited, apply other critical thinking and still end up a Christian or a Muslim, I would love to see an example of that, because I can't even fathom how that would be possible. And I've never.
The only problem is a lot of Christians would say I'm not a Christian, so I can't really make that claim. But I did become a
Richard,
theist.
I would say
I
you're not
think
a
is
Christian.
completely practical reasons. Yeah, see what I'm saying?
No, and it's only because of the same
mold.
reason that they told me I'm not a Christian. Like, I kept trying to say I'm an atheist Christian. Like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe the essential claims, but I still identify as a Christian because of cultural Christianity and all these other reasons. And they eventually just said, no, you're not in our club. If you don't believe this version of this Jesus, right? And so to me, I'm happy to put you in the Christian category that I'm in, which is fine. We whatever you identify as, you say you are to me. But I'm just saying, the same way they told me I'm not a Christian, they would say you're not a Christian. We would say, well, we're talking about Christianity, we're not talking about them. I don't even care.
Scotsman.
Fallacies don't bother me. I'm a person like people say that to me, I'll be like, that's a fallacy.
No, not you, them. They're committing a fallacy when they say that you're not a real Christian.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. But that's
no true Scotsman, sure.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
So yeah, I don't really know what your views are, so I don't really have any specific comments about that.
And boys, that's a topic for you need time.
I'm gonna let you guys get back to the thing because I love your show.
Thank you, Richard.
I think you're hilarious.
I appreciate that. I really do appreciate
I love the music. I love the music that you, I love how not so subtly, but if you're paying attention, it's not difficult to notice that you are just the most sarcastic person I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, I try not to take myself too seriously.
I mean, I just love that. But Jay, would you share with James my personal email, please?
Yes, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to get things together. Right?
And actually, you recently put me in touch with somebody. His name is
Robert Reed. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That was
might be Robert Reed. You're so welcome.
That was a huge get. That was a score. I was like, all right, that Richard Madsen episode was for my one black friend, but now it's for me too. I really appreciated that. Thank you so much. And Richard, we say anything else, man. Richard, call in if you have a request. You're always welcome here, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right,
thank you so much. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much fun because I'm not a real Christian.
Yeah, I'm like Pine Creek. I want to talk to a real Christian. Somebody that believes in supernatural woo-woo.
When Doug had no Christian guests, 4 different times I attempted to go on. He let me on the first time, and then after that, he said in no uncertain terms, "You're not the kind of Christian I'm looking for."
Yeah, that's what a lot of us would say. But if we all said that to you, it'd probably be hard to have friends out here. So you're still a friend, and you might not you might not be the type of Christian we want to make fun of, but you are the type of Christian we like. So.
All right, love you too. You guys have peace. Thanks a lot for letting me on your show a minute.
Take care, bro. Thanks.
He's awesome.
Yeah, of course. Guys, check out the episode of Hot Program over on the Hot Program channel we did with Richard Madsen, and I'm sure if you're anything like most of our audience, you probably won't stop bugging us about when we're going to do part 2, which will be scheduled as soon as, let's say next week, right? Because tomorrow's crazy stuff, and then I do 18 shows, 25 shows. I forget how many shows I do on the weekend. And then let's say maybe next Monday or Tuesday, I'll have my head back on my shoulders and I'll respond to my emails and look at that thing called the calendar and figure out where to squeeze people into the all red ink that's all over it. Dude, I looked at my schedule and it looks like, I don't know, it put my meetings in pink for some reason. It looked like somebody just puked all over my calendar. Like,
maybe your subconscious was trying to tell you something.
You know they say, they say vomit takes seconds to. This was my argument about counter-apologetics. Vomit takes seconds to spew and hours to clean up. Right? It's the Gish Gallop.
Yes.
The same
is brilliant, actually.
The same is true of meetings, right? It only takes a moment to say, yeah, hey, you want to meet every Wednesday at 3:00 for an hour? Yeah, man, that sounds great. See, that took like no time. Now do the actual meeting Wednesday for an hour, right? Right. Seconds to set up, hours to actually execute, right? Just awful. Yeah. All right, here we go, folks. Awful. We're back to. Go ahead.
Before we move on, just to let you know, Midnight Sparkle's been waiting. And
Midnight Sparkle's back here. I didn't even notice we had other people. All right, let's get a good call. Hey, hello. Midnight.
How you guys doing tonight?
We're doing good. How you doing?
Oh, fairly well. I figured I'd come on. I saw you guys were talking with Richard Madison or Manson.
Madsen, yeah.
Madsen. Like, he's pretty cool. I guess I really love the ginger beard that he has. But I did find the conversation interesting where he was talking about linguistics and James mentioned it's a science. Like the way I see it, and I also understand what you were saying. It's like, oh my God, I'm too busy to worry about philosophy. I'm programming my own brain.
Yeah,
like, oh, that I get it, but it's like, well, I'm sure you realize this, but you just don't have time to, dig deeply into it. Like every field of science has at its core philosophy, right?
Sure.
Because it used to be a philosophy before. That's like the strangest thing about philosophy. Like, as soon as empirical evidence is found, or just something, like it stops being a philosophy and enters its own realm. Like science used to be called natural philosophy, right? I don't know why the name changed all of a sudden.
In a sense, it hasn't, right? I mean, it used to be called natural philosophy. Now we call it biology, right? And there's a reason we made that transition, because we realized that we're studying life, and we now had formalized it to the point where we could say this is an ology. It's the study of life. We've moved. You remember, natural philosophy was still largely philosophy. It was largely, the watchmaker argument of William Paley was so compelling, but it wasn't the watchmaker evidence or the watchmaker study or the watchmaker trials, right? It was the watchmaker argument, right? That's the difference. Go ahead.
But I think there was more philosophy of religion than natural philosophy.
But that's the thing. I agree, but that's my thing. I think when people want to have this conversation, you got to have this conversation honestly, right? And so the truth is,
that's what I'm doing.
Natural.
I know.
Sorry. No, you're not being dishonest. I'm just saying. Like, my assessment of that is, natural philosophy progressed, and it progressed and became formalized in what we now call the sciences. So there is philosophy undermining all that, but it's the philosophy that told us that the empiricism is better. It's the philosophy that told us you got to do the experiments. It's the philosophy that told us untestable hypothesis, throw it out. If somebody comes to you with a hypothesis and it's not testable, it's junk. Don't even, right? That is the natural philosophy. And so people want to go, oh, wait, no, you just told us, right? So the thing is, people want to have but they want to keep it in the armchair philosophy and not recognize that we're not doing that anymore for a reason. And so don't try to take an experimental scientist and say, no, you got to come back in armchair reason. You go, no, why would I do that?
Okay.
I'm trying to take the field forward.
Just
Go ahead.
wanted to, like in the past, there was a difference between rationalism and empiricism, but I do think that you need both in order to come to truth, right? You need empiricism, but you also need rationality in order to rationalize. I know I use rationality, but you know what I mean.
So where does this go to you though? Like, are you a theist? Are you a believer?
No, I'm an atheist. Well, that's the term I'd use, but it's like I don't really know whether there's a God, so I guess I'd be agnostic. I am spiritual in a sense, just don't believe in a God. At least not the Christian God, anyway.
Right. So for me, that's where you would be departing from the philosophy, right? Natural philosophy would say we have no way to test whether or not there's a God. We have no way to test whether or not there's a spirit. We have no way to test whether or not there's a soul. So until we do, we would literally say because you got to remember, rationally, there could be anything. There could rationally be, like he said in the video, unicorns with butterfly wings that feed, tacos to dogs in the 18th dimension.
But the point I'm making is that you need rationality in order to analyze the empirical evidence. You would agree with that, right? You have.
I mean, I would say empiricism works. I mean, I get your point. Like, there's a philosophy of science. My class that's an evolution is called Darwin's Law. It's a philosophy of science class. It's a philosophy class. It's considered it's actually registered as a philosophy of science class. The reason I don't like talking about philosophy is because, again, I just find these conversations to be with people who are totally missing. And most of the time, I think you really do need a certain degree of formal education, right? Like, I've been breaking down these numbers for the viewers, but I have my students for about 2 hours a week, twice a week for 14 weeks. So we have about 56 hours of instruction to get them to understand what we mean by philosophy of science, what we mean by methodological naturalism, and then to give them the tools to take and build up an understanding of empiricism, transfer that into the foundations of understanding evolutionary theory, and then give them practical experience in the lab where they get hands-on and they can actually, get in their hands dirty and actually understand how these things work via their own experiments. When I have somebody on my channel for 10 minutes, it's a conversation I can't have, and I'm not even going to try, right? I don't have time. I have the luxury of saying, if you really want to learn how I really feel about this, all you got to do is be a senior at Michigan State University's Lyman Briggs College, probably on your way to med school, sign up for my Darwin's Law class, or tune into the stream, right? And when I have the chance to teach people, I'll teach people. But I just don't. I can't get you there in 5 minutes. But James, go ahead.
Oh, I'm hearing you. And,
okay.
So I don't have anything to add to that. I was just kind of like alternating between that and the chat. Like, the chat's really lively tonight.
Yeah, I love it. Chat's great.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't completely disagree that you do need what percentage would I put? I'll just say I do agree with you that you definitely need some form of formal education, right? Like the formal education has this place. Like, I never denied that. I mean, I've always been an independent learner myself.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think that's what most of us are dealt with, and I think there's a grand asymmetry in life. I think the part of your life where you are formally in the education system basically doesn't matter. You don't work, you don't raise a family, you can't vote. Then you are tossed out in the world on your own, go get a job, vote, start raising a family, pay your taxes, and no more schooling for you. Right? So it kind of sucks, but it's just for me, and I consider myself a hard worker and an independent studier, but there's just no way I could learn the things that I learned on my own, and most of my most of where I'm at in life now, I have to be honest, is a result of very, very intensive time in graduate school. Like, graduate school is the most intensive sort of apprenticeship, right? But I literally, if I take myself back 10 years ago and say, hey Jay, try to wrap your head around this without spending those 10 years in grad school, I just go, I don't know if I could. I honestly don't think I could. Maybe people are better than me and they do it without me, but I don't know. I'd be, there's no way.
But why? Like, okay, I just want. Why do you think that you couldn't learn this stuff on your own? Like I'm not knocking you going to school, obviously.
Sure.
Wondering.
I just didn't have the tools. To be honest, I didn't have the people around me. I was in a world where, first of all, there's just too many believers. So I had to get myself away, like way away, to where I was around people that just saw the world totally different than I did. And I don't think without that I would have gotten it. And then I had to get a lot of formal training to really because I was like Rebecca. Like, I was a believer, and I just knew that God worked through natural means, and whatever I learned about...
Wait, you're a woman? Sorry, I had to make the joke.
No, I know. But, I really just believed that everything I learned about nature would show me what God did and how he did it, and it would never undermine that. And it took years of really, because I was an evolutionary biologist long before I became an atheist, right? So I can't even say, oh, you learn evolution and then you become an atheist. It's just...
Well, no, because Sigurd actually became a believer after learning about evolution, so it's kind of weird.
I don't really buy
that.
I don't buy that.
Well, that's what he says. I don't know.
He didn't do it for scientific reasons, though.
Right? No, he didn't. He might imagine that he did, but he didn't.
Yeah, and I think that's our point here. We're not. I mean, I agree with you. You need rationality, you need philosophy, you need all of that. I mean, all of that's built into science. Our point earlier was just that we don't. Faith is an inherently irrational position. Now, somebody could get mad at me for saying that. They could say it hurts their feelings, but this isn't my opinion. It's an irrational position to say I believe something without, right? And so all we're saying is you don't move to an irrational position for rational reasons, and nobody's explained that to us yet.
Can I get some clarification here? Because it's like faith, the word faith likes to be thrown around a lot, right? Usually, some people may mean confidence or certainty, right? Like, if you have faith, your car's gonna start. Like, is that irrational? I think faith does depend on context, but then again, you could use confidence or certain. Like I said, faith. Faith definitely has a lot of baggage.
Religious faith is a degree of confidence that does not scale with the degree of the evidence.
There you go. By definition.
You know what? I like that.
Yeah. Thanks for calling in, though. Appreciate it.
Well, wait, hold on. I did something else.
Time limit went off. I heard the timer go off. Did you hear the timer go off?
I heard the timer.
I heard the timer go off. All right, here we go.
And if you're wondering how he demonstrates that, in this sermon called How to Completely Refute Atheism,
God said
Myron,
so.
you got to turn up the volume
Because God
on
says.
the timer. They
if
can't
this
hear the
claim
timer.
was true, wouldn't all science and study of nature irrefutably lead back to Christ? But we'll get his thoughts on that in a bit.
What the general theory of relativity states is that because space and time don't exist without matter, if matter had a beginning, then time of necessity also must have had a beginning. Thus, the universe was not eternal, it was finite. And if it was...
There you go, right? When you learn astronomy from a religion teacher, I mean, James, do you think they let you get up there? James, what's your background in? Don't you talk about science a lot?
I do talk about science a lot. I do a lot of scientific research and writing, but I'm not a scientist.
What do you do? What kind of skills you got?
Well, I got mad research skills.
All right, so you think they'd let you teach theology at, say, like, get up there and just say, hey, I'm going to teach you about ancient Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know why they take this platform for themselves. I think that's what really bugs me. And then they just fundamentally misrepresent everything. But it's to such a layman. I mean, this is what we mean about vomit takes seconds to spew and hours to clean up. Because he can say that so easily, but how can you undo that without a real education in science, right? Because someone's starting now from the position, well, the universe had a beginning, right? So now they're almost at a place where it's like, I have to somehow prove to them the universe didn't have a beginning, which anybody that knows anything about this science knows that's a bit of a tall task, right? And it requires a lot of education, right? I can, as a PhD in science, sit here and have Neil deGrasse Tyson give me the layman's version of the Lawrence Krauss, it's not really nothing theory, right?
Right.
And I kind of follow that. And I can kind of follow Lawrence Krauss, but not really, right?
Right.
And here's the thing. I don't give a shit.
Right.
And I would have to I'd have to get like you. I'd have to get some mad research skills in my spare time just to figure out enough of that to understand what he's really saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine having the motivation to do that only so that somebody could tell me I'm wrong.
Right.
So this is the problem with Christianity. They're told the wrong answer. The wrong answer is easy. They already have it. Then somebody tells them that's the wrong answer, but to now go find the right answer, you got to work way, way, way harder than you ever even imagined, all to be told something you don't want to hear. I genuinely just don't think when we're having these conversations, we're being realistic about how human motivation works. So a lot of the conversation I want to have, and I don't know what my conversations with Rebecca are going to play out like, but some of them are from I want her to commit to me that she wants to know the truth or that she wants to learn, right? Mm-hmm. The question I didn't get to ask her the other day on her stream was I wanted to ask her, Rebecca, what if really knowing the truth about this meant you had to really go back to school on this one?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if a person's not willing to do that, they're just not. Now, what I don't like about this is that I recognize that as an academic, that sounds arrogant, right? Like, oh, it's easy for the academics to say, well, if you're not an academic and you're not willing to become an academic, then you don't know shit. But that's not really what we're saying. We really want to say, if you want to have enough of a seat at the table to criticize the experts in the field, you need to have sufficient expertise in the field.
Yeah.
And so I can say, I don't know how to fly a plane. I'm not interested in flying a plane. I don't have the motivation to learn aeronautics. But the thing is, when I get on a plane, I sit my ass in the back of the plane and I let the people who do know that fly the fucking plane.
Right.
Now, if I got up to the front of the passenger seat and kicked out the co-pilot and the captain's getting ready to do his takeoff and I go, well, I don't think you should be flying this plane because aeronautics is a religion. Right? And if you would stop accepting the dogmatic commands of the FAA, right? So that's the problem, right? The problem is... Go ahead.
Yeah, they're like, I see Fred is your co-pilot today, so where's Jesus going to sit?
Right. Exactly. That's the issue. And so if I am going to try to correct the pilot, it is appropriate for him to look over at me and say, can I see your pilot certification? Yeah. Can you tell me where you learned how to fly a plane? How many hours do you have on this craft, right? You don't get to fly a 747 for Delta because you flew a single-engine crop duster for your dad's farm, right? Delta's going to make you get in a goddamn simulator for God knows how many hours before they even let you smell a real plane, right? And then they're going to, right? You know what I'm saying? And then you're going to have to log in all the hours and right? And so if I'm flying a 747 and you sit down next to me and you tell me, well, Jay, I'm going to tell you what to do because I got 18,000 hours on this other Boeing jet, I'm going to tell you to get the fuck out of my face. Right? Like, but that's how motherfuckers who really know. Now, again, folks, I want to learn how to play the organ. My uncle, who passed away, was a professional organist. He literally would not even come into your church unless you were going to pay him $1,000 per Sunday. He had a family to feed. He was a fucking professional.
Yeah.
All right? Now, I really wish I could learn how to play the organ. Now, guys, I got a fucking organ. You've probably seen I got a full console Hammond organ over there. But again, that ain't going to make me learn how to play it. If I want to learn how to play that organ, I'm going to have to put in the time to learn, to practice, to dedicate the time, and I'm probably going to have to get lessons from an expert. And I'm probably not going to be able to start by, again, telling that expert if they would just set aside their dogma and everything they learned. You know, again, right? I have to shut the fuck up and let them tell me the proper position and what drills to do and, you know, how to get the damn thing to turn on. Most people, if I sat you behind my organ, you would not know how to turn it on and you would not know how to get it to make sound.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about play a song. I'm about turn it on and get it to make a sound so we can hear that it's turned on. You would look at me like I just asked you to fly that goddamn 747.
Yeah.
If I ask any organ player in the world to go turn on my organ, it will be on in less than 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel with Rebecca. What I want to do is blindfold Rebecca, tell her I'm taking her on a blind date, keep her blindfolded, unblindfold her, and say, yes, Rebecca, I wasn't joking to you. I really do have the keys to Rich Lenski's lab, and that's where you find yourself. Now, do me a favor. I'm going to sit here on this bench. You go ahead and show me how the long-term evolution lines are transferred. I promise you it's the most basic lab technique. It's not advanced stuff. We bring high schoolers in our lab, and they can do it. Go ahead. Show me how it's done.
Right. She'd say, well, that's easy because Sal taught me all kinds of great analogies.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so, guys, I wanted to say that because I wanted to lay it out that I'm not trying to be elitist when I say people might need to enhance their formal education. I'm saying you were throwing your hat into a ring that you are not ready to compete in. And if you want people to take you seriously, you're going to have to know what you're talking about. And right now, you're clearly demonstrating that you don't. So now, either we're going to continue to write you off, or you're going to get serious. And I just think that's where I'm at with it. Go ahead, James. I'm gonna let you say anything, and then I'll play.
So, Peter says that science can't answer the questions. I don't know what questions he's talking about. And Jerome says, but Jay, Christians are going to now argue that you need a theologian to understand their faith in the same way that you are arguing that you need a professional to teach someone science.
I'd say they're right.
All right.
Yeah, because I've had a lot of theologians try to teach it to me, and I still don't know. And the funny thing is I would then say, bring me a theologian, all right? And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take you to my high school. I'm going to sit you down with the director of my religious formation at my high school, the guy who taught me theology, and who'll tell you I was one of the best theology students he ever had, and we'll compare your theologian with my theologian. I love comparing credentials. Can y'all tell that? Because I done sat at the feet of some real ass motherfuckers. So I'm like, please, let's pull cards, please. Can we get to the card pulling part, please? That's my favorite part, where people think I'm bluffing. I love that part.
Right. It was finite. It must have had a creator.
That's a huge leap from it had a beginning to...
Which, by the way, this is the other asymmetry, and I'm going to let you speak on this one because I know you have to, which is... we've been there. They haven't been here. I keep saying it, man. It's like these people in the United States who keep telling you it's the best country ever, and you ask them to name any other country they've been to, and there's 0 on the list.
Those people usually forget that other countries even exist.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it's like, I have been a theist. Chat, if you've been a theist, let these motherfuckers know you've been a theist. All right, now theists, let us know about all the critical research you did in the atheism and the time you were critical atheist and all of that, and then tell us how you came out of it because the scientific evidence pointed to God. We'll wait.
That means it has a creator.
But you got to realize this, science doesn't show.
We do know where you're coming from. It's a very stupid place. You don't know where we're coming from. That's the difference. It's like I told Bible Research Tools. I hate to say it, but the difference is I'm right and you're wrong. Sometimes that's how it goes.
All the truth. Just because it's science doesn't mean you get all the truth. Didn't you realize that?
But with faith.
You might say, no, science, it does show all the truth. No, you can't.
It's very true that science doesn't know everything. That's kind of the whole point. Science is about finding the facts, not just making assumptions.
You know why they won't believe in God?
Yeah. Thanks,
so here's
chat.
Christianity. We believe.
Just now, I will put a qualification out there because I know that the Christians and theists are getting triggered. I know y'all are telling us it used to be Christians and theists. Now, none of y'all were real Christians. I just want to put that out. We know that, okay. So we'll just take your theism with a grain of salt, you know.
God exists. But why do we believe God exists? Well, from science, what we could argue is probably the laws of thermodynamics. We can argue the complexity of what we study, that it cannot be by evolution. There had to be intelligent design behind it. We can argue that way. But here's the thing, is that God, he cannot be tested, experimented with. Because why? God is outside of the physical bounds of the universe.
So if God works outside of science and is untestable, then that means he doesn't interact with the world, right? If he interacted with prophets and miracle workers, we could test those claims. If he answered prayers, we could test those claims. So what he's arguing for is a form of deism, where God exists.
Caterpillar said some of us might have been real Muslims, though. What's up, Cloud? What's up, Cloud? Jerome said they were literal flag-waving phony Christians. Exactly.
But just as the creator of the universe, the first mover, and then he stepped back and just let the universe do its thing.
Explanation to the universe, but it looks like the universe had a transcendent cause. Because if all space, time, matter, energy began, then anything within space and time cannot have been the cause of that beginning. And actually, in discussing that type of a question, one time in a small group in this Boundaries of Science course, one of the students in the group later said to the whole class, this convinced him to depart from atheism and that there must be some sort of a higher power.
And now I swear to God, guys, I swear to God I don't believe in guys. I'm sitting here listening to this absolute drivel, right? And I'm sitting here thinking, like, this is the problem, right? It's these people who set up let's talk about, I even thought, like, he must have been teaching at a Bible college or somewhere weird, right? Because, like, if you come up Michigan State and you like, hey, guys, I want to teach this class in the biology department. It's called the Boundaries of Science. The dean's going to be like, yeah, I'm going to need to see that curriculum. Yeah, I'm going to need to see your syllabus. Yeah, and your course materials. Yeah, the whole textbook. Yeah, I'm gonna need to. Yeah, like not a lot of us get that type of intense scrutiny, but you name your course some weird ass shit like that. Yeah. And then it's like before I even looked, and I was like, man, why are these losers who always do this like at the worst places, right? And then I looked down and it said Discovery Science, and I was like,
Yeah.
Should have looked before I leapt. Should have paid attention to the man. See, guys, this is the lesson. You got to pay attention to them academic affiliations. If I'd have seen that Discovery Science, that'd have let me know what I was in for. Oh man, Nano, what's up?
Hello? I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear us.
Uh-oh.
Nano, Flying Disciple Man. Check your settings. Oh. James, can you still hear me?
I could hear you just fine. And I could hear him when he was saying it.
Yeah, me too. I could hear him too. All right, we'll leave him there, and we'll see when he. Let me know if Nano comes back actually, because
we'll wait for a miracle.
All right, we'll wait for a miracle. No, I'm just kidding. I was like, I'm gonna just sit here and literally wait for a miracle. Sorry, guys. We're just gonna sit here until a miracle happens.
He wasn't sure what it was yet, but just thinking of some of the questions can in fact have a ramification that affects our worldview.
This is the ultimate God of the gaps. I don't understand, therefore Christian God did it. Just because we don't know what started it doesn't mean it was your God.
Tide goes in, tide goes out. Never a miscommunication. You can't explain that.
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
Either no one created something out of nothing, which is the atheistic view, or someone created something out of nothing, which is the theistic view. Now, my question last night was this: which view is more reasonable? That no one created something out of nothing, or that someone created something out of nothing?
Man, talk about a cosmic straw man. Holy crap.
Seriously. All right, Nano, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, great.
Hello.
Great.
How are you? My name is Nano. I'm an atheist fucking moron.
I've never actually talked to you before.
No, I was bored. I thought I'd jump on here. Is my mic all right? It's a old shitty headset.
It sounds pretty good. See, guys, you can get by with an old shitty headset.
And that's my beautiful face right there. I do have a camera, but I'm not going to hook it up right now, okay?
Is that actually your face?
Yeah.
Because, at first I thought you were Steven Anderson because I didn't know any better. I didn't know who you were, and I didn't know who Steven Anderson was.
I'm a goofball.
Where did you find his stuff?
It's this thing called the intrawebs.
Yeah, I don't know how to use that. So tell us about how you started making fever dreams.
It's not really hard. You collect data, you collect videos, you put it in the program, you click the buttons, you click render.
And that's it. What program do you use actually?
It's Sony Vegas. It's quite easy. I just use very basic techniques.
A lot of Ken Burns on steroids.
Yeah, I don't think what I do is that impressive at all, but I'm glad people like it.
Oh, it's really great. I think I think Pine Creek really likes it. A lot of people really like it. What kind of feedback do you get? Why do you think people don't play your clips more?
Well, because I'm a nobody and have 50 subscribers.
Yeah, but they're so good. Like, I don't know. I guess I wish Doug and people like that played them a little bit more, just to help put them out there. They're really good, man. How long do they take you? They got to take forever.
A couple of them took me about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, even if it's just like a couple minute clip, it's a lot. And honestly, I would say if you can do 3 or 4 minutes of something like that in a couple hours, you're fast. Like, you've been using Vegas for a while. Like, you're not guessing your way around the software program. You're moving, right?
Yeah, kind of shortcuts,
Yeah. You gotta. It's not your. Yeah, that's what I mean. It takes time to really get fast. It's like you gotta, get good. But yeah, you use a lot of keyboard shortcuts. That's good. I used to have Vegas. I don't have it anymore, but I loved it. I used to just collect them all and try them all out and stuff. Because isn't Vegas the one where the audio and the video, they're all like the same program, like Vegas Pro? Or does Sony have a separate audio workstation?
Oh, that's Acid Pro.
Acid! Yeah, I knew they had another Acid. Yeah, I've used that too. Sony stuff's great though.
Yeah, I downloaded all excuse me, illegally.
Yeah, I mean
So
most
that's
people
there.
do. Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
become a villain.
I mean, we're atheists. What do you think of this? The gift of I don't know.
The video?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't been paying much attention. I'm sorry.
You just been goofing off? Well,
Yeah, I was playing. I was doing some gaming.
Oh yeah. Have fun. No worries. Have you seen the Guts at Gibbon video?
On you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Can you chop it up when you get your new stuff?
Yeah, there's lots to be chopped up.
Yeah. And then this Kent Hovind thing. We'll need
Oh, there's
something.
definitely going to be material there.
Yeah, we'll need a nano special. How have you been lately? We haven't seen you a bit. Has anything going on with you? Any changes in life you want to let us know about? How's your life been?
Oh, it's wonderful. God has blessed me. Christ has given me a golden shower every time I wake up.
Nano, you're not the type of Christian we're looking for.
It's fine. I can't complain.
No, that's good to hear.
I'm not dying. I don't have any diseases. I have food in my belly.
Are you looking for people to game with? What do you play?
Lost Ark.
Lost Ark on what, PC?
Yep. Yepperoonies.
Is that your only game? Anybody else in the chat playing Lost Ark?
Nah, they fucking scrubs.
Also, if you want, you can stream in the gaming.
Oh, dude, my
voice chat.
PC is too old for that.
All right. Well, if you ever want to or give it a shot or whatever, I'm sure people would leave the chat to go watch Nano the Fever
Let's watch
Dream.
Nano play games.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, they never know what kind of satanic messages you might have laced throughout the experience.
I used to stream back in the day, years and years ago, Counter-Strike, but no one really watched me when I was actually young and good and had reflexes.
Like CS:GO.
Yeah, Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
yep.
that's that hard-working gaming.
I was top tier, 360 no scope.
Yeah, I actually watched that shit a lot on Twitch. That's like one of the things I used to really, really watch on Twitch was like competitive CS:GO tournaments. Like I watched the leagues and everything. Because to me, it would just be incredible. Like they would be killing each other, and I'd be like, I just saw that guy.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be like, what do y'all do? Like, you have to, even like the fighting games, like you have to watch that shit for a long time before you can even like follow it. Like they're just so fast. And the comment, you'd be like, what? They just cleared the whole damn map. I don't know what happened. There was a smoke grenade, and then boom, and then people, and then like nobody ever misses. It's just crazy. They're scary people.
Yeah, Counter-Strike's hardcore. We used to run with 5-man team and call strats and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's wild. All right, Nano, we're gonna get back to the.
Fine, I don't care. See you later.
The Fever Dream Pro. We got it. Well, I gotta get back to this pickup artist.
Well, I can go. I don't need to stay. I just want to.
You can stay
hi.
if you want.
Okay, I'm kind of a goofball. I'm the wild card, you know.
All right.
You picking up what I'm putting down, Jay?
I don't know how wild.
I don't know. I'm not.
All right. Is this Frank Turek? Hey, man.
There's got to be someone, right?
Why does it have to be someone and not something? And why is that someone your God? Also, here's a little thought for you. What is nothing? Have we demonstrated that there has ever been a nothing? The universe is very large, and yet everywhere you look, there is something. As Victor Hugo said in Les Miserables, there is no such thing as nothingness, and zero does not exist. Everything is something. Nothing is nothing. But they always say that. They always say you can't make a universe out of nothing when the concept of nothing has yet to be observed.
And so, if there's a beginning, that means somebody must have began it.
Again, somebody is a big stretch.
That must mean there's a prime mover, a causeless cause, as Thomas Aquinas talked about. Be that as it may, all I'm trying to encourage you to understand is that science, the more deeply you delve into it, the more it proves the complexity of a creator, so much so that, in my opinion, it's almost absurd to believe anything different.
It's absurd to believe anything different? All you've shown is that the universe began and that it's complex. That doesn't show that your God had anything to do with it, or a God had anything to do with it, or a creator had anything to do with it.
Stephen Hawking said, and I quote,
I don't know what the hell I'm
he
talking
said, because there are laws.
All right, guys. My clickbait totally worked. Saying that tomorrow's Lina's birthday, sent all the loser atheists coming. Oh, we're going to celebrate the day before Lina's birthday. I'm so excited. Well, I just queued up a 20 million payout because we've got 20 people in the stream. I appreciate you guys. But basically, it just proved that using Lina as clickbait worked, and tricking you guys is, in fact, the way to dominate the internet. So go fuck yourselves.
Such as gravity, the universe can't.
Hey! I just paid you 20 million pocket change. I earned the right to curse at you.
Can and will create itself from nothing.
I just purchased your dignity.
That's stupid. Matter cannot be created or destroyed. So by default, their worldview violates the very first law of thermodynamics.
Wow, that's super ableist and disgusting. Thank you, Matt Powell. Also, this is coming from a guy who believed they hunted pterosaurs in the Civil War. He believed that this photo was legit and thought it proved that dinosaurs didn't go extinct when they thought they went extinct.
I believe if we study history, the Confederates were able to shoot pterodactyls, back in the Civil War, and they spread these things out. Anybody can look it up online.
Christians, you guys are so bad. We have to roll tape to prove that people actually believe this stuff. Go ahead, guys. James, you're going to say something?
It blows my mind.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And again, guys, there's just a conspiracy. Because I'm telling you, all of the scientists, right, they're all on the same page. They're definitely not competing for jobs and funding and students and lab space and prestige. And so no scientist wants to undermine the conspiracy theory of evolution. There's definitely no scientist that would have won a goddamn Nobel Prize for excavating this Civil War era pterodactyl or whatever the fuck this is, right? And James, he was like, nah, I don't want a Nobel. Nah, become the most famous, paleontologist in the history of Earth. Nah, I got to stick to the corporate line. Nah, no way. Be rich and famous and have movies made about me for discovering that Civil War era in the Confederacy. The South shall rise again. Won't he do it? Of course, the Confederacy would. James.
It looks legit to me. I mean, come on. It's fucking Matthew Bowles. Clothes.
I feel like this would be the new Trump conspiracy, right? They'll do their little. Next time it won't be an insurrection, it'll be a little failed secession or whatever, and then they'll build the wall and wall off the South, and then we'll start magically seeing their new Confederate army with dinosaur fossils, and they'll be like, I told you, dinosaurs are still around. They've just been in the South. The liberal Democrats didn't want you to know about them. They've been in Yellowstone all along. I knew there was a reason that fucking section was off limits with the fucking geysers. Unbelievable.
Spread these things out.
Go ahead, sorry. I didn't say anything. Go ahead, James.
Like, you guys didn't really win the Civil War. Dinosaurs eated us.
Oh man.
Okay.
Oh man. I feel like that's a great Jurassic Park spoof. right there. The Confederate Revolution Jurassic Park adventure. It could be Jurassic Park and Get Out all rolled into one. All right, here we go, guys.
This is.
All right, wait, James has more. James, go ahead, James. I can't.
It's like, I mean, that's their answer, right? Like, how did Jesus come back to life? Like, life always finds a way.
Guys, I can't have James Apperson here. James Apperson is making it too difficult to do drugs. I can't smoke my weed without coughing up a fucking lung. James is making me laugh too much. James and Nano are only here because it's the day before my birthday and I'm not doing shit today. When I'm trying to get work done, you two, oh wait. You're both fucking ministers. Never mind. I can't get rid of them. I pay them too much. We're fucked, guys. I'm never getting anything done ever again.
This is a historical fact.
This photo was created for a science fiction show.
James, I'm going to keep a James Apperson doll by my bed, and it's going to be how I do No Fap November. I'm just going to have fucking the James doll just going to say a joke every 2 minutes, and I'm never going to be able to get a good fap going, you know?
Right.
Hey, it's the new chastity belt, guys.
Stop that talk. I'm fully erect.
In the year 2000.
All right, it's coming through.
Derek, this is impossible.
That's what they said about the coelacanth.
What's that?
It's this fish that everybody thought was extinct, but it isn't. And it's about to be blown out of the water by this. What, a pterodactyl, man? A pteranodon, actually. They're much bigger. Hold on, Derek. This whole Civil War thing could just be a hoax.
When it comes to the subject of your ego, I'm Stephen fucking Hawkinson.
Ugh, it's... Never mind.
I know we've all got our talking points, but I want you to struggle to be as sincere with yourself as you can right now.
Oh, there you go. You know, sometimes I wish, you know what, guys, I got an idea. I knew keeping this mirror under my desk would come in handy. All right, let's see if this works. All right, here we go.
So we've all got our
all right, Braxton, here you go. Say that again, Braxton.
Talking points, but I want you to struggle to be as sincere with yourself as you can right now. Doesn't it bother you a little bit that when we come to talk about the origins of the universe, and if there's a multiverse, the origin of that too, that the only real options you've got besides God is a past infinite universe, which is impossible.
You guys think holding the mirror up to Braxton as he said that bullshit did any good? Should I try this? Should I try this with Kent Hovind when he goes to hold up a mirror?
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Kent. What were you saying?
Possible, or the universe coming to exist uncaused out of nothing, or something far less clear than even those. It seems that for any worldview that includes atheism, there's a massive blind spot when it comes to the origin of the universe. And all the attempts to try and circumvent that problem seem
like a vampire
desperate, and at least far less likely than theism.
Again, we're on a game show. The host asks, what year did the movie Independence Day come out? Now, imagine for this scenario that I don't know that it's 1996, which it obviously is 1996.
Obviously.
The other contestant buzzes in and says 1776. Well, I didn't buzz in because in this scenario, unlike real life, I didn't know that it was 1996. The 1776 person gets as many points as I do, which is 0, because neither of us had the right answer, which of course you all know is 1996.
Rebecca, can I have half your points? No. Can I have 1 point? What? No. I want to give you 1 point. No. You're a bad person.
I'm okay admitting that I don't know how the universe began. I don't need to believe an answer just because it's an answer, especially if there is no evidence for it.
Science cannot prove love, for example. It can't prove the emotion of love. Maybe it could work on the workings of the body and test the hormones and all that, but it can't prove true, genuine love.
Romantic love can be explained by our biological need to reproduce or feel safe or warm. We love our children because we want to protect our lineage. We have friends because when we lived in tribes, we were safer if we had people we could trust to protect us.
Did y'all hear that? This is what I be talking about, how you got to understand the basics. People are like, but Jay, you don't have to, don't mind, but you don't have to have a PhD. No, you don't. You just have to understand the basics. So let's understand this basics again. Real basics right here, guys.
To protect our lineage, our biological need to reproduce or feel safe or warm. We love our children because we...
Wait, hang on. Let's go back a little bit.
I don't need to believe an answer just because it's an answer, especially if there is no evidence for it.
Science cannot prove love, for example. It can't prove the emotion of love. Maybe it could work on the workings of the body and test the hormones and all that, but it can't prove true, genuine love.
Romantic love can be explained by our biological need to reproduce or feel safe or warm. We love our children because we want to protect our lineage. We have friends because when we lived in tribes, we were safer if we had people we could trust to protect us. People we trusted to go hunting with us, to gather with us, to share our resources.
Hence the answer to how I know rape is wrong. I come from a long line of people who fucked the motherfucker up if they knew he was a rapist. Now, some people slip through the cracks and they rape some people and we never knew. But for the most part, most men realized I could rape that woman over there, but they would probably fuck my ass up. Or I could maybe meet that woman over there, maybe get to know her, maybe get her to consent to have my babies. Maybe then everybody else would respect her decision to be with me. I could protect her. They won't rape my wife. I won't rape theirs. And then when them motherfuckers come over them hills to kill all our asses, we could focus on fighting them instead. Now, if that was too much for you to follow, and somebody asks you, well, as an atheist, how do you know rape is wrong? You can instead just say, because it is. And do you have a better question? But I just wanted to give y'all that, I'm a teacher. I kind of wanted to, I had a moment. I wanted to teach.
Testify.
I wanted to testify and teach. Preach, teach, preach. That's what I'm going to do. Treach, Jay, treach.
Love is awesome. But it's a very easy thing to explain scientifically. We are
Super
alive
easy.
because our ancestors had love. At least for their own tribe and their own family.
There you go.
You can't even prove that.
Wait. Oh, did he explain the love and the tribalism in the same sentence? That's called biology makes it easy. Really does. Really does. Yep, you needed the love of the people close to you. Y'all needed to work together to make sure they don't kill all y'all. Everybody got it? Good.
Number 3 as well, you gotta understand. The number 3 is something that we conjured up and put up with.
I quit. I quit.
I love this, though.
I quit.
This was a jam in that movie, though. That thing you do was a bop. This was a great movie.
Mr. White.
That was a really good
Atheism
movie.
itself cannot give us an account that justifies.
All right, guys. Also, all right, who did it? All right, hold on. We got to do a poll. We got to do a poll right now. We got to do a poll. Guys, if you don't know how polls work around here, I give $1 million pocket change for everybody that votes in the poll. So nobody cares whether or not you think your opinion is worth sharing. We're trying to get this money. Not voting in a poll is incredibly selfish because it costs everybody lots and lots of money. So don't do that. All right, now here's the poll. Who is a better fake atheist?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Option number one is Sean McDowell.
Do I have to prove my atheism to you?
This case, the person does. That college thing was cool. Yeah, it wasn't, but let's just pretend it was. That college thing was cool. All right, we're going to say that's Sean. The other option is going to be Rebecca Davis. Atheist, bread of life is a vibe. All right. And we'll say that's BOL. It's going to be bread of life. We'll make that easy for you.
How much does Reb give away per month in the gift card? Is it 50?
It is. It's like real dope. I mean, I'm saying
that's a new keyboard right there.
That's a new keyboard right there. All right, guys. So hold on. Let's put a timer on this. Yep. Use a timer. All right. So you guys got 5 minutes. Chat notification done. Start the poll. It's kind of like who wore it better, but what they wore is fake atheism. All right. That's what this is. This is a Counter-Apologist who wore it better. Who's a better fake atheist? All right, I gotta get the host vote in there. I'm voting BOL, bread of life. Shout out Rebecca. I don't know Sean McDowell. Rebecca, ride or die, yo, right? We don't have to agree, but we love each other. We're friends. We're buddies, y'all. Y'all see when I hop on bread of life, Rebecca lets me write on. Rebecca Davis, I got you. Rebecca, Atheist Rebecca was dope. I just say, my only complaint about Atheist Rebecca was I say it was so good, let's do it forever. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion, y'all. All right, you got 4 minutes left to vote on the poll. All right, y'all see the problem of too many tabs. Let me close some of these tabs so I don't keep losing our place. All right, here we go.
Reason itself.
Reason will prevail! Oh, yeah. We decided also that we would say reason will prevail every time someone
Reason will prevail!
You don't have to say it right now because I'm just explaining to Frank that reason will prevail.
Reason will prevail!
So Darwin once said, the horrid doubt always arises whether the conviction of man's minds, which have evolved from the monkeys, are at all trustworthy. Would anyone trust the conclusion of a monkey's mind? Now, what is he saying? If this naturalistic Darwinian story is true, then our brains evolved not to discover truth, but simply to survive. And you can survive on false beliefs if you just get your body in the right place at the right time.
The ironing is delicious. The word is irony. Huh?
So what was his point? Darwin's saying, if
Guys, I just had a moment of genuinely reflecting on that whole love tribalism thing we were talking about. So check this out, right? James, would you agree that maybe from a theological perspective, we might say Sean McDowell and Rebecca are maybe aligned?
Aligned in what way?
Like theologically.
Like, did they have the same exact theological view?
No, but just they're on the same Team Jesus side or whatever, and we're on the heathens, not that side, right?
Absolutely. The battle lines have certainly been drawn, and they're both on that side of it.
Yeah, but then when you think about the love tribalism thing, it's well, she's actually a part of our community, and he's not. Would you agree with that too, right? Even though you've had your ups and downs with Rebecca, you'll go through it with Rebecca because there's some history and friendship there. As with Sean, you're I don't know Sean from Adam, right?
Right.
It's just kind of interesting, right? Because that was my whole thing with Rebecca was I was she's our theist, right? We don't agree with her, but she's one of us, whatever that means.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I just think that's funny, right? How those lines get blurred and mixed up when your interpersonal relationships get in there. Yeah.
If this blind evolutionary story is true, it undermines our rational faculties, meaning if Darwinism is true, we don't have any basis for reasonably concluding that Darwinism is true. It's like a snake that eats its own tail. So
which would be weird if a scientific theory was like a snake that eats its own tail.
Right.
It's like they just tell on themselves, like, oh, yeah, it would be almost like as though we'd be celebrating one of the greatest scientists ever for completely circular reasoning. And that wouldn't make any sense now, would it?
Ironically, if atheism is true, it undermines any confidence we can have in our reasoning faculties because they're a result of a blind, purposeless, immaterial process.
Or how big it is.
He's kind of right here, actually. There is a reason optical illusions exist. There is a reason we can...
It might be like you're going... James, you know how you're going down that flight of stairs from, like, say, the upstairs to the... I don't know. It's like in your house, right? You're going from the right, you're going down that flight of stairs. You know how you're just worried that you might miss that last step?
Right.
All right, but what if that last step might just be the Grand Canyon?
Right.
So you're one step away, but we don't know if it's like a living room step or like the geological meaning of step, right? Like we don't know which order of magnitude we're talking about with that one step, but we hope it's one. Let's just hope it's one, however big of a step it is.
Get scared by things that can't hurt us. There are ways evolution has affected the way we think, and it makes it harder for us to think logically, and it makes it harder for us to change our minds based on new information. And that is precisely why the scientific method was created. That's why things like peer-reviewed studies exist. That's why science is always challenged. The reason we can discover things and study things is precisely because we saw our own limitations and worked out ways to get past those limitations.
So, to suggest that all of this complexity of activity is the result of fortuitous circumstance, happenstance, that's pretty absurd to me. Are you tracking with me on that?
Again, yes, we are tracking with you on that.
What was that movie, Evolution with the monster?
Yes, I know. I was thinking about it, and I was just like, I'm not even going to go there. But yeah, that was great, too. Like, let's call this movie Evolution and definitely make sure it's monster ape man. It's like Planet of the Apes with guns or something. Like, well, I guess the original one had guns, too. Never mind. Planet of the Apes and the urban Planet of the Apes. Y'all know what I mean. Look at that bulge. Oh, no. Christian
Chat's cracking me up tonight.
God wants every pussy dry at all times. I feel for every woman indoctrinated. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. It's so bad that I jumped in the chat and I was like, with my game club, and they were like, and I was like, what are you guys up doing? And one was like, your grandmother. And I was like, ooh, like I feel bad for your sex life. Like you should try to do better. Like that's indoctrinate children. Like that's not a fun night, my friend. You know, like. So, go ahead.
Do you think that's why baptism happens in water? Because everybody knows that that's when Jesus goes in you and he likes to go in dry.
It's. I gotta tell you this weird story though, man. Being in the church, like I think baptism was my favorite thing.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think it was because one. Well, in my church, it was like a huge deal. Like, it was a really big party. Like, we had a couple of, let's say, well-to-do families in our congregation. And so they were always kind enough to host when we wanted all 300 of us to get together somewhere cozy. And so to just be in this big house with just wall-to-wall, floor-to-floor people, and it's like a Thanksgiving feast, right? Everybody's families come in from out of town, and there's just food and games, and it's crazy. And then, like, my church was, like, real old school. Like, we just go out in the garage and dunk them in a tub or whatever. But just like the commitment that it meant for them, and like what a big deal it was for for them in their lives and their walk in their faith. You have this weird thing where I remember this about, I had a friend who wanted to be in the military his whole life. And I remember feeling like I had to be happy for him when he went off to war, even though I knew I might never see him again, right? It was like, he wants to be a soldier, and he won't be, doing him if he doesn't do this, right? And so you have these friends from church, and this is a really big deal in their life. It's like their graduation or something. You're just happy to be there, and you're happy for them. It's a really happy time. And so I always had this thing about, oh yeah, we gonna dunk these fools in the water, and I'm gonna be there. Oh no, I never know, and I always be like, we gonna dunk these fools in the water. All the way in the water, man. It's a huge deal. It's fun. It's just, it's one of those things. It's really weird because I think, like, now that I'm saying this, it's like one of those, remember those things that could be so traumatizing? Like, if that's like if dealing with the ritual, which I think is the hardest part for a lot of people, right? It's the ritual that feels so weird. That's the most Jesus-y stuff, right? When the hardcore rituals break out, right? But if you're just like in the culture and these are all your friends, it's just, again, a lot of these stuff you do, like when I would say like, oh, I love going to Bible study, people are like, why? I'd be like, oh, because I'm in a band, right? And so imagine if your band gets together every Tuesday to play cards. Eventually you go, not because you like the card game they play, but because everybody in your band other than you is going to be together hanging out. So you just want to be there, right? And so that's why you're at a lot of these things. Like I would date girls and they would be like, you're an atheist, like you're a scientist. I don't get like why you're always with your church friends. I was like, there you go. And she'd be like, what? I'd be like, always with my church friends. I'm just with my friends. I'm just where my friends are. My friends are church people. They're doing churchy stuff. I'm telling you, I never met people who made it so fun to move. We had to move this family of 4 one time, right? Mm-hmm. And so they made it like a big deal. They like sent it out on the listserv. So I don't know, 30 people showed up or something, right? And so by the time we were all clearing out the house and like loading up the trucks and everything, it took like one trip. Like, most of the guys carried like 1 or 2 heavy things, and like such a huge group of dudes carrying it, you could barely feel it. You loaded up the truck. We all went to the house. We chilled. We ate Gatorades. We smashed like 8 boxes of pizzas, and called it a day, right? Like, and it was fun. And I was like, wow, like moving's never been fun. But again, if all your friends are there and like nobody's gonna do the like, oh, you're moving? Yeah, I'm busy actually. Yeah, it turns out, hang on, my cat's dog is sick, right? Like, because people hate moving, right? So imagine just being in a community where instead of everybody bailing on you because you're moving, everybody's like, oh, you're moving? Yeah, bro, of course we're not gonna let you move. Of course we'll be there. Oh, do you have any other help? Oh, everybody else is gonna help you? Oh, we'll still be there. Yeah, of course we'll be there. Of course. Like, like that's what everybody's doing today. So I love that. That part about church is great. And if we could do that as atheists, we should. That'd be great. Imagine if we all helped each other move like that.
Yeah.
I mean, watch this. This is gnarly. A single DNA molecule. Just take one dinky microscopic DNA molecule. Remember, DNA, RNA, building block for all of life. One single, you can't miss this, one single molecule.
Here's the other thing. We're listening to this dickhead right here talking about science can't exist because God has to be there first, blase glavinoids. Agreed, James?
Uh-huh.
Most of the people in that room, right, James? They're not there to listen to him. No. They're there for the same reason I'm at baptism and moving. They're there because that's where all their friends and family are right now.
Everyone in the audience is wearing the same shirt as him, too.
There you go.
Of DNA.
They shop at the same clothing store.
Same amount
they go
of
together. They load up the church bus. We're going to get close today, guys.
Info as an encyclopedia volume or a massive bulky dictionary. That's just one DNA cell. Oh no, it just happened accidentally.
Who said it was an accident? Evolution is
you.
not an accident. DNA also has information that is passed along that isn't used, or information that we need other information to work around that information. Why would a designer put all that useless information in there? Why wouldn't they use that space more wisely?
Is it just me, or does the evolutionary story keep changing?
You know what science can't even
I'm
prove?
sorry, that was, oh God, I need a clip of that. That was magic. I think the poll might be done. Let me go see. Yeah, I'm always leaving the polls open forever. All right, guys, the poll is completed. The answer is Rebecca Davis. Now, this was a completely scientific double-blind study with a huge sample size. But I just think it proves that we like Rebecca Davis and Sean McDowell sucks. And that's a pretty important point for everybody to remember. You know? Whatever you may think of Rebecca, next time you have bad thoughts about Rebecca, just remember to yourself, she's not Sean McDowell. You know? Could be worse. Could always be worse.
I know who he reminds me of. Steve from Blue's Clues.
Steve from Blue's Clues. All right, guys, 7 million. Thanks to all of you that participated. The other 11 of you that didn't want anybody else to get any other money, like, that's cool. That's chill, I guess. I mean, we're atheists. We're all about freedom of choice, I guess. That's... Way to build community, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go use the little boys' room. Yeah.
You gotta do a little tinkle?
Little pee-pee. Take a pee-pee.
What did Peter W. say in chat here? Science can never make up their mind.
Yep.
We should answer that when you get back. Next.
Yeah, I gotta pee. I mean, that's more than a pee-pee answer. All right, let's take a quick musical interlude, because tomorrow we're gonna do the album release party for my cousin's album. It's called La Guardia. All right, this one is called, I should pick a song. I actually got to pick a song. They're all good. I was talking to him. I was like, here's my least favorite song on the album. There's no bad songs on the album. Just kidding. This one's called Loud Place.
You can get hit with the stick talk, put some money on your head like a tip jar. Young aviation, I lift off. You the man in your city, I'm big dog. Getting high, ride around the low waves. Getting money, we was only playing G's. Made a couple dial up on Cleveland. Still that same nigga from La Place and Beef. Packed through the mail, it's exotics now. Yeah, they used to have doubts, but who got it now? Went state to state and I'm selling out. Had to go hard, got a second child. I remember them days, only moms was down. Damn. Feel like a only child, they had locked my bro up, bill 100,000. I was still in the street trying to hold him down. Can't explain it, but now we are popping. New month, gotta take shorty shopping. New deals got me feeling grateful. Did it off with a gang, gotta thank them. They ride the wave, I stick to the mission. Help for none but the set, fuck you other niggas. I'ma just grind till it's ceiling. Run up the money until I'm winded. Can't slip, never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas won't ride for what they cause. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
112 all black, we the family. This for all my C's, fuck a plan B. Never switched on the bro, stick to the 3 code. Give a fuck if you understand me. Bro just did 10 in the slammer. Paranoid, had to keep the tool handy. Niggas hate when you great lockdown, getting cake in the streets, looking sweet like candy. About to fly on niggas airplane mode. Neck deep in shit, it's the same mode. I done flexed on the homies for a little too long. 2022, I'm about to Range Rover. That'll hush you, niggas straight flush you. Niggas ain't gotta waste money on the drain, no. Niggas wanna talk shit, duct tape to his lip, pool table with the stick straight, ain't no. I done hit some sick niggas with the sweet. So they'll do what I say for a
straight
little fee. He was a little G. Look at my son eyes and I see a little me. So I ride like fuck it if a nigga kill me. So long as I go out like a real G. Keep the rubber gloves if shit get thick. If the floor wax down, I'ma talk my shit still when I can't slip.
Never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas won't ride for what they cause. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
I done made so much money rocking with the mode you probably wouldn't know. 1,000 after 1,000 piling on the flow. Strategize the options, pocket get the growing. Pop the Henny toast, lot of different coasts. And that's just the day to day. Said that we wasn't gonna be shit, but look how we paved the way, yeah. Cops coming, I'ma take the chase. Can't stop running, gotta shake and bake. So I'm shotgunning to the 808. And I hate to say, but I'm just a sinner. Pops isn't here, but I can remember my aunt had the K with the arm that pull out. Like ornaments you will pull out in December. Or boxes of mistletoe. Y'all get the topic, I'm talking cold winter. Still the same dirty nigga, Pilgrim Village, Hazel Place. Time to take it around the globe. Politicking with my woes. I've been sticking to the codes. Also sticking to the mission. Though you niggas often lost within the vision. We ain't giving up or gone to intermission. You talk from a distance, we can't hear that shit.
And I can't slip, never switch sides, so I came with life on the line from my clique. I'm gonna ride for my family.
So
These
good.
niggas gon' ride for they call. No, I'm gonna slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gonna ride for my dogs. Yeah.
Their clique is so deep. Their clique is like, I don't know. It's been like 8 or 10 deep at all times since 12, 15 years ago. But I should shout out the General and Not Ellis. That was a great song because they all have like a totally different flow and it just complement each other. So like everybody's verse was just something totally different, but they all work together. Make it look easy. All right, so I thought of it when I was taking a piss. A lot of my best ideas come to me. That's how quick I am. A lot of y'all got to take a shit to think of something smart. I don't. I just quick piss and fucking brilliance just hits me. All right, so I thought of a new show idea, right? It's gonna be called Real Nigga Apologetics, right? And I know what y'all thinking. Y'all thinking, Jay, ain't this Real Nigga Apologetics? Counter-Apologetics? Yeah, it is, but like, I'm kind of like a Bible nerd. I'm a real one, but I'm a little bit more like y'all. No, Real Nigga Counter-Apologetics is where we're gonna take some of our favorite atheists who always have a really reliable stick. Like, we need, like, a real nigga apologetic. There you go. Like, and, you know, they gotta be, like, somebody good. They gotta be, like, a Rebel Naz with the Flat Earth, or Tangelo with the Shrouded Turin, or, you know, somebody that could do, like, the Contingency or something, right? And then we gonna take a real nigga, like, off the street, from slanging and smoking and fucking bitches and whatever real niggas do, right? No counter-apologetics, no church background, no schooling, no philosophizing, none of that. And we just gonna bring his hood ass up in. Think about my cousin Dante. Like Dante, you 6'3", something, play basketball, you know, just really, and then he just gonna sit here smoking a blunt like this, and he gonna have somebody sitting there talking to some shit like, well, you know, the universe had to come from somewhere, right? And so, right, so the universe, it all had to start from somewhere. And since it had to start from somewhere, that something couldn't have been within it because it had to be something outside of space and time. So it had to be a timeless, spaceless, immaterial, personal being, right? And since it's personal, then it has to be the God of the Bible because that's the one that wants you to be known through Jesus, right? So anyway, outside of time and space, that God exists, right? So he has to make everything go. So then that's where the Big Bang starts after that. And so then everything that we see and observe in the natural world only comes from our ability to truly know through the metaphysics that he imbues in us and our heart, right? And this how a real nigga like my cousin Dad, they go, Jay, we about to play some 2K or something, right? Because what the fuck is this nigga talking about? Who the fuck is, Jay, what the fuck? Nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? No, nigga, seriously, what? Nigga, I'm trying to get high. Nigga, I worked all goddamn day. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? They're gonna be like, I don't know what the fuck this nigga just said, but somebody need to get his ass all the way up out of here. Right? And ain't nothing productive gonna come out of it, but this shit's gonna be for me to just sit back, record, you know, watch, eat. I need some shit. I need to take some nights off, right? I need to like get a little rest night where I could just sit in the back and eat donuts or something while somebody else does all the work. So that's what we do. I'm gonna just, you know, I can't do it right now because of COVID. I don't let people be around me. But when I trust people again, you know, I'm gonna just having different random real niggas off the streets just sit in for me and just take calls from theists. We gonna call it theists versus thugs. It's gonna be all the rage. Don't you just feel the love? Don't you just know in your heart that Jesus loves you when he died? Bitch, I just did 19 years and I got 9 kids by 8 different women. Tell that nigga Jesus to show up right the fuck now and help me out with this motherfucking child support before they send my black ass right back under the jail. Under the jail is where I'm headed. Lord Jesus, can you come now? Because a nigga could really use you to show up right about now. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Because I just think sometimes we get a little desensitized to them, y'all, and we don't really tell them what they need to hear. You know, I just think it would be... All right, I don't really think that anything productive. It would just be for shits and giggles, but it would be a lot of shits and giggles. Come on now.
Science cannot even prove itself. Science. Didn't you know that? No. What is this? This guy is stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, you gotta understand this. Science cannot even prove itself at times.
We got a real one.
Why do you think?
Oh, and I could tell you a little bit of secret sauce. Big Thing Flying Wayne came through with a real life LaGuardia story that only real niggas know. Only real East Coast niggas can tell you about the fucked up ass lighting in LaGuardia Airport. So that's a real one, and the nigga who know about that East Coast life. I don't want to put his business all out in the streets, but I'm telling you, if a nigga could really tell you about some real shit about LaGuardia Airport, not know like, oh, I flew through there once or twice. Nah, this is the type of shit you only know if you don't have all types of dates you don't have to drop off there. You know, you don't have to meet people in there in the middle of the night and shit. If you just fly through once in a while, you don't know what we talking about. You don't have no idea what we talking about.
Look, if you're a scientist who's done so many experiments, you can even agree with me on this one. Why do you call it scientific theory? You know why you call it a scientific theory? Because you realize no matter how many times you may have developed the hypothesis and experimented and tested it, you can be wrong later on.
Whenever they use the word theory like this, it really shows me how little they actually care about the truth. No matter how many times they have been told that the word theory in science is different from how it is colloquially used, they always come back to the classic, it's just a theory.
And again, y'all refuse to accept the implications of new information and new technology. The same way we say, look, it's just a problem, y'all. We could use the telescope and look out there and see shit. And once we started looking out up in that bitch and we started really seeing shit and then tracking, how long did it take from that shit to get from here to over there? Hang on a second. Let me redo this shit real quick. Yeah, nah, that wasn't, nah. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. But look, not only that, right? You gotta remember back in the day, right? It was very hard for me to pin down somebody like James Apperson. Let's say James Apperson was dumb. We could make this example because James is secure. James is very smart, right? So let's say I was like, y'all, I swear to y'all, James Apperson's a fucking moron. I know y'all don't believe this shit, but I sat down with that motherfucker and I tried to explain biology. It went in one ear and out the other, and it was awful. Y'all be like, yeah, well, I talked to James, and he said he talked to you, but y'all didn't really even talk that much about biology. He said you mentioned a couple of things. They didn't really make any sense, right? So then this other person says the same thing, right? And so we're all trying to figure it out, but it's hard, right? Because we're never in the room at the same time. And, you know, I don't know. Maybe when Lina tried to explain it, she used the wrong evidence, but I wasn't there, right? You see what I'm saying? It's difficult to pin a person down and know what they were exposed to. Here's the new technology they haven't adapted to. Hi, this is this thing called YouTube. It records the conversations you have with other people. Then when you're having the conversation, there are these people, they're called viewers. They're watching you. They don't just see your presentation, they see the other person's presentation as well. Then it stays there. People later, they come and watch it. Then y'all be making another video, having another debate about the same thing. And we watched that one too. It was also recorded on YouTube. Y'all get where this is going.
Yeah.
Why do they keep acting like we can't see them?
Right.
It's so annoying. I'm like, because it'd be one thing if that conversation between Rebecca and Erica happened in the fucking vacuum, y'all, and like I'm telling you, if it was only the rumor mill to know what that conversation was really like, but y'all saw it. I ain't even got to play the clip. Y'all saw it, right? And somebody's out there, well, Jay, you don't play it. If you don't play it, I don't know. No, that's not how this works. Remember the part about it being on YouTube? Y'all saw it. Yup. They don't, that's the part they don't understand. Somehow, they still have not. They on the internet, but they ain't really fully, meditated upon the reality of that bitch, It's a game changer, y'all. Things is different now. I'm gonna just put it to you like that. It's different. The tape, the game tape you have on people, folks, I be trying to explain this to people. People like me and Rebecca, y'all don't have a little clip here, a little clip there. Y'all have probably months of footage on us. Like, it's a lot of evidence if we sitting on some bullshit. I'm gonna just put it like that.
You might say, no, I don't believe that. Then you're not a scientist.
Yep.
You must be a dummy. No
Yep.
offense.
No offense.
Okay, every scientist knows that. Why is that? Because they are always open to the possibility out there.
Actually, I got to say this carefully, too. In a lot of these contexts, I do mean offense. I mean things are differently. Y'all know me. I'm going to be honest with y'all. Part of what my scientist friends love about me is I'm not really one of the normal science nerds. And so I am passionate. I do take things very personally. And I take science very personally. I think it's very disrespectful what these people do. It's very disrespectful. Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking of they're just bad faith actors.
Yeah, totally.
Even William Lane Craig, he got completely embarrassed by Sean Carroll about the beginning of the universe and what it really meant in the paper he was quoting. So Carroll had was it Alan Guth come on and explain that William Lane Craig completely misunderstood the paper. And did William Lane Craig end up retracting his position about it? Nope. He still goes around saying scientists all agree with me, cosmologists agree with me about the way that, all of time and space began at that moment. And physicists keep telling him, no, we don't think that at all. We're not saying that.
Right.
And he's like, see, they're saying that. It's like, so it's just... all of their arguments are predicated on bullshit.
I don't know if you were around the beginning. In the beginning of this, the title is why I was wrong about debates. And my whole thing was I was wrong about them because, I refused to do them when I was a weed organizer because I was like, there's nothing to debate and they're bad faith, that whole thing, right? And my point was that I get a lot of criticism from a lot of people about debating Kent Hovind, right? And... that's the part where, when my teaching mentor says I shouldn't do it and my scientific colleagues say I shouldn't do it, that's where they're coming from. They're coming from you are in dangerous waters because you're in public dealing with a completely bad faith actor. And therefore, you don't know what's going to happen. Right. And it's like, the idea is sort of like you're giving them an opportunity to, do something nefarious, right? And then it's like you played into their hands because you knew going in, you know, he was going to be trying to trap you on some bullshit the whole time, right? Right. My thing is, and I guess I just want your take on it. My thing is, you don't have any influence in the conversations you don't have, and that you're playing a different game. In a sense, I'm trying to use him. Like, he has a much bigger megaphone than I do. So if anything, he's giving me a platform, and I'm trying to use that because I'm playing a different game, which is I'm a content creator on YouTube trying to build a community, which is different than a scientist trying to educate a evangelical Christian.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when Ken Ham went up against Bill Nye knew he wasn't going to change Ken Ham's mind. Yeah. But, you know, it was important that the public see what the real difference is. And it all boiled down to what would change Bill Nye's mind. Evidence. What would change Ken Ham's mind? Nothing.
God, I don't want to shit on my colleagues, but like, it's so interesting. So you mentioned that. I think that was a transformative thing, but that was a perfect example of like the attitude of scientists that pisses me off, because looking back, that was kind of like a big deal when I was in grad school. I was in grad school when that happened, right? And there was a huge debate amongst us about like whether or not he should even do it, whether or not it should even happen, right? Mm-hmm. And I would say the majority of my colleagues landed on he should not do it and it should not happen. And then a number of them, I would say, maybe even most of those ended up on and I won't even watch it type of thing. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Which influences you a lot as a graduate student, believe it or not, right? Because then you're like, oh, I better also, right? That's where I picked up those cues from. Like, oh, you don't even touch that shit with a 10-foot pole because your colleagues will think you're a joke, right? Right. So yeah, it's actually I'll get into it some other time because I'd love to chat with you about it, James, and share it with the viewers. But it's a lot of work for me to sell the value of what I do as science education. Right, it really is. Right. You know, because the line is, this doesn't help you publish. Right. It doesn't help you get grants. Doesn't help you write papers. I have two trump cards I'll mention quickly. One is Rob Pennock, my teaching mentor that I was talking about teaching with, the guy from Kitzmiller versus Dover. He's a philosopher of science, right? Like I always say. So because we teach that class, he's really into it, right? He's like, oh, you're community building, and I think this is great for science communication. So I have like a very good ally in him, because he's like, oh, the philosophy of science and public communication is like uniquely nerdy, right? But if I didn't have him as my teaching mentor, forget about it. You see what I'm saying? Right. Literally, I can get away with, oh, but I'm working with Rob Pennock, and the people go, oh, okay, right? Yeah. Yeah. And then the other thing is, I'm trying to make science and multimedia my thing. So it behooves me to just be doing a bunch of multimedia stuff. And now they're all on board. Right now, I met with my director like last week, my program director, and he sent out this article to like the College of Biological Sciences. He's like, I think Jay's doing some really great stuff. We need to be writing an article about him, getting him some positive press from the college. Like, what do you think you could do about it? And they like emailed me the next day, like, yeah, can we set up something to interview? Yeah, we're going to write a story about you. Yeah, we think it's all good. I was like, oh, so this is what it looks like when y'all get behind a nigga. Okay. Oh, okay. And then he was like, yeah, you really shouldn't be buying any more equipment. Yeah, this is really your work, what you're doing. Yeah, in your laboratory, in your department, they should really be funding this stuff. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're getting some grants to get some equipment. Oh, did you go against my wishes to do anything that would bring funding into your studio, and you did it anyway? Oh, but it was great. Yeah, you did that. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, you should do some more of that. Yeah, you should not listen to me more often. Yeah. Yeah. Well, whatever we got, we're here to support you. We're on Team J. Oh yeah, and we told you to stop being remote. Oh, and then you refused to, and then you're like, I'm going to stay remote. And now, oh no, yeah, we like that virtual stuff you've been talking about lately. That's real good. That's real good. Yeah, we like that.
I need to find a wife like that.
I'm just telling y'all, that's what my life is really like, for real. That's the real behind the scenes shit. It's fucking awful.
That their experiment or their hypothesis can be wrong.
That part is true, and that's a good thing. You want to retest things. You want to see if something's wrong. That's the point.
And that's the crazy thing I was just thinking. That's a good thing, right? Because what they're making me do is justify my work and integrate it into my research and purify my case and get ready for the job talk and figure out how to bring funding related to my research and figure out how to communicate that this is a valuable thing for a researcher to be doing, right? And y'all have seen me do it, right? Start streaming my work, start streaming my coding with Cliff, do more interacting with, so we do it, right? And it's that criticism, it's that peer review, it's that iron sharpening iron, it's the, oh, Jay, you really want to get a job like this doing this? All right, let's see what you got, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's, and then I go, okay, watch, right? And then they go, oh, okay, all right, then, you know, and that's the beauty of it.
Point of science.
And we learned that just like a style can go out of fashion, the popular ape men theories and their fossils do the same thing. And while their theory keeps changing, God's word never does.
Kind of makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really makes you think. It makes you think how funny it is that people still think like the Matt from so City in Philadelphia.
Is Aristotle thought to be the smartest man on the planet. He believed that the Earth was the center of the universe, and everybody believed him because he was so smart. Until another smartest guy came around, Galileo.
See, in my world, BJs are batch jobs. We literally do. It just means when we submit our runs, we're like, yeah, I need you to do like 100 replicates at once. So yeah, and do lots of those BJs, man. No, I'm kidding.
And he disproved that theory, making Aristotle and everybody else on Earth look like a bitch.
Like a bitch.
Of course, Galileo then thought comets were an optical illusion, and there's no way that the moon could cause the ocean's tides. Everybody believed that because he was so smart. He was also wrong, making him and everyone else on Earth look like a bitch again.
Saying that you never change your mind, so you must be right, is about the opposite of what critical thinking is.
You think that when Einstein gets it wrong, you won't get it wrong? Wow, some guy you are. So you see, right, your science cannot even prove itself. You'd be surprised.
But again, the big question, if God is real and actively interacts with his people, put the universe in motion, created life, then wouldn't science just lead back to him?
If you get on the
And is it just me? Or does God always seem to have the very human voice of Morgan Freeman? Is it just me? But when you guys hear the voice of God, does it sound like Morgan Freeman? Is that's just my fucked up vision of God? They must not, you know?
Believers train. And it's going their direction. If you get on their train, no matter how hard you run to the other side of the train, you're going to their destination. And if as Christians, we pretend neutrality, we say, well, maybe Jesus Christ isn't who he claims to be. Maybe the Word of God isn't what it claims to be. Maybe there really is no God. Let's see where the evidence takes us. If we behave in that way, reason in that way, we lose the entire basis of knowledge, first and foremost, but we are going to end up reasoning like the unbeliever. Don't answer the fool according to their folly. That is to say, in this context, firm up your commitments to Jesus Christ. Sounds a lot like 1 Peter 3:15. Sanctify Christ as Lord in your...
Go ahead, James.
He says, firm up in your faith. I'm like, get hard about it.
Yeah, exactly. No, but they do, right? And I really do think that that's what we're dealing with. I don't think that we're dealing with scholars of God. I think we're dealing with soldiers of God. Mm-hmm. Right, masked as scholars, right, or whatever,
right,
and I think that that's really what they see this as, and that puts you in a tough position, because I really have a fundamental belief about war. So you guys know I'm into parodies, right? So a big part of my campaign, when I ran for president of student government, was I had this thing where, you know, when you do think about these things critically, you realize there's no such thing as these sort of right-wing wars against these concepts, right? Let's fight a war on drugs, a war on terror, right? And it's like, oh, you mean a war on drug users and the people who provide those drugs to them? Oh, you mean a war on people you label as terrorists? Right? And college made me think a lot deeply about that. And so I decided the best way to demonstrate the futility of these wars against concepts and not people was to start one, right? So the whole, you know, mission statement of, you know, my whole radical, crazy, kooky campaign, some people you guys know about, that Fox News had to take a hack at and make me famous again, was the war on apathy, Right, so you're like, look, none of this bullshit works. Let's start one. Let's start our own unwinnable fucking war against people. We are now officially against all you apathetic motherfuckers who say the student government doesn't matter. All you people saying the student government doesn't matter and you shouldn't vote for president. I'm running for president. So come tell me, come tell me the student government doesn't matter. So I could whoop your monkey ass. And that's how I became president of student government at Penn State, folks, right? But my point is, you really can't fight wars without enemies. And even though we think that this, like, war language, or this is what pissed me off about Rebecca, the audacity for a Christian to fix their face as an adult and tell an atheist that they're troubled by the warlike, combative language of their talk. Oh, I'm really worried about your thinking. This is really dangerous language. Again, onward, Christian soldier, see me later with the bullshit, right? Like, I mean... I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I mean, who is it really that thinks they're in a struggle for good and evil and just uses this language all throughout, like everything they do, right?
It's the invisible war.
The invisible war.
The invisible shadow world that's layered over ours, with all the demons and angels.
Right. And we accepted the same thing, though, right? We said the same thing about the war on terror. Like, we thought that we could somehow do that and not realize, oh, that means bombing people. Right? And then when we realized, oh, that means bombing people and trying to play Captain America World Police for real or whatever that movie was, right? Because that movie was, like, pretty much reality, right? That movie was like a very accurate caption of what was going on in the world at that time. But it was just like, we realized that and we were like, oh shit, this is way harder than that biblical fantasy we were talking about when we were like, oh yeah, they attacked our building, let's go kill all the terrorists. It's like, yeah, it didn't work that way. And it was the same thing with the war on drugs. Dope fucking sucks. Dope is ruining everything. Dope is ruining people's lives. Lock them up, take their children from them, make sure they never get a job anywhere, make sure they definitely can't vote. Yeah, because that fucking weed, that marijuana, that getting the munchies and falling asleep was gonna fucking really have some negative consequences for them.
Also hemp too, right? They took away hemp.
I mean, they just took away everything. I mean, that's a literal example of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I was like, my favorite hemp story is Henry Ford built a car out of hemp.
Yeah,
he knew it was the future. He also fueled it with hemp because he knew it was the future. He then tried to destroy it with a fucking, I think it was a sledgehammer or some shit like that, and he destroyed the fucking sledgehammer or whatever, right? And he was like, yep, steel's fucked. But nope, then good old Uncle Sam and, came in or whatever. But still, I mean, it was crazy. Even Jack Herer in Hemp for Victory wrote about how he thinks if the dams in fucking New Orleans were made of hemp, like it would have been different. Like it's like we don't even appreciate the potential of it as like a industrial grade thing to be building like fucking dams and shit out of, right? Dams and levees and major infrastructure shit, right? Now imagine all this fucking shit we got going on in the politics right now with the fucking infrastructure. Imagine if they were like, yeah, well, we really can just grow most of it, right? Oh, speaking of all those farmers that are out of fucking work, how about we just start growing most, it's just, anyway. But this is the thing, folks. It's just like, I just feel like eventually I realized I'm the other side of that war. Mm-hmm. When they talk about the demons and the heathens and the Satanist scientists and the Marxist liberal baby eaters and the people that are transing the kids and teaching the critical. I mean, I'm just all of the demons that they sit up there and talk about. And so while I do feel safe amongst, the particular flock of wolves that, take me in as one of their own, even if only for the hope of converting me or whatever, overall, their worldview is totally incompatible with mine, to the point that I think we don't want to find common ground. At least I don't want to. I don't want to live in a world where I'm finding the middle between science and faith. Not interested at all. I'm interested in a world where science does not compromise with faith. Never, 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 ever. Now, the problem is scientists don't go to war over science.
Right.
Scientists rarely try to tell governments what to do based on science. We might tell government officials what the data says and what the assessment of the situation is, but again, unless that is our science or the way we're being called into service, that's the exception, not the rule, right? And so it's then tough because the other side again isn't looking for compromise there.
No, they're not. I remember back in the Trump era, which was not long ago, and he actually, because
Wait, hang on. Are you talking about the Trump era we just got out of, or the one we're about to get into?
Yeah, the one we just got out of.
Oh, okay. All right. Just checking.
Yeah. So, I mean, you have all these evangelicals, right? Like, making this power union with him. He empowers them, and they'll empower him, which was the offer he made them before he even got power. He's like, back me up, I'll back you up,
Did you hear were you also like me, like this has been incredibly explicit? Like, I don't know. I don't even want to call it a dog whistle. To me, he basically just said, I'll give you power. They want to take your God, your guns, your faith. I'm going to keep your church. I mean, to me, it was like very explicit. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but to me.
No, that's exactly what he was. He directly said it. I remember watching the video where he was talking to him.
Okay.
He was like, you give me power, I'll give you power. And it's the same religious demographic that made the exact same deal with Hitler. You give me power and I'll give you power. It was the same rhetoric. So here we have the Trump era where because they were like pressuring him with their political agendas. Trump was, of course, trying to cater to them. So he ended up telling the CDC like what words they were allowed to use in their reports, what reports they were allowed to make for general public health reports. And they ended up telling NASA they're not allowed to do climate research anymore. And it's just full blown fascism. And I know Lina will appreciate me dropping that word in there.
So this is a crazy story that this actually happened, but one of the best musical.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
Pick up this book.
Yeah, there is. It's like they're the arsonists in this world.
See, Nano,
right?
That's an item in the story.
Now you pick up this book.
Nano, that was from you, man.
Fascists have the greatest fashion shows.
Oh my goodness. So one of the best musical experiences I ever had in my life was a professor. Not a professor. I know a group of high school biology teachers. They're known as the Tungsten Clan. They're like a rap group of mostly science teachers and a couple administrators. And the leader asked me to write a song because he was asked to perform at something called the March for Science. And so I wrote a song. I had like 2 weeks to write a song. I'll play it for you guys sometimes. I have to actually work on the mix. I found the tracks, but I don't have the final mix version, so I have to remix it. So that'll be our first mix rescue project. But it's called Pipette Dreams, right? It's like a play on the idea of pipe dreams, right? The chorus is, my pipette dream is really on the ropes. My pipette dream is going up in smoke, and since my pipette dream is my... Oh, and since my pipette dream is in jeopardy, let me tell you what my pipette means to me. Oh, it's a fucking banger. It's a fucking banger. And so I rapped. I had on the lab coat. I had an actual pipette with me. And there were 2,000 people there. It was called the March for Science, and my song was like the headliner. It was awesome. It was just cool. It was just huge, loud system reverberating off the building. It was an unbelievable honor. But y'all hear what I'm saying? We had a March for Science because the president of the United States wanted to defund the National Science Foundation. We had to protest. We like medicine.
Right. Yeah, it's not like we need scientific advancement for medicine during the pandemic, right?
Yo, Jay-Z didn't call me and be like, yo, Jay, I heard you got some hot bars, bro. Get up here with me and Beyonce and shake it a little bit. It's time for the sexy boy. And I'm like, yeah, we out here. It wasn't that type of party. It was literally like, Jay, they're gonna, you like working in the LNCA lab? Yeah, y'all ain't gonna be able to do that. You wanna spit some bars on it? Damn, I had to put my hatred for Trump on wax. But yeah, I'm gonna play that for y'all. But it's just crazy. But yeah, go ahead. No compromise. I just wanted to give y'all an example of the real fascism. Like it really is. Like we really did have to. We had a women's rally too. You know that didn't work. Y'all know the result of that. Sorry, that one was an L.
Sure.
Go ahead. You good, James? You can talk to him. Sorry.
No, I mean, the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth, right? We win some, then we lose, we win and we lose. And everybody's trying to figure out where we end up. But that is the war. We are in a war. And, atheists didn't declare the war.
Right.
It's just more and more people realizing that if we're going to protect human interests and hopefully stop humanity from going extinct, then we have to fight back. We have to stand up to the people that are sabotaging all of humanity. And so the moment we stand up to them, there's the war, right? The war means that there's an aggressor and a defense. Now, Rebecca doesn't intend for us to be enemies. It's not her narrative. Enemyship between her and atheists isn't her narrative, and I respect that.
Sure.
However, she actively supports the larger infrastructure of the larger, darker whole of Christianity. And so she's supporting a war against humanity and doesn't see the problem. And she wants to pretend that war isn't happening when it is.
And again, I would love to spare Rebecca that truth, or any of my Christian friends, if only I'd be willing to spare my grandmother. Right? So if that's a hard truth I'm gonna lay on my mother, I am not gonna spare your monkey ass. It's just not, and it's just, and it, to me, it's the hard worldview, because again, like, that's my motivation. It's just like, this is still so hard. And the worst part about for me is that I feel like it's so humiliating. Like, I feel like I'm trying to take a pacifier from a toddler, and I'm trying to tell people who built homes and families and churches and communities. My grandmother retired from the police department as a dispatcher and cleaned homes and is strong and smart as shit. My grandfather's, I've seen my grandfather eulogize his son, his mother, his father. Like, this is a strong man, right? And he was a longshoreman. Like, I don't know, y'all know Jay's a little lightweight, does his work behind a keyboard. But my grandfather worked on the port, and was a longshoreman. Worked a real job, labor and shit. And and then to act like, well, they really can't. They're grown 70, whatever. It's like, oh, they really can't handle being told that Jesus is magic or that they're wrong. You know what I mean? And it's like, to have to feel like you're delivering something so devastating to people that you really do love so much, but at the same time you have no choice because you can't in good faith keep letting it go by. Like I used to be at a point where like I would go to family, right? And I'd be like, I was the type of person who always like bow my head and go along with prayer.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm like, I don't want to do that anymore. Like, one,
Stop
it just,
doing it.
it just feels weird, and it feels like I just shouldn't have to do that. Like,
Yeah, I think at a certain point, if someone's old enough, it's just a waste of your time. Just lay down the law, say what you need to say, and if they don't accept it, that's what I've done. I don't take crap from my family anymore.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. But it's really hard to get to that point. And I don't even mean in terms of knowing. I mean in terms of like, you know, physically doing it when you're in that situation. It's an awkward situation to be in, right? And you're like, oh God, today's the day. Today's the day y'all drag me here for the visit. I've been not wanting to do this. You know
Come
what I
on
mean?
in, Jake. God bless you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then you're like, oh, here we go. You know, and it's the whole thing.
I've been praying for you.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think I really do take a lot of encouragement from the community. I think before I wouldn't have done it at all. And now it's like, man, if I'm not in a position, I don't know who the hell is. You know,
that's what I did for a little while. I just led breadcrumbs, asked questions, and led to certain things. And then one day I was just like, "Yeah, I don't believe this stuff anymore."
Yeah. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I just think I'm like at loaf at this point. The breadcrumb phase was quite a while ago. Yeah, like I'm past.
But now I'm totally the opposite. Where if something is brought up, I don't really attack it or get aggressive, but I definitely reply or say that's wrong and, you know, give them a source or talk about it or something. But that started to die out after a while too, where they won't even bring up stuff because they know I'll respond to it.
So we kind of touched on this earlier, right? Which is crazy, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I know people just, you know, get in and out whenever they can with the streams, especially when they're 20 hours. But like the idea that the very same people who like drag you out of bed, in my case, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning every Sunday. You got to go to Sunday school. You got to do church every day. Jesus all the time. Vacation Bible study. You got choir practice, prayer study, you know. And then all of a sudden it's like once you finally stand on this firm footing and you've got the tougher questions and they don't have the answers for you, all of a sudden it's, well, we should agree to disagree, or let's not talk about, why you always want to talk about religion? Now, and it's just like, and I said like, you know, excuse me if like the very same people who shoved this down my throat, you know, now all of a sudden I won't let you forget about it. Sorry. Like, you know what I mean? Because how like, it's almost like, how dare you, you know what I mean? Like literally be the one steering me to give my life to Christ, and I do mean all of it, and then sit here and be like, oh, you don't believe that anymore? Well, why on earth would you want to have a conversation about that? Now, wouldn't that be a weird thing to talk about? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, you be sitting there like, again, this is where I need my invisible real nigga to slide up in here and be like, the fuck are y'all talking? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's a level of realness I can't even go to sometimes, y'all. You know?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I went through the same thing. You know, I spent my life in their domain where I didn't have a right to my own voice, my own thoughts, my own feelings outside the context of their narrative. Everything had to have it confined within the parameters of their narrative, which meant I didn't really have a voice of my own. So when I gained a voice of my own and broke free of their narrative, then they weren't having none of that. Either have a voice that echoes their own, whose only purpose in life is to support their narrative, or else don't have a voice at all. Just shut up. And like that's their position. And I'm like, man, that's rude. Like you guys owe me like decades of listening to me like respond to all the bullshit that you fed me all that time. You don't just get to like do all that mentally enslaving crap on me.
Right.
And then when I finally recognize what's going on and come back to you with it, you're like, well, we ain't having that conversation. Like, you owe me that conversation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But then the other thing that I was able to find a lot of strength in recently is that there's no shift in momentum in these people. So I got to a point where I decided, like, you know, for me it was an easy decision. Like, because me and my mom had this real heart-to-heart. My mom straight up asked me, she was like, I don't know why you're trying to force your grandfather to retire from Cornerstone right now. Like, why does he have to, like, why right now, Jason? And I was like, because he's about to put your life at risk, right? So when his decisions put my mother's life at risk, me and him have a problem that ain't going no way without being resolved. And so I literally decided if the result of this is my grandfather's pissed at me, doesn't want, whatever, he could get as mad as he wants to get, right? But if he thinks I'm going to just sit back and watch and not say anything, he must, like, he must have forgot who we fucking raised, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you must have forgot, like, all Moses Priester's ass. You understand? Like, and so... Fortunately, it didn't go that way because it went more the way of, like, I think she realized that, and then I was like, Mom, I'm trying to have your back, but when I go there, you got to have mine because because they're going to follow you, and if you keep letting him make excuses, right? But my point is to say there was no momentum. What I was able to say because he was all like, well, he has a plan, and oh, this is his passion and his purpose, and it's what he's dedicated his whole life to, and he's got more of his life behind him than in front of him, and that's really, and I was like, all of that's nice. But the point of this is we all gave up our passions when this is what the situation required us to do. They haven't done that. So what kind of
ethical thing to do.
So what kind of sense does it make for you to be putting your retirement on pause to take care of them, to help them be safe and healthy, and then they're putting you at risk? I said, you spent your whole life running away from their church. Now imagine them going to that church and then bringing home the reason you die.
Right.
So what kind of sense does that make?
Right. Doesn't make any. And they don't even think about how that's a bad witness for their God and their religion.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. To be so wildly unethical to say that, you know, basically they don't care about how much of a spreader their church becomes, or even a super spreader, that that's not their problem, right? It's such a bad witness. It's like if their religion was true, and they, even one single person saw that and realized that, you know, that's disgusting and unethical and they can't be part of that, well, then they've just stumbled somebody into hell. And what does the Bible say about somebody that stumbles somebody into hell? Bible says God will make you regret the day you were even born if you stumble even one single person that way. And here they are, stumbling an entire nation who's looking at these people saying they're crazy and they're putting all of us at risk. They're causing us to suffer and die needlessly because of their religion. They've basically bioweaponized themselves as weapons of mass destruction.
I think almost deliberately. I don't know how this isn't just... I just think that at this point, I don't know. I almost want to say they're indoctrinated into the idea of finding the script to stick to, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I almost think sometimes think the morality that I struggle with, at least the Christians in my life, is I feel like they're always looking for the right thing to say. And I always want to say, to me, morality is it's not about trying to find what's the right thing to say. It's about trying to find what's the right thing to do.
Right.
And I always feel like I'm dealing with people who are looking for the next thing to say, right, to redeem whatever they're trying to defend, rather than to just take a step back and think like, well, you know, and that's where some of our tools come in handy, like the outsider test of faith and all of this stuff. I know you guys think about this stuff too. I don't want to lecture people on this who think about this every day, just like I do. But it's just becoming, to be honest with you guys, I guess that's what we're all here for. It's really becoming increasingly difficult for me to take faith faithfully. I almost think faith is inherently the bad faith position. And I almost, and I'm now on like where do you get off? It's not the moral position. It isn't the truthful position. It isn't the position of helping us find common ground. Again, this is the other reason why the war mentality is important, and it's why not conceding and not trying to find common ground with them is important. And I realize this, and this is something this community helped me realize, so literally thank you guys. But pay attention to what I'm about to say, because it's very important to remember this. We are already standing on the only common ground possible. That's it. So anybody who ever takes, oh, I want to find common ground, let's work together. Okay, cool. I'm at the place where we set aside everybody's beliefs, everybody's biases, everybody's backgrounds, and we only go with what we can all observe, test, and demonstrate adequately to the consensus majority of the rest of the people in the motherfucking population, according to the consensus of the experts in the relevant fields. Now, you got a better fucking way. Demonstrate it's a better way. Soon as you demonstrate it's a way, soon as you demonstrate it's a better way, that will become the new official way to find common ground. Until then, this is common ground central. Now, you might not like it. Some of us might be a little too aggressive and mean. Some of us are, irrational. Some of us got here because we're lazy. Some people are like, I just wanted to sin. I don't want to believe in God. I just kind of listen to what scientists say because I don't feel like doing any of my own research, right?
I'm only here for the flying man.
I'm only here for the flying man. There you go, right? I'm only here for communion, but still they're here, right? Right? They're not at, I've got a supernatural claim and everybody else needs to do by me and I'm going to, and that whole thing. So again, it's like if they really are going to try to drive that nail home, then say, okay, if you want to have that conversation, please, let's have that conversation. Now, let's please talk about how we find common ground. And let's make sure with that common ground that we find works not just for you and me, but for the Muslims and the Jews and the Heeks and the indifferents and the lazy motherfuckers and the people who don't have an education and the rich people and the poor people and the trans 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 people and the gay people and the gay people and the gay people and the gay people and all the people with all the other letters. Because letters are cool. I like letters. Let's get people in more letters. I'm a Z. You know what Z means? Too lazy to say Z. Go fuck yourself. But no, seriously, like, it's just, I really appreciate y'all. Because y'all helped me embolden myself when I realized that. I realized, yeah, we were seeking common ground. That's why a lot of us worked our asses off to be the most reasonable, rational people we could do, to learn as much as we could. And when the weight of all that required us to change our goddamn minds, a lot of y'all did the only thing a responsible person does, which is you admitted there was some shit you didn't know, you looked into it, and you changed your mind. Which I will tell you this, not that you care what I think that's a pretty impressive thing for a monkey to do. I really do. I'm impressed with monkeys that can change their mind. It's pretty impressive, right? It's a pretty impressive thing, especially about things this important. I'm just saying, give your guys a good old. You guys have earned a motherfucking banana.
Your hearts. Yes. Remember that no knowledge is possible without Jesus Christ. Remember,
hot dogs are the best food there is.
There you go.
If you try other foods to compare, then you can't come to that same conclusion because hot dogs are the best food, so you should only eat hot dogs. If you eat something else, you are betraying hot dogs and can't fully understand how good they are.
You're dressed like a hot dog.
So is that guy.
Oh, no.
When you say this thing is true and is the source of all truth, but also never question or test it, then all you are saying is, I want to believe it, so I believe it regardless of whether it's true. That's what all this is. This isn't about wanting the right answer. It's about convincing yourself that you already have the right answer. It's about keeping people in the in-group.
To me, it's not enough that you know about an intelligent designer. I remember years ago, as I think a teenager, I saw this movie with Ben Stein that was talking about intelligent design, and I'm like, that's great, but it's not far enough. We need an intimate knowledge, not just head knowledge. Oh, I guess God must be out there in outer space, or in my biology. The DNA shows a creator. But there's another kind of knowledge. It's the knowledge of his grace, of his goodness, of his love, of his companionship, of his friendship. That, my friends, is the best knowledge of all.
Sometimes saying, I don't know, is perfectly okay.
Oh, boy. Intimate knowledge of something we have no knowledge of.
I don't know. I'm doing this shit.
Life isn't about having all.
Yo, when they make me go back to teaching in person, I'm doing that shit on the first day of class. And then I'm going to play that clip for my students. And then I'm going to be like, and then I'm going to play the clip for my students. And I'm going to be like, I just wanted to do that for a gag. And then they'll laugh. And then I'll introduce. I'll be like, all right, let's talk about this fucked up ass syllabus. And yes, I say inappropriate shit to my students to make them laugh. Because I teach at a university deliberately, because then all my students are adults. It's very nice. It's very nice. It's another life hack, guys. Don't teach kids. Too many fucking rules.
The answers. And it's certainly not about believing any answer that comes your way. Especially when that answer also asks you to give them 10% of your income. Question everything, admit when you don't know something, and be kind. Kindness is something we all need way more of right now. Thanks, everybody, for making it this far. Thanks for being wonderful, wonderful people. And if you know somebody who will benefit from this, send it their way. Thanks again. You are all on my mind. Bye.
Work, Sky Moon. So, guys, as we talked about,
so for those
that type of content is incredibly hard to make. It takes so much time and effort. Please go like that video. Leave them a comment. If you enjoyed it, please rewatch it over there. Those guys are great. So I will say this. When we first started doing this stuff, Tux and I were really inspired by the Believe It or Not podcast. We might eventually do some more video type stuff. I'm hoping maybe Eric and I can work on something. So hope to get into more of that stuff. But shit, life is tough. We some lazy hoes up in this PC. That might be as close as y'all get for a minute. So hope you enjoyed it. Y'all know me. I like to bring y'all other people's hard work.
I've been subbed to them for a while.
Me too. They're dope. They're dope as fuck. They've done a lot of great podcasts. All right, y'all. It's time to kick the squares out. Put all the squares to bed. Oh shit! Uncle Bobby's about to talk about Trump being hit up by the FBI. I was gonna maybe play some games, but I think I want unfiltered gin and truth. Especially I got Nano and James in the building with me. We did communion earlier, so I'm not gonna do communion, but I will say cheers to everybody. Also, I'm gonna keep the stream going. It is almost midnight. I'm not gonna start the real celebration stream till after I get some sleep, so that'll be for tomorrow afternoon. But since it'll strike midnight somewhere in the middle of this bitch. I trolled y'all. It worked. First off, let me talk my shit for a second. Hang on. Y'all some ungrateful ass fans. I'ma just keep it 100 with y'all. I work very hard at these streams. I be trying to get y'all in here, and y'all only show me love when other people show me love. Erica does something, oh, y'all come running. Derek from Myth Vision comes through, y'all come running. I did a video with Derek. It has almost 1,000 views. Nigga, I didn't even know there was 1,000 people in this community. Where y'all at? And so we be working hard. We be out here. We be like 8, 7 people. What do? I put Lina's name in the title one time, and y'all come like mice to a bunch of cheese. Look, we celebrating Lina's birthday. I seen Lina's name in the title. When you gonna talk about Lina's birthday? When you gonna talk about Lina coming? Lina gonna be on? Is Lina gonna be the guest? Is Lina gonna be the host? We came for Lina. Is this Lina 86? That's not even the right year. Wouldn't even be the right year. See, y'all all here for the wrong reason. But it worked for me. Yeah, I used it. I used you. It's called clickbait. I clickbaited you. I made you click and run here to trap you. And look how active this chat's been. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I should be able to put Pocket Locker 86 stuff in the title, and y'all should all come running. No, I got to put Lina in the title. So go ahead. Happy birthday to you. Go fuck yourself for stealing my birthday. Happy birthday to you. Go fuck yourself for stealing my birthday. Happy birthday, dear Lina. Because that's all everybody gives a shit about. Happy birthday to go fuck yourself. Yay. Nah, because y'all ain't even going to let me enjoy my gin and truth. Y'all ain't even going to let me watch my... They going to run me. It's Lina's birthday. Can we celebrate Lina's birthday? Can we stop this gin and truth so we can celebrate Lina's birthday? Y'all ungrateful. I'll be out here for y'all, man. Obama. All right, guys, here we go. Before we get this started... let him have a moment, guys. Go ahead. All right, here we go. Hang on. Let me, what are we looking at here on the screen? Make sure, yeah, they got all the look at all the emojis. Everybody's so happy for Lina. It's ridiculous. Freaking, this is what happens when all your friends are heathens. I should go back to church. Oh, God, I bet you I go back to church. They celebrate my birthday. Wouldn't come through my channel celebrating somebody else's goddamn birthday. All right, guys. Happy birthday, Lina.
Happy birthday.
Exciting.
Nana, what you mean exciting? I'm taking it up. This is not exciting. This is
Happy birthday, Lina. I hope you choke on your cake.
Exactly. Are y'all fucking done yet? Oh, the band? Y'all put a band up in this shit? No! None of that is okay. That is not okay. That's not okay. Y'all just, happy birthday, Lina. Go fuck yourself. You just earned yourself a fucking timeout. There you go. That's right. Love you too, Lina. Happy birthday. Fuckface.
All right, gang, let's jump in.
The nerve to be born on the same day as me. People in this mother... You can't have nothing.
You guys are?
Can't have nothing. What do you think the point of this was?
Oh, I missed that part. I came in late or something.
Yeah, I had to trick these motherfuckers to think we celebrate Lina's birthday to even get people into my damn chat. It's fucking ridiculous.
Into this shit. First, before we jump, can't speak English words. I've been having trouble speaking all day. But before we jump into this, gang, I saw that fucked up ass video. Now, if you don't follow me on Twitter, you need to start doing the right thing. At RCReed40. Hit the follow button. You won't regret it. Actually, yes, you will. But, gang, I saw that video of the Catholic priest taking monster bong rips and then just going nuts and dancing like he was in the middle of a fucking gay club. It was the greatest thing I've ever
Why did I
seen.
see that?
First and foremost, that was
also, some of you guys noticed that when I was on Nate's stream the other day with that friar guy, and he was in his friar getup, that I started smoking weed on the stream.
Uh-huh.
I did, because I always wanted to smoke weed with a fucking monk, right? And YOLO, right? Like, come on. It's a monk on the motherfucking stream. I'm the most high apostle. Y'all should be proud of me. That's a real YOLO moment right there. Y'all literally saw the most high apostle sitting up there in the stream, smoking weed, chilling, talking to a motherfucking monk. I'm just saying. And I still gotta put Lina shit in the title to get motherfuckers up in here to celebrate my goddamn birthday. That's sad. That's just fucking sad, y'all.
Not just marijuana. Right? Gang, your Uncle Bobby has smoked his fair share of the Mary Jane. It doesn't make you do that. There was a smidge of MDMA or there was something going on there. That wasn't just regular. But gang, it made me think. I think maybe it's time to break my hiatus. Look at Papa wanting to go outside. What an asshole.
Time for Uncle Bobby to get stoned.
Get your ass out. 3 minutes, gang. If that much. 3 minutes. His monkey ass is coming back in. But I'm thinking it's time to break my hiatus.
It is.
And have a Christian on this show.
No, I thought he was going to talk about smoking weed. Didn't y'all think that? Did y'all think that's where he was going with that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I really thought I was the only one for a second.
I love some fucking weed.
He was talking. He really had me geeked up, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have a Christian on the show." Come on, we see this all. No, but he doesn't have any Christians on the show, so that would be kind of interesting. Also, I'm gonna have to grab my weed tray a little bit, and I'm out of joints. I gotta roll.
Now, I have no idea how I'm gonna set this up, because I'm literally just flying off the seat of my pants on this idea. I want to have a Christian on this show, no script, like I ever have a script, and just shoot the shit. Let's just wax. The only thing is, I want that Christian to be a drinker, right? And if I finish a cocktail, the Christian needs to finish a cocktail. Now, obviously, I'm not going to go for broke and try and drink someone at the table. One, there's no fun in that. Two, I'm not in college anymore. And three, again, I actually want to have a conversation, but I want it to be lighthearted. I don't want to debate. I want to have a fucking conversation. So hit me up in the comments. Let me know what you guys think. I just want to sit because, yeah, I got the fucking idea by watching a Catholic priest hit the fucking Mary Jane laced with something other than just a Mary Jane, then lose his fucking mind, right? Am I looking at fucking a Catholic priest?
I mean, that's crazy. I don't put anything past Trump, man. And like, you know, it's funny because I had my primary suspicion about all of this, and I'm gonna just put it out there. And again, y'all, I'm not a fucking criminal investigator, and I don't give a flying fuck. Also, I wanted to say something to all you nerds out there about properly qualifying something. I want to stick up for my friend James Apperson. My friend James Apperson here is a writer. And all you guys come at him challenging him, you make him say more words. We don't need James to say more words because we like James and we know what James is saying. When James says all these theists, fuckheads, are fucking child abusers, and they're on some bullshit, and God is real in their imagination, we know what the fuck he says. As soon as he starts to spend an hour defining the proper limitations and etymology of every fucking other word that he uses, is when he seeks to be the James Apperson we know and love, and it starts to sound like the motherfucking Christian apologist that we count on him to destroy. So, if you need me to further explain James Apperson for you in the future, I will translate. But what he mostly says is, if some shit we say don't apply to you, we probably wasn't talking about you. I'm going to just keep it nice and simple. But that is a helpful thing to go by in this community. I remember that a lot of times when people say shit. Some people say some crazy shit. You know, with some fucked up ass atheists out there, they have absolutely no foundation for their worldview. There's some stupid motherfuckers. They were never real Christians. They never knew goddamn. They ain't never spent a day in church. And I'm like, what? I wish you would say some shit about some atheists like that. Boy, I'll tell you all the times that I've been in church and how much I learned about this. And I'm like, wait. Maybe he just wasn't talking about me. And I'd be like, it is other people in this universe. I don't always agree with the fact that there's other people in the universe always, but I understand that that is a fact I've come to accept.
It's just an unfortunate reality.
Yeah. So I remind myself of this once in a while. All right, here we go, y'all.
Or fucking RuPaul. Dude was doing like fucking high kicks and shit and spinning around like Wonder Woman. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen. I want to have a conversation with the Christian that's going to be lighthearted. They can ask me honest questions. I can ask them honest questions. And if we give each other respect, it can be kind of constructive, right? But they got to be doing some drinking. So if you guys know any Christians that are willing to have honest conversations, that like to do a little bit of drinking.
See, I didn't hear y'all laughing. A lot of y'all didn't catch that. Y'all didn't catch that? That was real funny. He was like, so if any of y'all know any honest Christians, see, I had to hold back from busting. I was like, that's a good one, Uncle Bobby. That's a good one. No, I'm kidding.
Honest Christians that drink?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'll bring my fucking flying saucer while I'm at it. Hang on a second.
This dude fucking cracks me up, though.
Yeah, he's fun.
I just wanted to make sure that Bigfoot was still under my bed. He just doesn't want to come out right now.
Oh, your dog, you mean?
No, the Bigfoot under my bed. Well, you know, he said he wanted me to find an honest Christian, so I was going to grab my flying saucer, the Bigfoot that's under my bed.
Gotcha.
And we going to roll.
Right.
Or tag them.
Y'all, I don't know what's wrong with me right now. I feel like I'm not drunk enough. I'm going to go get some alcohol.
I'm in on this. Show them my Twitter feed, right? Again, I talk to those the exact same way I fight. I'll give you what you're giving me first, right? Go look at my interview with Joseph Abraham. Don't do it. Joseph Abraham started out an absolute fucking asshole. And he was like that in the pregame show when Peter was setting up all the tech. That was an absolute dumpster fire, right? And then go look at the one with Adherent Apologetics. I think that was his name. We had a fucking blast. We were teasing each other because he liked the Steelers, right? And we'd have this back and forth. I'd ask him a question out of nowhere. You know what I would say? The Steelers suck. And he would fucking laugh. 20 minutes later, I've totally forgotten about it. He's telling me about his Christianity. Then out of nowhere, you know what he would say? I fucking hate the Saints. It was fantastic. So again, I'm not looking to bring a Christian on here to feed him to the lions. But again, if you treat me nice, I'm going to do the exact same thing. If you push the nice guy's going to fucking push back. So if you guys know anybody, hit me up in the comments, tag them. Let's have some fun on this fucking show. But They got to be cool, and they got to love to do some drinking. Now, gang, the big topic of today's show.
This guy is Robert Reed. His channel is Gin and Truth on YouTube. Gin and Truth on YouTube. And he only has 684 subscribers, which I've just decided is a felony in all 50 states. So go subscribe so that I don't send the fucking brown shirts to come get you. All right?
True story. Mm-hmm.
Is fuckface Donald Trump. Gang, holy shit. I think we all have been waiting patiently for this day. And that was for the
Guys, I don't know if you missed it. I was so fucking excited. I literally stopped everything and did a special David Blackman immediate fucking episode. Like, I literally almost nutted in my pants. I almost didn't even want to read the story because I knew play the video of the story because I knew the truth couldn't be just anywhere as good as the title. You know, Trump's home gets raided by the FBI or whatever. You're just like, let me just savor this moment. Right?
Yeah.
It did feel like, finally. And it definitely isn't what we're looking for, but I hope it leads to more. I really do. And I hope they find out that Trump is doing what Flying Mane talked about, that he literally just did some more dumb shit, and that we finally get him on the dumb shit. Tell you why criminals are dumb as fuck. What happened to my camera? Oh, okay. All right, so when Cory Booker first became the mayor in Newark, right, there was this mayor who had been there for 25 years. His name is Sharp James. You can look this guy up. The biggest thing we had to do when we first got there was cooperate with the federal prosecution of this former mayor, which was actually led by Chris Christie. Some of you guys know Chris Christie, right? He's the Republican presidential hopeful. He was the U.S. attorney for the state of New Jersey at the time. This dumbass, he was just guilty of so much, and he had gotten away with so much fucking shit, right? And he ended up getting caught on some dumbass contract he gave his girlfriend, right? It's always the dumb shit. Oh, he gave his girlfriend some 6-figure contract she didn't fucking deserve, and that kickstarted a whole bunch of other investigations, and then his shit was up in the fryer, right? But one of the greatest kind of honors they ever gave me as an intern in the law department was we found this box of documents in there in the law department. They were literally sitting in a closet, right? And we had to turn over all this stuff. And so part of my job was to look through all this stuff and, tell them if I found anything relevant. Now, to this day, I don't know if I found the motherfucking shit or if they planted that shit there to put your boy Jay up in the motherfucking action. But boy, let me tell you, what I found there was a box of what we call Jay Bundy's ass is about to prosecute his first mayor. His ass is going to federal prison. Look at what I found here. This dumbass, and this is what I mean about Trump just being recklessly stupid. This shit was in a box in the closet in the law department. Either the mayor was stupid and fucked up, or somebody in that law department was like, fuck his ass, we gonna leave the key to fucking his ass right here in this closet. Because let me tell you what this motherfucker did. He would take his city card. Like, when you're the mayor, you're the head of the police department, right? And the city as a corporation, right? So you get all types of fucking lines of credit and shit with your name on it. And one of them is you actually have a fucking spending account, right? Like, on behalf of the city as a corporate entity. It's like a corporate spending card, basically, but it's for official mayoral shit only. You have another one as the official head of the motherfucking police department, and that shit is for police business only, and that's the motherfucking law, and nobody gives a fuck if you're the mayor, right? And this fool would literally, they would take the shit, guys. They would take these illegal purchases he made. They would tape white paper over them. They would white out over the fucking, like, lines where he had made illegal purchases. That way, when you copied the records, when you photocopied the fucking records, you couldn't see those purchases. Like, it was like catching a motherfucking kindergartner trying to get away with the heist of the century.
Yeah.
Like, it was, you were like, y'all, I was talking to my dad, I was like, Dad, Sharp's a really sharp guy, because he really actually is. But I was like, this was some unapologetic Negro shit. Like, this was just some ghetto hood. We think we're gonna white out the feds type shit. Like, if we just white it out and copy and then photocopy it, they won't notice. And then the shit was in a box with like the tape still on it, with like you could. And I literally went to the head of the law department and made my motherfucking golden ticket to the future of whatever the fuck I want from Cory Booker for the rest of my life. Oh, you remember that motherfucker that tried to block you out of the city? Your first real political opponent that owned your ass? Yeah, this here box right here. Y'all gonna want to take a look at gander on this. Y'all, he pled guilty on every single one of them shits. I was in the car with my dad like, I got his ass. I got him. I got him. He didn't even fight it. I got him. And it felt good. So yeah, I just wanted to brag about these stupid ass politicians. We gonna get your ass, Trump, and when we do, we dancing. It's gonna feel good. But to what Flying Man was talking about, y'all, pay attention to us, y'all. This is the key part. This is the key moral of the story. This is the key moral of the story. It ain't gonna be the insurrection. It ain't gonna be no shit with Russia. It ain't gonna, or it might indirectly be some shit with Russia. It ain't gonna be no like shit with Putin and no G9 summit, none of that shit. It ain't gonna be no COVID corruption. Ain't gonna be nothing to do with none of that. It's gonna be some ghetto, dumb, plates of ketchup against the wall Donald Trump shit. It's gonna be something stupid, like he tried to pass off some White House documents through Rudy, and they was gonna fence him through Sidney Powell, right, to the Russian oligarchs or some shit. And then they actually asked the dude from the Secret Service to call the guy, and the motherfucker from the Secret Service was like, yeah, Sidney Powell just walked into my office. So yeah, I think it's gonna be some shit like that. It's gonna be some shit where literally Trump tried to strong arm some documents and sneak them to Mar-a-Lago. And he's gonna go down, and niggas gonna be sitting looking at him in jail, and they're gonna be like, damn, Trump, you's a cold ass nigga, bro. You got away with that insurrection, man, and grabbing him by the pussy and lock her up and all of that shit, man. Yeah, man. Oh, man. Yeah, you just fucked up with that little document scheme at the end there, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. When you the president, bro, you don't run documents no more. They should have told you that. Yeah, man. See, Trump missed baby G school. He tried to go to big G school too fast, and they ain't teach him like, nigga, when you the leader of the free world, you don't be running document scams no more. You gotta leave that type of petty shit
I got
alone.
a small loan of $1 million. Fuck Trump. Public execution.
Oh God, y'all. Oh God,
Okay, maybe not that far.
I can't. Trump is too good. I gotta be honest with y'all. Y'all can't really lock Trump up because I kind of need Trump rallies. I think I'm addicted to Trump rallies. Like, I don't think I would actually be happy if there were no more Trump rallies. Like, as much as I genuinely hate Donald Trump, hate watching him has become a really big part of my life. Like, what the fuck would David Blackman do if Trump just disappeared? You know? It's like not having a dance partner. Go ahead, guys. I don't know. I'd be depressed.
Hey, I get a quick question about Restream. If I share my screen, does it just show up as like my avatar?
Not if you share like your screen. It should share your screen. Go ahead, try it. Right now, it's just showing your face.
Oh, but you need to like select it. It's not. Just gonna show
yeah. No,
All right,
no.
never mind.
Yeah, so you can't bomb us with your pornography. You know,
Steven Anderson clips.
We're not that we're down with. It's really.
I would never do that.
I'm always telling people, man, any stream where nobody shows me their dick on camera is a victory. Like, you know, it's just it gets to be like that. Even see where Uncle Bobby's hand is right now. It's making me nervous. Like, I'm gonna be watching it. Like, he needs to keep his hand on that dog. FBI
to execute.
Y'all, I'm traumatized. I don't trust men when they start moving their camera. Don't move your camera. Why are you moving your camera? Keep your camera on your face. Keep your camera on your face. I don't like when they move their cameras. Or you know them weird guys that come on camera, but they're only showing you like their shirt? No, that's a red flag. He's already halfway home. I've learned all the tricks, y'all. I've learned all the tricks. There's a lot of red flags. Another one is...
I'm going to plug in my camera. Hold on.
Oh, see? Another one, if someone just came on camera and they sitting down and they go to stand up, boy, you better mute them. You better put them backstage, right? Because that's how they get you. They stand up on you real quick.
Yeah. That's what I usually say. The date is over. That's it. Go home.
All right, we'll see you in a minute.
To search his fucking premises. Now, gang, obviously you guys know how it is I feel about the disgraced former president, Donald Fuckface Trump. I've done a great many of shows. It's like, how could you not? Sad part is he still has supporters.
Pretty much.
And that's almost hard to believe. It lets you know a good portion of this country is all kinds of fucked up. And I've said it here, and I've told people at work. So I've had people tell me.
Yeah, I've got my MSU tights on today. So they are. I wanted to start with these. I don't know why. I think because like when I started wearing them to class and stuff, they're a little bit more subtle. The flare is mostly in the stripe on the side. It's all really. You guys can't even see that. But yeah, the flare for these is all in the side, and they're athletic, but they look cool. But yeah, I hope to get some more louder ones. These are my. These are rather subdued tights for me. They're my school tights. These are my business tights.
I don't care about a president's social policies or anything else. Does he have a good, strong economic plan? Translation, will he make me rich? And I've told people, even after his monkey ass got put out of office, who were still riding his nutsack, right? I was like, whatever your bottom line was before Trump got in versus what it is now, that difference right there, that's what your soul is worth. That is exactly what your soul is worth. Because if you're going to sit here and tell me that his quote unquote strong economic policies, was worth what's going on in the country today, fuck you.
James, can you tell me about Trump's economic policy? James? I think we lost James. Did anybody know about Trump's economic policy? Because I honestly feel like a lot of right-wing politics is literally just apologetics. Because to me, you know, Trump's economic policy is literally like, you know, the fucking burial cloth of Jesus, right? Like, it's just, I don't think I've ever heard an economic policy from Trump. And it's funny how, like, he always takes credit for shit in the economy that seems to have absolutely nothing with what he does. But I don't know. I know it's such a minor point, but it really irritates me when, again, not only is it used as an excuse to overlook all of Trump's bad deeds, it's, again, such a bad faith argument because the people who say this to you can never actually point you to any actual sound or good Trump economic policy. And if they do, it's usually something that Trump either had nothing to do with, literally as the president can have nothing to do with. And oftentimes, if you're talking to the right person, it'll be something he opposed or voted against and then took credit for after the fact anyway.
Gang, I'm not an old guy. Man, I'm middle-aged, but I'm not old. Don't let the limp and the gray hair fool you. Never in my life did I ever stop to think that I would see Nazis, Klansmen, whatever the fuck you want to call them. I never thought I'd see them marching in broad daylight. And then have a president not really denounce them. Now, before anyone chimes in, buddy, what do you want? Walk it off. Before anyone chimes in with that fucked up ass video that people like to circulate, where people talk about how Trump is a racist, and then they've got this like 2-minute video roll of Trump strongly denouncing racism. Okay, like I've always said, gang, there's a stat behind every stat. Let's move this mic for this portion. Now, what I mean by that is, yeah, I've seen the video roll of Trump.
No, really, stand back and stand by. I dropped the link to my promo versus Ken Hovind. If you haven't seen it, it's actually a pipe bomb. It's literally a pipe bomb style promo. In case y'all didn't know, I'm not gonna. Don't worry, I ain't gonna hold this up. I'm just gonna keep it quick. Just a friendly reminder, Ken Hovind, I am in fact coming for your ass. And I'm gonna tell you guys, while a lot of you are thinking dirty atheist jokes, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Ken Hovind. When I'm done with you, the things I do to you on Donnie's channel, you are going to wish I did you the mercy of simply sodomizing you with a broomstick in public. You would have been like, you're gonna be like, Jay, the broomstick. Next time I pick broomstick, okay? God damn it. That's he's gonna send me a fucking email. He's gonna say, fuck you, Jay. Next time broomstick. Bye, Ken Hovind. P.S. We are not friends. P.S.S. I don't believe anything you said. Evolution is still a religion. P.S.S.S. I put more postscripts than you, therefore I win. Checkmate, atheist.
Trump saying, I denounce. Tell me that. What you don't see is the 5 times before that, when Trump was told, you need to denounce this group, he wouldn't do it. And then after about the 3rd, 4th, or 5th time, you can tell his people are like, you have got to say something. This is a really bad look. Then his monkey ass comes out and says, oh yeah, by the way, I don't like XYZ group. Right? Again, here, ask Uncle Bobby. Robert, what do you think about the Klan? Fuck the Ku Klux Klan. Fuck them, fuck their mama, fuck their kids, fuck the horse they rode in on, fuck the hospital they were born in, fuck them all. Gang, that's a very unambiguous fucking statement right there. You cannot not translate that into fuck the Klan. Gang, Donald Trump's stance on white supremacist groups was so ambiguous, not really, that they adopted Donald Trump as their fucking mascot. You guys remember? Right? Proud Boys, stand by and stand back and stand by. The Proud Boys adopted that quite literally as a battle cry. Hold on, gang, let's get Buddy. He's just wandering all over the fucking place. Ah!
Guys, unlike the content creators in this community, Doug, the Proud Boys actually did have their shit on a t-shirt the next day, right? When Donald Trump fanboy for the Proud Boys, the Proud Boys had stand back and stand by in their merch shop like pronto.
Mm-hmm. He does this to me every fucking time, man. Okay. You know what? Let's put him in here. He's got hands in his pants. Okay. Back on topic. I just built #a professional. They took stand back and stand by. Not only as their battle cry, they put it on baseball hats, they put it on t-shirts, everything else. Now, quick note on Donald Trump being racist. Gang, I've always kind of slightly hesitated to call Donald Trump a racist, to be honest with you. And let me tell you the reason why. Gang, hate and love are first cousins.
Nano.
They are
yes,
both
sir. How can I help you?
Extreme.
That was I saw that. I saw that. That was Nano.
Atheists have double chins.
Atheists have double chins.
Forms of caring. The worst thing you can do is to be.
Is anybody else pleasantly surprised that Nano in person is also an atheist fever dream? This feels like a real sort of Banksy type situation here. Like we have ourselves like a real eclectic type of artist on our hands here. There we go. There we go. Look at the special effects and shit. Is it just me, or has anybody else noticed that the religion that these Muslims make up for themselves is pathetic? Give me some flashlight, Nano.
Muslims pathetic? No.
They build their own little religion for themselves. I can't do Steven Anderson, guys. I got to work on my Steven Anderson. They build this own little religion for themselves. Am I the only person that can tell?
Pick up this book.
We should take all the homosexuals, build an ark, 2 by 2 by 2.
Pick up this book.
What is that? A band shirt? What band is that? You like breastfeeding to prove that you're not cheating.
Skeleton witch.
Wow. All right, this has gone somewhere.
I'm gonna bring the meme videos to life.
Skeleton witch.
Indifferent, right? You should be happy if someone says they hate you. That means they're thinking about you. You take up enough space in here. You're on that.
I can see Nano in front of me.
That person's mind. You cannot hate someone without knowing they exist and caring. You do care. It's just an extreme form of caring. If hate is over there, love is over here, indifference is in the middle. Right? I hesitate to call Donald Trump a racist because I truly believe the only person that Donald Trump cares about is Donald Trump. Right? The Proud Boys, the Klan, the neo-Nazis, they give Donald Trump exactly what he wants, and that's attention. So, stand back, stand by. All he knows is that they'll support him. They'll vote for him. They will give him what he wants, and that is, what is it? Adulation? Is that the word I'm looking for? You gotta know what the fuck it is I'm trying to say. So I almost kind of slightly hesitate to call Donald Trump a racist. He's still a sack of shit. Because, gang, I'm telling you, push comes to shove after this.
Guys, I got a couple more thoughts on this. So number one is there's some deeper problems here that this Trump shit exposes. Number one is, believe it or not, all of our votes are just as valuable as every single Trumpist. One vote is one vote. And so there is this sort of fucked up thing where it's like, it's a numbers game. And then in some sense, our shit's even harder because if you're going to have to win over, you know, the majority of support amongst the reasonable consensus of reasonable people, you got a lot of hard work to do to, you know, demonstrate by reasonable means that yours is the most reasonable stance amongst reasonable opinion, right? So it's hard work to get a lot of traction there. But if you can already kind of tap into a cult mentality where everybody sings and dances the same tune and all you got to do is influence the group or influence the influencers of the group, then you get a lot more leverage. Well, it gets worse than that. For the Trumps, the Ted Cruzes, the Lauren Hoberts, Marjorie Trader Green, for these type of people, there was never a chance of them ever being anywhat known to you in this political domain as anything other than radical Trumpist. So similar to a situation where you put me in with like a lot of people like I feel about religion, like you put me in a situation where my back's up against the wall, I don't really feel like I have much less to lose because I could piss y'all off, but if I don't risk pissing y'all off, y'all gonna smother the fuck out of me anyway, so might as well risk making you uncomfortable. I can't breathe up in this bitch, you know what I'm talking about? Now, where does this go with Marjorie Trader Green? Y'all think that bitch was gonna become a Democrat? You think Marjorie Trader Green was gonna get on the ballot, you know, over some lifelong, hardworking Georgian Democrats who have been out here, you know, started on the school board, ran for city council, worked their way up to the fucking, all the fucking blase and the Glavinoids, and then her ass gonna come out here, make a couple of quick Twitter troll feeds and get herself on the ballot. Never in your life. So what that means is the Democratic side, the left side, the moderates, that was never an option for these people. Even the Republican Party, what were they going to do? Go against the diehard conservatives? Were they going to make a case that they have a better conservative case than the fucking Liz Cheneys of the world? Fuck out of here. Right? So when somebody like Trump empowers the cultists, he creates a whole fucking like succubus, a vacuum of succubuses that all get sucked up in the fucking vortex, right? And then there's literally nowhere for them to go because they're all parasites off the same grift engine. But the numbers are fucking crazy, right? Y'all gotta understand this shit that I saw with this Trump shit. I want to show y'all something very serious about the Trump rally, the Trump FBI shit. Trump FBI raid. Let's see some shit. Pay attention to this shit, folks. Actually, you just go to my history. That'll be better. It'll be easier to find things I've already seen. Let's get this FBI Trump and see what pops up. All right, now, check this out.
First at 11, we begin with major breaking news. A federal search warrant was served today at former President Donald Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach County. In a statement released at about 7 p.m.
Wait, I don't know
tonight,
if
the former
she's
president called the FBI search
in New York City, leaving the
hang on. Here we go.
investigation at
Listen to this.
Go home just before 7, but there's a lot to get to here, but this is what we know thus far. Chopper 4 flew over Mar-a-Lago this evening. You can see a very heavy police presence here. Trump supporters are lining the streets, waving flags and cheering for the former president. We can tell you CBS 4 News reached out to the FBI's Miami office, who had no comment about today's search. Two sources tell CBS News it's related to records missing from the National Archives. CBS News reported back in February that the archives had asked the Department of Justice to investigate his handling of the White House records. The former president was not here at his, quote, winter White House. It's typically closed during the summer months, despite being the former president's primary residence. In a statement released on Truth Social and via email, the former president called this, quote, prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system, and an attack by radical left Democrats who desperately don't want me to run for president in 2024. But CBS News reports the Biden White House was given no advance knowledge of the raid. The president was in Kentucky today. January 6th is also not commenting. In
This is the
Mar-a-Lago, I'm
radical part.
Gabrielle
Listen,
Arzola, CBS
listen
4
closely.
News tonight.
Thank you, Gabby.
Did y'all hear it? Here we go again.
Of the raid. The president was in Kentucky today touring flood damage. The House Select Committee that's investigating what happened on January 6th is also not commenting. In Mar-a-Lago, I'm Gabrielle Arzola.
One more time.
Kentucky today touring flood damage. The House Select Committee that's investigating what happened on January 6th is also not commenting. In Mar-a-Lago, I'm Gabrielle Arzola.
Bitch cannot bring us a motherfucking report about how the FBI just raided this nigga's home for stealing documents from the White House without being drowned out by an active Trump rally to show support for him as his house is being raided by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Does anybody else not detect the massive levels of fucked this country is right now?
Hallelujah.
I was like, this shit is unbelievable. And it felt deliberate. It felt like they saw her out here covering the shit. They was loud. There was trucks and shit. They're like, oh yeah, more of them leftists is out here trying to fucking tell this commie ass story about how them Biden feds, brown shirts came and raided Mar-a-Lago. Hit them with that celebration. Celebration. We gonna celebrate. Trump ain't going to jail. I ain't doing nothing to my president. Trump ain't going nowhere. We about to vote for his ass again. Deal with it, you leftists. Yeah. You gotta deal with it, you leftists. Yeah. Trump's up in this bitch. Like they just they are ride or dies. They're loyal. Oh
Yeah,
man.
I've heard that song at every wedding.
They're having a party, y'all. Oh, I can't. Why? Like, why? Why do we have to share a country with these people? Why? I didn't do anything to deserve them. I done some fucked up shit in my life, but I didn't do anything to deserve these people. Oh, my
CBS 4 News tonight.
All right, here, let's go back.
Investigating everything else.
Now y'all can understand why I was so excited to vent about this shit. See you later, Spider.
If Donald Trump had to throw one of his kids underneath the fucking bus, he would fucking do it. He doesn't even care about his fucking kids. That much, I'm willing to go to the well on. I promise you that. But I always pump the brakes a little bit about calling him a fucking racist. Back on topic. First, let's get some alcohol. So, gang, where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah, just Donald Trump being an overall sack of shit and the people who still support him. Let's just pick up here. Gang, the reason why the shit went down on January the 6th was for one reason and one reason only. Donald Trump lied about the fucking results of the election. YouTube, don't flag me. Fuck me. The last time I said that, I actually got a fucking strike that I had to fucking protest. Are you fucking kidding me? Donald Trump lost that fucking election. You don't want to know why he lost the election, gang? Because he lost the fucking election. Period in the story. To this day, he is still telling people he won that fucking election. But you'll never guess what? He lost the fucking election. Right? That's why January the 6th happened. That's why this country is pretty much so fucking splintered. Because a good portion are living in La La Land. They got their head up their fucking assholes. Right? They are supporting arguably one of the biggest American traitors America has ever seen.
James, the only person they support more is Jesus. So I've taken to calling them the resurrectionist insurrectionist.
Yeah, that'd be great on a t-shirt.
Sad part is that the fucker was the previous fucking president. Right? Now, I'm not going to get to the legal eagle shit of all this because that's not my jam. I'm not a legal fucking expert. So what I'm going to do is react to some of the bullshit that I'm seeing online. Gang.
It's like he's checking too.
I just assumed that the FBI had really good reason to break into Mar-a-Lago. Oh, I'm sorry, not even to break in to Mar-a-Lago. To do the job that they were supposed to do, and that is to basically get to the bottom of some bullshit.
Oh, yeah, pause the tape. Yeah, I definitely think Trump probably tried some fraudulent shit himself. Yeah, I really do. Matter of fact, I think the real reason a lot of that fraud shit died off after a while was because most of the cases of fraud they found were Republicans. And some of them were like officials and shit. And some of them, again, were some real hood shit, a.k.a. some hillbilly shit if you white. Like people voting twice and trying to vote. Somebody was trying to vote as their son or something like that. Like just some real dumb shit. Some real low IQ crime, y'all.
Whatever papers they were going after, I hope they got them all. Right? They're turning over shit, quote unquote, breaking into safes and everything else. Go fuck yourself. Right? And then I see some of the comments on Twitter. And like, you know, it kind of helps not when you don't break the law, you know, what everyone says to black people, right? If you just wouldn't comply, this wouldn't be a problem, right? As the president, you are the most highly visible person on the planet, arguably. Definitely here in the United States. And here's the thing about the likes of a fuckface Donald Trump, gang. He wanted all the benefits that came with being the head honcho, but he didn't want to shoulder any of the fucking burden. Gang, when you lead the band, you have to turn your back to the crowd. That means everyone can see your ass. And as the president, when you fart without saying, excuse me, yeah, at least half a dozen news outlets are going to criticize your manners. That's just the way it works. And that's fuckface Donald Trump. He wanted all the adulation, he wanted all the power and all that other crap, but he didn't want any of the fucking criticism. Which worked out well for him because he had his fucking sycophants. Hold on, gang, got a fucked up ass text message. What? What the fuck is this? Hold on. That's why I was saying he had all his sycophants. And I remember telling someone at work who was a sycophant, about halfway through the Trump presidency, that's when I got tired. I was like, you know what? I'm not having this conversation anymore. Because, we're not living in the same reality. We're not having the same conversation, right? I can sit here and say, Donald Trump took a massive shit in the Oval Office. I can show you video of Donald Trump taking a massive shit in the Oval Office while holding 2 forms of government ID and while he's pinching a loaf, saying, "My name is Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, and I'm currently taking a shit in the Oval Office." And I told this person, do you know what his supporters will say? He didn't take a shit in the Oval Office. This person was like, well, I don't say that. I'll criticize him. And I can't remember what I brought up, but I brought up an instance of him saying X, Y, and Z with receipts. You know what this person said? He didn't say that. Right? My point is, gang, this is exactly what is happening right now. Donald Trump got his monkey ass raided. Again, you're the former president of the United States. You are highly visible. You guys remember when Obama forgot to wear a shirt lapel? Fox News ran 9-hour segments that he's a secret Muslim trying to bring down the United States. That's for a...
Now, please imagine if my father, myself, my grandfather, and motherfucking Flying Man Wayne, okay, were found having a 1,000,000-man march outside of Obama's Florida residence to show our support for him while he was being raided, right? Singing the Black National Anthem and shit. I'm just saying, y'all, Obama, they got mad when he wore the wrong color suit. Brother used the selfie stick in the Oval Office. He didn't wear a flag pin. Now imagine he's getting raided and his supporters are having a rally in Chicago, right? Right outside his home, and we playing fucking fuck the police. Right? I would just love to see the media coverage, but somehow holding a rally outside of Trump's raided ass Mar-a-Lago is just somehow okay.
A lapel. They notice everything. That what I'm talking about. When you are that noticeable, you're going to get noticed. So it turns out Donald fuckface Trump snagged some shit from the White House or wherever and took it to his fucking private residence. Well, you never guess what? You're the former president of the United States. If you wipe your ass from back to front, which makes you a communist, by the way, what the fuck's wrong with you? Were you raised in a fucking cave? If you do that, CNN is going to run a 9-hour segment that Donald Trump...
Obama wasn't, he wasn't a secret Muslim. His middle name was Hussein. He was actually a secret Iraqi operative. They found this out when they found his birth certificate.
Wipes his ass from back to front.
Guys, James Apperson's here. I can't tell jokes anymore. I just keep laughing in the middle of the thought, so I'm done. I can't. I quit.
Did you really think that you were going to fucking get papers and take it to your fucking private residence or whatever the fuck it was? Not knowing all the details, and I don't care. You were going to get criticized for everything. Do you guys know that presidents and former presidents aren't allowed to drive? Ever? You are constantly under protection, which kind of means you're constantly under surveillance. My point is, before I roll these tapes, this is exactly what Donald Trump deserved. You can't fart without saying, excuse me, as a former president, without someone taking notice, right? But again, all the people that spent the last 4 years and 2 years into the Biden presidency telling everyone what a great, phenomenal person Donald Trump was, what the great president he was. I remember watching a press conference with Scaramucci talking about what a great athlete he was. I've seen this guy take a football and throw it right through it. No, Donald Trump can't throw a football for shit. Again, there's nothing that this sucker can do that his sycophant team won't lap up after. Give me a fucking break. So, gang, the first video up, let's get popped in. It's from Rebel HQ. Pop, put your ass in here. That is about #unprofessional. Now, this one is with fuckface Jesse Waters mainly. Jesse Waters has got his nose so far up Trump's booty hole, he can tell you what Trump had for dinner the night before he rips the fart. Again, there is nothing that Trump has done, is doing, or will continue to do that's worthy of defense. Jesse Waters is going to find a way to prove me wrong. You guys ready for this fucked up ass shit? Hold on. Is there any capitalism? Roll the tape.
How's the opposite reaction?
I've never seen the base more energized. I've never seen the base more angry. I'm angry.
Unfortunately, Donald Trump is a WWE Hall of Famer, and I actually think they should take it from him. It would have been. I mean, I don't. It wouldn't matter or mean anything. I just think he's just too much of a disgrace to be in anything called the Hall of Fame. But for a long time, that wasn't possible because of the fact that Vince and Donald Trump are frenemies. They do business together. They like each other. Linda McMahon was part of the Trump administration. So they're rivals. They have a lot of pissing contests. Who's got the bigger jet and whatever. But yeah, you might get somewhere more like that with Triple H and Stephanie, but I don't know. I do think it's a sore spot on the business. Not his match or his win. I mean, whatever. All types of shitty people have done all types of things in wrestling. But for him to be in the Hall of Fame, I think with as serious as they try to present it these days, they got to do something about that.
Angry. I feel violated. The whole country feels violated.
Pause the tape. You guys catch that? Let's move the mic. We're going to rewind that. I want you guys to hear it. Jesse Waters is angry. He feels violated. The base is riled up. Blah, 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 blah. This motherfucker. You guys ready? Let's try that again. Hold on. Roll the tape.
How's the opposite reaction?
I've never seen the base more energized. I've never seen the base more angry. I'm angry. I feel violated. The whole country feels violated. It's disgusting. They've declared war on us, and now it's game on.
Pause the tape. Jesse Waters feels violated. Hold on. Somewhere around here is the world's smallest violin, so I can play that for Jesse Fuckface Waters. He feels violated. The base is motivated, right? Fuck you and fuck your base. Again, isn't that what you guys tell black people? Right? As long as you follow the law, what do you have to hide? But when it happens to one of your own, now your monkey ass is upset. Now you feel violated. The country feels violated. No. The country does not feel violated, Jesse. American traitors feel violated. If you take issue with what happened to Donald Trump, you don't get to call yourself a patriot anymore. Again, it's amazing what happens when you don't break the law. Okay, this is the best part about being a defensive fighter. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to let you punch yourself tired. Then you're going to make that one mistake and I'm going to make you fucking pay for it. Been waiting for this moment for 4 years. All the times. What they say about Breonna Taylor. You guys remember that? Well, if you're not, an accountant for a fucking Pablo Escobar level drug cartel, why the need for the no-knock warrant? Right? Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, Philando Castile, George Floyd, Jacob Blake, the list goes on. Give me a fucking break. Now you feel violated. Whatever you do, Jesse, don't tell that to all the birthing people who are under attack, truly under attack, being truly persecuted. because their ability to make decisions on their own meat under threat. Fuckface. Hold on. Let's get to fuckface Jesse Waters. I'm fast forward again, gang. When this becomes my full-time job, holy shit! We're gonna laugh at these days. Uncle Bobby's unprofessionalness. Hold on. All right, there's some other shit, gang. I think I missed something. There was something I'm missing, I think, or not? There. Hold on.
FBI agents with weapons in your... Imagine you're Eric Trump and you're at Mar-a-Lago. That's your home. Your mother has just died. 2 weeks.
Pause the tape. Can we take 2 seconds to feel bad about fuckface Eric Trump?
I was just thinking that. Not at all.
Gang, let me tell you something. Again, speaking as a man whose mother has just passed, I get the whole sadness thing. But Uncle Bobby was not a part of an American insurrection. That is why the FBI is not breaking down my door. Now, again, I'm not making light of someone losing their moms. But when you are not a part of Team Traitor, the FBI tends to leave you the fuck alone. Hold on. Had to get some alcohol in my belly. That one's for Mom. All right, roll the tape.
Yeah. And they're sending FBI agents with weapons into your house, violating your privacy like that. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself. You guys send me a reminder 6 months from now to feel bad for fuckface Eric Trump. Right? Do you guys catch that? Imagine if you're Eric Trump. This is your private residence, and your mother has just died. How do you think Eric feels? I've got a better question, Jesse. Why do I give a fuck what Eric Trump feels? Right? Why don't we ask the surviving family members of, I think we're up to like 6 Capitol police officers now who committed self-harm because the PTSD from the insurrection that your family led, Eric Trump, let's ask them how they feel, right? I don't care what Eric Trump feels. I don't give a fuck what he feels. Again, when you are not behind an American insurrection, the FBI tends to leave you alone, right?
Yeah, like they
and then aren't they the party of law and order? Again, they're all about the law and the order as long as they don't have to follow the law and the order. These motherfuckers. Hold on. This is a quick take. Hold on.
True story.
And this is what we hear in the theist community, right? They really want to talk about philosophy and rationality and reason and evidence and God. They cannot stop telling how much they love science until we actually want to hold them to any of the above standards. Any of them. You know, it's a god-awful feeling you get.
Documents are the property of the U.S. government and not Trump. Aaron, Juliana, the reason this all happened goes back to the 1978 Presidential Records Act, which says that these documents are the property of the U.S. government and not Trump's personal property.
There is enough said, right? Maybe I should just end the tape, go get drunk for the rest of the afternoon, right? Apparently, fuckface Donald Trump may have broken an actual law. But I guess we're supposed to sit here and feel really, really bad about, Eric Trump. Again, I'm not going to sit here and make light out of someone who just lost their moms. The shit's fucked up. Hold on, gang. I'm not going to sit here and make light out of that. And I just lost a fucking video. Because, again, Uncle Bobby's really professional. Again, gang, just imagine me with a production staff, not having to do all this shit by myself with my uneducated ass when it comes to technology. So now we got to pull up the whole fucking tape again. Because, like I said, I'm professional. So the title of that segment is Fox News declares war. Hold on. Oh, yeah. You guys remember to talk about the whole declaring war bullshit. Sorry, YouTube unexpectedly. Okay. We got capitalism.
We stole those documents fair and square.
Oh, God. I hate it when the ads are long.
AR, You know what the defense is about to be. Executive privilege. Trump, you don't have executive privilege to steal documents from the White House. Somebody. But I swear I feel like he's about to try to exert executive privilege over his ability to steal documents. They probably, to be honest, he probably already did, and they probably told his dumb ass already he can't do that, but they should have told us when he said that. That's one of the fucking downsides of Trump being off Twitter. Trump being off Twitter was really a quality life improvement for the rest of us, but we miss stupid shit like this. Because y'all know Trump would have been on there asserting some damn executive privilege, and that would have been a whole fucking scene. But at least we'd have had proof of his dumb ass saying that shit.
Shit. I'm so old, I remember when YouTube was ad-free. You guys remember those days? Okay. Where is...
People still watched it anyway. Don't tell YouTube.
Where did we leave off, gang? Okay, now I can see some shit. Oh, that's what I meant. Their banner on... Trump calls raid weaponization of the justice system. No. Again, it's amazing what happens when you follow the fucking law. Queuing that up. Oh, okay. That's where... Okay, fuckface Donald Trump broke the law. Where's the part where Jesse speaks? Or maybe I pass it up. You know what? Pause that tape, end that tape. Let me tell y'all this. There was a part in there, because I heard this one earlier, where, again, he's talking about going to war. Right? They've declared war on us. Here's the thing, though. Think back just to January the 6th.
Hang on a sec. Yo, what do y'all think about YouTube going back to ad-free? I feel like it'd be better. Like, I don't know. I feel like ads disproportionately affect content creators who don't make money on ads anyway. So whereas, like, I'm sure YouTube would figure out a way to still make just as much money, but then it feels like it would force most of the commercial effort to go towards the channels that actually could afford it. Like, oh, you watched the David Pakman stream and somebody's paid. It's kind of like it is now where David Pakman will just go to like, oh, yeah, and so-and-so sponsored this ad and so-and-so sponsored this ad. That would just be more money for those guys, and then YouTube would just take a bigger cut of those. And then smaller streamers who nobody is making ad revenue off anyway just wouldn't have these ads playing for 5 people anyway. Like, it's just stupid. So I don't know. It's just a thought.
In case there's a Trump supporter actually listening to this, write this down.
Prefer a banner. Yeah, some shit like that. Like, something, I don't know.
You're a bullet stopper. Did you know that? No one on, that was the 5 on Fox News, by the way. No one from the 5 is going, if you fucks declare war or whatever the fuck, no one off that television screen is going to go to war. Nope.
Nano,
you guys remember what Donald Trump said?
And actually, I just want to say too, Nano, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in. It was great to actually talk to you, man. It was a real treat. And also, like, I really like Nano's videos. Check out his channel. I really do think you should send the video to some people with a good sense of humor, because the videos actually do have their sort of fun counter-apologetics in them, right? Like, they really do make some really good points. They just do it in a super fun way. So, yeah, man, they set the whole vibe here. So every show's the Nano show around here.
We're going to march down Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm going to be right there with you. Nowhere to be found. You guys remember the videos of the Trump family watching the insurrection? Weren't they playing like ACDC, Shook Me All Night Long or some shit? Donald Trump Jr. is sitting there taking selfie videos. I just built #unprofessional. They were smiling. Here's the thing. They're getting the Bubbas and the Cletuses and everyone else. They're getting their piss all nice and hot. But in case there's a Bubba or a Cletus listening, they are willing to sacrifice you so that they can advance. So when Jesse Waters says some foolishness, like we're going to go to war and everything else, no, not we, you. Jesse's going to sit back in his fucking multi-million-dollar mansion. He doesn't wipe his own ass. He has a personal assistant to clip his fingernails and his nose hairs. He's not going to go to war. It's like fucking Matt Gaetz, right? We're going to take it to the streets. No, you're not. Fucker, if you spent 40 years on this planet and now we're getting into a fucking fist fight because you're some rich, entitled fuck, you're not going to start fighting now. But they'll get you to fight, Bubba and Cletus. Okay, what's the next fucking video up? Hold on. There's so many to fucking choose from. Okay, you know what we're going to do? Because this one has the uneducated felon, fuckface Lauren Boebert. Again, just switch our resumes. Again, if someone told you...
Yeah, Restream's a bitch, Nano, but yeah, thanks for calling in, man. It's different than what we're used to as gaming streamers, but it's not too hard to figure out.
Said, okay, which one is the white girl?
Yeah, Nano, I'd love to. We'll be doing some editing streams, man. I'll let you know. I'll hit you up on Discord.
Which one is the black dude? And they
That'd
just
be
sat
awesome.
there and they read someone's resume, right? Had a distinguished career as a Division I college athlete. Graduated from one of the top schools in the university in the United States. Right? Just had a 26-year career with an outstanding fucking record and a phenomenal reputation. Right? Is giving, sacrifices themselves, all that shit. And if you were to just close your eyes, which one? The large black dude or the petite white girl? How many people would put that resume on the petite white girl? You're already fucking wrong. That's mine. If you would say, did not graduate high school, was given a mercy pass because this person was so fucking stupid that it took them 3 tries to not pass the GED. Then on the 4th try, they just said, bitch, just fucking take it. Jesus Christ. Has 2 mugshots. Loves guns, loves to shoot up shit, right? Which one? The overwhelming majority would say, what, no high school education? Right? Loves guns, loves to shoot up shit?
Thanks, guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. This was fun, James. Good night, bro. Appreciate you.
Good night, man.
Good night.
Talk to you soon.
For sure. Good night.
Night.
Yeah, man, that was fun. I had a whole bunch of fun tonight with James Apperson, man. That's crazy. Y'all know me. I ain't even got my food yet, so I ain't going nowhere for a little bit. At least I got to get my food.
How many people would say that's the black guy? Again, you were already wrong.
Thanks, Dano.
I'm sitting in my living room getting drunk. This raggedy bitch makes policy. So this one is a clip from David Pakman, the David Pakman Show. I love his content. I watch it every fucking day.
There we go.
MAGA world explodes over FBI raiding Trump's house. Again, as the black guy.
See, we're going to have to convert him to a David Blackman fan. See, this tells you guys there's a need for us out here. Too many people still stuck on that David Pakman. David Blackman is taking over. David Pakman, your time is up. My time is now.
Right? If you just comply, right, you wouldn't have these problems. Okay, well, I say it to them. If you would have just followed the law, you would not have these fucking problems. Okay, I actually like to hear what David has to say, so hold on. Roll the tape.
Crazy. They're doing emergency podcasts. They're saying this is going to be the undoing of the Republic. It is a dystopian hellscape. It is over for the United States because of the FBI raiding Donald Trump. Let's look at some examples. These are great. Here's Mark Levin calling this one of the worst attacks on the Republic in modern history.
Now, you keep asking your guests, what's the justification? There is no justification. Or what's he going to say tomorrow, the Attorney General? Here's my guess. We've been negotiating with...
Pause the tape. I heard Jim Jordan say the exact same thing, right? This is the worst attack on the Republic in the history of the United States. And I remember when I saw Jim say it on Twitter, my response was, were you in Mexico for January the 6th? Gang, Donald Trump is a piece of shit. And the FBI executed a warrant to search the premises of a piece of shit. To sit there and say that that was the worst attack on the American Republic is just flat out a falsehood, right? It's like when Christians just dig their heels in and say a dead Jew came back to life. Yeah, well, since there's no such thing as fucking magic, I'm not buying it. Same thing here. If you can sit here and say that that was the worst attack on, America, don't tell that to black people. Matter of fact, no, don't tell that to Native Americans. Yeah. There's
Seriously.
Again, if you were to make the top 100 list of the worst actual attacks in the United States, the FBI going into Donald Trump's house wouldn't make your top 100 million. It just wouldn't. Roll the tape.
But his lawyers since February, when we found out they had this information, we were getting nowhere. And then we heard that some documents were being destroyed.
What about 9/11? Seriously, they don't remember. That's
yeah. Where's Lauren?
Fake news.
Exactly right. There is no justification for sending 30 friggin' FBI agents to the former president's compound in Mar-a-Lago in early morning and conducting them.
Pause the tape, gang. I wish they had that kind of piss and vinegar in their voice for all the black people being gunned down.
Seriously.
Donald Trump spoke on the George Floyd homicide. I remember him saying he needed to get to the bottom of it. Oh no, maybe that was the Kyle Fuckface L. Rittenhouse. Gang, I wish they had this kind of fire and
Joe, what you talking about?
Fury in their fucking belly when black people were being fucking slaughtered. Instead, they told us you should have followed the law. But again, when the chickens come home to roost, except in this case, an actual law apparently was. Now they're making excuses as to why Donald Trump's privacy should have been respected. Again, fuck nuts. You're the president of the United States. You don't have privacy anymore. You think I'm bullshitting? Go ask Barack Obama. Go ask Michelle Obama. You know, the exact same people who called her Michael. You don't have privacy anymore. That comes with the fucking territory. Again, he wanted all the ups.
Yo, I could see somebody making a Mar-a-Lago style 9/11, like with the all black with the white and like a "We Shall Never Forget" or something. I would actually probably rock one of those.
From being famous, he didn't want to deal with any of the downs. Roll the tape.
This way, or in any
Yeah, I'm licking your balls.
Familiar with legal problems, and he said he's worried the next step is they're going to assassinate Donald Trump.
And I just put out a tweet about this. If you remember back in 2000.
Pause the tape. I didn't want to hear that.
Seriously.
Gang, that is starting an unnecessary fire. Okay? No. They're not going to assassinate Donald Trump. Stop with the fucking drama. But someone like this knows when you say some bullshit like that, you know what's going to happen? His base is going to get all kinds of riled up.
Yep.
Next thing you know, that's going to be a common talking point. I got to go to war for my president because the left, the woke socialists, the transgenders, they're going to assassinate Donald Trump. Ain't no one trying to assassinate Donald Trump's monkey ass. But they know. Tell a lie enough times and it becomes the truth. Watch how fast that becomes a fucking talking point. Roll the tape.
16, when right before he got elected, I was in Washington, D.C. I was at a couple different social events, and I heard people talking. They said the Democrats want this guy so bad that they wouldn't put assassination behind it.
What did I tell you?
And I'm going to tell you something. They've tried impeachment. They've tried another impeachment. They've tried one investigation after another. This is about one thing. This is about stopping him from running in 2024.
Pause the tape. This is about one thing. This is about making a potential criminal pay for his fucking crimes. Period in the story. The upside is, him not
So
running
simple.
again. The bad news is, gang, a Trump disciple. Again, the Republican Party that I knew from as a child, is as dead as Julius Caesar. Whoever runs on the Republican ticket, be it DeSantis, Abbott, it's going to be a Trump disciple. Because at this point, you can't run as an old school Republican, right? If you don't kiss the ring of Donald Trump, you're not.
I remember those name studies. We talked about those in a sociology class, the sociology of race, where you just take resumes, swap them randomly, put white names or black names on them, and the black names don't get hired. Usually don't even get interviews, I think. It's a crazy bias just because, you know, your family decided to name you something from your culture.
Making the cut, right? So again, him saying this is all about Donald Trump not getting to 2024, not really. This is about making a criminal pay for their fucking crimes. Roll the tape. Where's Lauren in this one?
And I'm going to tell you something. I'm not into conspiracies. I'm not into
bullshit. You're not
government rhetoric. This is the first
You
time
good,
in
Joel?
my lifetime
No worries.
that I would say
Appreciate
I'm
you.
deathly afraid for Donald Trump. I would not put assassination behind these people.
You know what? Pause the tape. Gang, what you just heard, I actually apologize for. I should have prefaced this. Again, when Richard Spencer gives a speech on racial tolerance, that speech is sitting on some bullshit. I'm so tired, gang. I'm so fucking tired. This is Newsmax. I should have I didn't see the banner. This is Newsmax. So you already know what comes out of their mouth is sitting on some bullshit, right? So again, ain't no one trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And YouTube, don't give me a fucking strike. I'm not preaching this. What I'm saying is they're just talking some bullshit. Because again, the exact same people who thought Robert Reed and Donald Trump had the same dimensions, 6'3", 235-ish, are the exact same people are going to hear this, take that ball and run with it. Watch how this becomes the next.
They already did. I mean, they already did. They all already ran with it. I mean, this is already a thing, and it's so ridiculous. And again, they just always miss the motherfucking point. We don't want to assassinate Donald Trump. We want to see him prosecuted for the crimes he's committed. And if he hasn't committed any crimes, let's do the motherfucking investigations and come to that conclusion based on the evidence.
Trump-looking talking point. Gang, I really want to get to the fucking Lauren Boebert. Roll the tape.
Uh-oh, Lauren Hobart, y'all.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert saying this is the Gestapo.
Guys, I'm pissed. We are a nation of law and order, and this raid by the FBI on President Trump's home is totally un-American. This is Gestapo crap, and it will not stand.
Well, you know, I don't
Gang, I'm now dumber for listening to the uneducated felon say what she just said. And I'm so much dumber, I'm going to play it for you again. I'm not even sorry. Hold on. You guys ready? Roll the tape.
We are a nation of law.
Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert saying this is the Gestapo.
Guys, I'm pissed. We are a nation of law and order, and this raid...
Pause the tape. Again, more...
Is Lauren Boebert headed to the top of the Republican Party or the top of OnlyFans? Let me know in the chat.
Law and order. You dumb bastard. This is law and order. When you break the law, order follows, right? Donald Trump snatched some official fucking documents. It's not the property of Donald fucking Trump. Apparently, it's the property of the United States
that was
fucking
Marjorie
government.
Trader Green.
Except fucks like this think that president means dictator and ruler.
Oh, I did hear about that, Joel. The guy who, yes, based on this fucking bullshit, threatened a motherfucking FBI headquarters. Thank you very much for reminding me, Joel. I forgot what you were talking about. I appreciate the reminder. I did hear about that earlier today. Unbelievable. And again, these motherfuckers are going to somehow try to tell you he's a patriot.
Donald Trump is still an employee. Gang, he's a powerful employee,
top of the GOP,
but he was still an employee. That's why it's called the People's House, right? So again, she's talking like Donald Trump is a czar or a king or some shit, right? Again,
Lazy typing.
Updating the breaking news now, a law enforcement source telling Fox News there has been a shooting and a standoff.
I don't want to do Fox News. Like anybody else.
Kevin, thanks for the update. Want to get back to that breaking news there in Clinton County where there was a standoff that's now come to an end.
Let's give the local news some love.
Lasted. It started at the FBI facility in the Kenwood area. And Karen, we now know who this suspect was, the guy who was just shot and killed.
Well, that's right. According to NBC, they are reporting the suspect is Ricky Walter Schiffer. Now, I just had a chance to do a quick search. It appears he has ties to Nebraska and also the Columbus area here in Ohio. Of course, we're still digging into learning more. But again, NBC reporting Ricky Walter Schiffer is the suspect who was shot and killed by law enforcement officers. Just a short time ago, we did get an update from the Ohio State Highway Patrol. And, they said for 6.5, 7 hours, they were trying to negotiate with him. Once they got into Clinton County, they were able to set up a perimeter, and they had eyes on him, and they were negotiating with him. But they said late this afternoon, around 3:30, just the negotiations failed. They weren't coming to any sort of agreement. That's when law enforcement officers, they started to move in. And according to the Ohio State Highway Patrol spokesperson out here today, he said that is when the suspect raised a gun at law enforcement officers and when law enforcement officers then shot and killed the suspect. Now, we do know he drove his car up here from the FBI offices in Cincinnati. We were hearing reports of maybe they were looking into the car for possible explosives. Well, I had a chance to ask OSP about that, but they're not commenting on anything that was found in the car. Obviously, while the threat is over, the situation is over here in Clinton County, the investigation is far from over. There's a big investigation into this. Of course, we'll bring you any
I just hate what this shit's done to everything because, number one, I'm like, y'all, it's real fucked up that, it's like, where does this Trumpist shit go? Where does this go? Like, where does it go after you threaten the FBI? Like, that's just going nowhere fast. But I hate what this movement has done to media, right? It's like you look for a fucking story, and before you get down to these
Kevin,
people who look like normal people, who spend their whole lives out in the field covering news, doing journalism, bringing people stories, and they're real conservative people. They're conservative-ass Americans. They don't ever say nothing controversial. They don't do nothing controversial. They carry the banner of local NBC affiliate, and they work their whole lives just to get this type of attention, and they get 8.3 thousand views, and everybody else would just rather watch some fucking tool bag that looks like a fucking toothpaste model feed us lies on Fox News. Just kind of shit. I don't know. I know I'm getting real deep on my media reflections. You guys can tell I was raised by a local media personality.
We're a country of law and order. You're right, Lauren. You're right. Your president broke the law, and now order fucking follows. Roll the tape.
By the FBI on President Trump's home is totally un-American.
Pause the tape. It's not un-American. It's actually not un-American at all. Again, Botham Jean was in his home. Amber Geiger broke in to his house and shot that man in cold blood. That is actually un-American. Half this country, Trump supporters, actually had more sympathy for Amber Geiger. Well, she was tired. She just had a 13-hour shift. She was confused. All the doors look alike. Blah, 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 blah. Botham Jean smoked a joint, sat in his underwear in his living room in an apartment that he paid for. That fool ate a bowl of Fruity Pebbles and did not wake up the next day. Half this country blamed him. Again, the party of law and order, you're all about the law and order until they have to follow the law and the fucking order. Roll the tape.
This is Gestapo crap.
No, it's not.
It will not stand.
Well,
yes, it actually will stand. Again, when you break the law, Lauren, some shit just happens, right? When you go 75 and a 35, you're going to get pulled over. That's not Gestapo. That's called you paying the consequences for your bad actions and shitty choices, right? There's so much spotlight on Trump for 1,000 reasons, but one of the fucking reasons is that Donald Trump is responsible for January the 6th. Yes, he is. It's kind of like O.J. Simpson, gang. And let me tell you what I mean when I say that. Let me move this fucking speaker. O.J. Simpson beat the murder rap of the fucking century. You guys remember that? Of course you do. When you beat the murder rap of the century, you can't have late library fines. We're going to find you, right? So when OJ broke into that hotel room and pulled his paraphernalia back, I'll tell you two things, gang. First and foremost, I would have done the exact same thing, right? If you had my old jerseys, my old, autographed footballs, my T-ring, shit like that, I want my shit back. But I'm Robert motherfucking Reed. I don't have a large following. People, yeah. I do it, who cares? O.J. Simpson did it. He got punished for what happened in the 1990s, right? I think, where am I going with that? I think it should fuck with Donald Trump. Back on topic, I think. This is a shitty show. I don't care. I just have to rant about Donald Trump because this is all sitting on some bullshit. The spotlight is on Donald Trump for a great many reasons. January the 6th is just one of them, right? How do you think you're going to snatch up government documents, take it to your private residence? He still has Secret Service, gang. You're under protection, but you're also under surveillance. This is not un-American. This is exactly what you'd fucking expect when you break the law as the president of the United States. Okay, who's up next? Gang, Alex Jones. Do I have the heart to listen to fuckface Alex Jones? Let's give it a run. Roll the tape.
This is the kind of thing you expect to see in Soviet Russia, Nazi Germany, communist.
Pause the tape. So I'm not going to rewind it. I don't have the strength for it. Alex Jones is interviewing Roger Stone, right? Again, David Duke and Richard Spencer and Paula Dean are sitting down and they're planning out a conference talk on how to treat black people with respect. How many of you are signing up for that, right? When Alex Jones interviews Roger Stone in defense of Donald Trump, this is a bullshit interview. Roll the tape.
Cuba.
They don't know how. Will have serious.
Oh, Sean Hannity.
Outlook on what took place.
First, a dark day for our republic. The Department of Justice, the rule of law. What looks to be potentially a shocking overreach. We'll find out in due time that will have serious ramifications potentially for many, many years to come.
A lot of potentialities in there. Potentially doing very, very...
Pause the tape. Again, Sean Hannity is speaking up in defense of Donald Trump. I've got an idea. I'm going to do a show with my ex-wife, and let's have a show, and let's talk about marital fidelity. Right? If you queue up Sean Hannity in defense of Donald Trump, give me a break. And again, equality feels like oppression to those in power, right? Again, bad day for the republic, blah, 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 blah. Donald Trump is being forced to follow the law. Blah. Again, all the lines that they kicked at black people, if they would be consistent. Again, we got more juice on Donald Trump than we do on Eric Garner, Trayvon Martin. Think about all the black people that people like Fox absolutely slaughtered. I can't remember the man's name because I'm just remember it, but I remember doing a portion of a show on it. When they killed Harambe, the gorilla, I told y'all in the previous show, all other news...
The problem with grifters is the grifting gets so good to them, they always trust in another grifter to save them from their grift. That seems to be what Alex Jones ran into. It's the same problem with Trump and his legal team, right? And this motherfucker tried to replace the actual legitimate legal professionals around him with the clown car, right? Y'all heard the January 6th, coverage. It was like referred to as, Team Normal, right? They were trying to get the fuck out of Team Normal so they could hire the clown show.
The outlets, they talked about the ethics of the case. Why you had to put the gorilla down. Fox News did a news story on the father, a black guy who wasn't even in the zoo at the time.
Unbelievable.
He was like a FedEx or UPS worker. He got in trouble. He paid his debt to society. He was literally at work, earning a living for his family. Fox News talked about that man's criminal past, which had nothing to do with the fact that his son fell into a gorilla pit. Fox News, go fuck yourselves. Spend 1/10 of the amount of fury that you guys dump on black people when we commit a crime that you do on Donald Trump. Again, law and order. Except when it's time to talk about one of their own. Now, gang, one more. It's now Dan Bongino, whatever the fuck his name is, talking to Sean Hannity. This one should give me a stroke. Roll the tape.
On Hannity. Marjorie Taylor Greene now says on Twitter, quote,
did I miss it? Okay, here we go.
Saying that the left thinks this is all hilarious.
I just want to say in closing, listen, America, they're laughing at you. The left thinks this is hilarious. If you doubt me, just go to any of their goofy platforms, Twitter or elsewhere right now. They think this is hilarious.
Now, I have to tell you.
Pause the tape. It's not hilarious. It's actually sad. But Bongino, he was talking to fuckface Jesse Waters. This is all them priming the pump, gang. This is, again, Bongino will be nowhere to be found. Jesse Waters, nowhere to be found. Tucker Carlson, nowhere to be found. Marjorie Taylor Greene, nowhere to be found. Gang, I've been saying this since January the fucking 7th. The definition of a failed insurrection is a dress rehearsal. They're not done, right? All this talk about war, getting even, taking up arms, they're riling up their base. This shit is not over. They're laughing at you. All this bullshit. They're making themselves out to be unnecessary victims for one reason and one reason only. It's because when the shit hits the fan, and yeah, it's going to hit the fan again, they're going to be safe in their castles. While Bubba and Cletus move forward for some bullshit. Again, if you think I'm exaggerating, go look at January the 7th, the 6th. Okay, we got one more.
YouTube Punk, thanks for the update.
This is a doo-doo ass show. I just had to wax because you cannot turn on social media. You can't turn on the news without them talking about this fucking FBI investigation. Gang, Fox News, Laura Ingraham. Fox News crumbles over Mar-a-Lago news. There's no way I'm getting through this without a stroke. As if there's any capitalism. Gang, I even sound tired.
It's always worth the wait.
All right, we got capitalism. Gang, I'm listening to myself talk and I sound tired. But I told y'all, first take only, motherfuckers. This show's going up. But any clip that includes Laura Ingraham, you know it's going to sit on some bullshit. All right, so we're up. So this is Mark Levine again. Where's the part with fuckface Laura Ingraham? Let's roll the tape real fast.
On this republic in modern history, period.
The worst attack.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's Laura.
Leadership. We've been through worse than this before.
Hold on.
What I'm concerned with is what came next. Claiming the raid on Mar-a-Lago was an attack on the United States sets the country up for disaster.
We've been through worse than this before, and we will get through this again. But when we get power back, it's time to hold everyone accountable. The military leadership, the civil.
Pause the tape. You guys love it how it is? She makes herself sound like she's a slave in the olden times, picking cotton. Right? Oh, we're going to get over it. We're going to get up and over. I'm just waiting for her to start singing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Right? As she sits here in her 7-figure-a-year fucking job, worth how many tens of millions, right? Talking about herself and people like her like they're the oppressed class. Right? It's like fuckface Gina Carano. When she made the tweet that finally got her monkey ass fired, she talked about being a Trump supporter in the United States is like being a Jew in World War II Nazi Germany. She said that while her president was a guy sitting in the White House. You cannot scream ruling class and oppressed class all at the same time. That's what Laura's doing, right? According to them, again, YouTube, don't give me a fucking strike. Go fuck yourself. The last election was stolen. According to them, no president in the history of U.S. elections has gotten more votes than Donald Trump. That's what they'll tell you. But they're talking like, I don't know, they're black people, trans people, people fighting for their autonomy. They're the ruling class talking about themselves like they're under everyone else's heel. When we get power back, we're going to make everyone pay. Again, if the shit goes down, which I hope it does not, people like Laura Ingraham will be getting a manicure. It's everyone else that they're going to put on the fucking chopping block. Roll the tape.
Leadership, the civil service, those in Congress who've abused their power, all of them have to be held accountable. All of them. It can't be this nice guy routine where we're so, let's be friends.
This is Rebel HQ.
Pause the tape. You guys catch that? You know, pretty much making everyone pay. No, we can't be friends. Okay, this is exactly how January the 6th happened. It's these little bitty nuggets. Again, let's just keep kicking up the bullshit. Let's just. Okay, I'm going to have a stroke. I remember having people talk to me on January the 8th and January the 9th saying Trump said, you know, we're going to march peacefully, blah, 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 blah. That is what you are listening to right fucking now. Is she 100% saying storm the Bastille? No. Is Jesse Waters saying go grab an AR-15? No. They're not saying that. But this is just enough
See you later,
to get
Cameron.
the person living the middle class to lower middle class to poor lifestyle. This is what's going to get them. I'm trying not to get.
I don't know the goofy platforms, AR. I'm trying to find the goofy platform. Sorry, y'all. I had to check out my email for a second, so I apologize. But I'm trying to find all the goofy right-wing platforms so we could get over there. I gotta go theist hunting. I gotta go hunt for some religious people to talk to and some right-wingers to talk to. I see they're not going just, we can't just build it and they will come, you know. We're gonna have to go find them.
Get a strike.
So let me know. I'm thinking Truth Social, Parler, Rumble. Let me know if y'all know some other ones.
Trying to watch my words. This is just violent language. Whether you realize it or not, this is violent language. But let's get a little bit more. Okay, you guys ready? I'm going to have a stroke. Roll the tape. What'd I do for you guys?
Tagged by another faction of people with power within the states, the stage is being set for a nightmare scenario. The January 6th insurrection attempt.
Oh, hold on.
Tomorrow is war.
Okay. Okay.
The FBI must be.
This is
wars. Stephen Crowder.
So I want to give credit where credit is due. This is Sandy from Rebel HQ. Now she's going to read off some tweets. and I saw these tweets on Twitter. I got to start blocking these people. No, I shouldn't, because I need to be informed. She's going to read off what it is I saw. And again, Steven Crowder, Candace Owens, if the shit hits the fan, these assholes will be nowhere to be found.
Get it.
Roll the tape.
Right-wing grifter with 1.9 million followers on Twitter alone is blowing the horn of war. Tomorrow's war, sleep well. There's nowhere else for the Biden administration or intelligence agencies to go other than to do this to you. That's their next step. This is one of the darkest days in...
Pause the tape. I've said the exact same thing, gang. So this is fucknut Steven Crowder. Tomorrow is war.
I got to be honest with you guys. I really fucked up this year with the FBI. Or the... No. Who the fuck do we send our taxes to? The IRS. The IRS, y'all. Y'all, I forgot to pay my taxes on time this year. True fact. And I paid them shits late. And you know what the IRS said? No big fucking deal. They just sent me my shit like a normal fucking person. It was no big deal at all. Why? Because the shit probably happens every other day. So just like he said, if you don't put yourself on Team Trader, the FBI will probably leave out. I know a lot of y'all real law-abiding citizens. You've never done shit like run a traffic light or, you know, forget to pay your taxes on time or, you know, smoke a little weed from here and there, chase a couple cops from time to time. But just trust me, as somebody who's done all of that shit, they don't send the FBI after you for none of that. None of that. Nope. Don't get you on no list or nothing.
Sleep well. They're not even hiding it at this stage. His other tweet. There's nowhere else for the Biden administration or intelligence agencies to go other than to do this to you. Trying to make you feel like a victim when nothing is coming for. Again,
they ain't coming for my black ass.
This is what they tell us. If you follow the law, what seems to be the problem? This is one of the darkest days in the history in regards to your personal freedoms. Gang, Steven Crowder is the person who recreated the George Floyd homicide. He had one of his channels taken down, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ask George Floyd about stripping away your freedom. Oh, no, that's right, we can't. She's about to read the Countress, Candace Owens next. Roll the tape.
In regards to your personal freedoms. Yeah, try telling that to all the people affected by Roe v. Wade being overturned. Another right-wing grifter, Candace Owens, with 3.1 million followers, tweeted, "The FBI must be legally and formally dissolved. What happened to President Trump is positively stunning and a mark of unchecked government power. I no longer recognize the country I live in. Left or right, we must all come together to fight this evil."
Pause the tape. Holy shit. That one actually hurt.
Yeah, I know.
That one actually...
Guys, I kind of like... Y'all, we should make an episode of Late Night Counter-Apologetics called Republican Tears, where we just read these Republican sob stories aloud and just laugh and get drunk because holy shit, nobody cares. I mean, y'all, I was actually thinking about, and this might sound fucked up, because so much of it is systematic racism. But in some sense, for somebody like me, especially somebody who's bipolar and just kind of fucking wild, I'm in a sense lucky for the run-ins with the criminal justice system and the sort of psychiatric systems that I've had, right? Talked about this before, like how as a bipolar person, part of the reason you could dip dive socialize on religion is because you'd be like, y'all, I've been locked up. Yeah, they tried to put me in a padded cell a couple of times. Yeah, they had me involuntarily committed against my own will. So y'all could go ahead and play fantasize over there with Jesus and the angels and all of that. But yeah, I can't really. Yeah, the doctors told me that as a bipolar person, I should try to keep a very firm grip on reality. They say, yeah, with my kind of psychiatric history, yeah, Jay, they'll put you in a psychiatric hospital for anything with your records. So you might want to, whatever you got. I'll be like, I'm a scientist. But yeah, that research you do, yeah, the research for somebody like you in your situation, research is good. Hang on to that which you firmly have evidence for and you could back up with empirically. Yeah, see, with your type of psychiatric profile here, that's going to be real type of, yeah, because if you start slipping into the delusional land, you start talking about shit that ain't really going on, people going to be very concerned about you. They going to call them boys, and we ain't going to be able to stop them boys from coming to get you, right? Same thing, like when you riding home and they pull you over because your tail light was out. Now, you asked the only question I know to ask. Was my tail light out before or after you pulled me over? Because I could swear I was just smoking before I got in the car, and the headlights was on perfectly fine. But the point I'm getting at is, right, you can't really say to the cops, well, if only you would just let go of your religion of so-called civil law. You know, I don't follow the laws of man. I serve a higher law. You know, I serve the laws of Lord, right? Like, what am I getting at, y'all? Very hard reality checks on any sort of privilege you think you might have to get out of the system, right? What's up, Carrie Ann? So what happens is when they come to you, right, and they say, yo, people called us, they was worried about you. Yeah, they said you wasn't sleeping or something. Yeah, they was worried that you just might not be your right self. Yeah, we gonna have to put you in here under observation. Yeah, nah, you can't go home. Yeah, your girl can't come see you. Nah, your homies, yeah, you can't play no game. Yeah, none of that. Yeah, you gotta, yep, you gonna have to go to group. Yep, you gotta go to group. Yeah, you gonna have to sit in a group. You gonna have to sit in a group with all these other crazy ass motherfuckers that's going through hard times. Y'all gonna sit around and tell stories. Yeah, we gonna observe y'all. We gonna make y'all okay. Yep, you gonna have to meet with the psychiatrist every day, the counselor every day. We gonna watch you take your meds every day. We gonna make sure you shower. We gonna make sure we know exactly what you're eating every day. We gonna make sure exactly we know who you talking to. They used to know me in the joint, right? Because when the phone rang, it was always for me. It was a running gag. Like the phone would ring, and they would just give me the phone. Every once in a while, I'd be like, nah, Sarah, they call it, it's your sister. Your sister actually wanted to talk to you. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I'm Jay. Hi, I'm nice to meet you. Yeah, usually the phone ring is for me. It's one of my girls or one of the homies yeah, I get all the calls. So they just threw me on the phone. They just assumed it was my girl trying to call me. Yeah, she coming. She right here. Nice to meet you. But I swear to you, because I used to, that's how many calls I used to get, right? But it's that serious. Everybody knows, right? The point is everybody knows who calls who, how is that serious, right? When you get locked up in them things, they don't care whose son you are, who you knew. They be like, yeah, he was an intern for Cory Booker. Yeah, we don't get no fucks. Yep, you don't even mention it. It ain't gonna help you. It ain't gonna do you no good, right? And so what happens is you learn you gotta check your shit at the door. When they got evidence of that weed in your car, they get to take your freedom for that. That's how it works. They see evidence of the weed, they take your car. So you learn, oh shit, when people have evidence of shit, they use that to check my ass. And if they could check my ass, then I'm vulnerable. So the only way I gotta be out here, if I really want to protect myself, I don't want to lose my freedom, I don't want them putting me in the padded cell, I don't want nobody restricting my responsibilities, all right? Well, I can't be sitting on no bullshit. And a lot of these people, they haven't learned that. They are just so right, AKA white, that, you know, it's a conspiracy and it's an attack on democracy and they're coming for you and it's everything other than we were wrong and these are the consequences of our actions. We lost, we need to do better the next time. You know what? Our God probably isn't any more real or reasonable to believe in than anybody else's God. Right? It's always, for some reason, there's something so special and unique about them that just means the real world, the barriers, the the brakes, the fucking safety, the guardrails, the motherfucking real restrictions we put on people. They just don't expect those restrictions to apply to them. And so I consider myself in some fucked up sense fortunate enough that I learned lessons that were costly enough that they didn't cost me everything before I got so far out of control and so far into whatever bullshit I was on that I did end up doing something that even though I did a lot of mistakes, I've done a lot of shit I never thought I'd recover from. I've definitely thought I've ruined my life so many times that it's crazy because I definitely had so many experiences I thought I'd never live to get through it. And then somehow something else happened after that. And I was like, oh, I thought I was fucked before. Oh, I'm really fucked now. And somehow I lived through that. And so I think the only thing that might stop me from doing some shit that actually does take me out the game, either, incarceration, grave, or, permanent facilitation or whatever, hospital, whatever it is, facilities and all of that shit, is because somehow I took enough lumps. I took enough real lessons that I said, Jay, you got to check your bullshit, man. They ain't sitting on some bullshit ain't the way to go. It ain't the way to go. It's some shit you could get into this life. It don't matter who you know, how smart you are, how rich you are, how good looking you are. You can't talk your way out of it. They catch you on some shit. They caught you on some shit. And that's even the shit with like weed. Like growing up really on some weed shit as a black man where weed really isn't legal, you really learn some shit that a lot of people never learn. Like, you really learn, like, yo, they caught me. Like, yeah, I had weed on me. That shit is illegal. Like, yo, they really got me on this. All right, cool. Well, luckily, this ain't no shit they could really end a nigga for, fortunately, but you learn if I'd have been slipping on some other shit, it'd have been a whole different story, right? So that's real lessons that's in life for people that I think sometimes when you're too nice to people, they get a little bit too high on their horse. The people are a little bit too gracious to them too many times. It's like they never learn this stuff. They never learn. And unfortunately, they don't learn until it's a real disaster. That's what I felt for that guy, them guys that testified that they was really involved in the insurrection, and they really testified about how they got involved and how they wish things was different, and maybe if this or that, would have been said differently or that way, they might not have been here. I really related to those guys. And I really respected them. I respected them for like I said, like just being man enough to just say, I didn't have it all figured out in this life. Maybe some people started with and they figured it out quicker or without fucking up like I did. But hey, I fucked up. I'm gonna have to take responsibility for this and move forward. And I ain't gonna bullshit nobody about it. I'm gonna say this is what happened. I fucked that up. I'm gonna have to do better going forward. And it is what it is. I'm going to grab my food real quick, and I'll be right back.
Actually heard. Again, this is Sandy Lovas from Rebel HQ. I'm giving credit work.
Also, I saw some of the birthday wishes popping up. I didn't want to interrupt my train of thought because I'm stoned, and I probably wouldn't pick it back up. But thank you. I appreciate the birthday wishes. Honestly, it's kind of honor to share a birthday with Lina. Lina's a real superstar. She's a real incredible person that we're lucky to have in this community. But thank y'all for the birthday wishes. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if Lina's still watching, but happy birthday, Lina, if you are. If not, we'll catch up with you again tomorrow. Also, OG Roddy let me know he did he said he was on a little podcast. So we gonna do our little album release party. We're gonna check out his little interview on his podcast. All right, let me get my food. I'll be right back. Appreciate y'all. Wrong screen.
Credit is due. The FBI must be legally and formally dissolved. Candace was on that bullshit ass tip. And again, I admit, gang, defund the police was the worst name out there. If you actually look into what defund the police actually means, I'm about to belch. I just belch. #professional. if you actually looked into what that term means, you'd probably agree. Again, it's just reallocating funds, right? Like mental health arrests. Let's give that money to people who actually know what to do with someone who's having a bipolar manic moment, right? It's shit like that. Go. Candace was on that tip about how fucked up the left, the SJWs, the woke mob, transgender. Now she's talking about defunding the FBI. Again, funny. No, it's not. It's funny how they say the exact same shit that we say when the pain falls on their lap, right? What happened to President Trump is positively stunning and a mark of unchecked government power. Is that a fact, Candace? Again, let's ask all the people who have the ability to give birth about unchecked power from the United States government. Again, it's funny what happens when you don't break the fucking law. I no longer recognize the country I live in. Left or right, we all must come together to fight this evil. Again, it's funny how she's asking for the help of the left now that her president is the one, quote unquote, under attack. I can't listen to this bullshit. I can't. Again, I openly admit this is a doo-doo ass show. This is just a very emotional fucking topic. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one big motherfucking problem. I apologize for the quality of today's show, but this is just a real fucked up ass topic. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's gonna give you one big motherfucking solution. Trump supporters and Donald Trump, please shut the fuck up. Donald Trump is hands down the worst president I've ever seen in my short lifetime. Now that's not up for debate. I understand if you got caught up in the MAGA, Make America, all this other bullshit hoopla 6 years ago. But if you are still supporting Donald Trump, it's for one reason and one reason only. You're a sack of shit. There is nothing redeeming about the Trump presidency. I do not care how much money you made. I don't care how many slogans you can regurgitate. Donald Trump is a bad person, therefore he was a bad president. You are seeing what happens, gang, when sycophants defend their grand exalted leader. As someone who was formerly married to a perfect person, it gets exhausting, right? I won't date anyone who won't admit that they're completely fucked up. Because when you admit that you fuck up, that means you are at least one step closer to getting better, right? Again, let's AA, which I'm making no jokes about. The first step in solving your problem is admitting you have one. For 4 years during the Trump presidency, no matter what he did, I can grab women by the pussy, making jokes about rape. I can shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue, shoving world leaders at G7, patting his daughter damn near on the ass, saying if she was not my daughter, I would fucking fuck her. What did they not make an excuse for? No one is perfect, gang. Your sycophants make excuses for your fucked up ass behavior. This country is now the result of what happens when for 4 years, apparently, we had a president of the United States who was incapable of making a mistake. Now, apparently, he's made an enormous mistake. The Presidential Whatever Act. Again, the president is not a god. He's not a czar. You still have to follow the fucking rules. And apparently took some shit to his private residence, thinking that it belongs to him. It belongs to the United States government. Donald Trump, as the president, was an employee of the United States government. I remember my dad saying this.
But guys, can we lock up Hillary for her emails, please? Can we keep talking about Hillary's email server? Because they're still trying to get Hillary arrested for some emails. Yet Trump somehow had the audacity to actually steal government documents, not as the motherfucking Secretary of State, mind you, on a fucking, email server shit, but as the President of the United States of America. And took them shits to his private residence in Florida. Unbelievable.
The president is a very unique job. You're very powerful, and you're up here, and you are an employee of everyone else down here.
Carrie Ann, I appreciate you, by the way. I meant to say that. Yeah, I've been there with the cups and the whole deal. The cups and the garments. Let's just call them garments for now. And I've been in great facilities, and I've been in shitty facilities. And I've been with good doctors, and I've been with awful doctors. I remember I once had to beg. I had to beg to see a doctor because I was with I had seen a really great team. They had really got me in pretty good shape. And then I got released, and then my family got pissed at me, and they tried to have me back in the same place, and there was like some dumbass law that my family wasn't thinking about, which that said you're not supposed to go back to the same facility within 30 days of being released from there. I had to beg them to get the fucking doctor to come in the middle of the night as an emergency, promising them if they let that doctor see me, that doctor would not let them send me to somewhere else. Fortunately, I was right. And that was a huge turnaround because that doctor sat me down and said, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this one time. You were not crazy, but your family is. You need to get away from them. Now, that's some tough thing to hear somebody say about the good old bishop, but I'm telling y'all because this is what religion does to families, especially families dealing with mental health issues. They need help. They get more abuse because of a worldview that thinks that, mental health problems, being localized brain phenomena that need to be treated by competent health professionals is really secondary to their suspicions that your real issues are sin-related. Again, these two worldviews are not compatible.
Here, Donald Trump works for us, gang. Right? That a good president realizes that. I'm an employee, but I work for everyone underneath me. Donald Trump realized he was up here and thought that everyone underneath him should serve him. That is why you've got fuck faces like Jesse Waters. I've never felt more violated in my life. Fucker, you need to go stub your toe.
This is another fucking ridiculous commentary here. These fuckers have no idea what leadership is about because they really do get their idea of power from, hierarchies like churches and authority and follow the chain of command and all of this bullshit, that it's like the position of authority dictates who's what. People in real leadership, from somebody like my mother who's a corporate executive to somebody like a great, real political leader, like, pick your actual favorite public servant, to any really good pastor or teacher or any of my advisors, I've never had to clarify to anybody in a serious mentorship and leadership position in my life a motherfucker that signed my checks or I report to or that has some sort of supervisory role in my life, I've never had to clarify to them that they work for me. I don't know what the fuck people think being a manager or being a responsible. I don't know if anybody ever gets the idea that you become a teacher and all of a sudden you're in a position of authority over your students. You have no idea how a university works. You work for your students. They pay tuition. Your job is to deliver the tuition, the educational services that their tuition pays for. If you ever get that twisted, the motherfuckers who sign your checks will remind you in a heartbeat. If my advisor ever gets his monkey ass confused, right, that his ass works for me, I will have a conversation with the director of my program who will call him into his office and be like, let me remind you that Jason's funding comes on an NIH grant that is intended to make sure that we do what is necessary to make sure that Jason's goals are achieved by Jason. Your job is to steward and make sure that Jason gets where Jason is trying to go with your support. They will be reminded very quickly that part of making a lot more money than I do and signing my checks is that you have responsibilities to me. I have no responsibilities to my advisor. I don't ever go to sleep worrying about, is my advisor going to get paid? Or is he okay? Does he have what he needs? Oh, I wonder if my advisor is getting his work done. Oh, man, I want to wake up tomorrow. I just want to make my advisor look good. Y'all got this shit backwards if y'all think that's how fucking leadership works. These conservatards, Republic trash, they would not know, they could not carry leadership with a motherfucking handle. You understand what I'm telling you?
Right? The country's mad. No, only the traitors are. Jesse Waters calling for war. Again, if the shit hits the fan, the likes of a Jesse Waters will be nowhere to be found. You think I'm exaggerating? Look at January the 6th. While Trump and Rudy and Ron Johnson and everyone else called for violence, they were in a guarded fucking bunker. Who was the next fuck face up? Fuck face the likes of Lauren Boebert. Right? What did that fucking idiot have to say? Nothing but some foolishness. You want to know why? Donald Trump is not her president. That is her God. She bows to the altar of Donald fucking Trump. She's pissed. There's nothing more un-American. Again, let's go ask George Floyd about a violation of your civil rights and your freedoms. Right? Again, it's amazing what happens when you don't break the fucking law. Give me a break. I mean, who else is on fucking David Pakman's fucking bullshit? Yeah, I told you, this is a horrible show. I don't even care. It's just a very emotional fucking topic. Then you had the likes of fuckface Laura Ingraham. Laura Ingraham. Again,
it's the way he says fuckface with his chest, y'all. You gotta really get, you got a big guy like that, and it's like he just has a great way of delivering it to where it just has such an emphasis that it's like I've heard him say it a million times, but it just that time he just said it with his chest and fuckface Laura Ingraham.
Defending Donald Trump for having his private resident raided. Let's just use their term. King, this actually really makes me upset. For the first time ever, I'm actually debating on whether I should release this fucking video, but you know I'm gonna fucking do it. The threat. Again, this isn't the first time she said it. when we get power back, we need to punish these people, these people, these people. I guess the problem with all this, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, Karen. That's such a good point. It really, really is. I mean, it's unbelievable. Somebody else said this in the chat the other day, which was, we can't expect people to hold each other accountable whose kids go to the same private school. And I shared some stories about this, just how much people don't realize that politicos are all on in the same circle. And even oftentimes the battle lines that you see drawn it's like professional wrestling. You know, it's like they go back behind the locker room and everybody works together. And some of that's fine. I mean, most of that's because look, they gotta work together on, 90% of shit except for the culture war issues. But the point is, we really do too quickly identify as Team Red and Team Blue instead of Team really, 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 really rich and powerful and Team everybody the fuck else.
This is what happens, gang, when you don't resolve an issue. As a black man, I'm really sitting here thinking about all the excuses that were made. This is why this topic makes me so upset. This is what happens when you don't resolve an issue. Black people have been getting their ass kicked. No, let's rewind further than that, gang. If we can. Our native family members have been getting their asses kicked since the colonizers first hit the set. But yet people like this are going to say this is the worst thing that's ever happened on American soil. Then 1619 happens. And people like me, people who look like me, show up. And again, for those of you who are just joining in, thank you so much. But I'll give you the quick recap of the Uncle Bobby timeline. For those of you getting ready to say that was so long ago, get over it. I'll tell you what it is I've told everyone else. I made All-American. Again, I'm a middle-aged guy. I made All-American at a school that literally told my father, who was a better athlete and an honor student. Gang, I'm so fucking stupid. True story. I could not spell my middle name until the 4th grade. I didn't know how to spell Christopher. My dad is literally borderline genius.
All right, let's see how smart y'all are. A lot of y'all, I looked at my YouTube demographics, guys. We're very pro algorithm around here. We try to really massage and make love to that algorithm. So I know most of y'all are older than 25. So you're very smart. All right, so y'all can all spell middle names: Christopher, Ann, Julia. All right, cool. So let's see how smart y'all. My middle name is Nairi. All right, go ahead, y'all. Nairi. I said it like 3-4. Nairi. All right. It's just a little African name that my mom gave me. All right. So it's a little Nigerian, little political leader, whatever. It's a little airport named after him or something. Julius Nairi. See, I'm giving y'all too many hints. See, some of y'all looking it up. See, Carrie, and I appreciate you for the honest try. That's a good one. I like the honest tries. Look at y'all. Y'all some honest skeptics. I really appreciate that, y'all. I guess it's my birthday. My mom be happy. I told him how to spell my middle name on my birthday. She'd be like, "Oh, son, your stream is so wonderful. All I do is make fun of Jesus. Son, you should delete your channel immediately." I appreciate that, y'all. That's special. That's great. Here it is. Y'all some retarded niggas. Y'all dumb as... Y'all have just failed the "Are you smart as a 4th grader?" Nano put the only true skeptic answer. See, that was a real test. Y'all was supposed to go with, "I don't know." That was a test if y'all had learned. Y'all, we spent 2 hours in this goddamn stream talking about 3 words, "I don't know," and none of y'all went there. Y'all was all just... But you know what, though? I'm going to be honest with you. As somebody who has to actually stand up in the front of a room full of people who are afraid to guess all the time, I fucking hate that shit. I actually like people who rather just, look, we all gonna go for what we think, and if we all wrong, then the teacher could correct us afterwards. That's more my attitude. So I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all having fun with it. You gotta go for it. You never know. You might have been right. Yeah. Man, no, there you go, Nairi. That's how people be thinking, y'all. See, now listen, black women, read this chat. This is what happens when white people try to pronounce and spell that really clever shit you think you named your kid. Now, fortunately for my mother ran into some very cute random little boy, and that random little boy's name was Jason, and she thought that little boy was so cute, and she liked that name, and I'm so glad she made my first name some normal shit, and my last name is Bundy, and people don't really have a hard read on my race based on my name, so we go with that J.N. Bundy. But nah, actually, a lot of time I spell out my middle name, Black Power. That's how I get a little. Now that I got it, though, you got to wait till you get it. Once you get the dual PhD, and then you bust out a little Nairi on them, and they be like, "Wait, J.N. Bundy, we let him through, and I didn't know he had an African middle name. We would not have given him that recruitment fellowship if we knew he was going to be sneaking an African middle name in on us. We wasn't sure who J.N. Bundy was. We had to just go based on the credentials. We didn't know. He didn't start using that till later. Yeah, we got to start specifying your full middle name. We're letting in too many black people we got to start specifying your full middle name. That middle initial thing, no more of that. Yeah, no more middle initial. Right, see, racism gets so clever these days, y'all. Y'all don't even recognize racism anymore. What you get now is the university now has a new policy. You now need to spell out your legal middle name on your official university application. That is now officially university policy. And nobody even realizes that shit is racist, right? They can announce that shit right off the bat. Sir, it's effective immediately. All students, everyone has to reapply to college right now. But you have to spell out your full middle name, right? You don't even know. That's how subversive racism is these days. That's why Black Lives Matter. You got to really pay attention. They really sneak it by you these days.
I made All-American in 1994. UT told my dad, no.
Really? I didn't know that, Nano. I think U2 Punk's real name is Jason, too. And Jason Torn. We out here strong. It's a very strong first name.
Niggers allowed.
No niggers allowed, guys. That's what
my dad's dad had his skull beaten in by the Ku Klux Klan. You want to know why? He cut black people down from trees that were lynched because he wanted to give them a proper burial. I know people whose grandparents were first. All
right, here's some fucked up shit, though. Did you guys know that the name Jason is related to the name Jesus? Because both are related to the name Joshua. So, like, Yeshua is like the Hebrew Joshua. Y'all know this shit, right? But Jason is like Greek, and Jason means to heal. Jason, like, is a word. To Jason something means to heal it. It's like a name that means healer. So it's really funny, though, because when the Greeks renamed a lot of the Hebrew kids, right, the Greeks take over the Hebrew-speaking places, and they rename them. They're like, what's your name? And they're like, oh, my name's Yeshua. They're like, yeah, no, we're not going to call you Yeshua. We're going to call you Jason. Like, they would just rename him Jason or Joshua or something. So if you're named Jason and you're an atheist and your mother fucking hates that and they loathe that about you, just reminder that she named your atheist ass after Jesus and you no longer believe in him because throwing a little salt in the wounds of family is just a really good way to go. I hear that's a really good camaraderie building technique, so try it.
For students, At
Yeah,
UT.
like that. Just like that. Just like that. Just rub it in like that. Just a little. You named your heathen child after Jesus. Yep, you're going to hell. Definitely going to hell. Yep, you did it. You did it. You made yourself your own little antichrist. You did it. Congratulations. What a good Christian woman. You birthed your own little anti-Jesus. Congratulations. Way to go. Mother of the fucking millennium.
My grandfather was murdered by the Klan. I never met him. My great-grandfather, Dave.
What a story to interrupt.
Was a literal slave. I know people whose fucking great-grandparents were students at UT. My great-grandfather was a fucking slave. So yeah, that's why I'm upset. And it's what happens when you don't solve a fucking problem. This is why I'm tying it into this. When I sit here and I hear millionaire fucking white people sitting here talking about some foolishness, that this is the worst thing that's ever happened to America. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell that to all the birthing people whose reproductive rights are under attack. Don't tell that to all the black people who are afraid to go 47 in a 45 mile an hour fucking zone. Don't tell that to all the native people who've been shoved on fucking reservations and treated like dog shit. But some way, somehow, Donald Trump being under a legal and justified investigation, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to this country. When you don't know what oppression is, you have to make shit up. And what you make up sounds so fucking stupid. I cannot believe they let you outside of your house during the daytime hours. Again,
so
for
much
any
worse
Trumplicant that may not hear this, I'm about to belch. I just belch. I'm professional. I'm now going to talk to you the way you've talked to everyone else. And again, this is the benefit of being a defensive fighter. You guys ready? What's the problem with stop and frisk if you got nothing to hide? What's wrong with an FBI raid if all you've got are empty reams of copy paper from Office Depot? What's wrong? If you didn't do anything that was worthy of impeachment, then why would you be impeached? Why are people calling you the worst president of their lifetime if you weren't the worst president of their fucking lifetime?
It's so good.
Gang, this shit upsets me because since forever, but especially during the Trump presidency, every single person that I just talked about made excuses as to why it is the black murder victims deserved what they got, while Kyle Rittenhouse was justified in doing what he did. The party of law and order, they're all about the law and the order until they have to follow the law and the order. Now their head honcho, their big chief, their version of the HNIC. And no, I'm not talking about Hockey Night in Canada. Their version of the HNIC now has to follow the law and the order, and these people don't like it.
I'm not gonna leave that one alone this time.
Follow the law, Trump supporters. And maybe you will find yourself not under investigation by the Federal Bureau of fucking Investigations. Gang, the big guy's held you long enough. He's signing the fuck off. Gin and Truth, let's go.
All right, appreciate you. All right, guys, let's you know, we like to follow our Gin and Truth. We're celebrating the small content creators that have helped us sustain ourselves through these long nights and crazy marathon streams. Please subscribe to Gin and Truth on YouTube. I can't believe this guy has 684 subscribers. Guys, we can't get more subscribers than Gin and Truth. Like that wouldn't feel right. So go subscribe before we do this Kent Hovind debate and Derek from Myth Vision and Erica and all these crazy people keep doing shit with us. We gotta get this guy to 1,000 subscribers, and maybe he'll start doing live streams so we can take super chats. If you ever get a hold of him. All right, and also we gotta reach out to him because he gave us we got his contact info, so we'll try to follow up on that. All right. I wanted to do Aaron Brown and chill, but I don't know if he came out with anything today. I don't think he did. Did we? I thought we watched all of this one.
The New York Post reports.
Okay.
Judge who approved FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago once.
All right, let's do this. I think maybe we didn't finish this one. All right, let's finish this one.
Linked to Jeffrey Epstein.
Whoa, boy.
I'm going to read this for you.
Wait, I think we did do this one. Let me see.
With this. And then as they put the final box into the truck, the FBI truck, that says really big on the side, FBI.
Read this for you.
Uh-oh.
And then we'll dive a little deeper.
So this is the other thing these guys are talking about. Steven Crowder's talking about this too, that the judge who okayed this as Epstein is connected to Epstein, which I absolutely don't doubt because all these people are
perverts. It means these people are perverts. It means these people are perverts.
This guy's part of, Trump, MAGA, YouTube. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tough narrative. There were a bunch of stories that came out late last year where they were like, hey, you know how they were like, oh, Trump was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane a couple times. Well, it turns out he was on much more. There's a bunch of other times we found that he was on there. Also, the video where he's literally pointing at girls for Jeffrey Epstein. He's like, hey Jeffrey, my bro, look. So this is a tough one. This is a tough one. But then I remember, they don't care. The people watching this don't care. They don't care. You idiot with a beanie, they think. Just get to the part where you call the people we don't like pedophiles, please. To the pedophile section, please, sir.
Let's play a game of hypotheticals.
Ooh.
Could Donald Trump have seen classified documents related to Epstein?
Oh my God. I gotta say, right off the bat, I love this attitude. I love this vibe.
Could it be, ladies and gentlemen, imagine for a moment, if you will, a man with a tiny resolution webcam. We're about to enter the Twilight Zone.
Could Donald Trump...
Okay, I'm not sure if you're blaming by me or AR, but appreciate you either way.
Have seen classified documents...
Yes.
...related to Epstein and potential government involvement or malfeasance? Could Donald Trump have wanted to have leverage?
Absolutely.
As he left the White House?
Bye-bye. Could it perhaps be the guy that I know you guys like, that I make money off of you guys, saying things about the guy that I know you guys like? Could it be that guy is a hero? The ultimate hero? Who's to say? I mean, it's true, man, but
wild.
Who's to say? It's
Tim
true.
Pool's wild. I gotta admit, that was kind of a curveball to me. I gotta admit, I watch a lot of Aaron Brown, and I feel like I got a good grasp on the kookiness that I expect to come from the kookosphere. But this is kooky even for the normal kookosphere that we're used to covering in the kookiness. Donald Trump was really getting these documents out because they were. But see, this literally feels like QAnon bait, right? This literally feels like QAnon bait. Let's just go straight into, first we had the conspiracy of, they're going to try to assassinate him if this doesn't work. And so then we're also going to have the documents that they stole. The FBI actually raided Trump's Mar-a-Lago to steal the documents back, like some. This is going to be like a Dan Brown novel. So the FBI was really stealing documents that Trump had stolen from the White House because they were in the vault from the Da Vinci Code that proved that Jesus really did rise from the dead, but the left had hid it. And so Trump had the proof of that he won the election and the proof of the evidence of the first apostle that witnesses Jesus' resurrection. So Trump had stole those. The Secret Service guy snitched, right? FBI gets word that Trump's going to release the documents at his next Trump rally. And so they send in the FBI to re-steal the documents back, right? So that's what's coming, guys. I just wanted to preview that's what's coming. The bombing 2 weeks before January 6th in Atlanta. All right. I like this. See, I don't know that much about the bombing in Atlanta before January 6th. I feel like have I just been through so much trauma that's here that I didn't remember this? Or was this a false flag operation? Trump was in Florida. See, I like when a conspiracy theory makes me feel like I haven't done enough homework to really understand the conspiracy theory, because then you kind of you got to start to look it up. You got to start to figure out who's credible in the conspiracy theory. Then you get a little bit more invested in it, right? Right? I think that's how this works. I always feel that way with conspiracy theories. Like, people really go into it skeptical and they invest